She's very hypocritical. Seeing Duke didn't care much, she added, everyone in the industry is hypocritical, but few reach Natalie Portman's level. Duke shook his head. I know what to do. Even though she hadn't made many outstanding works in recent years, and the movie V for Vendetta had been banned in many countries including the UK, Natalie Portman maintained an excellent public image, definitely a Hollywood actress with a unique persona. As for how she truly was behind the scenes, who really cared? Looking back at Natalie Portman, Duke recalled a passage he once read, I have tattoos, drink, smoke, and swear, but I know I'm a good girl. True best pretend to be innocent and pure, act shy, and wear pink clothes. Men are shallow and only see the surface. So, they miss the good girls and end up hurt by Bess. Only women can tell who the real B******************** yes are. Natalie Portman's eyes kept stealing glances at Charlize Theron's back, her clear eyes showing some jealousy. She had already seen all the trailers for Fury Road. Regardless of the film's quality, the female lead alone was stunning. An original role she had fought for, but ultimately lost to a model with no real acting skills, a huge irony. If it came to acting skills, she could easily surpass her, but regarding Hollywood status, how far away was she? A camera flash lit up across the way. Natalie Portman slightly lowered her eyelids. The jealousy instantly vanished, replaced by her usual bright and charming image, fully showing her best side to reporters and media, as if nothing had happened. Her manager mother once told her she was Jewish and had studied in Jerusalem, that when the time was right, what belonged to her would be hers. No one could take it away. But how long would that take? Watching Duke and Charlize Theron's figures, Natalie Portman gradually had some thoughts. At the Festival Palace, Duke also saw many familiar faces from Hollywood, like Quentin Tarantino and Uma Thurman. But this wasn't a place for talking. They simply exchanged greetings. In some ways, he and Quentin Tarantino were competitors, as Tarantino's *Inglourious Bastard* was also competing at this festival. However, as a parody film, it was unlikely to win the most prestigious awards. As night fell, guests gradually entered the Festival Palace. Following confirmed festival tradition, the entire Fury Road crew came in last. After waiting a bit in the VIP lounge, staff notified them and led Duke and his group into the screening hall, where everyone stood up and applauded, paying tribute to the crew. People like Duke never lose composure in public. He walked while nodding greetings around him. Over 2,000 people flooded into the main hall of the Festival Palace. Aside from guests and media, there were also many regular audience members. Compared to the routine applause from the guests, the applause from the crowd behind was much louder, truly reflecting the different opinions various groups held about Duke the director. Of course, the crowd was also who Duke cared about most. A director once said when shooting and producing a film, the audience is not present and must be ignored. This saying isn't without reason. But if the audience can be ignored, then once the film is made, the director should just hide in the editing room and watch it quietly, instead of screening it publicly. If you don't respect the audience as a group, act as if they don't exist, and still want them to pay for the film, to put it bluntly, how is that different from being hypocritical? Amid the applause, Duke and the others reached the front row crew seats. After everyone around sat down, they took their seats. I don't understand why a purely commercial director's work can become the opening film at the festival. From the guest seats behind, South Korean director Lim Kwon-jae said with a hint of disdain, the Cannes Film Festival is simply degrading itself. Beside him, Kang Dae-gyu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Park Chan-wook, who never got along with these two, glanced over and then said to Kang Dae-gyu, your most famous work Taegukki borrowed and copied from Saving Private Ryan so much. Domestic media don't mention it, but do you act as if it never happened? You? Kang Dae-gyu looked at him. Park Chan-wook just shook his head, pointing to his own forehead. Maybe use your brain before you talk? These three South Korean directors' opinions were just a snapshot. Quentin Tarantino looked at Duke, vaguely visible ahead. There was no contempt in his eyes, only a desire to see the film quickly. From the trailer and posters, he thought this would be a style he liked very much. Brad Pitt, lead actor of *Inglourious Bastard*, sat beside him, considering another question how to collaborate with him. His studio closely aligned with Warner Brothers, sharing many common interests with Duke Rosenberg. Row after row of ceiling lights went out, and the noisy hall gradually quieted. The big screen lit up, first showing the Warner Brothers logo. The film had no preamble, jumping straight into the story. But the first thing shown was not an image but a brief text. This is a post-nuclear war world. The land is dry and heavily acidified. For the surviving humans to live, only. Interesting. Quentin Tarantino instinctively pinched his chin. This sudden jump to a text introduction is very common in Hollywood, but accompanied by a strange soundtrack and narration shots. It even had some of his style. The screen switched to a panoramic close-up shot, the scene colors extremely saturated. The yellow, representing drought and wasteland, was so rich it seemed to seep out of the screen. In a patch of yellow sand stood a bizarrely shaped car. A disheveled man stood with his back to the camera, but before the figure could be fully seen, a playful lizard jumped out, stealing the spotlight. The lizard's fate wasn't good. When it darted behind the man, a big foot stomped on it. Then it became the man's food. This heavy taste scene clearly showed. This was a world desperately lacking food and governed by survival of the fittest. Chapter 719. The Cursed Movie of Second Viewings. Chapter 719. Chapter 719. The Cursed Movie of Second Viewings. It was almost the shortest instant, yet the film immediately caught the audience's attention, especially Guan Yati, who had flown all the way from China. He was a crazy fan of Duke Rosenberg. Upon hearing that Fury Road couldn't be released domestically, not only did he write a satirical article online mocking the relevant authorities, but he also spent extravagantly on a flight just to watch the film. Damn, that's awesome. When Charlize Theron, with cropped hair, forehead smeared in engine grease, and eyes blazing with intensity, appeared on screen striding with those long legs, Guan Yati couldn't help but mutter. The film's pace was insanely fast. Before Guan Yati could even process what just happened, the action scenes had already begun, and this state persisted throughout the majority of the movie. Nearly all of the story unfolded in this high-speed state, with clear narrative threads and characters constantly in pursuit or being chased, simultaneously battling one another. It gave people a rush of exhilaration. To Guan Yati, words like explosive, violent, desolate, magnificent weren't enough to describe the wonder and greatness of this film. Aside from being a fan, Guan Yati was also the host of a film column program on a TV station. Otherwise, he wouldn't have splurged on an international flight just to catch a movie. Countless cool-looking vehicles in frenzied pursuit, the flying sand, and the violent collisions all got one's blood pumping. There was not a single moment of nonsense or excess emotional expression, only life and death clashes and brutal combat. When the red-clad rock warrior appeared, accompanied by an adrenaline-pumping soundtrack, Guan Yati couldn't believe his eyes. And the next moment took him to the peak. Just as the music hit its climax, the rock warrior's electric guitar spat fire. It actually shot out fire. How massive must Duke Rosenberg's imagination be to come up with such a wildly creative scene? And it wasn't just Guan Yati. The whole cinema was going insane. If this film doesn't win every single special effects award worldwide, they might as well just cancel those awards. A new benchmark for Hollywood blockbusters. This year, no, it's at least the best Hollywood action movie of the past decade. Barely 10 minutes in, the audience had already reached a conclusion about Fury Road. It's not that I've seen too little. It's that Duke Rosenberg knows how to go full-out badass. In the front row, Quentin slapped his thigh hard, ignoring everyone around him, and said to himself, "Duke, how the F*** did you make this?" Thinking back on the tricks he'd played in his own films and comparing them with the Rock Warrior, the chase and fight scenes, and the insanely stylish convoys on the screen, Quentin could only feel like all his past work were child's play in comparison. Park Chan-wook's eyes were a bit dazed. Holy sh**t, who thought of this? How did they shoot this? He never imagined an action film could reach this level of coolness. Just when he thought he was immune to standard special effects from franchises like Transformers, this film grabbed him from the first shot, then used jaw-dropping wasteland visuals, cult-level settings, blood-boiling action, and surging music to pin him firmly to his seat. Robert Rodriguez didn't even know what to say anymore. That a mainstream director like Duke Rosenberg could outdo even madmen like him? Of course, being wild is one thing, pulling it off is another. And Duke Rosenberg not only did it like him and Quentin, but turned it into something epic. First of all, the cinematography. Never had there been a movie that filmed violent scenes so beautifully. Vast deserts under blazing sun, moonlit nights drenched in blue, eyeball-scorching scarlet flames, night flashing like snow during lightning storms. Duke Rosenberg and John Schwartzman achieved all this in a post-apocalyptic car chase movie. Even the rare static shots had a magnetic pull that sucked viewers' eyes in, as if they were about to climb into the driver's seat and fire up a raging V8 engine, charging into the endless desert. Since The Rock, Robert Rodriguez knew John Schwartzman was absolutely a landscape geek. He mastered wide-angle compositions and skillfully used lines to enhance motion in the frame. Unlike Rodriguez, Guagnotti didn't really understand the technical stuff. But when the heroine fought the hero after the sandstorm, under the wide-angle lens, all he could feel was that Goddess Theron looked like she was about to punch Pretty Tom right out of the screen. Fury Road was like a fusion of westerns, road movies, and action films. With survival in a post-apocalyptic world as its theme, it had a gritty texture and a bizarre, ritualistic vibe. The film's cinematography and production design were outstanding. The visuals were saturated with color, using high-saturation tones and wide shots to present the natural environments of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Deserts, yellow sand, and swamps creating grand, visually striking scenes. For a road racing movie like Fury Road, the cars were undoubtedly a major highlight. But they weren't the usual luxury vehicles or race cars. Each one was unique, weird-looking, yet incredibly cool. Watching these unconventional cars speed across the sand made the chase scenes all the more extraordinary. "This film is all about madness," Quentin exclaimed. Brad Pitt, who by now had some success as a producer and a good eye for quality, nodded in agreement, saying, "The entire film was produced around that word, madness. From editing and directing, character design, chase, choreography, acting, special effects, to art direction and soundtrack. It all radiated a cult-level insanity. That's what made it so polished and so perfectly in line with the feeling from the trailers." That intense wave of madness sent the 2,000-person audience inside the Grand Lumiere Theater of the Cannes Film Festival into a frenzy. Applause erupted multiple times throughout. One car chase after another, relentless and unceasing. The film's pace was so fast it made people forget to scream, forget to blink. In today's world of formulaic action movies, it felt like a breath of fresh air or a torrential downpour. What allowed this film's fast rhythm to stay so consistent was, most importantly, Duke's streamlined handling of character dialogue. Information about character traits, psychological shifts, and their environments was all conveyed through actions and scenes, avoiding redundant dialogue that could bog down the film. In Fury Road, each shot on screen lasted less than 3 seconds on average, capturing dynamic fight scenes, chases, explosions, and crashes from both land and air perspectives. And the music, Brad Pitt said again to Quentin, "If the visuals in this film are wild and unrestrained, then the music is the war hammer that strikes straight to the heart." Quentin nodded heavily. In the eyes of a director like him, this was nothing short of a universe-class god-tier film. The overall tone of the movie built into a climax amid flying sand and roaring Stone's one-word boom. Furiosa, Tom, and the others fought their way to the green oasis they yearned for. Guagnotti felt a little tired and thought the movie must be nearing its end. Who would have guessed the oasis had become a decayed, acidified swamp? To find a place to survive, Furiosa and the others had to fight their way back. Thus began another 30-plus minute-long climax sequence. Even though he felt tired, Guagnotti's adrenaline kept soaring. By this point in the screening, he had completely figured it out. What made the film truly outstanding was definitely not the story. The drama was pared down to the point of being nearly unnoticeable, which was immensely satisfying. The car chases and action scenes carried the entire film. Besides the endless onslaught of gunfights, car chases, explosions, and tornadoes, the character designs were also impossibly cool. The heavy metal punk aesthetic was irresistible. It's worth mentioning what happens when a male god and a female goddess co-star in the same film. 99.9% of the time, they fall in love. Not in this film. It didn't need that gimmick at all. In a post-apocalyptic car chase flick like this, romance is a luxury. The two leads were both steel warriors. Their camaraderie as comrades in arms was already deeply moving. Guanyati could feel how their bond had gradually developed. Of course, apart from all the elements, Guanyati's focus was on Furiosa. She was just too dazzling. Not that Tom Cruise wasn't excellent, but the character's innate aura was simply magnetic. Just as Guanyati had thought, a female character like her, bringing down the tyrannical Immortan Joe. Deep down, he watched the whole movie on his knees. Even though it was just a regular 2D screen, he felt like he had been hit by sandstorms again and again. Under the overwhelming bombardment of ecstasy, tears streamed down his face. Please, don't stop. A seemingly simple and brutal post-apocalyptic story of survival and rebellion, yet it packed the ferocity of a Western, the wildness of a road movie, the uniqueness of a cult film, and the transcendent artistic flair of a fashion blockbuster. The viewing experience felt like unwrapping a gift. Every 5 minutes brought a surprise. No, every moment was a surprise. Dazzling, overwhelming. Guanyati felt incredibly lucky to have come to Kin this time. Lucky to see this movie on the big screen, because the male and female leads were smoking hot. Tom Cruise's sturdy frame and decisive, lethal shooting style were the perfect embodiment of a tough guy, while Charlize Theron's fierce gaze, long legs, and smoky war makeup made everyone gape and instantly become rabid screen-licking fans. The visuals were stunning, the colors blinding, every frame was wallpaper-worthy. Every person longed to etch the scenes into their memory. This was a demonic film, one that curses anyone who sees it into needing a second viewing. Fury Road was so cool it practically made the entire cinema explode and ascend. Chapter 720, a mind-blowing movie. Chapter 720, a mind-blowing movie. James Bond's action scenes are nothing more than flowery fists and fancy footwork compared to this. The car chases in Fast and Furious 4 feel like kindergarten kids playing bumper cars in comparison. No one knew who had said this in English, but when Guanyati heard it, he couldn't help but agree from the bottom of his heart. If it were up to him to give a score, he would definitely give Duke's new film 120 points. In the jury seats of the Paletta festivals, Natalie Portman's expression didn't look too good. As the screening approached its end, she had already realized just how outstanding, no, even great of a female role she had missed out on. To describe such a role as extremely rare in Hollywood was not an exaggeration at all. Furiosa was more dazzling than the male lead, that much was obvious even to a fool. Everything she did wasn't for some ridiculous reason like finding love, nor did she need to rely on a man. She fought for her own survival and had the ability to keep fighting. Those sharp eyes under the smoky eye makeup clearly carried a ruthless killing intent as well as compassion for life. Natalie hadn't seen such a truly compelling female character in years, not one who relied on delicate looks, sheer outfits, or tight bodysuits, but one who earned everyone's respect through sheer ability. That Bastard's Fury Road might be the best portrayal of a female character among all films in recent years, full of flesh and blood, emotion and meaning. She even believed that the detestable Charlize Theron might once again receive an Oscar nomination for Best Actress. In a movie that relied entirely on action scenes to drive the plot, with very little dialogue, filled with bloodthirsty men and overflowing with masculine hormones, Charlize Theron still managed to portray the best female traits: delicacy, resilience, inner conflict, and compassion without being overshadowed by the overwhelming action. Not even the steampunk settings or the screen full of brutal violence could drown her out. It was truly rare. Hollywood's feminists would definitely hail her as a banner figure. In recent years, the feminist movement in Hollywood had been steadily rising and had become a major force. Gaining their support would only bring benefits in the future. Yet this opportunity had passed her by. Natalie Portman turned to look at the front row and saw that tall vase of a woman. She firmly believed that if she had played Furiosa, she would have been even more stunning. But now, all of that belonged to Charlize Theron. Even she had to admit that once again, working with Duke, Charlize Theron had brought a fierce and cool female hero to the summer season. When those bright eyes of hers, gleaming with light, looked directly into the lens, you couldn't help but be drawn in. And even more captivating than her appearance was the strength, wisdom, courage, and love she exuded through the character. In an era when screens were increasingly filled with weak, delicate female figures and effeminate male ones, she injected a potent dose of energy, like a flaming engine roaring to life. Charlize Theron in Fury Road would become an unforgettable surprise of this summer. Natalie Portman could easily reach this conclusion from the audience's reaction. Sitting right next to her was the president of this year's Cannes Film Festival jury, Isabelle Huppert. From an angle where no one else could see, there was a peculiar smile on her lips. Because the people from Warner Brothers hadn't lied to her, because this film's portrayal of women had already exceeded her highest expectations. Isabelle Huppert was a feminist. Yes, the film indeed had this and that kind of shortcoming when it came to women, but in today's global film scene, it was already very rare. The protagonist of the film was a one-armed woman, and the film fully embodied feminism. That was Isabelle Huppert's view. What is feminism in film? Giving the audience a sexy superheroine in a tight outfit, letting her slaughter enemies in the sexiest way while saving the world. But in real life, the actress is still mostly asked about how she keeps fit and who she's romantically linked with. No matter how hard she tries, her male colleagues still joke that her character is just a pretty face. Most films featuring warrior-type female roles would revert to traditional, seemingly immutable tropes at key moments where the man defeats the main villain and the woman goes off to deal with some side henchmen. An even more basic example would be something like Jurassic Park. Sure, it had a female lead too, but a 2-minute trailer already tells the audience it's a classic story of a muscular, intelligent man saving a theoretical, aloof academic woman whose fate must be saved by him, and the two of them must watch the sunset together at the end. That's not feminism. In Isabelle Huppert's heart, it doesn't contribute much to raising feminist awareness. But Fury Road was a true feminist film. Perhaps the director hadn't deliberately set out to make one at all stem naturally from the storyline. Or maybe he was a feminist himself, someone who subconsciously believed in gender equality. That's why the film naturally, and without a trace of force, conveyed feminist values no matter what kind of environment you are in. You can make your own choices by your own will, and that will can be completely unrelated to men or love. It can be solely about controlling your own destiny. That alone was enough. Enough for Isabelle Huppert to buy into Warner Brothers' pitch and decide to support the film. Furiosa led a legion of women to seize Immortan Joe's stronghold. The male lead Tom quietly departed, preventing the audience from imagining whether he might become the next tyrant and build his own harem. And the film ended there. The entire audience rose to their feet. Thunderous applause rang out. Many guests walked toward the section where the film crew was seated, offering the usual congratulations. But Quentin Tarantino did not. He and Duke were somewhat familiar, and he knew Duke wouldn't care about any of this. He just wanted to find a place to be alone. That was his first instinct after watching Fury Road. After watching this film, every car chase movie from the past, even those by Duke Rosenberg himself, suddenly turned into something like driving Miss Daisy in his mind, slow and plodding. Standing up, Quentin walked out. He needed a quiet environment. Inside the Palette of Festivals, over 2,000 spectators had packed the theater, yet he moved unhindered, because apart from a few individuals, over 90% of the crowd was still standing in place, vigorously applauding Fury Road, with no intention of leaving. Duke Rosenberg must have really done something this time. He may have directly created an entirely new film genre. Quentin muttered to himself while walking out. It's called, He tapped his forehead. I haven't thought of a name yet. However, he was sure that because Duke Rosenberg had infinitely magnified countless details in the film, he formed a brand new aesthetic of violence, delivering action sequences of historical proportions. This film proved that a director's work can still unleash terrifying creativity even within an assembly line model. If those are just ordinary viewers, going back to the theater for a second and third viewing wouldn't be too much. Just before stepping out of the theater, he looked back. He could almost hear the breathing of the 2,000 spectators inside the Lumiere Hall of the Palais. This is a goddamn mesmerizing and maddening movie. Park Chan-wook didn't stay much longer either. Taking advantage of the not-yet-crowded festival palace, he left the Lumiere Hall with a few friends. He felt as if he'd been repeatedly punched in the face. His mind was dazed. From the theater back to the hotel where he was staying, he said nothing to his companions. Because he didn't know what to say, he couldn't find the right adjectives. The film left him shaken. Truly deranged and furious, every pore of the film exuded a perverse, furious energy, and yet it was so charming. The very first long take of the film stunned him, an endless desert, shot with a sense of desperate beauty. Just last month, he had completed a 250-kilometer weighted run across the Sahara Desert. So seeing the endless expanse of yellow instantly gripped his mood. The key was that the car chases were unheard of, brutal, frenzied, hysterical, but the beauty emerged through the protagonist's steel-cold willpower as a foil, leaving him utterly dumbfounded in the end. His palms hurt from clapping. Jiang Xiaojun, who hadn't even walked the red carpet, still didn't stop applauding. His seat was inconspicuous and, way in the back, so barely anyone noticed him. He didn't actually want to be noticed anyway. He didn't have a film in this year's festival, he came just to see the latest trends in world cinema. Unlike those shamelessly thick-skinned people like Bing Bing, who show up without any film, role, or invitation from the organizers, dragging a photographer and PR team along just to leech off can red carpet. Especially when they loiter around and get driven off by the organizers, it really disgraces the national film scene on an international stage. No, calling her a filmmaker is wrong. She doesn't deserve that title at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaojun tossed away those messy thoughts and continued staring at the big screen, slightly dazed as the end credits rolled. If he had to describe this film, 2 words were most fitting: badass. What other word could better describe Duke Rosenberg's film? Fury Road left an extremely deep impression on Jiang Xiaojun. He felt like he'd never forget it. Sharp editing, tense atmosphere, exhilarating rhythm, impactful music, coupled with high-quality visuals and clear storytelling, the whole viewing experience felt like being in the speeding truck driven by Charlize Theron. Thrilling all the way, pure enjoyment, no dull moments. But more impressive than the filmmaking techniques was this: it constructed a cruel, yet convincing post-apocalyptic world and delivered a fresh and innovative worldview. Chapter 721, A Cinematic Legend for the Ages. Chapter 721, A Cinematic Legend for the Ages. After watching the film, Guanyati reluctantly left the palette of festivals. No matter how fond he was of the movie, he couldn't keep watching it after all. He had a flight back to China early the next morning. Back at the hotel, he didn't go to sleep. Instead, he opened his laptop and fiddled with it for quite a while before finally logging into his blog. In China, he was a well-known figure among hardcore movie fans, with a blog that garnered a huge amount of traffic. Having seen such a film, he wanted to both share his thoughts and brag a little. Sitting in front of the laptop, Guanyati's fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out the thoughts that had been swirling in his head. Just got back from the premiere at the Cannes Film Festival. Just watched Duke Rosenberg's new film. Fury Road is an astonishing movie. It's got that damn. You can shoot a film like this. Kind of cool. Director Duke went all in, letting his imagination run wild, pushing joy to the extreme. The film depicts a brutal, post-apocalyptic wasteland. Though entirely fictional, it doesn't feel fake. Its exploration of human nature and the true essence of the world may seem a bit wild and exaggerated, but it doesn't float above the dust. It's grounded to some extent. In the real world, just like in the film, there's pillaging and plundering everywhere, only not as insane and violent. Though the violence is brutal, it's the film's most exhilarating highlight. I'm not promoting violence, just saying that the depiction of it here is not only well orchestrated but also innovative, creating many memorable high points in the film. Once you've seen those rapid-fire shots Duke designed, you'll find yourself asking, how the hell did they shoot this? What's clever is that the film's detail work showcases such creative techniques that it adds layers of fun to the experience, like a blood bag strapped to the front of a speeding vehicle to allow refueling mid-battle, or a rock warrior who plays a guitar, head-banging and fearless amid the chaos. It's wild fun and incredibly entertaining. Just after uploading the blog post, a reply appeared below. Guanyati glanced at it. It was from his good friend Wang Xiaobei, also a hardcore film buff. Is it really that good? Better than Fast and Furious, for we saw a few months back. Seeing that line, Guanyati immediately replied, compared to Fury Road, the car chases in Fast and Furious 4 are straight up sissy. Wang Xiaobei asked again, can you elaborate? Guan Yati thought for a moment and then typed out a long reply. My brain's momentarily fried. I'm too stunned. Can't describe it right now. He paused for a bit and decided to write another blog post. Fury Road is hands down the most badass car chase action movie in the history of Earth. Yes, the entire history. Fast and Furious 4 instantly feels like weak sauce. The whole film runs 2 hours, nonstop action with only a few short breathers. Hardly any dialogue. The final 30 minutes are all climax, and somehow never feel repetitive. Duke Rosenberg solved the age-old problem of popcorn flicks. Razor-sharp editing, insanely intense soundtrack. The visuals? Out of this world. No idea how they pulled it off. The action choreography and art direction are unmatched. I'm out of words. Gonna go sit in a quiet corner. Just as he posted that entry and closed his laptop, ready to take a shower, he received a long-distance call from China. It's Wang Xiaobei. I have to see this movie. The voice on the other end was definitely shouting. What's infuriating is that it won't screen in China. I've made up my mind. When it hits global release, I'm flying to Hong Kong. At the same time, over on the world's top social sharing platform, fans who had seen the movie also shared their ecstatic feelings. Just watch Fury Road, a heavy metal, blood-pumping, violent sci-fi spectacle. Haven't seen something this thrilling in centuries. My heart almost leapt out of my chest during the action scenes. Duke Rosenberg didn't just rely on gore and brutality, he built action scenes on perfect rhythm. I've seen cool before, but never this cool. F. Because North America and other regions still had to wait another half-month for release, the Cannes Film Festival remained the only venue to watch the film. One article after another began going viral on the sharing platform. This movie is full throttle from start to finish. Director Duke Rosenberg used extraordinary imagination to create a richly colored, wasteland-style post-apocalyptic world. The film is packed with car chases, pursuits, melee fights, and action scenes, yet also delves into themes of domination, worship, and freedom. Romance is practically non-existent. This is an era where no one has time for love. In this film, heroes male and female alike risk everything for their freedom. Many North American film fans had already seen these posts, but that wasn't enough. From the next day on, every media outlet that had sent reporters to the Cannes Film Festival began an all-out bombardment of coverage for Fury Road. Most of them joined the frenzy on their own accord, because the film was just that exceptional. Director Duke Rosenberg created a slew of characters with vivid personalities. But what's even more admirable is that these traits weren't explained through dialogue. The film not only boasts a great story and compelling characters, it's a wild adventure. One standout scene features a massive desert tornado, handled with stunning skill. The twister hurtles across the screen at 100 miles per hour, and the camera work and rapid editing don't drown it out. Everything else in the shot is arranged just right. Its realism and sense of presence are what today's cinema often lacks. In her hotel room, Natalie Portman had just woken up and immediately asked her assistant to compile all the major media reviews of Fury Road. By the time she sat down for breakfast, the assistant had already gathered them and laid them out before her. She glanced at them and couldn't help but furrow her brow. She deeply regretted not having fought harder for a role in this film. Her mother, Shirley, walked over with a cup of oat porridge, placed it in front of her, and sat across from her. "Sweetheart, you've been eating so little lately. Breakfast is important," Shelley said as she picked up the reviews. "Eat first, but I want to watch it." Natalie looked at her mother. "Right now, okay?" Shelley sighed. She knew exactly how stubborn her daughter could be. She handed the collected reviews back to Natalie. As she sipped her porridge and read reviews from media across North America and Europe, Natalie Portman was now certain she had missed out on a film that could only be described as great. Empire magazine, defy all logic, imagination, jaw-dropping action sequences, a wildly twisted sense of humor, and rock-solid acting even amid chaos. Fury Road is destined for greatness. Variety. The movie is just too high energy. In plain terms, it absolutely oozes manic power. That sense of wild abandon and liberated freedom is exhilarating. And at the same time, the film displays a stunning level of restraint. The Hollywood Reporter. It takes true courage and audacity to make a 2-hour film composed almost entirely of highway chase scenes and sparse dialogue, but Duke pulled it off. He injected the action from start to finish with countless fresh elements that keep it exciting throughout. Vanity Fair, Fury Road is a thrilling, dangerous, and bizarrely brilliant adventure. The actual film delivers even more than those amazing trailers promised. We don't think any other summer blockbuster this year can top it. Go see it, feel this insane masterpiece for yourself. The Guardian, the title is spot on. Lavish, unrestrained imagination, deafeningly manic sounds. It completely exceeds expectations. Duke Rosenberg has rescued audiences from those dumb action flicks, letting them race through the post-apocalyptic desert with abandon. Le Figaro, you simply can't predict or imagine that Duke Rosenberg's Fury Road would turn out to be such a cold-blooded, master-level action film. Its beauty, its depth, and its astonishing expressiveness will completely redefine what a commercial blockbuster means. Build. The film's vision is downright insane, delivering a hellish experience that is simultaneously incredibly pleasurable. Some of the action sequences in the film have reached legendary, history-making status. It's very clear, Fury Road has conquered the Western media. From today's early reviews, the film's action scenes and out-of-this-world imagination have been almost universally praised. Upon seeing the media scores below, Natalie Portman could hardly believe her eyes. North American media giving it a full 100 points is one thing after all. Duke Rosenberg is basically America's darling, but the fact that European media have also handed out 95s and 100s is nearly unbelievable. Out of the 14 media reviews and ratings her assistant gathered, 8 gave a perfect score of 100. The lowest rating? Just 90. Is the film truly that good, or has the world simply gone mad? Natalie had already put down that bowl of oatmeal. She couldn't drink another sip. The media aren't like those arrogant, boring film critics. Their reviews and reports can have a powerful influence on public opinion and mainstream audiences. With this kind of unanimous praise, Fury Road will have no problem attracting moviegoers. If audience reception is strong enough, the media will double down on the praise, further cementing the film's place in history. Natalie Portman could afford to ignore the box office, but status, that was what she dreamed about, day and night. Slowly rising from the table, she walked toward the dressing room. The thoughts she had during yesterday's opening ceremony were gradually becoming clearer in her mind. She wouldn't let a film that cast her aside so easily win the Palme d'Or without a fight. Chapter 722, The Sorrow of an Era. Chapter 722. Chapter 722, The Sorrow of an Era. The version of Fury Road screened at Cannes was a standard 2D version. During the opening screening, the audience collectively applauded 3 times, once at the end of the first action scene, again at the end of the pole vault sequence, and finally at the end of the film. In addition, there were 6 to 8 sporadic bursts of applause, including a final round of collective clapping from the remaining audience after the credits finished rolling. One could say that the overall viewing atmosphere was passionate, just like the film's title. The European and American film media appeared to be thoroughly conquered by Duke's latest masterpiece. Phrases like action sequences destined to go down in cinematic history, unrestrained and extravagant imagination, and astonishing expressive power poured out in a tide of praise as they showered the film with enthusiastic acclaim. Not far from Natalie Portman, in a suite at another hotel, Duke was sitting on the balcony looking out at the sea in the distance. Tina Fey walked in carrying a pot of black tea. She poured Duke a cup before sitting down in the rattan chair to his left. "You're back already?" Duke withdrew his gaze and looked at Tina Fey. "Good news." Tina Fey had just taken a phone call. She curled her lips into a smile and nodded. Jamie Johnson called. Warner Brothers has tallied reviews from 36 major European and American media outlets. They're almost all positive, with an average rating of 97. 97. Even Duke was a bit moved. Although media reviews differ from audience opinions, no one could deny that the media holds sway over public sentiment. He thought for a moment and asked, "I don't think any of my previous films have ever gotten media ratings this high, have they?" Tina Fey lifted her cup and, before taking a sip, said, "It's definitely the first time." "I wonder if such a high media score," Duke slowly tapped the armrest of his chair, "will actually translate into box office power once the film is officially released." To him, a perfect media score meant nothing if it couldn't draw a massive audience. There have been films in the past that were critically acclaimed but failed to resonate with general audiences. And quite a few of them, too. Tina Fey set her cup down and said, "Our team has already gone to the 2 advanced screening theaters showing Fury Road to conduct surveys." Fury Road would continue to be screened during the Cannes Film Festival, but the number of showings was extremely limited. Excluding the opening screening, there were only 6 sessions scheduled over the next 10 days. Not far from Duke's Hotel, a seaside CAF on Coastal Road was packed with people, tourists, and cinephiles from around the world. They came to the festival to watch as many films as possible, but with so many being shown, it was impossible to see everything, even without sleeping. As a result, crowded places like bars and cafes became hubs for information exchange. Many experienced moviegoers would come here to hear others' opinions before choosing what films to watch, hoping to pick the best out of a sea of uneven selections. Mike Banning sat alone at an outdoor CAF, ears perked up to catch snippets of conversation around him. He was a Brit, and at this time of year, there was only one reason to be in Cannes: to attend the festival and watch the best films. He had arrived that morning and watched a film called The Red Balloon's Journey in the morning, which left him incredibly annoyed. Especially the director. If the movie had been bad, fine, but the man had the nerve to claim, "A director's work doesn't need an audience." It made Banning want to spit on the guy's face. If you don't need an audience, go admire your work at home. Why come to a public festival? Pretentious. That was the most fitting word Mike Banning could think of. The CAF grew increasingly crowded, and even Banning's table filled up with others. These people were clearly together, seemingly discussing a film. Judging by their accents, they were Australians, and since they were speaking English, Banning could understand them fully. "Hewitt," said one older man, "don't you know some people on the festival committee? Can you get us tickets?" "He can't guarantee it." The younger man named Hewitt shook his head. "Phillips, you saw it yourself. Too many people want to see this film." "Yeah, way too many." Another man in his 30s, holding a cup of coffee, said, "We queued right after lunch, and who would have thought over 2,000 people would show up? And it wasn't even screened in the Lumiere Hall. We should have lined up right after breakfast." The oldest, Phillips, patted his shoulder and said reassuringly, "At least we saw the film yesterday. It's a shame we missed today's screening, but compared to those who haven't seen it, we're still lucky." "Absolutely." After agreeing, Hewitt seemed to recall the movie and his face lit up. That scalpel-precise narrative rhythm, the extremely concise and punchy dialogue, the explosive creativity in the action and chase sequences, and the jaw-dropping character setups and performances, it was nearly flawless. Those 2 eye-candy leads were used to perfection. The man in his 30s put down his cup and said loudly, "The director's talent is unbelievable, especially the action choreography, which blew away everything else in the genre." "Superheroes? Fast car heist flicks," Phillips added dramatically. "Compared to this film, they're like kids playing dress-up." Hearing all this, Mike Banning couldn't hold back anymore. "Excuse me." The 3 turned to him, and he quickly said, "Can I ask what movie you're talking about?" "You don't know? You haven't seen it? Everyone in Cannes is talking about this movie. How do you not know?" Embarrassed, Mike Banning scratched his head. "I just arrived in Cannes this morning." Before he could finish, the youngest one, Hewitt, said, "We're talking about this year's opening film Fury Road by Duke Rosenberg." Fury Road. Mike Banning quietly made a mental note of it, then asked, "Is it really that good?" Before the 3 could respond, a young man at the next table said, "Haven't you seen today's major media outlets?" Almost all of them gave Duke's new film a perfect score. A girl sitting across from him immediately added, "If you don't know what it means for a film to drive people mad, just watch Fury Road and you'll understand." That's right. Exactly. It seemed that many people had heard the discussions about this film. Throughout the open-air CAF, more and more voices joined in agreement. Someone even stood up and shouted, "This is the tragedy of our era. Because from now on, there will only be 2 types of action movies: Fury Road and all the others." Mike Banning understood now. He knew what film he should watch next. After asking a few more questions, Mike Banning left the open-air CAF and headed straight for the cinema screening Fury Road that evening. Even though there were still more than 3 hours before the screening, he had learned from the group's conversation that if he wanted to watch the film, he'd have to get in line early. Dressed in casual attire, Tina Fey walked up behind Duke, glanced at him, and reminded, this shirt is a bit short." It was a casual shirt Duke had just had someone send over. He looked at himself in the mirror and found it was indeed a little short. So he took it off and changed into another white one. Putting on his sunglasses, he said to Tina Fey, "Let's go." The two of them left the room, and as they walked, Tina Fey said, "At noon, a screening of Fury Road drew over 2,000 people in line. Only a third made it in. The committee recommends we increase the number of showings." Duke frowned slightly and thought for a while. It wasn't until they exited the hotel that he said, "Keep the current screening schedule. Have Warner's media ramp up on-site coverage." Once Tina Fey made the call, Duke continued walking along the seaside road. The promenade was wide and clean, with a beach and bay on one side and elegant hotels on the other. The architecture ranged from century-old buildings to modern towers. In the center of the road was a landscaped strip with flowers blooming all year round. Palm trees vibrant under the sun added a touch of allure to the small city. During the Cannes Film Festival each year, the seaside road became a gathering place for celebrities and, naturally, paparazzi. As soon as Duke stepped out of the hotel, reporters began following him. However, four bodyguards subtly encircled him and Tina Fey. Photos were allowed, but anyone who got too close would be blocked. There was an unspoken understanding between stars and reporters on this road. As long as the reporters didn't get too intrusive, the stars wouldn't stop them from taking photos. Besides, Duke came out precisely to boost his exposure and promote the film. Tina Fey lagged slightly behind Duke, made another phone call, then quickly caught up to him. "News from Jamie Johnson." She whispered beside Duke. "Isabel Huppert is very favorable toward our film." Duke nodded without saying anything. Sometimes, even he had to admire the connections and meticulous planning of major Hollywood studios. Fury Road was a perfect example. Warner Brothers submitting Fury Road to the Cannes Film Festival wasn't a whim. It was a calculated move. From the screenplay alone, one could see the extraordinary female characters. The jury president for this year's festival was a well-known feminist, which greatly increased the film's chances of winning. "Sorry to bother you." Ahead of them, a bodyguard stopped an Asian actress. Her English was slightly loud and clearly audible to Duke. "I'm a fan of director Rosenberg. I just want an autograph." Chapter 723, A Devil's Heart. Chapter 723, Chapter 723, A Devil's Heart. Normally, Duke rarely behaved impolitely in public. When he saw the actress surnamed Fan, he initially planned to let his bodyguards allow her through, but then noticed a few photographers from the east nearby. They were aiming their cameras in this direction, seemingly ready to snap a picture of him speaking with her at any moment. She had come to Cannes just to crash the red carpet, and in Duke's vague impression of her, she was basically a symbol of crashing every film festival's red carpet. Although he didn't particularly mind the media using him for hype, Duke certainly didn't enjoy it. Perhaps it was due to the habit he developed over the years of viewing the world through a cynical lens, so he said to Tina Fey, "Send her away." Maybe he was indeed overthinking things, but Duke had no interest in becoming the subject of some tabloid-fueled scandal pushed by this headline-grabbing actress. According to his speculation, if those cameramen she hired captured photos of her speaking with him and sent them back to her home country, it was highly likely they'd become stories like, "So-and-so actress gains Duke Rosenberg's appreciation and will star in his new film," or even Duke Rosenberg pursuing so-and-so actress. Given her past conduct, such rumors could easily turn into reality. Tina Fey walked over and casually said a few words like Duke didn't want to be disturbed and dismissed the actress. She seemed a bit reluctant, Tina Fey said as she returned. Duke shook his head. "Ignore her." With that, he continued walking ahead, not taking the matter to heart. There was no need to. Walking along the Boulevard de la Croisette, Duke made his way to the yacht harbor area in Cannes. It was just a shallow marina, and only small yachts were docked here. Bigger vessels like the Duke could only anchor offshore. Since he was already here, Duke decided to check out the marina. But just as he stepped onto the long dock bridge, a tall woman coming toward him slowed her pace. That face, which didn't blush even when bearing cleavage on the red carpet, now showed signs of awkwardness and fear. She stopped and stood to the side of the bridge, looking a little lost. She wanted to turn back, but hesitated. She wanted to walk past Duke as if nothing happened but couldn't. Of course Duke noticed all this, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When did he become a devil in other people's eyes? Hey, Sophie. He walked over and stopped about 4 feet away, extending his hand. Don't recognize me? Hi, Duke. Sophie Marceau cautiously greeted him, quickly brushing his hand in a brief handshake. I just didn't expect to run into you here. Not far ahead was a yacht bar. Sophie Marceau seemed to have come from that direction. Duke glanced at the now empty yacht bar and pointed. Shall we sit over there? Sophie Marceau hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I can't stay long. Maybe the world was praising this director's talent and fame, praising his kindness for charity and social causes, but Sophie Marceau knew all too well. Beneath that calm exterior lay a devil's heart. Sitting at a table on the yacht, she only ordered a soda. Staring at Duke across from her, this famed director, it was he who had single-handedly ended her path to Hollywood. Sophie Marceau took small sips of her soda, not saying a word. Though this was France, she still felt no sense of security. Even though he hadn't done anything more after she left Hollywood back then, and she had gradually forgotten that chapter and given up on ever developing her career there again, sitting across from him now still made her anxious and uneasy. After all, he still held something that could utterly destroy her reputation. Thinking of that, Sophie Marceau put down her soda and asked softly, Duke, it's been many years. I think there's no longer any entanglement between us. I said before. Duke gently tapped the oak table. As long as you stay out of Hollywood, there's no grudge between us. You've kept that promise all along, that's good. Sophie Marceau bit her lip and said, Then can you give me back the videotape? Videotape. Duke was momentarily confused, then recalled it and shook his head. Sophie, I'm a man of my word too. It's been so many years, have you ever seen anything related to it leak out? To be honest, he had completely forgotten about the tape. If Sophie Marceau hadn't reminded him, who knew when he would have remembered that absurd thing he once did? It's just. Sophie Marceau still wasn't reassured. After all, only when it was in her own hands could she truly feel safe. Duke was never the type of person who'd go mad with obsession otherwise. He wouldn't have just let Sophie Marceau quietly leave Hollywood after she turned on Mel Gibson and helped him. But at the same time, he wasn't some saint who forgives everything, nor foolish enough to believe someone like Sophie Marceau would keep a promise without certain guarantees. You keep your promise. Duke picked up his soda water and raised it toward her. And I keep mine. Taking a sip, Duke motioned for Tina Fey to pay the bill, then stood up, ready to leave. Sophie Marceau still hadn't given up. She looked up at him and said, What if I could help you win the Palme d'Or at this year's Cannes? Duke looked down at Sophie Marceau and said, Thanks, but no need. Compared to how popular she was with general audiences, Sophie Marceau wasn't particularly well-liked in European film circles. In recent years, her path had only grown narrower. After getting off the yacht, Duke waited for a bit. Tina Fey soon caught up. As the two walked back along the long dock bridge, Duke asked, Do you still remember the tape I gave you more than 10 years ago? I put it away, Tina Fey said, frowning slightly as she recalled. That night, I locked it in the manor's underground vault and never touched it again. It should still be there. She then asked, Do you need me to find it when I get back? Duke shook his head. Leave it in there. Although he wasn't morally squeamish, unless necessary, he didn't want to do anything too tasteless. Some people in the North American film industry had been trying to bring Mel Gibson back to Hollywood. Maybe when the time came, he could bring Sophie Marceau back too, and put on another great show. Using a Frenchman's beloved to deal with the Australian savage might be a good strategy. Since he was temporarily staying in Cannes, Duke also attended several premieres of Hollywood films. In this world, cultural products like films do share commonalities, but regional differences are also an undeniable reality. To some extent, unless they're brainless, Hollywood filmmakers are naturally inclined to protect the reputation and interests of this big circle. Just like Martin Scorsese, despite the European media's praise, he firmly identifies himself as a Hollywood director. Duke was no exception, so after receiving an invitation from Quentin Tarantino, he attended the Cannes premiere of Inglourious Bastard. During the festival, Inglourious Bastard set many firsts. At its first media screening, the moment Quentin's signature title appeared on screen, applause began. When the names of Quentin and Pitt showed up, there was another round of enthusiastic applause. 15 minutes before the film ended, People started leaving not because the film wasn't good, but to rush and get seats at the press conference. It was a very interesting movie about a group of bastards taking down another group of bastards. For Quentin's fans, Inglourious Bastard was a truly delightful film. The film carried on Quentin's usual dark humor, sudden outbursts of violence, and his signature blood-splattered scenes, all of which were present. Interestingly, the entire story was Quentin's own fiction. He even gave Hitler a particularly unique ending, having him die under the machine guns of furious Jews. Other than Brad Pitt and the main villain, Quentin arranged for the rest of the characters to go die. In the film, the scene of the theater fire was particularly unforgettable. The Germans, like lambs to the slaughter, were locked inside, suffering both fire and machine gun fire before ultimately being blown to pieces by bombs. This kind of scene was the complete opposite of the massacre scenes in previous World War II films. Quentin's sense of humor was clearly on display. The reporters who stayed until the end of the film were all blocked outside the press center, unable to get in. All the photographers swarmed to the aisle side of the press center, and when Pitt and Quentin walked by, the entire press center was in chaos. This was the most grand scene at the Cannes Film Festival so far, second only to Fury Road. The European film circle is very resistant to Hollywood films, but they have to face the reality that during the three major film festivals, the media and audiences are most passionate about and chase after Hollywood films. There are some realities in the world that will never shift because of an individual's will or a small group's ideas. European cinema, to put it nicely, focuses on core ideology. To put it bluntly, it's just inexplicable. As everyone knows, a good story is one of the foundations of a film. But how many of the so-called good films from the self-absorbed European cinema scene can actually tell a good story? Moreover, a good story can attract people to the theater, while profound ideological depth never cannot, because the audience doesn't like to think, but because if they want to think, there are far better choices than film, philosophy, history, psychology, sociology. As a result, a strange phenomenon has emerged. European filmmakers see themselves as incredibly highbrow and look down on other genres, yet their films have a very narrow reach, leading European cinema into continuous decline and losing its past position as the center of global film. Every movie has its reason for existing. These people may not like widely spread, more influential, and more audience-friendly commercial films. They may even hate them. But it is precisely because of those films that the film industry has been able to grow, becoming the leader in the cultural industry, surviving and further expanding its global influence. Chapter 724. The Ownership of the Palme d'Or. Chapter 724. Chapter 724. The Ownership of the Palme d'Or. After the premiere of Inglourious Bastard, Harvey Weinstein held a celebration party, and Duke also arrived at the hotel where the party was taking place. Very interesting film. Standing opposite Quentin Tarantino, Duke also praised the guy's ideas, especially the ending. Unlike the style of his films, Quentin Tarantino was a slick and socially adept director. He immediately said, "This is the Jewish revenge I imagined. Although all the stories are made up by me, this is the ending I hoped for." Harvey Weinstein laughed nonstop beside them, and Duke nodded slightly. On the other side, Brad Pitt chimed in at the right time. "Quentin came to me alone back. Then, we talked for a few hours, and I felt like I was under some kind of spell. A month later, I was already wearing a uniform." He then said to Duke, "You know what, Duke? There's a popular saying in Cannes now that Fury Road is somewhere between rock and roll and opera. After watching the whole movie, I think that description is just perfect. How did you pull it off?" Smiling, Duke said, "That was one of the original concepts of the film. It's just about whether you can maintain the chase while adding enough along the way. Editing the film was a massive task. You need to find its internal rhythm, and once you catch that beat, you can't let go, not even for a second. Filling things in along the way also takes a bit of skill." Brad Pitt nodded seriously and said, "I really hope we can collaborate someday." "We will," Duke replied politely. Quentin Tarantino and Brad Pitt went off to socialize elsewhere, but Harvey Weinstein didn't leave. He was a shrewd businessman and seemed to have something to say to Duke. Once there was no one else around, the Jewish big man suddenly said, "Duke, I spoke with Robert Rodriguez on the phone last night and heard some news. There's a woman strongly urging the jury to go against your Fury Road." There was an undertone of flattery in his words. "Thanks. Duke nodded lightly. I already know about this. In fact, by this point in the Cannes Film Festival, all films in the competition section had been screened. Compared to the stunning impact Fury Road made at the opening, the other films, whether in media or audience response, were very mediocre. But the awards at film festivals are never concentrated on a single film. The three major European film festivals are far more known for dividing the pie than the Oscars. In a large conference room, the jury of this year's festival had gathered to discuss the awards. Among them, as with every year, there was disagreement over the Palme d'Or. I think Fury Road is the most suitable. It's the most popular film during the festival. Robert Rodriguez made his stance clear in supporting the Hollywood film. This is a truly classic visual film. Its story relies on its images. Its visuals can be summed up in 2 words: convincing. But it lacks dramatic depth, no substance. British playwright Hanif Qureshi suddenly commented indifferently. This kind of film that just fights from start to finish is practically synonymous with garbage. Humph. Robert Rodriguez first sneered in disdain, then said, too little drama? No substance? That's like picking bones out of an egg. The purpose of a film is to attract the eye. If Duke had been dumb enough to add more dramatic scenes, I bet theaters around the world would be filled with curses. Hanif Qureshi wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Isabel Huppert raising her hand. She said directly, I think Fury Road is very suitable. She was the jury president, although she couldn't decide the awards by herself. If she was dead set on pushing this film, no one could stop her. Besides, everyone knew she was a feminist. After Isabel Huppert expressed her opinion clearly, Hanif Qureshi shut his mouth, and most others also stayed silent. Sitting by the side of the conference table, Natalie Portman's gaze flickered. To achieve her goal, she had been privately lobbying the jury members, and now seeing this result, she felt very unwilling. I think it's quite inappropriate, she slowly said in reminder. Have you all forgotten that film festival awards must be based on artistic value as the basic criterion? A shallow film like Fury Road, I can't see any artistic merit in it. Hearing this, Robert Rodriguez couldn't help but look at Natalie Portman in surprise. In Hollywood, Jews are famously close-knit, especially when dealing with external forces. They often act in unison, like the blacklisting of Mel Gibson. Duke Rosenberg and Natalie Portman were well-known Jewish figures in Hollywood. What was this woman trying to do? He couldn't help but frown slightly. Everyone has their own agenda and stance, and Robert Rodriguez was no exception. Besides being a Hollywood film, Fury Road also had a style that perfectly matched his taste. He immediately asked, Miss Portman, then which film do you think is more suitable for the Palme d'Or? Natalie Portman glanced at Isabel Huppert and said, The White Ribbon reveals the darkness caused by the hypocrisy of human nature. It alludes to the origins of German fascism and the subsequent course of history. The film is not only entirely presented in black and white, but also has no musical score at all. Its pure cinematic artistry is far superior to Fury Road. After speaking, she looked again at Isabel Huppert. Isabel Huppert also hesitated and did not speak immediately. The discussion ended there, and no decision was reached for the Palme d'Or. After the meeting, the other jurors left one after another. Natalie Portman deliberately stayed behind. When Isabel Huppert finished packing up her materials and was about to leave, she suddenly stood up and walked over. Something you need? Isabel Huppert looked at her and asked. Natalie Portman showed a kind smile and said, Someone asked me to remind you. Don't forget who the director of The White Ribbon is. Isabel Huppert fell silent. How could she forget that the director of this film was Michael Hanke, who had done her a great favor? Seeing the expression on her face, Natalie Portman's smile deepened. She turned and calmly walked out of the conference room. She remembered very clearly that in 2001, Michael Hanke had won the Cannes Film Festival Jury Prize for The Piano Teacher and had also propelled Isabel Huppert, this year's jury president, to win the Best Actress award. Back in her room, sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed, Natalie Portman couldn't help but recall some scenes of her time with Duke. Not only had he stripped away the glamorous shell that covered her, but after having a substantial relationship with her, he discarded her like trash. Want to take the Palme d'Or? It won't be that easy. Indeed, one cannot be welcomed by everyone, and the same goes within Hollywood. The media frenzy over Fury Road directly reflected in fan communities everywhere. Since it wouldn't be officially released until May 22nd, North American moviegoers were undoubtedly teased and hyped by the media's relentless promotion. After ticket reservations officially opened across North American theaters, pre-sale numbers skyrocketed. This, of course, caused concern among some people. Just received the latest update. In the office, an assistant reported to David Ellison, Fury Road's pre-sale revenue has already reached $30 million. David Ellison frowned slightly and asked, "What about our Tintin?" The assistant glanced at him, then cautiously said, less than $10 million. His frown deepened. David Ellison knew he had to take action. Fury Road's current $30 million pre-sale figure might not compare to Transformers or The Dark Knight, but for an R-rated film, it was already terrifying. What's more, it was far ahead of his investment, The Adventures of Tintin. Some time ago, Spielberg had declined some of his requests. The situation was clear. The Jewish old man was willing to compete with Duke Rosenberg in the open market, but he didn't want the competition to cross certain boundaries. Spielberg was only cooperating with regular promotional distribution. If Ellison wanted to do more, he'd have to rely on himself. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Increase media PR efforts. In addition to continuing to promote Tintin, have them emphasize that Fury Road is a feminist film." The assistant wasn't stupid. He immediately understood David Ellison's intention and said, "I'll get the PR department in touch with the relevant media right away." David Ellison had already sent someone to watch the film. In reality, the feminist tone in it wasn't particularly strong or offensive, but certain organizations were always blindly aggressive. As long as they were incited to a certain extent, they were bound to behave irrationally. It was true that the feminist movement was on the rise, but the opposing forces remained strong. And in this world, just how many men genuinely supported feminism was still questionable. As long as they could stir up resentment among male audiences, the film's target demographic would inevitably shrink. As for the Palme d'Or, he had no network within the European film circle, so he could hardly influence it. Fortunately, while the Palme d'Or did have some impact in North America, its influence wasn't particularly big. Overseas markets were more concerning in this regard. However, David Ellison was well aware that with Sky Film Pictures' current strength, its influence overseas was too weak. All he could do was try to go head-to-head with Duke Rosenberg in the North American market. Besides, the other party had never been favored by the European film circle, so he might not get the Palme d'Or anyway. Chapter 725. What a huge irony. Chapter 725. Chapter 725. What a huge irony. The Cannes Film Festival has two major traditions. First, the passionate and unrestrained productions from France, reminiscent of palm trees on the Mediterranean coast and bikinis on sandy beaches. Second, the controversial and eccentric decisions, criticized by some as commercial hype overshadowing artistic brilliance, and summed up by others as the erratic aesthetics of a jury whose members differ greatly in taste year after year. If the 80-year-old Oscars are like a senile elder, then 62-year-old Cannes is definitely a menopausal housewife. Figuring her out is harder than climbing to the heavens. Media outlets that can accurately predict the Oscars have repeatedly failed miserably when it comes to past Cannes Film Festivals. Guessing just one out of Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Actor, or Best Actress is already quite lucky, and usually even the most calculated efforts end in getting nothing at all, not to mention the Palme d'Or or the Grand Prix. There are countless examples from past Cannes festivals where heavily favored films walked away empty-handed. On the closing day of the festival, countless fans and journalists once again gathered in front of the Palais de Festivals. But compared to the grand opening ceremony, the red carpet for the closing ceremony was much more low-key. All attention was focused on the upcoming awards ceremony. I think whether or not we win an award is secondary. In the interview area, Duke faced the reporters and said calmly, "As long as the audience enjoys Fury Road, I'm satisfied." He didn't want to say more and left the interview area, heading toward the Palais. After ascending the main steps, he saw a familiar figure not far ahead. He immediately recalled the news Harvey Weinstein had mentioned and strode over. Natalie Portman had just exchanged a few pleasantries with someone. From the corner of her eye, she caught the tall figure behind her, but she didn't move away, choosing to confront him directly. She wasn't afraid of anyone, nor would she let this man become her nightmare. Duke Rosenberg may have a prominent reputation and sit near the top of Hollywood's power rankings, but even he couldn't dominate the entire industry. In fact, Natalie Portman was well aware that aside from Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, Duke had little influence over other studios. She rarely worked with those two anyway. And even though Duke was powerful in Hollywood, she had no reason to avoid him. In Hollywood's Jewish circles, she was very well liked, especially by the older generation, who admired her actions. And those same people didn't much care for Duke Rosenberg, despite his Jewish background. This was an extremely complex circle involving a massive industry. Duke had plenty of enemies and critics within it. The idea that one person could control such a vast network was laughable. So, Natalie Portman didn't think she needed to fear Duke. At worst, she would just stop working with him or the two companies he could influence. Not that they had many collaborations to begin with. "Hi, Nat." Duke stood in front of Natalie Portman. Natalie Portman gave a slight smile. "Hi, Duke." Judging by appearances alone, the two looked like very good friends. Duke knew what this woman had done, but he also knew there wasn't much he could do about it in the short term. He wasn't so delusional as to think he could control someone's future. This was an industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars if there's profit to be made. Would those studios really care about his opinion? Besides, Natalie Portman was far more popular in the Jewish power circles of Hollywood than he was. Looking at Duke, Natalie's smile faded. She could see some of her own traits in him, just like he'd said in the past. They were the same kind of people. "You know, Nat, there's something I never imagined," Duke said slowly. "I never imagined we'd be standing here like this." "Actually, you should have seen it coming," Natalie Portman said seriously. "I gave up the most precious thing I had and didn't get what I deserved." Duke tilted his head, looking at her. "Do you need me to apologize, darling?" Natalie shook her head. "I just hope from now on, there's nothing between us." The moment she said that, she regretted it. Wasn't this essentially admitting she was afraid of him? Her fists clenched slowly. She looked deeply at Duke again. His calm face showed nothing, as if even if the sky collapsed, his expression would remain unchanged. But she knew they were the same kind of people. This wouldn't end here. Natalie Portman didn't hesitate anymore. She strode away and walked into the Palais. Duke Rosenberg might have strong enemies in Hollywood like Walt Disney, David Ellison, and the Artist Management Company, as well as studios like Paramount, Universal, and Sony Columbia, where his influence was limited. She still had plenty of paths to take. She was determined to become one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood. And she had been preparing for a particular film, a role of a schizophrenic character, something the Academy adored. Just like her mother had said, when the time was right, that award would come to her. Why else would she go to Harvard? And after graduating, temporarily leave acting to study in Jerusalem? Wasn't it all to win the favor of the old men in the North American Jewish community? And she had achieved the results she wanted. Although her career wasn't going smoothly at the moment, and she deeply regretted and resented missing out on an exceptionally good role, there were plenty of talented directors in Hollywood besides Duke Rosenberg. But then, Natalie Portman regretted it even more. She had participated in voting for the various awards, but didn't know the final outcome. So when the name Charlize Theron was announced on stage at the Lumiere Theater as the Best Actress winner, she kept her radiant smile, but under that smile, her left hand had already crumpled the hem of her dress into a wrinkled mess. That jealous gaze followed Charlize Theron's tall figure as she walked backstage. Then Natalie pulled her eyes back and exhaled. From the beginning of her career, she had been known for her acting skills, yet had never won a major acting award. And that so-called vase from South Africa had not only won an Oscar, but now a Best Actress as well. What a huge irony. But upon further thought, a strange smile tugged at the corners of Natalie Portman's lips. The three major European film festivals had always been about sharing the spoils. Since Fury Road had already claimed the Best Actress award, its chances of winning the Palme d'Or had become much slimmer. Although judging from Isabelle Huppert's demeanor, Fury Road didn't seem likely to win the Palme d'Or. After the voting ended, no one could know for sure how it would turn out. In the end, it might not align with her expectations. "I'm sorry." Back in her seat, Charlize Theron deliberately flashed Duke an apologetic smile. "I might have lowered your chances of winning the Palme d'Or." Duke shrugged. "Not necessarily. Don't forget, this is the most unpredictable of the three major European film festivals. Unlike the Oscars, the European Big Three didn't follow any consistent awarding criteria. The preferences of the jury often played a significant role. For example, this year's jury prize came with an unexpected twist of tie. It was shared between the British-Dutch co-production Fish Tank and South Korean director Park Chan-wook's Thirst. Actually, this wasn't all that unusual or surprising. There had been ties in Cannes history before. Especially that year when Wong Kar-wai served as jury president, he handed out no fewer than 11 Best Actor and Best Actress trophies in one go, turning it into a long-standing joke in the film world. If a tie wasn't too outrageous, then the surprise win of Best Director by Filipino director Berlante Mendoza certainly exceeded everyone's expectations. Berlante Mendoza was actually a regular at Cannes. Last year, he had made it into the competition section with his film The Service Hunk. This year, he entered again with his new film Kinete, but the reception was abysmal. It was unanimously considered the worst film in the competition lineup. When the Filipino director took the stage to accept the award, a chorus of boos erupted from the press seats, making Mendoza visibly embarrassed. Unlike the Oscars, the awards ceremony here wasn't dragged out or overly theatrical. It moved at a brisk pace. Soon, only one suspense remained: the winner of the Palme d'Or. Isabelle Huppert and French director Luc Besson stepped onto the stage together. Natalie Portman first glanced at Isabelle Huppert, then turned to look at Duke's position, and finally fixed her gaze on the White Ribbon's director Michael Hanke. She was 70% sure that the Palme d'Or would go to the Austrian director. The Palme d'Or was, without a doubt, the most prestigious award at the Cannes Film Festival. On stage, Isabelle Huppert didn't waste a single word. Looking straight ahead, she directly announced, "The film that wins the Palme d'Or is Fury Road." Applause erupted instantly, and in this awards ceremony filled with boos, it was a rare moment without jeering. "Congratulations." Charlize Theron gave Duke a tight hug. Duke gently patted her back, then turned to embrace James Franco. The three of them were all that was left of the crew. Tom Cruise had returned to the Mission Impossible 4 set after the opening ceremony. Natalie Portman watched Duke stride confidently toward the stage, unable to hide the disappointment in her eyes. But ultimately, she was a rational person and quickly forced herself to accept the reality. Duke walked onto the stage, gently hugged Isabelle Huppert and Luc Besson, then received the Palme d'Or trophy from the latter. Without a doubt, with 2 major awards under its belt, Fury Road became the biggest winner of this year's Cannes Film Festival. Chapter 726. Worth watching 3 times. Chapter 726. Chapter 726. Worth watching 3 times. No matter what, the Palme d'Or always carries weight. Fury Road, winning the Cannes Palme d'Or, has added even more anticipation for fans eagerly awaiting its release, especially those outside North America. The Palme d'Or is still quite a dazzling halo. The Cannes Film Festival had just ended when Duke rushed back to North America. The global release of Fury Road was imminent. On May 22nd, crowds packed the front of the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. The North American premiere of the already much-hyped Fury Road was being held there. Previously, North American media and fans who had seen the film early couldn't praise it enough, with statements like a cosmic-level word-of-mouth masterpiece flooding in one after another. Standing outside the red carpet at the Chinese theater, Norman Schiller saw Duke quickly walking across without stopping, clearly heading straight into the cinema. He had waited far too long for this movie. Right in front of him, the promotional poster for Fury Road stood out prominently. On the movie poster, bold desert yellow font asked, "Are you crazy enough?" Maybe Duke really went crazy this time, Norman Schiller murmured as he looked at the poster. Suddenly, someone next to him said, "I don't think Duke went crazy, he just has enough passion and energy to make such a cool movie." Standing in the noisy premiere scene, that person proactively extended his hand to Norman Schiller. "Hello, Schiller. I know you. You're the head of the Duke Rosenberg fan club. In Los Angeles, right?" Norman Schiller nodded and shook his hand. "Hi. I know you too, Jocelyn, right? You're a member of the Duke Rosenberg fan club in San Francisco." The two exchanged a smile. Skipping the crowd at the main entrance, they headed toward the side entrance open to fans. As they walked, Jocelyn said, "I saw this movie at Cannes." "Oh," Norman Schiller immediately asked, "now that the media is blowing it up like crazy, and it won the Palme d'Or, It seems like none of Duke's past films got this kind of treatment. I think the treatment given to Fury Road still isn't enough. Once inside the theater, they found suitable seats. After sitting down, Jocelyn said to Norman Schiller, "This is by no means an ordinary commercial film. In an age when audiences are becoming increasingly numb, this movie can make your blood boil. If you haven't seen it yet." He pointed to the big screen. "Don't hesitate. See it with your own eyes." "But," Jocelyn added, "I'm not sure you'll like the style. It's a bit special, and it's an R-rated film. The audience won't be as broad as Duke's previous works." Norman Schiller had seen the trailer and roughly understood the style. After chatting a bit more with Jocelyn, when the big screen lit up, he quickly shut his mouth and focused all his attention on the movie. From the opening scene, the film was full of wonder, wildness, and dominance. It instantly gave him a soaring sensation, although his expectations had already been heightened by countless instant shares and media reviews. Within just 20 minutes of watching, Norman Schiller was completely convinced the film far exceeded his already sky-high expectations. This was totally a story about a bunch of lunatics chasing another bunch of lunatics, shot by a lunatic. Yes, the plot was extremely simple. He could summarize it in one sentence: a bunch of lunatics chasing another bunch of lunatics. The film's setting was an endless desert, with yellow sand swirling in the wind. Among them was Tom Cruise, stubbled and wearing a condom on his head, a short-haired Charlize Theron with a missing arm, who also got stabbed twice, the big sister of the Victoria's Secret Angels, Alessandra Ambrosio, heavily pregnant, eventually undergoing a C-section, the little green goblin, James Franco, manic and constantly shouting about sacrificing for the Lord, and he really did in the end. And that big villain, no idea who played him, but what an amazing performance, though his face got ripped to shreds at the end. There were all sorts of freaks, all kinds of wildly imaginative action scenes, violence, madness, and all kinds of modified cars whose names Norman Schiller didn't know. They were constantly on the road, roaring and spewing furious red flames. At the same time, another grand premiere was happening in Los Angeles. Over at the Chandler Hall, The Adventures of Tintin was nearing its end. Gross could be called a Tintin comics fan. Watching the film, on the big screen, he had a huge sense of puzzlement. The movie had no obvious flaws. Everything that needed to be done was done, but he just found it a bit boring. As a Tintin fan, he had very high expectations for the movie beforehand. But after watching it, he found it dull. He took his eyes off the screen and frowned in thought. After a while, he began to see some of the movie's shortcomings. The progressive narrative with clear character orientation that Spielberg's films usually had was completely absent in The Adventures of Tintin. Instead, the characters' objectives were confused. The model ship at the beginning of the film failed to further emphasize its mystery before losing narrative force and being replaced by a treasure map. Yet the characters' motivations regarding the treasure map were not clearly expressed. A family feud then appeared abruptly. As a result, the characters' motivations always seemed vague as they drove the plot forward. Another issue was that the characters were fragmented into blocky scenes. This lack of continuity meant that character development couldn't happen through narrative actions. What he saw were fragmented farces. Among these chaotic segments, aside from showcasing the 3D technology's viewing experience, there was no contribution to character depth or the formation of new narrative drivers. This made the so-called adventure that should have a narrative chain and flow utterly invalid. Flat character portrayals and ineffective character setups also reflect the film's hollowness. Tintin, the protagonist, doesn't give off any sense of adventure. He's merely a dumb kid with a lot of luck. This makes the so-called adventure story, which should have had a narrative chain and fluid feel, entirely unconvincing. He was very disappointed in this film and felt it was a total waste of dollars. At an IMAX cinema in Central, Hong Kong, Wang Xiaobei's eyes were wide open. With the unfolding of the plot, his emotions kept rising. He didn't regret at all the impulsive decision to fly to Hong Kong after reading Wan Yadi's blog, because this film was fucking worth it. This was totally a wild, flashy, badass, explosive heavy metal film. Although the plot was very simple, the various tiny details stuffed and made it overwhelming in the best way. First, the color scheme, the dry desert yellow, completed the entire tone, supplemented by the blue of the desert sky. The iron gray, unique to damaged motorcycles, The flamboyant red clothing of the guitar player and his flame-throwing electric guitar, the fierce orange-red lightning in the desert storm, and the cool moonlight blue of the desert night was simply rich yet perfectly harmonious. The action scenes were very clear and didn't overwhelm or confuse the viewer despite their fast pace. Then there were all kinds of little accessories typical of a post-apocalyptic world. Tom Cruise's muzzle in the beginning, various metal skull logos on the fortress. Motorcycles, Theron's mechanical arm, vintage-styled and finely textured guns, and the variety of weapons used in the chase scenes. Also, the Victoria's Secret models wore clothes that were both flowing and figure-flattering. Most importantly, the film's background score really elevated it, creating a strong sense of immersion. Add in the flamboyant red guitar guy swinging on cables while jamming. The thrill practically exploded out of the screen. Especially that flame-throwing electric guitar guy hanging on the rig, he absolutely represents the "I'll die if I don't show off" crowd. That final close-up of the wrecked guitar totally proved that old saying, "show off, get struck by lightning." When the film ended, Wang Xiaobei, like the rest of the audience, stood up and clapped wildly. The movie was way more exciting than how Guanyati described it. After watching Fury Road, he finally understood why so many people said Fast and Furious 4 felt like a bunch of eunuchs pulling each other's hair, girly and laughable, because Duke Rosenberg had completely gone berserk. Hormones were raging everywhere, with all kinds of flashy fights and chases. And that final black screen with blood-red subtitles. It ran counter to today's mainstream high-tech, flashy sci-fi. There were no satellites, electronics, spaceships, aliens, or super weapons, only primitive action moves, and both sides drove modded vehicles, brawling and bashing. This return to roots, brain-blasting, cool, and exhilarating sci-fi epic flowed with a kind of raw and wild cinematic blood. Fury Road absolutely deserves a spot in the ranks of world film history. These scenes, characters, action, and roles. Holy crap, it was sick as hell. With that in mind, Wang Xiaobei rushed back to the hotel, opened his laptop, and went on Guanyati's blog. There were already tons of comments about Fury Road. He typed furiously, "I'm that guy who got triggered by Guanyati and flew to Hong Kong to watch Fury Road. Bad influence, man. But I'm glad I came to Hong Kong, because what I saw was absolutely a god-tier movie of cosmic proportions. I was watching it on my knees inside my heart." Fury Road had a simple but complete story, and every character was spot on. Getting the characters right in a simple story is extremely hard, so the story deserves a kneel. The cinematography was insanely cool and nearly perfect. Duke's go-to guy John Schwartzman shot it. A seasoned scenery freak definitely deserves a kneel. The art design was also off the charts cool, and every detail made me scream internally, WTF. How did they even think this stuff up? Everyone's gonna love that guitar guy, and Theron's mechanical arm and short hair were absolutely killer too. And the action choreography, utterly badass. Some scenes were historic level. Any doubts I had before, I silently knelt after watching. The music and sound design? Again, totally badass. Textbook level stuff. I could loop the soundtrack for a whole month. The actors were all amazing. Theron's portrayal of the female lead deserves a place in film history. The VS models in flowing white against the yellow desert? Beautiful as hell. For fans of this genre, it's totally worth watching 3 times. Chapter 727, Duke and Spielberg. Chapter 727. Chapter 727, Duke and Spielberg. In North America, with one screening after another of Fury Road, its overwhelmingly positive reception swept through the film market like a storm. In a live interview with CNN, fans who had just seen the film were full of praise, showering it with comments like, "Great film, blood-pumping excitement." Fury Road. The name says it all. Unforgettable style and wild imagination. Of course, as an R-rated film, its audience couldn't possibly be as broad as Duke's previous PG-13 rated works, and naturally, some people didn't like it. Felt pretty weird from start to finish. Found a type of film I absolutely don't want to watch. The visuals were intense. Maybe I just don't like this kind of movie. Couldn't get into it at all. There were certainly a few reviews like that. However, among those who entered theaters to see this film, whether regular viewers or professionals, over 95% were full of praise. On Rotten Tomatoes, a site that aggregates critics' reviews, The film had been out in North America for nearly a day, and Fury Road maintained a rare 100% fresh rating. Keep in mind this was a Duke film. In the past, after any of his films premiered, the Rotten Tomatoes score would usually plummet below 70% with lightning speed. It must be said, with veteran critics like Roger Ebert gradually fading from the public eye, or rather, being automatically ignored by the public, the new generation of critics understood that this industry didn't carry such overwhelming influence anymore. They hadn't experienced the so-called era when critics could sway public opinion, and the conflict of interest between them and Duke wasn't nearly as sharp as with the old guard of professional critics. But things like Rotten Tomatoes, few commercial directors or studios actually care. It has nothing to do with summer box office numbers. Nowadays, the internet has already become not just an indispensable part of society, but an extremely important one. Online opinion is playing an increasingly larger role in a film's market performance. Whether it's IMDb reviews or instant sharing sites, public sentiment in North America was overwhelmingly one-sided. Director Duke Rosenberg, cinematographer John Schwartzman, stunt coordinator Jimmy Carter, and production designer Hannah Yu and your entire families are legends. Totally high the entire time, the first 30 minutes already had me dumbfounded multiple times. But the movie clearly had no intention of slowing down. If you had to divide it into 5 or 6 parts, each dramatic pause between action segments lasted maybe 30 seconds, and then it was back to being high. Again, Tom Cruise barely said a word in the first 2/3, but still looked amazing, and Charlize Theron's badass goddess vibes were just impossible to resist. Cool beyond belief, explosively awesome. Duke has raised Hollywood blockbuster action design to a new level, so many variations in the car chases. One climax after another, no filler at all. The sandstorm sequence's visuals and effects were the most stunning. The emotional and dramatic scenes were brief and just right. Tom Cruise and Charlize Theron looked so good, it was almost unbearable. IMAX is a must. Blazing to the max, absolutely insane. My inner thoughts the whole time watching. So this is what film can do. This insane. In contrast to the overwhelming acclaim for Fury Road, The Adventures of Tintin, which premiered at the same time, received a much more lukewarm response. Even though it's a Spielberg film, I have to say it's terrible. Apart from technically impressive aspects, the story was dragged out and lacked suspense. Totally unconvincing. Lacked imagination. Just watched it, plot was kitsch, and there were all these cheap gags unrelated to the narrative. Tintin's character was a complete failure. Always had that smug look on his face, and the one who should have been adorable Snowy wasn't cute at all. Too many coincidences in the story, everything tied together sloppily. After watching, I personally found it very average. The online discourse translated directly into box office performance. Due to its R rating, Mad Road didn't reach the same staggering attendance as The Dark Knight or Transformers, but it was still the highest-grossing film of the weekend. Meanwhile, The Adventures of Tintin lagged far behind Fury Road in both attendance and number of screens, even performing far below the industry's lowest expectations. For a film with a budget over $100 million and a promotion budget of equal scale, and directed by Spielberg no less, people thought its opening day gross would surely exceed $10 million. But The Adventures of Tintin shocked everyone. On its opening Friday, the film's per-theater average was only $1,145, and across more than 3,500 theaters, it grossed just $4.05 million. This result not only stunned the public, but also prompted major theater chains to start adjusting their plans and reduce the number of showings for the film. Whatever David Ellison's reaction might be, Duke had no interest in finding out. His focus was still on his own film. Friday alone, including midnight screenings. On a flight to Phoenix, Tina Fey reported to Duke the latest numbers just released by Warner Brothers. Fury Road grossed $24.35 million across 4,050 theaters. Given the current trend, The Adventures of Tintin's opening weekend numbers will be far below even our single-day total. Duke nodded. This had already exceeded his expectations. Warner Brothers' excellent promotional campaign was definitely a key factor in this box office performance. As one of the top film awards in the world, the Cannes Palme d'Or still held some weight. However, he shifted the topic to another area. Those protesters didn't cause too much trouble, did they? According to feedback from Warner Brothers, their impact wasn't particularly big. Seeing Scarlett Johansson pour a cup of black tea for him, Tina Fey nodded to her first before continuing to Duke. And in the areas where they were the most disruptive, various feminist organizations also took some countermeasures. So far, the impact on the film seems minimal. She paused to think, then added, someone's definitely stirring things up behind the scenes. Duke thought it over, then said, no need to worry about it for now. Our focus should stay on promoting the film's word of mouth. Scarlett Johansson had just poured Duke's tea and sat down to glance at the script in front of her. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look up. So we're just going to let it go like that? Duke ignored her question and instead gestured toward the script with his eyes. Well, interested. Over the years, he had registered and filed several scripts with the Screenwriters Guild. This realistic-style sci-fi script was one of them, and it was the very project Duke had once mentioned to Scarlett where a female lead carries the entire film on her own. Originally, he had planned to wait a few more years until Scarlett had matured further before bringing this project to light. But after returning from Cannes, Duke had specifically asked Nancy Josephson to look into it. Just like what had happened before, as someone strongly supported by the Jewish powerhouses of William Morris and all of Hollywood, Natalie Portman was already preparing to launch a charge toward the peak of her career. William Morris had bundled a film called Black Swan, clearly aiming for the Oscars 2 years from now. Duke had never been the forgiving nice guy. If this were a year ago, he might have sat back and watched everything unfold again. But now he definitely no longer had such thoughts. The first Best Actress Oscar winner born in the 80s? It didn't necessarily have to go to Natalie Portman. After all, she wasn't the only outstanding Jewish actress in Hollywood. Scarlett Johansson closed the script. It's very interesting. I'm in. It's just that space scenes are a bit troublesome to shoot. Taking a sip of the black tea, Duke reminded her, I'll get someone to provide you with specialized training. This film won't begin pre-production until next year. You have plenty of time. I have faith in you. I have faith in myself too. Scarlett's eyes twinkled, and she added, but if I don't do well by then? No worries. Duke interrupted her, raising an eyebrow and saying, then I'll tie you to a rocket at the Kennedy Space Center and let you personally experience what it feels like to be in the sky. Scarlett shrank back a little, then turned to look at Tina Fey sitting beside her. You'll help me out by then, right? Tina Fey shrugged, but said nothing. While Duke was busy promoting Fury Road, Spielberg was busy with publicity for The Adventures of Tintin. The two films were going head-to-head. Although neither director had ever made any statements targeting the other, there were always people and media outlets eager to sow discord, hoping to stir up a dramatic feud between them. The Jewish power base in Hollywood and the media industry was indeed strong, but anti-Semitic groups were not non-existent either. If two prominent Jewish directors could go head-to-head, it would certainly be something they would love to see. After attending a promotional event at the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza, Spielberg had just exited the venue when he was stopped by a reporter. Steven, the reporter thrust a microphone toward him. Releasing The Adventures of Tintin this weekend, is it aimed at Fury Road? Rumor has it that Duke Rosenberg was involved in suppressing DreamWorks in the past. Are you unhappy with him? What's your opinion of Duke Rosenberg? Spielberg looked at the reporter deeply. His relationship with Duke was indeed average, but there were no serious personal grievances and certainly no boundary-breaking business rivalry. In my view, Duke Rosenberg is one of the outstanding directors in Hollywood. He represents the present and the future of Hollywood. At their level, even if competition existed, they would not easily initiate a conflict, as that often meant unpredictable consequences. Moreover, Spielberg was already older and wouldn't be as impulsive as younger people. It wasn't just Spielberg who was being asked such questions, Duke was too. The plane landed in Houston, and just as Duke walked out of the airport, he was surrounded by a group of reporters waiting there. Chapter 728. An overrated work amid the word-of-mouth carnival. Chapter 728. Chapter 728. An overrated work amid the word-of-mouth carnival. I really don't understand why so many people worship Steven Spielberg, even using words like great to describe this mediocre director. Schindler's List is clearly an overrated example, made entirely to win awards. Playing on the theme is one of the major reasons the film won accolades. Later, Spielberg seemed to enjoy this approach, continuously shooting various political-themed films to fool the Academy judges. Films like Munich are all such mediocre works. The Terminal and The Adventures of Tintin both prove that he's past his prime, or rather, that he's been revealed for what he truly is. The Adventures of Tintin reflects his real level. I've always been puzzled why he's compared with Kubrick. From that one film alone, it's evident Spielberg only scratches the surface of being a true master. Of course, these weren't Duke's words to a reporter, but rather an online critique of Spielberg that he read on the plane. In the minds of a small group of people, Spielberg is certainly inferior to Stanley Kubrick. But in the eyes of most audiences, and even the Academy, Kubrick isn't even in the same league as Spielberg. Especially in Hollywood's film industry, that's even more the case. People who reach the level of Duke, James Cameron, and Steven Spielberg won't casually attack others. Particularly Duke and Spielberg, what they represent is far more complex than Cameron. If they wanted to confront each other, it wouldn't be through trash talk. In fact, trash talk is of no use whatsoever. Anyone who gets to this point is no fool. Even if they weren't originally sharp, they'd have been honed into elite minds over the long journey. When faced with a reporter's question about Spielberg, Duke naturally offered full praise. Steven is a true genius and master. Jaws, which pioneered and established Hollywood's summer blockbuster season. E.T., which created a new style of science fiction. Both fully prove his greatness and his importance to the development of the Hollywood film industry. While these words may not be entirely heartfelt, they're not complete nonsense either. In terms of overall significance to the Hollywood industry, Spielberg utterly eclipses Kubrick. Just like Titanic, within the Hollywood circle, few dare to disparage Spielberg's Jaws, because both brought pioneering developments to the industry. Titanic opened global markets for Hollywood, pushing its globalization forward. Jaws created the summer blockbuster model, laying the foundation for Hollywood's global dominance. Critics might look down on these two films and mock them, but those in the industry will not. Duke is one of those people. As they arrived in Phoenix, the promotional campaign for Fury Road launched a global bombardment, not only through online chatter, but also by dominating prime TV slots with commentary and reports. NBC's weekend evening program at the movies focused heavily on this film. It noted that every technique in visual and audio storytelling, axis lines, direction, dynamic editing, rhythm shifts, shot composition, camera movement, could be found in Fury Road. Despite the countless cars, characters, and intense chases, everything was clearly visible and comprehensible. It all flowed seamlessly. The popular morning show Good Morning America interviewed ordinary moviegoers to offer non-professional takes on what made the film appealing. No cringeworthy bedroom scenes before a big battle. Not even a love story. One fan after another appeared on screen, sharing what they liked about Fury Road. No forced monologues or emotional manipulation before the climax. No useless teammates making things harder to highlight the protagonist's godlike abilities. No scientifically absurd action where people walk unharmed through gunfire. No exaggerated, physics-defying stunts. Enough with cars crashing into planes. No deliberately cool or pretentious shots. No dawdling flashbacks or wasted dialogue. The women never freeze up or scream during danger. Everyone does their utmost to survive. All there is pure, raw action. 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 Non-stop thrills from start to finish. Ultimately, Fury Road still fits within a certain genre, and its audience is limited. Those who dislike the style won't force themselves to enjoy it. But the film's promotion aims to stir interest among potential viewers to attract as many as possible to spend their money. Online promotion became even more diverse. After years of development, Duke's online marketing team could now employ more creative methods. For example, a few memes crafted around Fury Road went viral on Instant Share. After silently watching Fury Road, several directors including Michael Bay, Robert Zemeckis, and Zack Snyder, all of whom thought themselves masters of visual filmmaking, went home, tore up their storyboards, ordered extra chicken legs, and decided to start over from scratch. Only Hall of Famers like James Cameron calmly whispered to themselves, "Stay the course, stay the course." After the Fury Road screening, Alessandra Ambrosio received a call from Michael Bay, her old director on the island. "How was the film? Heard you had lots of chase scenes, like my style, right? With tear-streaked cheeks. The supermodel choked out. The number you have dialed is not in service. All this was designed to hook people's interest. To hype up a film, many things get twisted along the way. This is a common tactic in Hollywood. For example, Duke had registered the script as early as 2004, yet talk of the film being 5 years in the making was a routine exaggeration. To further distinguish itself from the CG-heavy action films of today, Fury Road constantly promoted its use of practical effects as a selling point. In reality, Duke never rejected CG technology. Neither did the original director. Just like George Miller, Duke used nearly 2,000 CG composite shots in the final version of Fury Road. But just as Warner Brothers once advertised, this was a practical effects film, and that hook attracted quite a few viewers. In movie promotion, saying something fake with utter conviction is a tactic used all over the world. The entire crew of Fury Road was already in on this unspoken agreement. During interviews, when Duke was asked about Charlize Theron's look, he didn't mention that it was his idea but attributed it to Charlize, whose involvement would attract more attention. I remember when Sally first got the script, she studied the role repeatedly and felt that something was off. Finally, she had an epiphany and told me she wanted to appear with short hair, stripping away external gender cues. Of course, I agreed, and that's how we got the epic Furiosa we see today. When talking about this, Duke didn't even need a draft. Charlize Theron brought a fierce heroic spirit to this summer. When those bright, glowing eyes of hers look directly at you through the camera, you can't help but be captivated. Even more enchanting than this visual appeal is the power of intelligence, courage, and love that she radiates through the character. This is a role that could very likely make waves during award season, and Duke didn't mind praising Charlize Theron a bit more. For every film that gets praise, there will always be criticism. The Washington Post, which has always had a rocky relationship with Duke, ran a related commentary in a prominent spot in its Sunday edition. Fury Road, an overrated work amid the hype. The article employed a backhanded compliment approach, first praising the film's action scene design, saying the continuous motion of all action scenes enhanced the tension of the viewing experience, but deemed all other techniques in the film unworthy. Showing a large number of deformed people and disfigured faces is a common tactic used in many similar B-grade movies, and we saw the same in this film, such as The Dwarf Lookout and the all-white villain soldiers. At best, Fury Road is just a big-budget B-grade movie. The Washington Post also refuted the view held by many media outlets that Fury Road is a milestone in action cinema. Beyond its thrill factor, Fury Road hasn't done much to innovate the action film genre. The overly bright color palette and heavy use of undercranking, slow motion, all aim to diminish the film's seriousness. Especially when the fast-forward style shots keep bombarding the audience's eyes, it's like the film is shouting at you. This is just a pure B-grade flick, don't overthink it, just enjoy the ride. However, this article was powerless to stop Fury Road's reputation from spreading like wildfire. 2 days after its release, its IMDb rating had skyrocketed to 9.8, surpassing The Dark Knight and temporarily sitting in first place. Even if it wouldn't hold that position for long, it was enough to prove that a large group of people love this film. According to CinemaScore statistics, 92% of theater audiences rated it positively, with an average score of A+. Metacritic's 55 media critics gave it a whopping 97 out of 100. These are all strong guarantees of box office success. Even as an R-rated film, after a series of frenzied promotional campaigns, Fury Road still managed to pull in an impressive $26.37 million in its second day of release in North America. In contrast to Fury Road's surge, The Adventures of Tintin, which was released in the same period, suffered a decline due to poor word of mouth, pulling in only $3.89 million on Saturday. While Fury Road was generating a hot market response, the media and film buffs kept comparing it to other correlated films, which touched a nerve in some people. Chapter 729, Vin Diesel. Chapter 729, Vin Diesel. Compared to Fury Road, Fast and Furious 4, which was released earlier, is just a bunch of sissies. In the spacious living room, a movie commentary program was playing on the TV, filled with viewers. Comments. Similar voices and remarks had appeared far too frequently. it was impossible not to notice them. A bald, mixed-race man sat on the sofa opposite the television, his eyes coldly fixed on the screen. He had a powerful build, strong muscles, towering stature, and carried a rebellious, devil-may-care attitude. This was one of Hollywood's most iconic tough guys. Even while sitting on the sofa, he still looked like a heavy-duty motorcycle. No one liked seeing their most iconic film constantly belittled. Vin Diesel was no exception, especially when they were calling him a sissy. If he hadn't gone through so many ups and downs over the years and mellowed out a bit, he would have smashed the TV long ago. But the word sissy was simply too grating. It was as if in those people's eyes, Fast and Furious 4 was worthless compared to Fury Road, and Vin Diesel himself was nothing but a piece of crap in front of Duke Rosenberg. Had they all forgotten that Fast and Furious 4 made $70.9 million in its opening weekend in North America? Fury Road, a slightly upscale B-movie, even if it was a Duke Rosenberg film, could its opening weekend box office really surpass Fast and Furious 4? Just as Vin Diesel was thinking this, the movie program on the TV switched to a segment on the Weekend Box Office Report, presenting last weekend's North American box office trends. Fury Road officially opened in North American theaters at midnight on Friday, pulling in $6.7 million in midnight screenings. The film expanded to 4,050 theaters across North America early Friday morning and earned a strong $24.35 million on its opening day, including midnight screenings ranking first for the day. On Saturday, the film saw a slight increase in box office revenue, which is quite rare for an R-rated movie, bringing in $25.37 million. Sunday saw a normal decline, with $24.11 million collected. The film ended its opening weekend with a three-day North American total of $74.83 million. This opening performance has set a new record for the highest North American debut by an original R-rated film. Given its stellar word of mouth, the film is expected to maintain a steady run and could ultimately challenge a domestic box office of $250 million. Vin Diesel's face turned sour, but the program continued. Another major release this week underperformed. Distributed by Sky Film Studios and directed by Steven Spielberg, The Adventures of Tintin suffered a box office flop. With poor reviews, its North American debut day brought in only $4.05 million. Revenue continued to decline over the next 2 days, and it only managed to collect $11.48 million over its three-day opening weekend. Picking up the remote, Vin Diesel switched off the TV, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, gazing out at the distant city of angels. Despite his tough exterior, he was actually quite sharp-minded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the producer of Fast and Furious 4. Thinking of Fast and Furious 4 filled Vin Diesel with frustration, and the word sissy kept popping into his mind unbidden. After seeing that box office report, even though he disliked Fury Road, he had to admit that Fast and Furious 4 might not hold up against Duke Rosenberg's film. The Fast and Furious series had gained a lot of fans in North America through its first 3 films, as well as DVDs and video rentals. That was the main reason Fast and Furious 4 had such a strong $70 million opening weekend. But the film's poor reception caused its second weekend box office to drop by over 60%. Though it hadn't been pulled from theaters yet, it was already nearing the end of its run. Even Vin Diesel had to admit that Fast and Furious 4 would probably top out at around $150 million domestically. That number just didn't stack up against Fury Road. Vin Diesel was sure of it. But no one wanted to be labeled a sissy, especially when public opinion was raging, and that label was now being pinned directly on them. Vin Diesel knew very well how fickle public opinion could be. Right now, Fast and Furious was his only reliable franchise in Hollywood, his career insurance. He absolutely couldn't let the series become synonymous with being sissies, or else the weight of public consensus would eventually affect the franchise's future. To shake off this sissy label, the best way would be to make a Fast and Furious film that was explosive, an intense one that could dominate Fury Road both in box office numbers and action sequences. This idea became clearer and clearer in Vin Diesel's mind, but making it happen wouldn't be easy. For starters, take investment. To create a Fast and Furious movie that's hot, explosive, and cool enough, an investment of over $100 million would be absolutely necessary. However, Universal Pictures, the rights holder of Fast and Furious, wasn't in great financial shape due to last year's economic crisis. When they were making Fast and Furious 4, Vin Diesel had proposed shooting 2 films back-to-back, but Universal rejected the idea, all because of financial concerns. Fast and Furious 4 didn't quite meet Universal's expectations, and getting them to invest over $100 million in the sequel would be very difficult. Still, that wouldn't necessarily stop Vin Diesel. If he could find a suitable investor, he could approach Universal with funding in hand. Given how banks and Hollywood alike had tightened their purses, Universal probably wouldn't reject such a partnership model. The question was where to find the right investor. Having worked in Hollywood for many years, Vin Diesel was still influenced by certain industry norms. For example, producers and directors typically don't invest in the movies they're making. Besides, with his modest fortune, if something went wrong, he'd lose everything. And then there was the cast. Gathering the original cast would be one of the best marketing hooks to draw audiences. Paul Walker, Tyrese Gibson, and Michelle Rodriguez were not a problem, but the original female lead would take some digging. After all, it had been years since anyone had heard anything about Jessica Alba. Getting all the original lead actors from the first Fast and Furious wasn't going to be easy. But Vin Diesel was a man of ideas and iron will. He had already decided to push this project into the implementation phase. Just as he left Phoenix and arrived in Salt Lake City, Duke received the box office update from Warner Brothers for Fury Road, which included not only the North American opening weekend figures, but also rough estimates of its global box office numbers. This film was released simultaneously in 77 countries and regions. Excluding North America's opening weekend numbers, it grossed approximately $140 million over the 3-day weekend. A global box office exceeding $200 million in 3 days is already quite rare for a non-sequel R-rated film. This also met the expectations Duke and Warner Brothers had for the film. PG-13 and PG-rated films are often jokingly referred to as fairy tales for adults, but even Duke had to admit that the ones that truly perform well worldwide are precisely these types. R-rated films like the Matrix trilogy that can become global hits are few and far between in all of Hollywood. Moreover, the first Matrix film's opening weekend didn't perform as well as Fury Road. The film's first week can be considered a major success, and strong audience word of mouth is also a guarantee of subsequent revenue. Naturally, Warner Brothers wanted to maximize profits. They also submitted an initial plan to turn Fury Road into a series, with the first spin-off centered on Furiosa, played by Charlize Theron. Although Duke had fairly balanced the screen time between Tom Cruise and Charlize Theron, a strong female character naturally attracts more attention than a male one. Furiosa's level of attention undeniably surpassed that of the male lead played by Tom Cruise. When Duke went to Beverly Hills last week to visit his goddaughter, Tom Cruise had even complained to him about this. However, now that he's a father, Cruise is much more clear-headed than in his younger days and only grumbled a bit. He understood well that cooperating with Duke was far more beneficial than falling out with him. Warner still wants Charlize to star. In the living room of the hotel suite, Duke asked Tina Fey. "She's the first choice," Tina Fey replied. Duke took an apple slice handed to him by Scarlett Johansson, said thank you, and then told Tina Fey, "Let Warner Brothers talk to Charlize Theron themselves." To be honest, Duke wasn't sure if Charlize Theron would reprise the role. Thanks to Furiosa, Charlize Theron had received widespread acclaim, solidified her status, and even advancing her career further wasn't difficult. She might even have a shot at more awards during the award season. Getting her to return wouldn't just require real money, it would also need a hefty share of the profits. There's one more piece of news. Tina Fey also took an apple slice from Scarlett and said before putting it in her mouth, "Mel Gibson has returned to North America. He's back." Scarlett paused before putting another slice into her mouth. "Is someone actually willing to cast him in a movie?" Tina Fey shook her head. "Not yet. Pat Kingsley's doing?" Duke asked. "No." Tina Fey thought for a moment and said, "It was a small agency called Leo that brought him back. This agency works with many small film studios, providing them with B-movie actors." She asked Duke, "Should we do something?" "No." Duke raised his hand and waved it off. "We don't need to do anything right now. Some people will be more concerned about Mel Gibson than we are. After all, Mel Gibson had attacked the entire Jewish community back then. and those old guys can really hold a grudge. Chapter 730, A Dream Weekend in North America. Chapter 730, Chapter 730, A Dream Weekend in North America. After spending its first weekend in North America, Fury Road welcomed its first weekday. On Monday, the box office dropped 53% compared to the previous day, earning $11.34 million. Meanwhile, the PG-rated The Adventures of Tintin saw a smaller drop, but its box office was never high to begin with, only bringing in $2.65 million that day. The two were simply not in the same league. Not even the most optimistic. Market forecasting agencies believe The Adventures of Tintin could surpass $100 million at the North American box office. Forget about $100 million. On the plane, Tina Fey said to Scarlett Johansson, "It'll be very, very hard to even surpass 50 million. Scarlett rubbed her chin and muttered, "I wonder where I can see David Ellison. He's the one I most want to meet right now." Duke glanced at the two women, but said nothing. For a film like The Adventures of Tintin, the production cost was certainly over $100 million, and the promotional expenses nearly matched the production budget. The poor box office performance in North America, apart from audience feedback, might also be due to foreign cultural products not adapting well to the market. Perhaps the film would fare slightly better overseas, but it would be extremely difficult for David Ellison to recoup the investment. David Ellison didn't like him, and Duke didn't like David Ellison either. This was common knowledge in Hollywood. After the economic crisis, David Ellison used his vast liquid assets to gain favor from companies like Paramount Pictures and DreamWorks. But in Hollywood, he was destined to be an outsider rejected by traditional forces. In fact, what Duke wanted was simple: kick David Ellison out of the circle. The Ellison family had deep financial resources, and Larry Ellison's net worth was no less impressive than Duke's on paper, but that didn't mean David Ellison could mobilize those resources. As long as he continued to fail, Larry Ellison would eventually lose patience. If he kept botching major investments, getting support from the family and outside investors would become increasingly difficult. Without Larry Ellison's backing, David Ellison would be nothing more than a bald vulture. The 4 projects David Ellison took over, all of them required massive investments. Even if he didn't use too much of his own money and raised funds externally, the consequences of failure would still be severe. The distant ones remained unclear, but the current state of The Adventures of Tintin was not optimistic. Including Monday, the film earned just over $9 million during 4 weekdays. While this pushed the North American box office past $20 million in the fiercely competitive summer season, it had virtually no competitive edge. Over the same 4 weekdays, Fury Road raked in $42.68 million. Its North American box office easily crossed the $100 million mark, reaching a total of $117.51 million. At the same time, overseas earnings added nearly $70 million, bringing the global box office past the $300 million mark. A new weekend arrived. North America entered the crucial Memorial Day weekend. Alvin and the Chipmunks also debuted in theaters. This PG-rated animated film had a completely different target audience from Fury Road. Otherwise, distributor 20th Century Fox wouldn't have scheduled it for Fury Road's second weekend. Fury Road wouldn't be impacted much, but The Adventures of Tintin was another story. Sharing a similar genre, its second weekend box office plummeted, earning just $4.52 million over 3 days. No surprises here, Alvin and the Chipmunks topped the North American weekend box office, grossing $48.8 million. Next on the list was Fury Road, and as expected, the strong word of mouth helped this R-rated film hold steady, with only a 42% drop in its second weekend and a total of $43.4 million. In just 10 days, Fury Road's North American box office totaled $160.91 million, and global earnings reached $412.06 million. Exceptional marketing, overwhelming audience praise, and the combined star power of Duke, Charlize Theron, and Tom Cruise all contributed to the huge success of this R-rated film. Since the press tour was divided into 3 parts, when Duke arrived in New York, he happened to reunite with Charlize Theron and Tom Cruise. The 3 of them also did a joint interview with NBC. The interview itself wasn't particularly special, just a regular part of the promotional plan. What stood out was Duke revealing that Fury Road would become a series. There might even be a spin-off focusing on Furiosa. In addition, he would be collaborating with DC Comics to launch a Fury Road comic series, especially focusing on the fan-favorite War Rocker, whose backstory would be detailed in the comics. Of course, there were also plans for a new project. I already have an idea for a new film. Facing the camera, Duke said calmly, "It'll still be science fiction. The theme is about dreams and how to utilize them." He shared a bit of content. After that, no matter how much the host pressed, Duke refused to reveal anything further. "Is it that sci-fi script you registered long ago with the Writers Guild?" After removing his makeup and leaving the dressing room, Tom Cruise asked Duke, "How about I play the lead role?" Although Duke had already told Leonardo DiCaprio about the project and Leo had shown great interest, Duke didn't directly reject Tom Cruise. Instead, he asked back, "Are you sure you'll have the time?" Tom Cruise thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I need to supervise the post-production of Mission Impossible 4 and shoot a new film. I really don't have the time." As they walked to the parking lot, he checked his watch and said, "I have to catch a flight back to LA. I'm off." "Wait," Duke called out, had Tina Fey fetch a large gift box from the car and handed it to Cruise. "This is a gift for Suri. I'll come visit her when I get back to LA. You really are a proper godfather." Taking the gift box, Tom Cruise leaned toward Duke and asked, "Actually, I really want to be a godfather too." Duke understood what Tom Cruise meant. He shrugged slightly and replied with a hint of helplessness. "That sort of thing can only be left to nature." He and Scarlett weren't taking much precaution, but Miss Johansson still hadn't shown any signs. And Scarlett was only 24. Neither of them was in a rush. Tom Cruise's car quickly sped out of the parking lot. Just as Duke was about to leave, Charlize Theron came out of the elevator with her assistant. Instead of heading to her own car, she walked over to Duke. "Something wrong?" Duke leaned against his Bentley and asked. "Nothing really." Charlize Theron took off her sunglasses and looked at Duke, saying, "Just wanted to remind you not to forget to vote for me during awards season." Duke frowned slightly. "That's all." Actually, Charlize Theron knew very well that even if she didn't come over, given Duke's usual style, he would definitely vote for her when the time came. She shrugged and continued. "When we were in New Mexico, didn't you mention your new film? Isn't there a female role in it that doesn't appear very much? Could you give it to me? Leo's salary is not cheap." Duke shook his head. "I can't afford another $20 million budget." Although formal negotiations hadn't started, both he as the director and Leonardo DiCaprio were guaranteed to take high salaries plus a share of the profits. Adding Charlize Theron on top of that, Warner Brothers would go crazy. That would also compress his production budget. Given her current status, Charlize Theron absolutely had the clout to ask for a $20 million paycheck plus profit share. "Isn't the role small?" Charlize smiled. "Just give me a symbolic payment. Let's call it a friendly cameo." Duke looked at her and roughly understood what Charlize meant. This was her way of returning a favor. "All right." Duke didn't refuse. "Once the project's approved, I'll have someone talk to Nancy. I'll give her a heads up in advance." Charlize stared at Duke for a moment before finally turning away. "Then goodbye, Duke." With that, she didn't hesitate or show any lingering feelings. She walked off in long strides toward her own direction. She understood Duke's personality well. Some things couldn't be forced. Rather than get entangled, it was better to maintain a good relationship and appropriate distance to create a better future for herself. Tina Fey had been quietly watching Charlize Theron the whole time. Having been by Duke's side for so many years, she had witnessed the evolution of the relationship between these two people. Among the many women Duke had dated, Charlize might not have been the smartest, but she was the one who understood how to make the right choices. Correspondingly, she was also the one who, even after things ended, could still make Duke care about her. Watching Charlize Theron's tall figure disappear into her car, Duke opened the door and got into his Bentley. Once Tina Fey got in from the other side, he told the driver, to Long Island. He really liked Charlize's personality. Duke had never denied that. Of course, now it was more of an appreciation. He wasn't foolish enough to think that someone with Charlize Theron's current status would still want to maintain the same kind of relationship they had before. In fact, after ending his previously chaotic lifestyle, Duke hadn't thought about returning to that kind of state again. As the car exited the parking lot, Duke turned to Tina Fey and asked, "Has the script been delivered to Leo?" Tina Fey immediately replied, "Leonardo is currently vacationing on Mallorca Island in Spain. The script was handed to his agent, Eno Martin. He'll fly to Spain specifically to pass it to Leonardo." Duke had brought up this project with Leo quite early. The other party was very interested. Getting him to accept it wasn't an issue, so he wasn't too worried. Chapter 731, Predicament. Chapter 731. Chapter 731, Predicament. A black Bentley slowly stopped in a seaside villa area on the western side of Long Island. After Duke got out of the car and waited for Tina Fey to finish making a confirmation call, he entered the nearest villa facing the sea. Apparently, the people inside had been informed, and the two staff members at the door did not stop him. The villa wasn't particularly large. After passing through a corridor just behind the main gate, Duke hadn't walked far when he heard familiar voices. Following the sound, he soon saw his mother, Scarlett Johansson, and a real estate agent who specialized in serving wealthy clients. "Mom." After greeting his mother, Duke asked, "How's the place?" Leah smiled and pointed at Scarlett. "Scarlett thinks this villa is pretty good. You can share your opinion too." Duke glanced around, briefly inspecting the white-walled, red-roofed villa, and asked Scarlett, "Darling, whatever you decide is fine." Having already seen enough, Scarlett nodded at Duke and turned to the real estate agent. "We'll go with this one." The agent's face nearly lit up with joy. With the current depression in the U.S. real estate market, closing such a multi-million-dollar deal was no easy task. "I'll have someone start the paperwork right away." After saying this, the agent stepped aside and made a phone call. Scarlett Johansson and Leah then accompanied Duke toward the villa's private beach. "We can come stay here during the summer," Scarlett said as she sat down at the table under a sun umbrella near the beach. "The summer here in Long Island is so much more pleasant than in Los Angeles." Tina Fey nodded. "That's definitely true." Scarlett turned to Leah. "If we live here in the summer, we can also spend more time with Godmother." Seeing the pleased smile on his mother's face and how she gently patted Scarlett's hand, Duke said, "That's a great idea." Buying a vacation home in New York had originally been Scarlett's idea. Now that the North American economy was in a slump, her mother, Melanie Sloan, couldn't find suitable work in Los Angeles and had to return to New York to work as a Broadway screenwriter. Even though she hadn't been very close with her parents in recent years, Scarlett still paid out of her own pocket to purchase a spacious apartment for her mother and underage brother, and now she was planning to buy a residence in Long Island for herself. Duke certainly had no objections. After Leah learned of this, she brought in a real estate agent who catered to the wealthy. Manhattan's Upper East Side was far too crowded, and neither Duke nor Scarlett wanted to live there. Long Island had undoubtedly become the best option. Located in the northern temperate zone and surrounded on three sides by the sea, Long Island is covered in forests, with abundant rainfall and a humid climate. Due to its maritime weather, summers aren't too hot, and it's considered one of the most livable places in the world. It's also a gathering place for the wealthy. Many of America's rich, as well as wealthy individuals from overseas, like to invest in real estate here. But last year's economic crisis caused many to go bankrupt, and many villas on the island were now listed for sale. Now that the U.S. economy is so sluggish, naturally, the conversation shifted from real estate to the economy. Leah said to Duke, "You should be cautious with your investments." "Mom, you know me," Duke said with a reassuring smile. "I've always been cautious." In fact, even with preparation, the economic crisis still had an impact on Duke, though it wasn't too severe. Not just him. Even Leah's St. FIA company was affected and was currently downsizing its operations. They didn't stay long. Scarlett left her assistant to handle the formalities with the real estate agent, and the four of them took Leah's RV back to Manhattan. With the financial crisis raging, even Manhattan, the world's financial center, was uneasy. On the way back to the Upper East Side, Duke saw some scattered crowds holding small demonstrations. Though nowhere near as extreme as the future Occupy Wall Street movement he remembered, some slogans were already showing up. These scattered gatherings would eventually evolve into a large-scale movement. But such a movement was destined to fail. No matter the country or region, power, wealth, and discourse always rest in the hands of a tiny minority. In the face of major interests, The ordinary American people hoping for sympathy or relatively fair treatment from the capital-influenced federal government, New York authorities, or media was nothing but a fool's dream. The so-called right to bear arms and resist tyranny was, in today's America, merely empty talk. Maybe someday those people really will take guns and occupy Wall Street. Back at their home on the Upper East Side, after Duke made a few remarks, Scarlett teased, "And take all the wealth from you capitalists." With guns, Duke closed the door, took off his coat, and hung it on the rack. "Darling, do you really think letting them legally own guns was to resist tyranny?" Scarlett shrugged. "Then what's it for?" Duke raised one finger. "There's only one reason when they've hit rock bottom. They'll use them to commit suicide." Hearing that, Scarlett's mouth twitched. That joke isn't funny at all. After living here for so many years, Duke knew very well that this country was nothing like the so-called free nation that some people with ulterior motives once promoted on the other side. That idea of freedom was merely superficial. Duke was now temporarily on vacation. At the same time, Leonardo DiCaprio, also on vacation, had received the script that Tina Fey had asked Eno Martin to pass along. Spain's Majorca island was hailed as one of the places closest to paradise on Earth. With more than 300 days of sunshine annually, it was known as the Garden of the Mediterranean. Beneath a sunshade on a stretch of golden beach, Eno Martin found Leonardo DiCaprio and his new girlfriend, Bar Raffaelli. Taking the script from Eno Martin, Leonardo flipped through it casually and then said, "I'll take this role. I've been waiting for a second collaboration with Duke." Eno Martin sat beside Leonardo's beach chair but didn't say a word. Instead, he looked toward Bar Raffaelli. With some tact, Bar Raffaelli rose gracefully from her chair, removed the cover-up she wore, and said, "I'm going for a swim in the sea." As he watched Bar Raffaelli's figure walk toward the shore, Leonardo fished 2 cans of beer out of the basket behind him and tossed one to Eno Martin. "All right, Eno, what's the big deal?" He had clearly stated that he wanted to take on Duke's new project, but Eno Martin showed no reaction, obviously not very approving. "You've misunderstood, Leo." Even as the man in charge of CAA, Eno Martin wasn't foolish enough to treat Leonardo as a pawn to be moved at will. He quickly said, "I'm not against you taking on Duke's project. On the contrary, I think you absolutely should. In recent years, you've focused too much on chasing awards and have gradually neglected the commercial side. The market appeal of Titanic will run out one day. You need a strong commercial blockbuster to reinforce your position as a superstar." Leonardo nodded slightly. He understood this very well too. Without enough market draw, even winning an Oscar for Best Actor wouldn't make him a superstar. The reason he wasn't in a rush and kept focusing on awards was because Duke had hinted early on that he wanted to work with him again. As for what kind of project Duke had in mind, Leonardo could guess with his toes it had to be a big-budget commercial film. But upon hearing Eno Martin say this, Leonardo was instead puzzled. He looked at his agent with a confused expression, not understanding what he was trying to do. "Leo, you should know CAA is having some issues right now, right?" Seeing Leonardo nod, Eno Martin popped open his beer, took a sip, and said, "Now that the big 6 studios and even some second-tier companies have all become subsidiaries of various conglomerates, they're getting more and more dominant. Although CAA's business share is growing, the core of our profits packaging services is shrinking across the board." Leonardo knew a bit about this too. Ever since the independent production era of Hollywood had completely ended, the big 6 studios no longer took CAA seriously. Especially with big-budget and highly profitable commercial films, CAA's packaging services were almost useless. The packaging service CAA relied on could only survive in the indie film circle. It was even jokingly referred to as one-stop indie film service. How much profit could indie films possibly generate? Although it looked like CAA's business was expanding, its annual revenue still hovered around $100 or $200 million, nowhere near matching the company's reputation. As an industry insider, Leonardo knew clearly. Those who hyped up CAA and said that an agency could decide the entertainment industry were either up to no good or out of their minds. Of course, Eno Martin understood that too. The whole of Hollywood and its related industries had a scale of over $100 billion. The idea that an agency making only a few $100 million a year could dominate the industry, what a massive joke. Still, recognizing the limits of an agency was one thing. Wanting to expand CAA's business was another. One-stop packaging services could bring in huge profits, especially for successful commercial blockbusters. To bring packaging services back into Hollywood's mainstream big productions, CAA needed to put forward a massively successful example. But such examples weren't easy to find, so he thought of Leonardo. With Tom Hanks moving behind the scenes and Julia Roberts, whom they had gone to great lengths to recruit, losing her appeal, Leonardo DiCaprio could be considered CAA's ace. Looking at Leonardo, Eno Martin solemnly said, "Leo, you can help CAA bring packaging services to Duke." Chapter 732, an epic-making film. Chapter 732, Chapter 732, an epic-making film. Bringing the packaging service to Duke? Turning his head, Leonardo looked at Eno Martin with utmost seriousness. "Are you sure I can pull that off? Given the relationship between you two," Eno Martin said matter-of-factly. "It shouldn't be that hard, right?" The Leonardo from over a decade ago might have said something stupid or done something foolish, but not anymore. Having made it this far, he had long grown used to being schemed against, especially by agents. He never fully trusted others. Leonardo DiCaprio turned back and gazed at Bar Raffaelli in the sea. "Do you think I'm still the same naive idiot I was 10 years ago?" "Leo," Eno Martin tried to say something, but was waved off by Leonardo. "The reason I turned down Nancy Josephson's invitation and didn't leave CAA before was because you'd done a decent job these past few years. But now, it seems I was still too naive. I didn't mean anything by it." Eno Martin defended himself. "If I do as you suggest, and Duke agrees, then of course you mean nothing by it. Getting the packaging service into Duke Rosenberg's crew would be a groundbreaking deal for both you and CAA." Although he still had no intention of switching agencies, Leonardo felt the need to issue a warning to his agent. He had the clout to do so. CAA was, after all, merely a service provider for someone of his stature. "But what if it fails?" Leonardo said coldly. "Have you considered what that would do to my relationship with Duke?" Eno Martin fell silent. Leonardo DiCaprio had clearly seen through his intentions. Duke despises packaging services and all the messy interference that comes with them, Leonardo said directly, paying no mind to his agent's expression. He refused to return to CAA back then precisely because of that. He retracted his gaze, rubbing his fingers together as he continued. "If I pitch CAA's packaging services to Duke, he'll definitely be offended. That could ruin our relationship. Then Nancy Josephson at ICM would stand no chance of recruiting me, and I'd become even more dependent on you and CAA. Is that it?" Letting out a cold snort, Leonardo solemnly told Eno Martin, "I've said I don't plan to leave CAA for now, but if you keep pulling this kind of stunt, I might start thinking otherwise. I'm sorry." This was CAA's star client, one of the top-tier resources in all of Hollywood. Eno Martin had no choice but to bow his head slightly. "I'm very sorry, Leo. This is the last time." After warning his agent, Leonardo added, "I've accepted Duke's project. Make sure to inform him." With that, he lay back on the beach chair, no longer sparing Eno Martin another glance. I really underestimated Leonardo. Sighing inwardly, Eno Martin didn't linger and turned to leave the beach. After Bar Raffaelli returned, Leonardo and she walked out from under the sunshade and went back to the rented villa by the sea. They had just showered when a call came in from Tina Fey. "Hey, Tina," Leonardo said into the phone. "This role is mine. No one can take it. Also, isn't Duke on vacation? Tell him I'm waiting for him in Spain." "What? He left North America and went to New Zealand?" "Fine. When he gets back from New Zealand, I'll meet him in Malibu and go sailing." Just as Leonardo DiCaprio had heard, Duke had only stayed in New York for a few days before flying to Wellington with Scarlett. Their destination was the soundstage at Weta Workshop, because 20th Century Fox had sent word that James Cameron's epic had completed its preliminary cut. Inside the small cinema at Weta Workshop, Duke, James Cameron, Peter Jackson, Richard Taylor, and representatives from the investors, including Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, all sat quietly wearing 3D glasses, watching James Cameron's masterpiece. Duke had seen the original film more than once. While this version differed in several places, it was still the same Pandora planet, with visuals bright enough to blind someone. Although the film wasn't finished and still had some flaws, the viewing experience was absolutely stunning. I thought your Transformers had already pushed visual effects to the limit. After the screening, removing her 3D glasses, even Scarlett Johansson, who was deeply biased in Duke's favor, whispered to him. But after watching this Avatar, I realized the tech in Transformers is outdated. It wasn't an exaggeration. Even in Duke's opinion, this Avatar was unparalleled in terms of technology and visual effects. James Cameron was definitely worthy of being called a pioneer of filmmaking technology. This is truly a film that transcends time, Duke exclaimed. What Avatar would bring was not just huge box office returns and commercial profits, it would reshape the entire film industry. Even if some people kept criticizing the film as all style and no substance, they couldn't deny that, just like Titanic, it would change the landscape of world cinema. Later, Jamie Johnson from Warner Brothers and an executive from 20th Century Fox gathered the main investors, including Duke, into a conference room to discuss the film's marketing and distribution plans. But Duke didn't say much throughout. Warner Brothers and Fox had more expertise in this area, and with Avatar's ample promotional budget, even though James Cameron had only spent $230 million on production, the entire project, under Duke's proposal, had allocated a total of $300 million for marketing. And during the publicity campaign, in order to attract attention, the inevitable slogan was a $500 million mega production. Just like when Duke casually exaggerated during the promotion of Fury Road. Some things said in film promotions are not meant to be taken seriously. The visual shock brought by the film gave Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox enough confidence. The two companies would also integrate their resources to the fullest extent to promote Avatar worldwide. As one of the film's largest investors, Duke would of course fully support this. After watching the small-scale screening of Avatar, Duke also felt reassured about the film. He and Scarlett did not stay long in Wellington and directly went to Queenstown, where Peter Jackson was filming The Hobbit with his crew. Since it was being shot as a trilogy all at once, the filming had already lasted for nearly a year. As a technically oriented director, Peter Jackson also employed many new technologies. He had been filming The Hobbit at 48 frames per second, while most movies are shot at 24 frames per second, possibly in an effort to achieve smoother and more fluid 3D visuals. Not only Peter Jackson, but James Cameron was also promoting this technology. The images look absolutely sharp, and everything has a more immersive feel. It makes the 3D effects smoother and clearer. Hearing Peter Jackson say this, Duke watched the edited footage being played and also voiced some of his own opinions. It looks like a TV movie. The contrast has issues. The images appear either too bright or too dark. The development of film technology is always exciting, though often full of controversy. Duke didn't interfere much with Peter Jackson. After all, the 48-frame version of the film would only be released in limited screenings, while mainstream theaters would only show the traditional 24-frame version. After leaving Queenstown, he and Scarlett flew back to North America, but not to New York or Los Angeles. Instead, they returned once again to the desert in New Mexico. Duke hadn't forgotten that he was still a major shareholder of Marvel Comics and producer of the Marvel film series. Thor was being filmed here. Compared to Iron Man Tony Stark and Captain America Steve Rogers, Thor was far less well-known. At most, he could be considered a second-tier hero in Marvel Comics. But the successive successes of Iron Man and Captain America had already built enough confidence for Marvel Studios, and the Marvel movie brand was becoming increasingly prominent. Moreover, for the Avengers plan Duke had in mind, making such a film was necessary. After all, the rights to Spider-Man and the X-Men weren't in Marvel's hands, and getting them back would be incredibly difficult. They could only choose other heroes with appropriate popularity and abilities from the remaining characters. When Duke arrived, the crew had just begun filming. Although Thor was a second-tier hero, thanks to Marvel's efforts, the film had still attracted no shortage of media and reporters. For the casting of Thor, Marvel Studios had generated a series of news stories. Before filming began, all sorts of rumors were flying about who would play the role of Thor: Brad Pitt, Channing Tatum, Daniel Craig, Charlie Hunnam, Tom Hiddleston, Alexander Skarsgård, Liam Hemsworth, and Joel Kinnaman were all once considered for the role. But based on Duke's suggestion, the crew finally chose a relatively unknown actor, Chris Hemsworth, Liam Hemsworth's brother, who ended up getting this much-anticipated role. Chris Hemsworth had a natural advantage in playing Thor, because he had once worked as a construction worker in Australia and had extensive experience using hammers. Coincidentally, Thor's weapon just so happened to be a war hammer. Of course, the film's female lead would no longer be Natalie Portman. This type of film doesn't require female characters with outstanding acting skills. What's needed is a sufficiently beautiful and sexy appearance. An Australian actress whom Duke had no impression of ended up landing the role of Jane Foster. Chapter 733. My Brother Loves Me Like a First Crush. Chapter 733. Chapter 733. My Brother Loves Me Like a First Crush. This happened to be one of the hotter seasons in New Mexico. Duke had stayed here for a few days, without interfering in the crew's filming. Like most producers, he maintained the director's authority on set. Besides, whatever needed interfering, Duke had already done so during the early preparation phase. Chris Hemsworth is really strong. Standing in the shade of the small town, Scarlett said to Duke while watching Thor swing his hammer in front of the camera, "He doesn't need any acting at all." Duke nodded, fully agreeing with Scarlett's statement. His role doesn't really require much acting anyway. As he spoke, his gaze shifted away from the set and scanned the small town. For the film, the crew had built this entire small town. Scarlett looked over at the set and continued, "I held that hammer yesterday. It's really heavy." The crew's Mjolnir was made of bronze, with resin-made diamonds and gems covering its surface. Even though the hammer was hollow, it still weighed 30 pounds. Duke turned his head and asked Scarlett, "Interested in picking up that hammer?" "Pick up the hammer?" Scarlett shook her head. "Not interested. It's too heavy. I meant in the movie." Duke reminded her, "Your character, Natasha Romanoff." Scarlett shrugged nonchalantly and said, "That depends on you and Marvel." She vaguely remembered that in some version of the comics, after Thor fell, Black Widow became the new generation Thor. At this moment, the crew changed scenes and began filming an action sequence. Unlike Scarlett's Black Widow, Thor's fighting style was still the punch-for-punch brawling style drawn in the comics. "Hello, Director Rosenberg." An actor who seemed quite likable walked over. "Thanks for recommending me for this role." Duke nodded to Tom Hiddleston and said, "Don't mention it." Originally, the actor selected by the crew and Marvel Studios was Jim Carrey. Ever since The Mask, Jim Carrey had been a huge fan of the original comics and Loki's character. But Duke vetoed that idea. First, the old impression of Loki stuck with him too strongly. Second, Jim Carrey's pay was too high. Tom Hiddleston was just passing by. After the greeting, he walked onto the set. In fact, the scenes between Loki and Thor were quite interesting and had become one of the highlights of the entire series. It was exactly that "I torment my brother 1,000 times, and he loves me like a first crush" vibe. Besides vetoing Jim Carrey and choosing Tom Hiddleston, Duke also intervened in the casting of the female lead, Jane Foster. In the original comic story, the character was a nurse. But Duke wanted her to align more with modern female traits, so he suggested turning her into an astrophysicist, and a beautiful research scholar at that. Director Kenneth Branagh wanted a beautiful, intelligent actress with superb acting skills. Natalie Portman, a mix of intellect and emotion, fit his standards very well. But Duke rejected her. Natalie Portman could handle many complex roles, but such a simple vase-like role was not suitable for her. Now that he thought about it, Natalie Portman's behavior at the Cannes Film Festival might have had something to do with it. Of course, it was also possible he was overthinking it. After all, she hadn't yet won the Best Actress Oscar and might not be eager to jump into commercial blockbusters just to make money. According to the accurate information he had received, Natalie Portman was preparing for Black Swan. But if she wanted to win the Best Actress Oscar with that film, things definitely wouldn't go as smoothly as before. Thinking of this, Duke turned to Scarlett and said, "Let's go." He was traveling around the world, and Fury Road was being released globally. The film had now expanded its release to 97 countries, close to the limit. Quite a few countries and regions, such as the Arab world, were not planning to introduce Fury Road. During these 10-odd days of Duke's roaming, Fury Road brought in another $62.11 million in North America. The North American box office had reached $223.02 million. Breaking the $250 million mark in the end was no longer a pipe dream. Overseas, it also brought in more than $50 million. The global cumulative box office had already surpassed $500 million. In addition, although the film's merchandise couldn't compare to Transformers, sales were still decent, especially the various models and figurines of the Rock Warrior, which were extremely popular. There were even many people looking to buy the flame-throwing electric guitar. By mid-June, DC Comics also released a Fury Road comic series. Within a week of hitting the shelves, nearly 3 million copies had sold, further solidifying Warner Brothers' ambition for a series. Duke had no objections. Only a series of films could squeeze out all of a project's value. The importance of a film series to a company went without saying. Duke understood this, and so did David Ellison, who had been fighting his way through Hollywood for years. From the day Skyfilm Media was founded, he had been looking for the right project to turn into a series. But up to now, the only hit from his investments was I Am Legend. That film, based on a novel, wasn't very suitable for serialization. So he kept having people scout for the right project until recently, when he heard a piece of news. Fast and Furious 4's producer and male lead, Vin Diesel, was looking for investors. After some investigation, he got in touch with him. Let me put it this way, I want to invest in your film. In the meeting room, David Ellison looked at Vin Diesel's proposal and said to the bald man, I really believe in this project. Vin Diesel thought for a moment and said, the Fast and Furious series already has 4 films and a solid fan base. As long as we maintain the quality of the 5th one, the box office is sure to jump significantly. After running around for days, he finally met someone willing to invest. Vin Diesel was also a little impatient. But reality remained quite complicated. David, the rights to this series are in Universal Pictures' hands. Even if we manage to collaborate, we still have to negotiate with Universal. Their financial situation isn't great right now. Since Ron Meyer stepped down, internal management has been chaotic. David Ellison understood Vin Diesel's implication and said, when it comes to a project I believe in, I have enough patience. Then he said to Vin Diesel, aren't you looking to bring the original cast back? I can help you with that too. Yes. Vin Diesel frowned. I still haven't been able to locate Jessica Alba. I'll hire a professional private investigator to handle it. Finding someone, especially someone who used to be quite well known, wasn't much of a challenge for David Ellison. He closed Vin Diesel's project book. I think the gang boss villain you've created needs to be played by someone really tough. Do you have an ideal actor in mind? The project hasn't been finalized yet. Vin Diesel spread his hands. I haven't given it much thought. I have a good candidate. David Ellison leaned in a little and softly said a name. Vin Diesel frowned even more deeply. Him? Is he really suitable? My father's Jewish. David Ellison shrugged. But I'm not. Vin Diesel fell silent. He thought about Fury Road and terms like sissy, then gave a slight nod. In some ways, people like them all shared a mutual dislike for one particular person. After returning from New Mexico to California, Duke received word that Steve Jobs was gravely ill. Although he had never tried to influence or interfere in Jobs' life, and the two weren't exactly friends due to shared interests, Duke still made a special trip to San Francisco to visit the leader and autocrat of Apple. No matter how the world evaluates him in the future, no one can deny that he is a true super genius. Duke has also been called a genius, but he knows very well that while he may possess some cleverness, he's still a long way from deserving the word genius. Compared to stunningly brilliant people like Steve Jobs, he's merely a cheater. Duke has never shied away from admitting that. A clear mind and accurate self-awareness have always been key reasons he continues to stride forward. For example, he clearly understands who Steve Jobs is, and that he himself is an outsider in the electronics industry. He would never be foolish enough to try to influence Jobs. Instead, he utilizes every situation he can to align himself with Jobs in order to maximize benefits. People like Steve Jobs aren't the kind that can be easily influenced by others. So when Duke saw Steve Jobs, he didn't offer any advice about his condition, even though he knew the man wouldn't live much longer. To be precise, aside from a simple greeting, Duke said nothing at all because he ran into someone on Jobs' side that neither of them liked. Duke hadn't expected to see Larry Ellison there, nor had he expected that Larry Ellison actually had some connection with Jobs. Since it wasn't a public occasion, neither man hid their feelings. Larry Ellison simply snorted coldly at him, and Duke just treated him as if he didn't exist. After the founder of Oracle left, Duke learned from Steve Jobs the reason for their acquaintance. On one hand, the two shared a common enemy, Bill Gates. On the other hand, they were once neighbors. According to Jobs, back when he and Larry Ellison were neighbors, he had a peacock at home, a gift from his girlfriend. The peacock often roamed around the house and sometimes wandered to Ellison's place. Its loud calls frequently disturbed Ellison's sleep. So Ellison went to Jobs to complain. Jobs replied that he too found the peacock annoying, just like Ellison. Jobs then successfully persuaded Ellison. When he explained to his girlfriend that the neighbor disliked the peacock, Ellison must follow up and add fuel to the fire. It was thanks to that peacock that Jobs and Larry Ellison built a bit of rapport. Chapter 734. Something very important. Chapter 734. Chapter 734. Something very important. Even though he was technically on vacation, Duke couldn't find any free time. After returning to Los Angeles from San Francisco, he made another trip to Marvel Studios in Burbank to meet with Kevin Feige and discuss future plans for the Avengers. Iron Man 2 is tentatively scheduled for a summer release next year. In the office, Kevin Feige was explaining Marvel's plans to Duke. Thor will come out after Iron Man 2. It will also be the last standalone superhero film before the Avengers. He asked Duke, "Do you have a plan for the Avengers?" Duke already had a pretty clear idea about the Avengers. "I plan to begin preparations in 2010 and release it during the summer of 2011. His schedule for the next few years was extremely tight. Warner Brothers was already urging him for the next The Dark Knight film, and The Dark Knight Rises would have to be scheduled after the Avengers. "Can it be earlier?" Kevin Feige asked impatiently. "Kevin," Duke slowly shook his head. "One film a year is already my limit. A film must go through a process from conception to development, revision, reshaping, refinement, adjustment, polishing, and countless rounds of editing. Only after that can it be approved and scheduled for release. During this process, it's not just Duke alone. There's an entire crew that needs to be guided, incentivized, supervised, urged, pressured, inspired, criticized, organized, and praised, working without regard for weekdays or weekends, all pouring their hearts into the film's production. It sounds easy, but it's not." Kevin Feige sighed. He understood how it worked. He then asked, "What about Phase 2? "We'll follow the plan," Duke said without hesitation. "We'll start Phase 2 with Captain America 2. Then we'll expand the universe into space. There will definitely come a day when audiences get tired of superhero movies, no doubt about that. But there's still a long period ahead. During this time, of course, Marvel's full value must be tapped." Leaving Marvel Studios and heading back to Malibu by car, Duke was still thinking about the Avengers. This film might seem simple, just throw a team of heroes into one movie, but in reality, it's extremely difficult to make. Each hero has their own style. With just two people together, the issue might not stand out, but when 6 people are fighting side by side, it becomes a challenge to blend their styles seamlessly. It truly tests the director's skill. If you're not careful and turn 6 superheroes into a messy stew, the film will definitely fall short of expectations or even risk failure. Whether in North America or around the world, audiences don't respond well to chaotic, mixed-style films. Joss Whedon had once done a good job. He had fully absorbed the lessons from the failure of his mixed-style series Firefly and made the Avengers stunning. But by Avengers 2, he started repeating his old mistakes, making the film overly fan-centric and extremely unfriendly to casual audiences. Moreover, the villain Ultron in Avengers 2 lacked the personal charisma of Loki. A weak villain in the Avengers is understandable and in line with Marvel's overall plan. Marvel's villains are essentially caricatured comic relief. But Ultron, Duke shook his head and decided not to dwell on it anymore. After all, the Avengers hadn't even begun filming yet. Besides, even if he had considered it, his main focus had to be on the next project. The script for the new project had already been submitted to Warner Brothers, and the related review was completed last month. Leonardo DiCaprio had also confirmed to take the lead role. They were just waiting for the project to be officially approved before negotiations could begin. This would be an ensemble film led by Leonardo, and Duke planned to put together a star-studded cast. For instance, Scarlett Johansson, who was preparing for a film next year, would also join the cast as Leonardo's assistant. Also included was James Franco. Back during the Cannes Film Festival, Duke had spoken to him, and Franco showed a lot of interest. However, putting together such a cast presented a major challenge: actor salaries. Excessive salaries would crush Duke's budget. The best solution was to shift the payment into back-end profit sharing. But it was unclear how much leeway Warner Brothers, as the sole investor, would allow. After all, Duke and Leonardo's combined profit share would already be astronomical. When Duke returned home, he found Leonardo there, sitting in the living room, chatting with Scarlett. "Hey, Duke." He waved at him. Duke walked over and asked, "When did you get back from Spain?" 2 days ago." Leonardo stood up and fist-bumped Duke. "I came over especially to go fishing with you. Let me go change clothes." Back upstairs, Duke changed into some casual wear and went with Leonardo to the small pier by the beach. They boarded a small yacht and headed out to sea. "So the project starts in July?" Standing next to the helm, Leonardo asked, "You're not going to take a few more days off?" "Over the next year, we might be traveling all over the world." Duke gradually slowed the yacht. "Just for the main scenes, I've planned shoots in 6 countries across 4 continents." "I heard you've always wanted to travel the world, but never had the time," Leonardo teased. "Are you planning to use this project as a world tour?" Duke shrugged and changed the subject. "Leo, after reading the script, how do you feel about your role?" "It's fun." Leonardo pulled out 2 fishing rods and prepared the gear. "I like the role of the dream thief." That's right, Duke's next confirmed project was Inception. He had registered the script with the Writers Guild and Copyright Office years ago. As for the rumors about Christopher Nolan borrowing from the Japanese anime Paprika, Duke didn't care at all. In Hollywood and the global film industry in general, whenever a film becomes a hit, there will always be various accusations. Almost every well-known Hollywood director has been plagued by such issues. Duke was no exception. Years ago, an Argentine writer claimed Independence Day plagiarized his unpublished manuscript. Later, a comic artist from Catalonia even accused The Matrix of infringing on his comic's copyright. Duke couldn't be bothered to respond to these matters. Even if these people looking to profit from the hype really wanted to take action, Warner Brothers, the film's copyright holder, would be the first to step up. Fame brings trouble. This phrase is more than just talk. Many times, even if you try to avoid trouble, trouble comes looking for you. In this industry where the struggle for fame and fortune is magnified countless times, it's practically impossible to shoot films in peace and harmony. This place is fiercely competitive. To climb to the top, even if you don't mean to, you might end up stepping on someone else's head. A few years ago, Gal Gadot came to Hollywood from Israel. Through the introduction of her friend Natalie Portman and by virtue of her Jewish identity, her first Hollywood film was Fast and Furious 4, a relatively big-budget and well-received production. She thought she had secured a foothold and would, like Natalie Portman, become a representative of the new generation of actresses. However, in the audition for Quantum of Solace, despite having a clear advantage, she lost out to a little-known Ukrainian model, Olga Kurilenko. Gradually, she came to understand that this industry was far more complicated than she had imagined. Even though she was Jewish, success was not something easily attained. She believed she was full of talent, but does having talent mean you'll be appreciated? After the audition for Quantum of Solace, Gal Gadot discarded that overly naivety. After all, she wasn't a little girl anymore. Gal Gadot understood the importance of connections. On her agent's advice, she grew even closer to Natalie Portman. She stood in the training hall, watching the petite girl dancing gracefully to the Swan Lake Ballet, a trace of envy flashing through her heart. When the music stopped, Natalie Portman rubbed her wrist and walked over. Gal Gadot quickly took a towel from her assistant and stepped forward to hand it over. "Wipe your sweat, Nat," she said with a smile. "Thank you, Gal." Natalie Portman accepted the towel and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I'm glad you came to see me." Gal Gadot accompanied her to the lounge area and sat down in a chair, saying, "You've been unhappy ever since you returned from Cannes. I'm a little worried. Did something happen?" Natalie lightly patted her hand. "Nothing much, just some trivial matters." Seeing she wouldn't get an answer, Gal Gadot proactively changed the topic. "Do you have time tonight? I've booked a table." "I'm sorry, Gal." Natalie's eyes turned toward the coach who had just been dancing with her. "I already accepted someone else's invitation this morning." "No worries. I think Blake would be happy to join me," she said, referring to her agent. Natalie Portman nodded. "Tomorrow night then." I'll keep you company tomorrow night. Ballet practice resumed. Gal Gadot sat for a while, then made a call to her agent and left. 10 minutes later, she appeared at a nearby Italian restaurant. Guided by a waiter, she arrived at her reserved table where her agent Blake was already waiting. After placing their order, Gal Gadot asked, "You said on the phone you had something to discuss with me?" "Yes, something very important. It concerns your future." Blake's tone was quite serious. "If you can get the appreciation of certain big figures, your entire future path will be smooth." Gal Gadot looked at her agent in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Someone doesn't like Natalie Portman. Blake raised an eyebrow. Chapter 735, Planning and Execution. Chapter 735, Chapter 735, Planning and Execution. There weren't many people in the restaurant, and it was quiet enough. Gal Gadot had already put down her knife and fork. Her delicate face was tightly tensed, and her eyes were fixed intently on her agent. Her entry into Hollywood had been thanks to the introduction of Natalie Portman. Natalie was her only friend in the circle. Gal Gadot pressed her lips tightly together, hesitating. To betray a close friend like this. "Gal, some things you have to understand clearly. Blake was just an unremarkable agent at William Morris, and Gal Gadot was his most promising client, his hope for the future. They're not asking you to do much, just to keep them informed of Natalie's public relations efforts for the Best Actress Oscar in real time. In exchange, you'll get the lead role in a blockbuster with an investment of at least $150 million. Gal Gadot's eyes started to waver. This isn't some marginal character like in Fast and Furious, but the absolute lead, Blake added upon seeing her reaction. And Nancy Josephson has already contacted me. Regardless of whether Natalie Portman succeeds or fails in her bid for Best Actress, we can join ICM afterwards, and they will treat you as a top-tier client. Gal Gadot finally spoke, softly saying a name. Is this his promise? Blake shook his head immediately. Don't be silly, Gal. How could he possibly get involved in something like this directly? But Nancy Josephson's promise is just as reliable. Gal Gadot slowly lowered her head, and her tense expression gradually gave way to hesitation. One step forward is a chance to become a superstar. Blake continued to persuade. This kind of opportunity isn't something everyone gets in Hollywood. Opportunities were always rare in this circle. Opportunity mattered more than acting skills. Gal Gadot understood that very well. Which was more important, her friendship with Natalie Portman or stepping forward toward stardom? Gal Gadot slowly closed her eyes. This choice wasn't that difficult, was it? A lead role in a blockbuster with over $150 million in investment. Top-tier client status at ICM. These things were out of reach for her at this moment. Perhaps this opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. If she missed it, she might end up drifting through Hollywood like most other actresses. She came to Los Angeles from Israel, transitioning from the modeling world into acting, all to become a superstar, wasn't it? As she slowly opened her eyes again, the hesitation on Gal Gadot's face vanished completely. She nodded at Blake, slowly but firmly. Taking this step really wasn't so difficult. She believed that anyone else in her position would make the same choice. Walking out of the restaurant, Gal Gadot told herself this. As for Natalie Portman's dream of winning Best Actress at the Oscars, what did it have to do with her? Natalie winning that little golden statue wouldn't benefit her. Once she made up her mind, Gal Gadot no longer hesitated. At Malibu Port, the Duke sounded its horn and slowly sailed out of the coastal waters along the channel. On the spacious upper deck of the yacht, Sofia Coppola closed the script, looked at the distant sea, and then at Duke. With a slight nasal tone, she asked, "You want Scarlett to compete for Best Actress at the Oscars with this film?" Duke shrugged. "Why not? It's a science fiction movie." Sofia pushed the script back toward Duke. "How could that be possible? If it were easy, I wouldn't have brought you on board." Duke tapped his fingers lightly on the script. "Besides, the sci-fi elements in the script aren't that strong. If a movie like that could produce a Best Director, then creating a Best Actress from it wasn't impossible either." He said to Sofia again, "Scarlett still has her strengths. She started with art films, she's of Jewish descent, and her fame is big enough." Sofia couldn't help but curl her lips. "Those are strengths. Dear, Scarlett has known you since she was under 10. You've always treated her like a little sister." Duke spread his hands and said, "Don't tell me you really won't help. Personally, I have no problem. But Sophia shook her head. No worries. I'll schedule a golf game with your father soon. Duke looked at her and said, when the time comes, you just need to put in a few good words with those Italian-American Academy voters. All right. Sophia could only nod. After all, she had deep ties with both Duke and Scarlett. I'll do my best. She saw Scarlett carrying a tray up the stairs to the deck and added, don't forget Leonardo. He can help too. He came to fish with me a few days ago, and I already told him. Duke stood up, took the tray from Scarlett's hands, and placed the drinks and fruits on the table in front of everyone. Scarlett picked a grape, tossed it into her mouth, and asked, what are you two talking about? Miss Scarlett Johansson's Best Actress Oscar campaign. Sophia Coppola teased. Sitting beside Duke, Scarlett said, that's still far off. Isn't it a little early to start planning now? For something like this. Duke set the tray on the table behind him and returned to his seat. The earlier the planning, the better we can shape a favorable environment. That way, we'll have a greater chance when the time comes. An Oscar campaign was essentially a systematic project. Since he had decided to stop someone from winning, Duke naturally had to come up with a comprehensive plan to implement it. After spending 2 days on the Pacific, Duke took a helicopter off the yacht and flew back to Los Angeles alone. He had to attend the North American premiere of Up. The premiere of this animated feature film was held at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood, rather than the Los Angeles Dome Theater, where Pixar had previously hosted the premieres for Ratatouille and WALL-E. Changing the venue, in a sense, also signaled that Pixar was ending the highbrow artistic direction represented by WALL-E and returning to the commercial mainstream. For many years, there had been an unwritten rule in Los Angeles. Any film shown at the TCL Chinese Theater would not be shown at the Dome Theater. The TCL Chinese Theater had always been synonymous with commercial films, while the Dome Theater was known for showing independent and art house films. The two were clearly distinct. Both Duke and Warner were happy with this situation. After all, they hadn't acquired Pixar to have them make Oscar-bait films. Pixar had earned its spotlight in Hollywood not because of WALL-E, but because its animated films could generate massive revenue from both box office and merchandise. If Pixar were to evolve into a studio that could only produce films like WALL-E, it would be meaningless to Duke and Warner. From a personal standpoint, Duke preferred WALL-E far more than Cars, but from a business perspective, he wanted Pixar to create more films like Cars. This was business. Personal preferences could never be the standard of judgment. Up was an adventure-themed comedy with two main characters, an old man and an energetic young boy. After going through many things together, they became friends. Due to their personality differences, they often bickered, and their journey was full of arguments and adventure. This story brought laughter to the audience, and amidst the lightheartedness, the film also conveyed messages like courage or how precious beautiful memories are. Up completely abandoned the highbrow route. It had children and elders, generation gaps and reconciliation, dreams and disappointment. Its structure wasn't complicated. The transition of the two protagonists from opposition to harmony was a common movie trope, and the 3D technology made the visuals more appealing. These simple elements, when put together, created a film that was anything but simple. In its 84-minute runtime, the emotional adventure, with both tears and laughter, not only amused children, but also brought tears to the adults accompanying them. This movie contained the childhood of adults. During its first weekend, Up earned nearly $70 million at the North American box office. In less than 20 days, it grossed $230 million in North America, making it one of the most profitable animated films in recent years. This film also helped Pixar escape the slump of critical success but commercial underperformance. Its popularity among the public guaranteed higher merchandise sales. For Duke and Warner, that was Pixar's greatest value. Just like in Pixar's early development, they created all kinds of technology, but remained an ugly duckling until Toy Story became the top-grossing film of 1995 in North America and turned them into a white swan in everyone's eyes. A Pixar studio that couldn't turn a profit would never attract Hollywood's attention. Meanwhile, the screening of Fury Road was gradually nearing its end. Even Duke, the director, had to admit that although this R-rated film had received universal praise from media and audiences alike, its theatrical run couldn't last as long as those hit PG or PG-13 films. Fury Road had now earned $256.23 million at the North American box office, and its theatrical potential was nearly exhausted. The remaining screenings were just routine efforts to collect the last bits of audience revenue. On the global front, the film's combined overseas and North American box office surpassed the $600 million mark, reaching as high as $621.55 million. But just like in North America, the overseas market also showed signs of stagnation, and another explosive box office boost was no longer possible. Duke's focus had also shifted away from Fury Road as he began preparing for his new film, Inception. Chapter 736. Saying and doing are two different things. Chapter 736. Chapter 736. Saying and doing are two different things. Famed director Duke Rosenberg's new sci-fi action film has finally confirmed its male lead. It's Leonardo DiCaprio. This will be their second collaboration. This film is written and directed by Duke himself. As with his previous work Fury Road, the plot details are still highly confidential. Warner Brothers has only revealed that the film is a sci-fi piece set in the contemporary world and tells a story related to the structure inside the human mind and dreams. Since the beginning of July, when Inception was officially approved, Warner Brothers has been constantly hyping up news about Duke's new film. Even though the summer blockbuster season hasn't yet ended, it has already taken over many entertainment media front pages, easily drawing widespread attention. Moreover, all kinds of related information continued to emerge. Duke Rosenberg's new film, officially titled Inception, its English name literally translates to Foundation, indicates a theme about dreams. It's said to be a major work of stream of consciousness. Dreams are one of the most mysterious aspects of the human experience. However, past films about dreams have often been obscure. Just when the public began to question Duke's choice, Leonardo DiCaprio was promptly pushed forward by Warner Brothers to give an interview and address the issue. To be honest, I didn't really understand Duke's script. You need to be really smart to get it. Leonardo told the Entertainment Weekly reporter, "I think once Inception is completed, a lot of people will be scratching their heads, trust me, because I'm one of them. I don't even know where to begin or what exactly I'm supposed to say." Duke's dream unraveling film will definitely be amazing because it's thrilling, with lots of action scenes. It's surreal, and everything is under his control. He wrote the movie, so if you ask him, I'm sure he can explain it perfectly. Thrilling. Lots of action scenes. This became the media's focal point of emphasis afterward, and many moviegoers felt completely reassured after reading it. While Duke was preparing for the film, a wide variety of related details were continuously disclosed by the media. Inception is expected to have a production budget of $180 million. It will be released during next year's summer season. Joseph Gordon-Levitt becomes the second main actor confirmed by Duke, following Leonardo DiCaprio. Charlize Theron stated in an interview that she will continue to star in Duke Rosenberg's new film. Scarlett Johansson and James Franco passed their auditions and will play Leonardo DiCaprio's assistants in Duke Rosenberg's new movie. Since the project's approval, Warner Brothers has spared no effort in promoting it. They clearly understood that with this type of film, the result would either be a massive flop or a massive hit. But they had full confidence in Duke, firmly believing that with proper execution, this would definitely be a billion-dollar blockbuster. Moreover, from the start of promotion, Warner Brothers had already developed a clear marketing strategy. Leonardo mentioned this during promotions, and others who followed him also brought it up during theirs. After the crew announced that Michael Caine and Cillian Murphy had passed their auditions, the two actors gave an exclusive interview to The Hollywood Reporter. Michael Caine, who played Alfred the Butler in the Batman series, admitted that his scenes in the film are minimal, just slightly more than a cameo. The crew was extremely cautious with him and didn't even let him see the full script. They didn't allow me to read the script. I could only see the page with my own lines. Duke is just so secretive, Caine said when discussing his role. Leonardo DiCaprio's character is planning a scientific experiment, and everyone is helping him. That's all I know. Cillian Murphy, known for playing Scarecrow, has a bigger role but said nothing specific about his character. He only vaguely commented, "This is my third film with Duke." He let me read the entire script. The story is very, very complex and amazing. You have to be smart to understand it. I'm already eager for it to come out next year. When asked to reveal more details about the film, Cillian Murphy firmly declined, stating the reason was, "This film is so unique. This is truly an innovation. It doesn't belong to any specific genre. The film incorporates all sorts of different elements, and all of them come from Duke's imagination. In my lifetime, I've never seen anything quite like it." By the time late July arrived, the production held its first press conference since the film's approval, announcing the cast lineup. The star-studded roster left both media and fans utterly stunned. Leonardo DiCaprio plays the lead role, Cobb, the soul of the team. Rising star Joseph Gordon-Levitt plays his assistant. James Franco plays one of his partners. Hulk actor Mark Ruffalo is another one of his aides. Oscar-winning actress Charlize Theron plays his wife. Black Widow Scarlett Johansson plays a female college student named Adrian, who is DiCaprio's partner in the film. Japanese actor Ken Watanabe plays the villain Saito. Such a cast, even in star-studded Hollywood, is enough to dazzle anyone. One can imagine the level of sensation it would cause. This also explains why Duke secured a budget of $180 million. Compared to a certain predecessor, the additional funds were nearly all spent on actor salaries. At the entire press conference, reporters were practically going crazy. Even in celebrity-filled Los Angeles, apart from award shows, it was rare to see so many stars in the same place, especially when they were all starring in the same movie. It's no exaggeration to say that Inception had assembled a dreamlike and luxurious cast. Of course, aside from the stars, what the media cared about most was still the film itself. At the end of the press conference, nearly all questions were directed at Duke, the director. For the sake of promotion, Duke also shared some relevant information about the film, though, as with past projects, much of it was PR-crafted fiction. Filming Inception will be the biggest challenge I've ever faced. We're telling a large-scale story, making a true mind-bending blockbuster. I'll be adding many elements that are different from anything I've done before. When asked about the inspiration behind the film, Duke unhesitatingly followed Warner Brothers' promotional plan and fabricated a story. "I hope to have enough time to complete this movie, because the ideas I want to express here are things I've been pondering repeatedly since I was 20. I finished the first draft of the script 7 or 8 years ago, but as it developed, the story went much further than I expected. It touches on the relationship between real dreams and the state between sleep and wakefulness." Speaking of dreams, Duke added a few more sentences. "The dreams produced by the human brain can encompass all real-life scenes. In my research, I haven't yet encountered the limits of this behavior. It's like walking on a beach. You can look around in all directions and also pick up a handful of fine sand from the ground. I tried to validate this principle by experimenting with lucid dreaming. My script is built upon these common and relatively simple principles. As for the only thing in the film that might appear somewhat bizarre, it's the technology that allows people to invade others' brains and share the same dream with another person at the same time." Another reporter asked Duke about his thoughts on working with Leonardo DiCaprio. "Leo and I are friends, very close friends. I knew he was perfect for this extraordinary role in such a magical story. When I created this character, I even drew on Leo's image and qualities. Leo's participation wasn't just about having a big movie star on board. He could break through the sci-fi film barrier and bring more people into the story. Saying things suitable for publicity came effortlessly to Duke. Leo always has a lot of ideas. He thinks from the character's perspective and also considers how the character fits into the story and contributes to the overall development. Talking with him is usually very interesting, and it pushes the production forward in a big way. I think the emotional world of this character is now far more central to the story than it was when we first started." Despite saying so much, Duke would never reveal certain real thoughts to the media. For example, in his plan, Inception is first and foremost an action sci-fi film. That's right. This film is primarily an action sci-fi film, and only then does it include other elements. As for the reason, the film's $180 million production budget alone dictates that the final product must be a mainstream movie, not a niche genre piece. Moreover, the entire process from preparation to release was just 1 year. Duke didn't have the time or energy to construct real sets. The film would use CG technology on a massive scale. Apart from a few live-action shots filmed in locations around the world. Most of the scenes would be shot using green screen at Warner's studio lot. After all, Duke is not the same as that former director. That former director had a strong aversion to CGI and claimed that computer technology was worthless, but just like Duke's publicity remarks, his words didn't match his actions. Every one of his films relied heavily on CGI-generated visuals or computer-processed scenes he labeled as practical shots. Just like Duke, in this industry, many people say one thing and do another in order to promote themselves or establish a stylistic identity. Whether it's practical shooting or CGI, smart directors never restrict themselves to just one approach. Duke isn't a genius, but he's certainly not an idiot either. Inception would adopt a filming method similar to Transformers, with some real-world shots blended with a large number of CG composite scenes. Chapter 737, Genius-Level Innovation. Chapter 737, Chapter 737, Genius-Level Innovation. This year, Los Angeles was particularly scorching. The blazing sun seemed to scorch every inch of land, and due to a heat wave attack, a sudden forest fire broke out in the San Gabriel Mountains behind Los Angeles. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, making the surrounding dozens of miles even hotter, as if they were in a giant oven. The abnormal weather and the raging forest fire brought a lot of disruption to work and life in the Los Angeles area. Some companies near the San Gabriel Mountains simply gave time off, but none of this affected Duke's preparation work. After Warner Brothers credited the initial $60 million investment, the entire preparation process smoothly unfolded. Duke first led Hannah and John Schwartzman to several countries including Paris, France and Tokyo, Japan for more than 10 days to scout locations. After finalizing suitable exterior shooting spots, they hurried back to Los Angeles to inspect the completed sound stages. Just like Duke had thought during the press conference, the film would feature a large number of exterior scenes spanning multiple countries and regions, but the proportion wasn't particularly high. The main scenes would still be shot on green screen stages inside sound stages, relying on CGI to generate visuals. Of course, Duke would not use film to shoot, but rather focus on digital production. Besides using IMAX cameras for shooting, the film was bound to be a 3D movie. Duke would never overlook the high ticket prices of 3D films. Avatar was about to premiere, and for the whole of next year, even 2 to 3 years afterward, the market would be filled with enthusiasm for 3D movies. Especially in the period after Avatar triggers a craze, the audience's passion for 3D films could only be described as unbelievable. This directly contributed to the massive success of Disney's Alice in Wonderland, a converted 3D film. Although Duke, after acquiring Relativity Media's investments in certain movies, also owned a portion of Alice in Wonderland, he wouldn't let that film alone enjoy the 3D feast brought by Avatar. He had already discussed with Warner Brothers and would timely release several 3D converted films like Alice in Wonderland. Duke's plan was to convert the Lord of the Rings trilogy into 3D films and ride the wave brought by Avatar to cash in once more. Even though the series had already seen 3 different DVD versions, capital never opposes profit. The 3D conversion plan for the Lord of the Rings trilogy would officially begin next month. It would be re-released in January this year, launching another round of profit-making. Inside Warner Brothers' huge soundstage, Duke walked past numerous erected green screens, evaluating whether they met his needs. From time to time, he would call a responsible person over to give some reminders and make suitable modifications. Passing through the green screen-covered soundstage, he came to the practical set construction area. In today's Hollywood, even CGI-heavy films like Transformers and Avatar still used some real-life scenes. Duke first arrived at a set of stairs, walked up, circled around, and gave the special effects team a thumbs up. The team had built a Penrose staircase, inspired by illusion master Escher's drawings, an infinite loop staircase that looked seamless from a certain angle. To film the hotel's zero-gravity scenes, Duke also had the special effects team construct the entire corridor set on a massive rotating rig device. After walking around the whole set area, Duke came to a model of a train. This was a real prop powered by a truck and several trailers. Its exterior was covered with fiberglass to create the illusion of a rail train. Nearby, many other models were either completed or in the process of being built, like a miniature model of a snow bunker for filming in snowy environments. Leaving the soundstage, Duke entered the adjacent actors' rehearsal hall. There, led by Leonardo DiCaprio, actors including Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Scarlett Johansson, Ken Watanabe, James Franco, and Mark Ruffalo were rehearsing scenes that required coordinated interaction. Before filming any movie, actors would undergo a certain degree of rehearsal, especially for ensemble casts like this. Their Dream Heist team needed perfect synergy, not only during rehearsal, even during breaks. Led by Leonardo DiCaprio, all six referred to each other by their character names to quickly get into character. In Duke's eyes, the interactions among these six actors and their mission resembled the process of making a movie. From another perspective, Saito was like a movie production company, insisting on overseeing the production. Arthur, who ensured everything ran smoothly, was the producer. Cobb, who led operations and brought others into his dreams and plans, was the director. Ariadne, who built dreamscapes, was the screenwriter. Eames, who could shapeshift, was the actor. Yusuf, who provided sedatives, was the tech team, and Fisher was the audience. Many screenwriters have a half-finished epic lying in their drawers. They hope to pick it up and finish it someday, but in reality, few ever do, especially with something like Inception. If it weren't proposed by a director of certain status and position, given the Hollywood studio culture, they probably wouldn't even bother with it. From this perspective, Christopher Nolan was a very smart man who truly understood the Hollywood system. This director insisted on originality, but wasn't rigid about it. He clearly knew that original projects from average directors, writers, or producers weren't welcomed in Hollywood. He first entered the mainstream film industry by focusing on adaptations. Through the massive success of those adaptations, he gained the opportunity to make his high-budget, large-scale originals. A theater is a place that feels very dreamlike to me. During a break, the actors all gathered around Duke, discussing the film and their roles. When Joseph Gordon-Levitt asked about the origin of the film's idea, Duke casually made something up. "I've always been fascinated by dreams and wanted to make a movie about them. I feel there's a connection between how imagination affects dreams and how you create a story. Watching a movie is like experiencing a dream. Accepting this in a theater should be an unknown, exciting experience." Dreams visually influence a lot of directors' creations too. James Franco, known as an eccentric in Hollywood, chimed in, saying, "In dreams, I often get strange visuals or little elements. After waking up, I immediately write them down." Oh. Joseph Gordon-Levitt teased him on purpose, so James also dreams of becoming a director. James Franco shrugged, but didn't deny it. "I really want to be a comedy director, Joseph. We could collaborate then." Everyone laughed. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's current style leans more toward the artsy side, and it seemed unlikely he would appear in a crude slapstick comedy. "I admit, my dreams rarely inspire story elements," James Franco added. "But I believe the human brain can solve problems in its sleep." Duke deeply related to this and nodded lightly. "I always think about things before going to bed. In that state of consciousness, I often get a flash of inspiration right before truly falling asleep. If you're banging your head against the wall over a script, then tell yourself before bed, 'All right, stop thinking. Time to sleep.' And then you really stop thinking about it. But that often frees up another part of your brain, which just happens to give you the answer. Dreams really are a magical thing." Scarlett Johansson handed a glass of water to Duke. "I've been having the same dream regularly since 10 years ago." Leonardo DiCaprio winked at Scarlett. "Darling, did your dream come true?" "Of course." Scarlett looked at Duke, a beautiful curve appearing at the corner of her lips. When a dream comes true, it's especially beautiful and sweet. Led by James Franco, a wave of playful teasing rippled through the group. Perhaps because the main actors in the crew were mostly male, and the most important female member happened to be the director Duke's girlfriend, the internal atmosphere of the crew was much more harmonious than during the filming of Fury Road. Even if the actors had their own thoughts and plans, it wasn't like Tom Cruise and Charlize Theron, where "I don't like you" was almost written on their faces. The topic gradually returned to movies and scripts. Duke and Scarlett left early due to other matters. Watching his departing figure, Leonardo DiCaprio said, "When I first read the script, I thought Duke was going to make a heist film, a corporate espionage team led by Cobb that invades an unguarded person's dreams to steal their ideas. Just this alone is enough to make a good movie." He shrugged and said in a slightly playful tone, but Duke obviously had a higher pursuit. What he's always been interested in is penetrating layer after layer of someone's psyche. If it's just about taking something from there, it's really not compelling enough. "I've had enough conversations with Duke." He set himself a bigger goal. The mission he gave this team of expert thieves was. Leonardo's face showed a trace of admiration. To plant an idea in someone else's mind, an idea that under normal circumstances should be rejected. But after their plan, the idea would take root and grow, eventually causing the target to act according to their client's intent. "It's a stroke of genius." James Franco nodded solemnly and continued where Leonardo left off. "If you want to implant something in someone's consciousness and have it grow in a specific way, you must first anticipate how it could grow chaotically. That seems to be the greatest conclusion we can draw from the script." Chapter 738, The True Core. Chapter 738, The True Core. Just like past films, during the early stages of preparation, aside from the elements of the movie itself, Duke also decided to include the audience as part of the intricate plan, as if making them accomplices in the crime. In this way, he declared his ambition in this genre film. One of the charms of heist movies, and also one of the reasons Duke used them as a template, is that in most films, the explanatory parts directed at the audience tend to be suspicious, boring, sly, and unbearable. But in heist films, they are the highlight. They become part of the fun. This is an essential element of the genre. Their discussions and planning are what give the audience a reason to keep watching the story. Duke studied deeply and found that a common pattern in this genre is that at a specific point, the audience stops receiving information and merely experiences events as bystanders until the end of the operation. They remain fresh and are impressed by the meticulous plan. But he didn't intend to repeat that routine. He wanted to make a subversive change. Duke didn't plan to keep the audience out, but decided to take them along the entire way. This small change would make the audience sweat alongside the characters whenever something unexpected happened. With such a fascinating world to explore, Duke was willing to take his time thinking about what the film still lacked to make its unreasonable foundation appear more reasonable. That was the motivation of the protagonist, Cobb. Why did he plan the whole operation? It wasn't just for monetary gain. Even though Duke wasn't a father, he understood well the place that home and children hold in the hearts of most people around the world. This is a universal value. Cobb's biggest motivation was wanting to go home. He wanted to correct his life, return to his family. This emotion and motivation may seem vulgar, but it is the highest form of human feeling. Back when writing the Batman scripts, the biggest challenge the writers faced in handling character emotions was maintaining enough balance to keep the plot serious while remaining relatable to the audience. The plot of a film can often be summarized in one sentence and labeled with a card, but character emotions require a different approach. Unlike in the past, in this film, there were certain segments that had to be written with the writers sitting down and letting emotion flow from their pens in a very emotional way for the actors to express, and then spend a great deal of time revising until they felt real and believable. That meant a few screenwriters had to work closely with Leonardo during early preparation, adjusting Cobb's lines and behavior based on Leonardo's own habits and traits. They needed to analyze, deconstruct, and reassemble these elements into part of the movie. This was to make Cobb's circumstances more authentic and relatable to the audience. When watching certain directors' films, Duke, as a movie fan, should have felt certain emotions during the viewing, but he found that the filmmakers didn't share those emotions. These directors simply assumed the audience would feel them, but in reality, they didn't. The audience often felt alienated. So whenever Duke noticed that something he and the screenwriters wrote didn't resonate with others, but he still told himself, "It's okay, the audience will like it," he knew he had gone down the wrong path and had to abandon it. Besides emotions, there was also the film's setup. Although implanting an idea into an unsuspecting businessman's mind involves some sensational technology, in the end, the task comes down to identifying the man's emotions and finding a method to make him act against his original intent. This was a concept Duke thought of when viewing the script through the lens of emotional projection. It was more like a narrative adventure. a group of people making up a story, like a film crew working together. Maybe it was simply because people immersed in such things felt more connected to it. It wasn't just a crime meticulously planned with technology. It was an invasion of the individual. In Duke's eyes, this should be a human experience, not just a set of classic tropes tied to a spy mission. Leonardo DiCaprio's collaboration was also a great help to Duke. During rehearsals, he discussed each scene and script with Duke to uncover the emotional truth and motivation of his character. One of the things this forced me to do, Duke once said to Anna Prinz, was to dramatize every rhythm of the explanatory scenes. Every character receives information only because he needs it. The film was presenting an important theme, like being trapped in a dream and unable to wake up, and there had to be a rhythm to it. I used to place those in relatively passive scenes, using them as neutral explanations. But after discussing repeatedly with Leo, I concluded that I needed to use dramatic conflict. That resulted in effects very different from before. It made the exposition essential for the characters too. When planning the actual shoot, perhaps due to the influence of the plot, Duke made the plan so complex that even he got a little dizzy. He covered his storyboard with exaggerated charts and timelines, trying to mark where transitions occurred in the movie. For several weeks, he felt like he was banging his head against the board. But looking back, Duke realized he had actually solved some problems and made significant progress. "You know you're facing new problems," he said, "because you know you're truly making progress. Eventually, you realize, this thing is still imperfect. I have a ton of things I want to do with it, but at least it's coherent enough. I can show it to someone." That was the conclusion Duke came to. Duke continued to revise the shooting and post-production plans countless times because he knew that once the plan was put into action, it had to be more organized. In the film, many different characters were in simultaneous danger. As the director, he had to sit down and have in-depth conversations with each character. It was very difficult. Duke believed there was a limit to what an individual could plan alone. Beyond that, others had to be brought in. Fortunately, Duke had spent nearly 20 years building a formidable team. He often felt that working with Charles Roven or Anna Prinz or other team members brought great value. As the final results showed, their involvement made the plan more reasonable. Through constant revisions, Duke ultimately found the perfect balance. According to Leonardo's suggestion, Duke also made slight adjustments to the characters and their scenes. The most important point was that Cobb assembled his team to carry out a dangerous mission. After assigning all the tasks, he forgot to mention that he himself was the greatest uncertainty in this mission. In Leonardo's words, Cobb didn't forget. He deliberately kept the secret in his heart. In discussions with several main actors, Duke referenced Hitchcock's Vertigo. That film makes the audience completely trust the protagonist because of the actor's charming performance and the character's professional skills, but in fact, they trusted the wrong person. Audiences trust them because they're confident, knowledgeable, experts, etc. But in Vertigo, it ultimately makes people realize, I've been completely fooled by this guy. He's not who I thought he was at all. That truly is a fascinating narrative technique. Lawrence of Arabia was another classic example Duke and the team discussed. Half the film features such a successful, haloed protagonist that people forget how dark he becomes in the latter half. It challenges the traditional wisdom of protagonist resonance. Achieving this effect is very difficult. It requires truly suitable actors. Fortunately, Duke had Leonardo DiCaprio. Everyone who becomes a superstar always has something going for them. Hollywood indeed has no one who's irreplaceable, and it's always the role that makes the actor. But the fact that Hollywood studios are willing to pay big money to invite a superstar, rather than casually choose an unknown but equally skilled actor, does have its reasons. These reasons are very straightforward. Basically, everyone can see them at a glance. Duke invited Leonardo DiCaprio not just because he was the former lead actor and a very good friend. The fact that Warner Brothers eventually signed him to a contract for a base salary of $15 million plus 8% of the profits wasn't because of Duke's relationship with him either. The value Leonardo DiCaprio represents is precisely what justifies such a contract. Beyond all this, Duke was also very aware of another key factor in the film's potential success: mystery for mystery's sake. That's right, mystery for mystery's sake. Of course, mystery needs to be applied in moderation. After all, this is a commercial blockbuster, not a niche art film. The film's previous success lay in its balance between story rhythm, audience comprehension, and narrative structure. That is to say, playing with reverse chronology and nested storytelling isn't hard. What's hard is not turning those elements into an experimental niche film. Once the film was completed, it left audiences a bit puzzled, but not to the point of losing interest in unraveling the mystery. Overall, it had to be a watchable commercial film. That's the true merit of Inception. Duke's entire concept was very clear. This was a big-budget, large-scale commercial film. The film's true core lay in sci-fi, action, and other mainstream commercial elements. Everything else stemmed from that foundation. After more than 4 months of lengthy pre-production, Duke officially began filming Inception in Los Angeles in mid-November. Chapter 739, Special Effects and Live Action. Chapter 739, Special Effects and Live Action. The studio was dimly lit. Opposite Duke, Leonardo DiCaprio stood with his back to the main camera, seemingly busy with something. Then Scarlett Johansson's figure entered the frame. She glanced at Leonardo's back and walked toward him. "Are you planning to enter the dream alone?" She took the initiative to ask. No. Leonardo turned around and immediately denied it. "I was just doing some experiments. Didn't expect anyone to be here, so—" "Oh, sorry." Scarlett first looked down at the little gadget in her hand, then showed it to Leonardo. "I'm actually working on my totem. Let me see." Leonardo reached into his pocket and walked over. But Scarlett quickly put it away. Leonardo just smiled. "You're learning fast." "This way of distinguishing between dream and reality is quite elegant," Scarlett nodded lightly. "Was it your idea?" "No, actually." Leonardo moved a bit closer. "It was Sally's idea." Since the female lead wasn't French, Duke had accordingly changed the name. Leonardo took out a spinning top, placed it in his palm so Scarlett could see it clearly, and explained, "In dreams, the top spins without stopping." He spun the top on the table beside him. "It just keeps spinning." "I heard from Arthur that he passed away?" Scarlett asked. Leonardo changed the subject. "How's the maze design going?" Duke stepped away from the camera and shouted, "Cut!" Scarlett and Leonardo looked over. It was clear the first take didn't pass, but this scene wasn't difficult. They didn't understand what went wrong. "Hannah, Kirk, John." Duke called out the names of 3 department heads in one breath, then waved, "Come over here." The take didn't pass, not because of Scarlett and Leonardo's performance, but due to a lighting issue. Ever since Zack Snyder left Duke's team to become a director, lighting for the crew had been handled by Kirk Lundell. Film can be described as a photochemical dream, with highly complex lighting demands. Although much of the brightness can be adjusted in post-production, the lighting used on set is equally crucial. Lighting, commonly understood as color grading, is essential for 2 main reasons. First, scenes shot at different times and under different lighting conditions inevitably have discrepancies. If left unprocessed and directly printed, the edited clips would look inconsistent. Second, creators often aim for a specific visual style for artistic purposes. The original English term for lighting is color timing. From the literal meaning, many may wonder what this process has to do with timing. This dates back to the black and white film era. Since there was no color involvement, lighting merely dealt with controlling the brightness of the image. What the color timer did was adjust and record the exposure time required for each shot, hence the term timing. When color technology emerged, the term timing persisted, and even in today's digital era, it is still used. Nowadays, lighting is done entirely in digital environments, allowing color timers to work with much higher efficiency and freedom. In recent years, electronic color timing technology has developed rapidly. Using the electronic circuits of digital color grading machines, color timers can directly preview results and work quickly. Compared to traditional lighting, this method is much more efficient. Duke's crew has always used the most advanced technology in the industry. He is not Christopher Nolan, still lingering in the indie film circle, insisting on traditional and time-consuming methods. Spending the least amount of money and time to achieve the best effect, that's what Duke wants. He doesn't care whether the method is traditional or involves new technology. The lighting issue was resolved quickly. In the following days of filming, Duke used both new and traditional methods. The first stunning shot in the original Inception was when Leonardo DiCaprio's character, Dom Cobb, was pushed into a bathtub, triggering the first dream crossover. Cobb's sensation of water in the upper-level world was transmitted into the dream below, creating a surreal effect. The entire Japanese palace was flooded. This sensory-impacting scene was achieved through practical effects by Christopher Nolan. His crew built an enormous interior palace set and stored a total of 5,000 gallons of water in 26 water tanks carefully arranged around the windows. Driven by mechanical devices, the tanks were opened in sequence to create the flooded palace scene. But such set construction and filming were extremely time and cost-consuming. Duke thought about it briefly and abandoned the idea of live-action shooting. During his filming, Leonardo stood in front of a green screen. The flooding palace scene was filmed using miniature models and later composited with CGI. According to professional calculations, this method saved at least half of the preparation time and one-third of the filming budget. With Duke's style, there was no reason not to choose this approach. In some aspects, however, Duke did heavily rely on traditional techniques. For example, in Arthur's corridor fight scene, interference from the upper-level dream caused gravity to shift repeatedly in the second-level dream. In fact, these effects were all created using real-world physical laws during filming. During the shoot, Joseph Gordon-Levitt walked on walls and ceilings in a hotel corridor. This was possible because the entire corridor set was built inside a massive rotating gyroscope structure. When the corridor rotated and tilted, actors suspended by wires only had to adjust their balance naturally, while fixed cameras made it appear as though gravity itself was shifting. To ensure actor safety in the rotating set, many props including the walls were made from soft materials. Many of the props used for the dream scenes were also built practically by the production team. First is the Penrose staircase. Anyone with some knowledge of optical illusions should be familiar with the famous perspective paradox known as the Penrose staircase. As a conceptual, infinitely looping staircase, it only works in two dimensions. When tested in three-dimensional space, it becomes a self-contradictory structure. Inspired by illusion master Escher's rendering of the Penrose staircase, the special effects team physically constructed a version inside a soundstage at Warner Studios that appears to be an infinitely looping enclosed staircase when viewed from a specific angle. Of course, from any other angle, the illusion breaks instantly, as the structure is not truly enclosed. It was precisely this feature that allowed Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character Arthur to clearly explain the maze phenomenon of dreams to Scarlett's character Adrian and to the audience. Next is the memory elevator. Dom Cobb built an elevator in his dream that could access 13 floors, used to store his memories. In filming, this memory elevator was made up of individual sets, all of which were real props built by the crew. For example, the elevator on the beach at the top floor during Duke's shoot was built by digging a large pit on Nancy Josephson's private beach. Then there's the subconscious train. Perhaps the most extravagant prop the crew prepared for filming was the train that appears in the first level of the dream. This train was a real, tangible prop. This massive beast was driven by a truck and several trailers inside, while the outside was covered with a fiberglass train shell to create the illusion of a real locomotive. Finally, computer CGI replaced the vehicle's wheels with train wheels, leaving nothing to pick apart. In Hollywood, nearly all large-scale commercial films are shot using a combination of computer effects and practical sets. A blockbuster with an investment of over $100 million that doesn't use CGI simply doesn't exist. Not to mention that Duke's version of Inception uses over 2,000 CGI effect shots. Take Christopher Nolan, for instance. Many people think of Nolan as a complete film purist and highly resistant, even disdainful towards digital technology. In a certain sense, this is true, but it's not the full picture. In fact, CGI was extensively and even critically used in the production of Nolan's original Inception. The folding Paris sequence is one of the film's signature shots, and it's clearly CGI generated even without diving into the details. Beyond that, the film used more than 600 CGI shots. The folding Paris is also one of the signature visuals of Duke's version of the film. In his hands, this shot would be created with 100% digital effects. As early as the pre-production phase, ILM's special effects team arrived in Paris, where they photographed the area at T-size scale for use as visual assets, capturing everything from building exteriors to interior rooms, with precise detail down to the smallest elements. These high-resolution images were ultimately used as baked textures applied to the 3D models, aiming to make the virtual scene appear realistic and believable. But having realistic textures alone is far from enough. The entire scene needed to account for numerous variables, including light sources. The scene takes place during the day, and simulating daylight is extremely difficult. Shadow casting, perspective, and also how to hide inconsistencies like building overlaps or penetration. Although Duke planned for the scene of the city folding to be split into several shots in the film, ILM's initial version of the effect was actually a complete, unbroken shot. According to Duke's instructions, the effects team could have cheated by taking advantage of the shot transitions, but instead, they rose to the challenge and delivered a stunningly better result than expected. No repeated blocks, with attention paid even to small details like street lamps and curtains, and even the interior layout of buildings. Chapter 740. The Fusion of Practical and Digital. Chapter 740. Chapter 740. The Fusion of Practical and Digital. Need a stunt double? Standing before the revolving set, Duke asked Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who was about to shoot the zero-gravity hallway fight scene. The latter shook his head and declared with conviction, "I've done a ton of practice. I'll do these scenes myself." Though he spoke confidently, Joseph Gordon-Levitt still looked a bit nervous. Even with the safety harness, this action scene involved a certain degree of difficulty and danger. Given Duke's working style, a stunt double would naturally be the first choice for such scenes, but he wouldn't completely ignore the actor's own opinion. Most of the scene would be performed by Joseph Gordon-Levitt himself, but some high-risk stunts would still require a professional double. In this regard, the actor had no say. Duke would never let a lead actor take such a risk, not to mention the potential trouble from their agency or the actors' union if an injury occurred. He simply couldn't afford the delay in schedule. This shoot was also one of the most typical examples of combining traditional set building with digital technology. In this scene, gravity shifts alone weren't enough. Duke also employed a zero-gravity trick. During filming, the gravity changes were produced using a rotating set. But how was complete weightlessness achieved? The traditional approach was to build a high-speed rotating centrifugal system that put actors into a real zero-gravity state. The digital tech approach was more straightforward. Just hang the actor in front of a green screen and composite the background later, easy and clean. However, Duke relied on the perfect integration of traditional sets and digital technology, a result of imaginative production design paired with cutting-edge digital work. First, the entire zero-gravity sequence was shot within a real, physical set. The actors, including Joseph Gordon-Levitt, were suspended inside it to simulate weightlessness. But this suspension wasn't just a matter of a few wires. According to stunt coordinator Jimmy Carter, the set was filled with so many wires it looked like a forest. None of this was a concern for the final film. They wouldn't interfere with the shot, since digital effects artists could easily erase them using the latest computer technology. Duke understood that shooting in a conventional way would be a nightmare for digital effects, as it meant an enormous workload to remove all those wires. So he devised a brilliant filming technique, building the set vertically instead of horizontally, and positioning the camera to shoot straight up. That is, the hallway walls became the ceiling and floor in a literal sense, and the vertical orientation of the set became the depth of the shot. Vice versa, what appeared as depth in the scene was actually a vertical surface in real life. This gave a much better chance to hide the suspension rigs behind the actors, making the wire removal work far less demanding, something the digital VFX artists were surely grateful for. In this regard, traditional shooting methods were a great help to digital techniques. But digital tools also aided traditional effects tremendously. For some actors, especially those facing the camera, meaning they had to perform while facing downward, like Ken Watanabe and Cillian Murphy, long-term suspension was unbearable. Stunt doubles had to be used, but those characters had to show their real faces on screen. So, facial replacement was essential, and that could only be handled through digital effects. The VFX team scanned the actors' faces, built digital models, and then mapped them onto the stunt doubles' bodies, virtually indistinguishable from the real actors. Such a unique shooting method required seamless coordination between practical effects and digital technology. In Duke's view, this was the essence of VFX evolution. Traditional and digital effects didn't have to fight for dominance. Digital effects represented the future of filmmaking, but that didn't mean traditional effects were useless. The two could absolutely complement each other. For Duke, the making of Inception was not a battle between practical and digital, but a comprehensive application of the entire craft of cinema. Of course, for Duke, digital effects still outweighed practical effects by a wide margin. After the ILM VFX team finished the reversed Paris sequence, they moved on to build another fully CG, scene, the architectural complex at the edge of the subconscious. To make the audience believe that Dom Cobb and his wife had spent 50 years constructing the city at the edge of the subconscious, the film required a massive number of 3D structures, and the VFX team had only a few months to deliver what was essentially 50 years of work. At the same time, the diversity of architectural styles increased the modeling complexity. To further enhance the realism, Duke specifically requested that the city at the subconscious's edge reflect modern architectural aesthetics spanning different eras from Bauhaus style to skyscrapers to postmodernism. All of this had to be completed by digital artists who weren't even that highly regarded in the industry. Despite modern blockbusters routinely featuring over 1,000 digital effects shots, the digital effects department remained in an awkward position. On one hand, they were vital to the success of VFX-heavy films. On the other, Hollywood, still not fully adapted to digital filmmaking, had yet to give them the respect they deserved. You could see this from how digital artists' names were buried at the very end of the film credits. Anyone familiar with Hollywood production knew that most crews rarely considered how their original footage would work with VFX. They simply shot everything and tossed it over to the VFX department. That's why digital effects were often seen as post-production cleanup. Still, the situation was slowly improving. Projects by directors like Duke and James Cameron were a beacon of hope for digital artists. Finally, they were no longer just doing post. In their projects, VFX technicians were involved in every phase from pre-production to final edit. Paul Franklin, the visual effects supervisor for Inception from ILM, had been involved from the film's very inception, a rare thing in Hollywood. Throughout the shoot, he was part of Duke's core creative team along with Anna Prinz, Hannah Selina, and John Schwartzman. He traveled to every filming location, participated in location scouting, set construction, and shooting discussions, and had ample time to gather VFX references. Thanks to numerous past collaborations and successful projects, ILM had fully earned Duke's trust. The nearly 2,000 VFX shots in Inception would be handled entirely by ILM alone. It took Duke nearly a month to complete all the studio scenes at Warner Brothers Studios. Then the crew left Los Angeles, chartered 2 planes, and flew directly to Tokyo, Japan, to shoot a few additional scenes. One of the scenes was set on the Shinkansen. Originally, Duke had planned to shoot it on location, but due to uncertainties with the filming location and the Shinkansen management, he decided to build a set in the studio instead. The scenery outside the train windows would be replaced using CGI in post-production. Leonardo DiCaprio once said that Duke wanted to use filming as a chance to travel the world. That was obviously impossible. The crew was busy and the shooting schedule extremely tight. There were still other scenes to be rushed. After arriving in Tokyo, Duke spent his days shooting and his nights reviewing footage and handling other aspects of the production. Besides being a director, Duke also had other roles to play, with a series of investments and businesses to keep track of. For example, after acquiring shares in Relativity Media, he now held nearly 40% of the investment and profit share in Avatar, which was launching an aggressive promotional campaign across North America and the world and was set to hit global theaters in December. At a temporarily rented helipad in Tokyo, amid roaring sounds, a helicopter lifted off. Duke looked up. When the helicopter circled once and prepared to land, he signaled his script supervisor. Scene 78, take 11. Holding the clapperboard in front of the main camera lens, the script supervisor shouted loudly, "Action!" The main camera panned to focus on the descending helicopter, following it as it touched down on the helipad. Once the helicopter came to a stop, the cabin door was pulled open from inside, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Leonardo DiCaprio, jumped out one after another. Duke made a gesture, and the second camera, operated by a camera assistant, immediately zoomed in on Ken Watanabe's face as he appeared at the cabin door. The boom mic also moved to the side of the helicopter. "Hey, Mr. Cobb," Ken Watanabe shouted at Leonardo's back. When Leonardo turned around, he spoke in a tempting tone. "What if I could take you home, back to your kids in North America? What would you say?" "You can't do that." Leonardo clearly didn't trust him. "No one can." "Harder than Inception?" Ken Watanabe added. Joseph Gordon-Levitt motioned ahead with his head and reminded, "Cobb, let's go." Longing for home and his kids gradually showed on Leonardo's face. He didn't listen to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's reminder and instead walked quickly back to the helicopter and asked Ken Watanabe, "How complex is the idea?" A faint smile appeared on Ken Watanabe's face. "Surprisingly simple." The filming in Japan went smoothly overall. By mid-December, Duke had completed all the exterior scenes in Tokyo and temporarily handed the crew over to Anna Plitz. He and Leonardo then returned to Los Angeles to participate in James Cameron's Avatar. Chapter 741, Lucas's Status. Chapter 741. Chapter 741, Lucas's Status. Cameron's 12-year hard work. New film Avatar begins. Just after returning to Los Angeles, Duke took part in a promotional campaign, jointly announcing with James Cameron the upcoming launch of a mega blockbuster. The new film Avatar, created by James Cameron over 5 years with a total investment of $500 million, would be screened worldwide on December 11th in digital cinemas, showing a 15-minute segment for free. Just like James Cameron being surrounded by the media, Duke, one of the film's 3 major investors, also became a target of attention. During an interview, he said, "What we are doing is unprecedented. This will be a social marketing experiment. On December 11th, we will screen it in many IMAX 3D and selected 3D theaters globally, offering a 15-minute Avatar clip for free. That day will be Avatar Day." Avatar's marketing strategy differed from the traditional release of trailers and promotional campaigns. Although 3D and IMAX technologies were becoming more popular in North America, globally, the latest wave of 3D films had only truly surged after Transformers. Many moviegoers had yet to experience 3D cinemas, and some were still deterred by the high ticket prices. This new promotional method could bring more people into theaters to experience 3D films for free. It was undoubtedly a visionary initiative. On December 11th, Avatar Day, audiences could watch selected Avatar clips in chosen 3D and IMAX theaters. Additionally, an Avatar-themed video game and movie action figures would be released at the same time. On that day, a total of about 700 3D screens, including 248 IMAX theaters across the U.S. and 438 theaters in 77 countries and regions, simultaneously screened the 3D preview of Avatar, which required 3D glasses to view. 20th Century Fox officially announced that the online Avatar trailer had achieved a staggering 7.8 million views on its launch day, breaking the single-day viewership record of 4.2 million set by Transformers 2. Duke Rosenberg and James Cameron last collaborated on Titanic. Some comments reflected the reason behind the trailer's popularity. "We have every reason to believe that these two directors, sitting at the pinnacle of Hollywood, will once again deliver a revolutionary epic." The 16-minute preview shown on Avatar Day included 5 scenes from the film, as well as a quick-cut montage. Director James Cameron personally appeared on the stereoscopic screen, leading audiences into the world of Avatar. If Transformers helped familiarize audiences with 3D and IMAX, then this 16-minute preview of Avatar virtually opened the door to a new cinematic era. After watching these 15 minutes, I finally understand why Duke Rosenberg, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century Fox would invest $500 million, why James Cameron waited over a decade to start filming, and why it took so many years to complete. Whether it's in character design, art direction, or CGI, this film is a top-class production. The color and reflective precision of the alien skin couldn't be achieved in the 90s or early 2000s, and 3D was even more impossible. Duke Rosenberg and James Cameron were the earliest advocates for 3D cinema. I also understand why directors and exhibitors who watched the short film gave such high ratings and had such great expectations. If the film maintains the quality of this 15-minute segment, I'd gladly pay $100 to watch the IMAX 3D version. It would still be worth the money. Not to mention, the ending might have even more wonders and airplane battles. But this is absolutely not a movie to be watched in standard 35mm format. 3D is the essence of this film. I can't even imagine watching it in regular 2D after seeing those visuals. Veteran movie buffs who watched the preview weren't stingy with praise. Even though Cameron's cut wasn't the film's best footage, it fully deserved the acclaim. Avatar's 3D effects surpass all 3D films in recent years. It can be called a new realm in stereoscopic cinema. Also, the realism of the CGI characters is a new milestone in film history. From the scenes shown, you can tell how much heart Cameron put into the film and his incredible directing skill. But 15 minutes is just too short. Right when everyone's fully engaged, it ends. I really want to watch the complete Avatar now. From a British moviegoer. Visually, nothing comes close to what Cameron has now achieved. Although I'm not fully satisfied with the character designs, they were truly vivid and thrilling on screen. At one point, I felt like I was on Pandora. When I first saw the Nausicaa, I thought they were awful. But after 5 minutes, it all felt natural. In short, Pandora is beyond human imagination. From an Australian moviegoer. The 3D effects are amazing, at least 100 times better than the post-converted 3D cash grab films. Even Transformers, widely considered the best in 3D, doesn't compare to Avatar. The powerful 3D even distracted me at first, and I needed time to adjust. During fast-moving close-up shots, I felt completely immersed. When the camera stilled, you could see the depth. It was breathtaking. From a Chinese moviegoer. IMAX 3DS Avatar preview was absolutely incredible, superb, magical, and immensely shocking. The audience kept gasping in amazement. Everyone was dumbfounded. It truly is a revolutionary film. From a Japanese moviegoer. Every blockbuster owes its success in part to strong marketing. Behind every big-budget production lies a massive promotional cost, often equal to or even exceeding the production budget. This is especially true for so-called low-budget blockbusters. Take the Blair Witch Project, for example. Not counting the cost of producing prints and distribution, this film, made for just a few tens of thousands of dollars, had a promotional and distribution cost of $25 million. Or this year's Paranormal Activity. For instance, Paramount spent over $6.5 million just on prints and more than $40 million on promotion. The three main investors put over $300 million into Avatar's marketing budget, more than the film's production cost. Duke and his partners were willing to spend that because the full rights to Avatar belonged to the trio. Similarly, the Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity's rights belonged to their respective production companies. Otherwise, studios like Paramount would never have poured such money into those projects. If a lesser-known person with little standing wanted to join and claim half or more of the profits, these profit-driven Hollywood studios would have killed the project without hesitation. After all, the concepts, content, and filming techniques of those two films could be described as awful. In copycat-friendly Hollywood, replicating something similar without infringing copyright isn't hard. But Avatar has an unreplicable quality. Though no one in Hollywood is truly irreplaceable, there is only one. James Cameron in the world. In the spacious dining room stood a long oak table. Opposite the table were full-length floor-to-ceiling windows made of tempered glass, through which the enchanting scenery of Malibu Beach could be fully admired. Opening a small window would let in a slightly salty, cool sea breeze, like a lover's hand gently brushing over every inch of the dining room. Several people were seated on either side of the table, chatting and laughing. One glance was enough to see the atmosphere was harmonious, clearly not just a business dinner. Sitting across from Duke and Scarlett Johansson were George Lucas and his girlfriend, Melody Hobson. The former needs no introduction, and the latter was also a prominent figure in the industry. She was the head of the animation division at DreamWorks Animation. George Lucas and Melody Hobson had been dating for several years now, which had shocked many people at the time. The reason was simple. Melody Hobson was a pure black woman. Although slogans opposing racial discrimination were shouted loudly, Hollywood could be considered one of the most racially discriminatory circles. Fortunately, Melody Hobson was not a black woman from a traditional inner-city black community. She came from a good background, received a higher education, and her family belonged to the mainstream middle class. Perhaps calling her a coconut, black on the outside, white on the inside would be more appropriate. Otherwise, George Lucas and his children would not have accepted her. Of course, just like Will Smith or Barack Obama, black people who can truly enter the mainstream are basically all coconuts. French cuisine is pretty good, George Lucas said to Duke, glancing at Melody Hobson chatting with Scarlett. Very authentic. She specifically hired the chef from Paris. Duke put down his knife and fork and raised his glass to George Lucas. I don't have any particular fondness for gourmet food. That's true. George Lucas agreed and said, everyone in Hollywood knows that the Duke Rosenberg of today only loves movies. Mainstream commercial films. Duke added deliberately, and the two of them laughed. After the laughter faded, George Lucas said again, it's exactly commercial operations that have made movies the most important form of cultural entertainment in the world, and it's commerce that has enabled Hollywood films to conquer the globe. I completely agree with that. Duke set down his knife and fork. So, George Lucas gestured with his hand. You've invested in James Cameron again, hoping to create another film miracle? I wouldn't call it a miracle. Duke thought for a moment, and then said seriously to George Lucas. In fact, for Hollywood to be where it is today, George, everyone should be thanking you. He meant it sincerely, and it was also a consensus within the industry. Among the four major directors in Hollywood, George Lucas could only rank last, but in terms of his status within the entire Hollywood film industry, he definitely surpassed Martin Scorsese and Francis Coppola. Chapter 742, Downhill. Chapter 742, Chapter 742, Downhill. In recent years, George Lucas hasn't released any major directorial works. In fact, after he used modern technology to alter the visuals of Star Wars, some die-hard fans of the original trilogy began to criticize him as if he were a Sith Lord. However, within the industry, it is a consensus that George Lucas and his Lucasfilm laid the foundation for today's Hollywood blockbuster model. Even someone like James Cameron speaks highly of him. At a promotional event for Avatar that Duke attended alongside James Cameron, the king of the world expressed his infinite gratitude and respect for Lucas. He developed digital special effects, digital editing, digital sound, and digital cinematography with the resources available to him. He opened a door for me, allowing me to turn what was in my mind into reality. Although Lucas's storytelling ability wasn't mentioned, James Cameron gave high praise to his innovations in film technology. I think what he contributed to the film industry far exceeds the returns he received. He's the Thomas Edison of cinema. As a director, George Lucas's level isn't considered top tier. As a screenwriter, some of his works are borderline unqualified, especially when it comes to handling emotional dialogue, where he's at kindergarten level. But as a filmmaker, George Lucas is absolutely a genius, a peerless, God-level figure. His influence on film is no less than that of Coppola, Cameron, Hitchcock, or anyone else. More importantly, George Lucas not only revolutionized the entire film industry with special effects technology, but also promoted the development of movie merchandise. James Cameron can be considered another pioneer of Hollywood film technology after George Lucas. On December 16th, the area in front of the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood was packed. The scale and excitement of the premiere were in no way inferior to the Oscars. Hundreds of Hollywood celebrities had already entered the theater, and like regular viewers, even Hollywood stars seemed eager to watch this greatest film in history. Can one person really change the whole world? At least from James Cameron, we get a definite yes. In the interview area, facing a sea of microphones from countless reporters, Duke didn't hesitate to praise James Cameron. Because of Avatar, the entire industry will be elevated to an unprecedented level. He was energetically promoting the film and wasn't worried about becoming a joke later. The film's quality was his source of confidence. In the days leading up to Avatar's release, plenty of strange voices circulated online or in the media. For example, just the scale of its promotional budget was viciously criticized by the few remaining veteran film critics. But their current influence could best be described as minimal, barely capable of affecting the film's market response. There were also others who expressed their views about the film in the media. Some independent directors claimed that Hollywood studios were outright crazy to invest so much money into one film. If that money were funneled into the independent film scene, how many art films or low-budget indie films could it fund? But anyone with a clear head knew that if Hollywood studios really funneled that kind of money into art films, that would truly be insane. There were also many people and media outlets expressing skepticism about the film, believing that investors were throwing their money down the drain. Duke, Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox, and other investors couldn't be bothered to respond to such comments. Looking back at James Cameron's film history, from Terminator 2 to True Lies to Titanic, he consistently shattered investment records for blockbusters, and every time, so-called professionals predicted box office disasters. The most typical case was Titanic. At the time, film critics called James Cameron the biggest fool in the world and predicted that Titanic would be the biggest box office disaster of the century. But after the film was released, they collectively shut up. The box office numbers ruthlessly crushed their last shred of dignity and made people realize once and for all that professional critics really didn't know anything. Everyone knows James Cameron is a money-burning machine, but the man has the ability to make multiples of that money back. He's even willing to forego his own paycheck to achieve the most perfect effect in his mind. When taking a photo in front of the poster, Duke saw an interesting scene. Susie Amos and Catherine Bigelow were standing on either side of Cameron, taking a photo together with the king of the world, showing no signs of awkwardness. For ex-couples or former lovers in Hollywood, this was nothing unusual. The circle is just that small, especially at the top tier. It's always the same people coming and going, frequently running into each other at public events. Duke wasn't familiar with Catherine Bigelow, who mingled in the indie film world, so they merely nodded to each other before he entered the theater with the crew. The main hall of the TCL Chinese Theater had long been converted into an IMAX auditorium by IMAX Corporation. The company had placed great expectations on Avatar, hoping this epic production would push the post-Transformers global IMAX 3D craze to new heights. "You're late, Duke." Just as he sat down, someone next to him greeted him. Duke replied with a smile, "You're early, Doug." The person beside him was none other than Warner Brothers CEO Doug Walter. He sighed. "It's a pity this kind of blockbuster isn't fully owned by Warner." Duke just smiled and said nothing. Doug Walter then said to Duke, "By the way, the first week DVD sales stats for Fury Road are out. They didn't break $100 million. It'll only go lower in the future." Duke wasn't surprised. The entire DVD industry is going downhill. Although the Fury Road craze had long since faded in North America, in some local theaters that specialized in showing cut-type films, the movie didn't go off-screen until early December. Its final North American box office totaled a whopping $272.88 million, making it a top-tier R-rated film. In addition, the film had basically wrapped up its overseas screenings. The international box office surpassed $350 million, and the global total successfully crossed the $600 million mark, closing at $642.1 million. For an R-rated film, that was already quite impressive. This box office figure was enough to place it in the top 5 on the all-time R-rated box office rankings. After chatting with Doug Walter for a bit, Duke didn't have to wait long before Avatar began screening. Aside from minor differences, the film was essentially the same as the test screening version he had seen in Wellington. The film was undoubtedly a massive breakthrough in movie technology. The story and plot were still thin, which made someone like Duke who prefers human-centric themes feel a bit helpless. No matter what meaning James Cameron gave to the Gnostics, for someone like Duke, being human was far better than being some bizarre creature. As for the film's visuals and technology, those were completely beyond what words could describe. Even stacking thick piles of gorgeous phrases wouldn't be enough to describe what the film presented on the planet Pandora. That being said, when watching a movie, very few people hope the protagonist dies after all. That's where their sense of substitution lies. But even though Duke had already seen the rough cut, sitting here and watching that male lead again, he still desperately hoped he'd get taken out by the humans' mechs. Time gradually shifted to the early hours of the morning, and a villa in Beverly Hills was still brightly lit. Vin Diesel sat on the sofa in the lounge, quietly waiting for the relevant information to come in. What he cared about was Avatar. From what he understood, Duke Rosenberg had invested a whopping $200 million into this project. If the film failed, such a loss, even with his net worth, would surely hurt like hell. People are always influenced by their environment. The media and movie fans had gone crazy comparing Fast and Furious 4 to Fury Road, constantly using words like sissy and such descriptors, which had seriously impacted Vin Diesel's perception of Duke. A box office disaster for Avatar was something he really wanted and was very happy to see happen. He didn't know how much time had passed, but sleepiness gradually washed over Vin Diesel. His eyelids kept falling, and just as he was drifting off, there was a sudden knock at the door. Thump thump. He immediately stood up and shook his head to wake himself up. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Vin Diesel's personal assistant walked in. "It's tallied." Seeing the assistant holding a fax, Vin Diesel stepped forward and snatched it directly. After seeing the number on it, even someone as calm as he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Could his hunch really have come true? Could the two people who had never failed in commercial blockbusters finally be facing their own Waterloo? In that moment of mental relaxation, Vin Diesel's hands even trembled slightly from excitement. Avatar's midnight box office was just a total disaster. $6.75 million. That was the total midnight box office Avatar made in 3,652 theaters across North America. For a sci-fi film without a prequel, without source material, without a major star, and with a story lacking in public familiarity, that result was already not bad. But, compared to the film's massive investment and the audience's expectations for this most expensive movie in history, that figure was very unsatisfactory. A faint, relaxed smile appeared at the corner of Vin Diesel's lips. At the same time, in a luxurious apartment far away in New York, Natalie Portman broke free from the limbs entangled with her opposite man. Ignoring the surprised look of the awakened ballet dancer, she walked out of the bedroom like a queen in control of everything, put on her robe, and dialed her agent Martin Miller. After a few simple inquiries, she got the same number Vin Diesel did. Hanging up the phone, a beautifully curved smile appeared on Natalie Portman's lips. Reality seemed to be proving that no one could succeed forever, not even Duke Rosenberg. True, he wasn't the director of Avatar, but the fact that he had poured a huge amount of money into it was common knowledge in Hollywood. A catastrophic financial loss for Duke Rosenberg? That was something Natalie Portman was very happy to see. Chapter 743, Miracle. Chapter 743, Miracle. After watching it, I was left wanting more, not feeling the slightest bit bored. James Cameron used realistic 3D effects to take us into another world. Avatar makes people believe that technological innovation can indeed change the way movies are experienced. Beyond the innovation, Avatar also reflects on politics, culture, environmental protection, race, religion, and many other issues. Director Cameron's ambition is as great as his imagination. This is not a simple film. It's like a gold mine, worth digging deep into. Avatar is the most beautiful film I've seen in recent years. Whether you choose 3D or standard format, the shock and awe brought by Avatar are absolutely worth seeing. It's actually a film we've seen before, but also like something we've never seen. It's the Star Wars of our time. James Cameron proved he really is the king of the world. As the supreme commander of the armies of visual effects, biological design, motion capture, stunt performers, dancers, actors, music, and sound, he brought science fiction into the 21st century in a jaw-dropping way. That's Avatar. Unlike the midnight box office numbers, Avatar almost instantly ignited audience acclaim. This word of mouth spread rapidly around the world through personal recommendation and the internet. Compared to sequels or adapted blockbusters, Avatar's midnight box office was indeed a bit lower. But this was completely within Duke's expectations. After all, this was an original film. The film industry has developed to this point, yet there has never been an original, non-adapted, or non-sequel movie that broke $100 million in its opening weekend. Even those exceeding $70 million are mostly Duke's works. Another undeniable fact, James Cameron had been away from mainstream cinema for over a decade, and many moviegoers had forgotten him. Moreover, the environment's effect on the film was also evident. From early Thursday, the eastern United States experienced heavy snowfall. The harsh weather of low temperatures and snow also affected theater attendance. All this led to Avatar's underwhelming midnight box office performance. Furthermore, this is the fiercely competitive Hollywood. Even with Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox jointly backing it, a film like Avatar couldn't avoid the actions of competitors. For example, media under Disney couldn't wait to mock Avatar right after the midnight box office figures were released. The most expensive film in history equals the biggest box office disaster in history. Just this headline was shocking enough. It made people think Avatar was terrible and unpopular with audiences. After watching Avatar and enduring a long visual bombardment in 3D, all those so-called ingenious ideas vanished with the images. Aside from some sensory stimulation, the story, themes, characters, and even some pleasing visuals all felt familiar. The hundreds of millions of dollars in investment amounted to a mix of successful commercial blockbusters with no fresh content to savor. The so-called revolution is merely a delusional fantasy. Avatar's creative process reflects today's trend of comparing investment size and scale in commercial films. Its constant borrowing from others shows everything except originality. In terms of imagination, the love story in Avatar is the dumbest part. As the plot progresses, it mixes typical elements like hero and beauty, bows and cannons. From meeting, misunderstanding, family opposition, to resolving conflict, the handsome guy rebelling for love follows the usual arc. Justice defeats evil, bad guys die horribly, good guys laugh at the end, and love lasts forever. All of Hollywood's cliches are here. As for the special effects, the only slightly praised part of the film, even those scenes can't be called revolutionary. Previous films like Jurassic Park, Star Wars, The Matrix, The Lord of the Rings, and King Kong all came earlier and were just as good. This time Cameron merely integrated them and used 3D technology. But their opinions clearly weren't mainstream and couldn't stop audiences from entering theaters. As time went on, many Hollywood professionals also saw Avatar and praised it highly. Movies have a new set of rules now. Avatar is the future. Michael Bay, you can divide film history into before Avatar and after Avatar. Steven Soderbergh, this is a perceptual film, making your work look different. I should start studying 3D films too. Ridley Scott, the first audience of sound films was shocked by sound. The first audience of color films was amazed by color. Avatar achieved the same thing. George Lucas, the renaissance of film history. Luc Besson, praise from true professionals and word of mouth among audiences drove the Avatar craze. On Saturday alone, Avatar earned $26.75 million in North America. This result wasn't bad, but also not excellent. Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox, still holding large promotional budgets, weren't in a hurry. They intensified their marketing efforts once again. At this key moment for boosting Avatar's box office, they used every promotional tool available and even, with James Cameron's permission, hyped up all 5 of his truck driver marriages. By Saturday, the snowstorm in the eastern U.S. worsened. Pedestrians and vehicles couldn't move normally. Avatar was affected, and box office figures slightly dipped, but the drop was only 4.6%, with daily earnings reported at $22.15 million. Adding Sunday's $24.74 million, Avatar earned $77.02 million over its first 3 days in North America. Among original films, this result was definitely exceptional. But compared to the massive investment into blockbuster adaptations like Iron Man or Transformers, Avatar's box office seemed modest. Naturally, some media outlets stepped up again to criticize. Avatar's story is undoubtedly too clicked. For a top-tier annual blockbuster, the story gave no surprises from trailer to release. It will eventually expose the 3D movie scam and shatter James Cameron's myth. Avatar's plot inevitably reminds people of the equally hollow Titanic. The story is really mediocre, visually fresh, environmentally themed, that's all. For those who've seen 3D films before, it's far from shocking. There's basically nothing worth savoring afterward. The consequence of over-focusing on technology is the emptiness of thought. Some people even hyped that James Cameron's Avatar was plagiarizing a Japanese work, Castle in the Sky. Moreover, Avatar's rating on IMDb wasn't particularly high either. 3 days after its release, it quietly dropped below 8 points. However, facts never shift based on certain people's will. The box office performance of Avatar is proving that a film's earnings have little to do with certain ratings. In the 4 weekdays following the opening weekend, Avatar did not experience the usual dramatic box office drop. Daily box office revenue stayed at a high level of around $15 million, and by the time the second weekend arrived, it had already raked in nearly $140 million. In North America, those with keen market instincts could already sense that Avatar's momentum couldn't be measured by conventional market logic. Another point, relatively speaking, IMDb scores are indeed more respected in the industry than Rotten Tomatoes' freshness, but still quite limited. Anyone who knows this industry even a little would easily notice that IMDb ratings have very little connection to a movie's box office. In fact, there's a commonly acknowledged phenomenon regarding IMDb. Logically, on average, and all else being equal, people who watch a film without much promotion tend to give high scores, but they're few in number. Those who weren't likely to enjoy it, but came due to heavy promotion and high expectations tend to give low scores, but they're the majority. This is why independent films often have very high scores. Most of the voters are fans, whereas box office miracles often have relatively lower scores. Promotion brought in those who wouldn't like it anyway. So being well-received critically and being a box office hit, high ratings and high revenue, often indeed contradict each other fundamentally. This was vividly reflected in both Titanic and Avatar. But Avatar was destined to be like Titanic, a film that wouldn't follow conventional market logic. This was fully reflected in its second weekend box office numbers in North America. On its second weekend in North America, Avatar displayed a godlike trend. Its box office dropped only 1.8% from its opening weekend, grossing $75.61 million over 3 days. For a commercial film, this is nothing short of a miracle. Seeing those second weekend numbers, anyone who had doubts could fully give up, and Duke, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century Fox could basically rest easy. Especially Duke, he firmly believed this film was bound to surpass Titanic's box office record, with high-priced 3D and IMAX versions being solid guarantees. In the 2 weekends that followed, Avatar absolutely stunned every prediction company. Its third weekend drop was only 9.4%, grossing $68.49 million. The fourth weekend drop expanded to 26%, still bringing in $50.3 million. The fifth weekend drop shrank to 14%, earning $42.78 million. Avatar never had a single weekend of explosive earnings, but its stability was frightening. During the sixth weekend, while Duke was leading the Inception crew to shoot on location in Morocco, Avatar even saw a reversal, though only by 8.1%. It still took in $54.4 million, pushing its total North American box office past the $500 million mark. Chapter 744, Mollywood. Chapter 744. Chapter 744, Mollywood. Though Morocco is a tiny corner of North Africa, it boasts a rich and diverse topography. Guarding the Strait of Gibraltar, it borders both the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. The snow-capped Atlas Mountains stretch across its center, while the vast Sahara Desert lies to its southeast. By the time the film industry flourished in the 20th century, people with cameras had discovered this place and began setting up camp in Morocco to shoot movies. Cities, mountain villages, and desert regions in Morocco gradually became recurring scenery on the silver screen, and the local location shooting industry prospered as a result. That said, Morocco indeed possesses all the conditions a natural filming location needs. There is abundant sunshine all year round. The weather is so good it's frustrating. With vivid color contrasts, the red Marrakesh, the red at Benhadou village, the red desert, and the snow-capped Atlas Mountains slicing across Morocco create a complex terrain and diverse landscape. All of these are backgrounds most favored by blockbuster directors like Duke. Ouarzazate, a small town on the edge of the Sahara Desert, has been inhabited by Berbers for generations. Ever since Hollywood directors discovered this feng shui treasure, the landscapes here have frequently appeared in the films of top Hollywood directors. Locals built a film studio where these directors shot, known as Atlas Studios. The ever-expanding studio now covers more than 150 hectares. Many films not only use this place for exterior shots, but also build interior sets here. Just like Bollywood in India, this place has been jokingly dubbed Mollywood. One chase scene in Inception was shot in the small town of Warzazat, chosen by Duke. Although the script set the scene in Mombasa, Kenya, Duke would not film in that country. In fact, nearly all Hollywood crews behave the same way. Most African scenes in Hollywood films are shot in Morocco. The crew cordoned off an alley and part of a street for shooting and temporarily closed the area. Relevant staff busied themselves preparing the set, while Duke sought out Leonardo DiCaprio, the key actor in this scene. He stood beside an extremely narrow wall gap, repeatedly measuring the width with his hands, trying to gauge if he could squeeze through it during the shoot. Duke walked up behind Leonardo and offered a suggestion. "I think it's better to use a double." Leonardo turned his head, looked at Duke, then at the narrow gap, as if he understood something. He widened his eyes. "Hey, Duke, do you think I can't fit through that?" He glanced at the wall gap, then at Leonardo's much broader frame. Duke said nothing but had a tacit look on his face. "You really think I can't get through?" Leonardo confirmed, circling around Duke. "I'm telling you, I can do it." Duke shrugged and patted Leonardo's arm. "If you get stuck in there, I'll hire a demolition team to get you out." Whatever the reason, the once slim Leonardo DiCaprio evolving into a middle-aged man with a dad bod was undeniable. Compared to Duke's somewhat lean build, he could indeed be described as broad and hefty. Once preparations were complete, shooting began quickly. Leonardo, chased by someone, darted into the wall gap from the alley, trying to squeeze through. Just as Leonardo entered the gap, a camera assistant immediately set up the camera on the opposite side to capture a front-facing shot. Inside the wall gap, Leonardo struggled forward. Although Duke had teased that he wouldn't fit, the crew had already tested the site beforehand. Even though Leonardo had gained a lot of weight, he could still make it through just fine. Besides, no crew would let a megastar like Leonardo DiCaprio take any unnecessary risks. After squeezing through with effort, Leonardo ran a few more steps forward, and Duke finally called the shot complete. Immediately, Ken Watanabe and James Franco, who had been on standby, entered the scene, and the crew got busy again with filming. Filming in Morocco wasn't as tight scheduled as in Japan. Besides, Duke had visited Kyoto many times before, whereas Morocco was relatively new to him. He made time to hire a local vehicle and driver and went sightseeing with Leonardo and James Franco. For a film-savvy tourist like Duke, traveling through the valleys between Warzazat and the Sahara Desert felt like stepping into a movie scene. Faint memories of various film visuals emerged. It seemed many movies had been shot here. Driving along the roads through the Atlas Mountains, their driver, who clearly recognized Duke's group, professionally pointed out filming locations. This spot was from that film, that corner from another. But Duke and the others had their eyes glued to the scenery outside the window. As the car drove on, the views outside flickered past like scenes from a blockbuster. The already stunning landscape, paired with cinematic associations, took on an extra layer of mystique. To Duke, the view in front of him was no longer just scenery, it was imbued with stories told through film. In the long, narrow valleys of the Atlas Mountains, was that where the protagonist of Babel had walked? That ordinary village at the foot of the mountain, was it Jerusalem and Kingdom of Heaven? Among those majestic peaks were those ancient Egypt's pharaohs, Cleopatra, and even God's heaven. These lands of yellow and red soil, jagged rocks, and gentle streams at the foot of the mountains truly possessed the grandeur of an epic film. Thanks to Mollywood, many locals made a living through film. Cheap labor was another major reason why European and American film crews favored this place. During a lunch break, the driver took Duke and the group to a Berber village to see them weaving carpets. James Franco was convinced the homeowner looked very familiar. He swore he had seen him in a Hollywood blockbuster. Finally, Duke's group visited the Atlas Film Studios exhibition area, though the Inception crew didn't shoot there. Perhaps Duke's bodyguard had tipped generously, or maybe it was because of Leonardo DiCaprio's superstar presence. Whatever the case, their driver guide Imad was especially warm and talkative, eagerly explaining every building or scene they encountered. Walking through Atlas Film Studios even when facing professionals like Duke, Leonardo, and James Franco, Imad continued to chatter on enthusiastically. "We have abundant sunlight, diverse scenery, and much lower costs than in Europe and America. We also have extras who show up at a moment's notice. Perfect for shooting Hollywood blockbusters." he said. This patch of barren land has provided a livelihood for over 3,000 people. Although the visitor area of Atlas Studios wasn't large, every hall and scene introduced by Imad had a noteworthy backstory. The solemn Roman-style palace was the Judgment Hall in The Last Temptation of Christ. Not far from there stood the ancient Egyptian temple from The Mummy Returns, its blackened walls appearing war-torn. Turning into a courtyard, the elders in Alexander once held meetings there. A row of mud brick houses next to it served as the slave market in Gladiator. Opposite them stood an ornate palace that belonged to the seductive Cleopatra in the French film Asterix and Obelix, Mission Cleopatra. As for the mirage-like castle in the distant desert, that was the Jerusalem royal palace from Kingdom of Heaven. In fact, every structure seen here, no matter how exquisite or solid they might appear, were all, in the eyes of professionals like Duke, just wooden and plaster replicas. The sun was gradually leaning westward. Duke and Leonardo stood on a high platform, gazing into the distance. In the slanting rays of the setting sun, 3 riders dressed in Arab robes sat steadily on horseback. From the distant Jerusalem, they gracefully approached, past the Karnak temple, then circled around a few ruins of ancient Greek temples before heading straight toward a Tibetan-style lamasery, which was where Martin Scorsese shot Little Buddha. This time-traveling tableau seemed like it could plunge a person right into the world of a Hollywood fantasy film. Morocco didn't have much to do with words like backward or chaotic. Perhaps it was due to its unique geographical ties to France, or maybe because it was too close to Europe. In any case, what attracted not only Hollywood directors, but also fashion photographers and designers were its rich colors and striking contrasts. While in Atlas Studios, Duke and his group also encountered a fashion crew. Under the photographer's direction, many female models were shooting a fashion campaign. Seeing those models, Leonardo was the first to stop walking. Then Duke and James Franco also came to a halt. The reason was simple. They recognized someone among the models. Leading the group was none other than Victoria's Secret angel Candace Swanepoel. "Should we go say hello?" Duke asked Leonardo. The blonde with long legs was exactly Leonardo's type. Leonardo shook his head. "Let's go. They probably won't finish anytime soon." When Candace Swanepoel nodded toward him during a break in shooting, Duke responded with a slight nod as well. Then he and Leonardo DiCaprio left Atlas Studios. Candace Swanepoel clearly wasn't shooting a Victoria's Secret campaign, but rather one for a different brand. In reality, ever since reforms in the early 2000s, being a Victoria's Secret angel no longer meant exclusivity to just one brand. Models who signed angel contracts with Victoria's Secret only worked for the brand a few dozen days a year. The rest of their time was free. And compared to the first generation of exclusive angels like Heidi Klum, the pay today from Victoria's Secret wasn't very high. The most popular earned hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, while others made less than $100,000. Compared to their income from other sources, that money was negligible. Yet many models still fought tooth and nail to become signed angels, because a deal with Victoria's Secret meant greater exposure and more fame. After shooting in Morocco for less than a week, Duke led the crew on to Paris. Chapter 745, Leonardo in Paris. Chapter 745, Chapter 745, Leonardo in Paris. Duke was mainly filming the scenes between the male lead played by Leonardo and the dream architect Ariadne. When the crew arrived at Charles de Gaulle Airport, Scarlett Johansson and Michael Caine, who had arrived earlier, were already waiting there. Aside from the snow mountain exterior scenes in Canada, Paris was already the last overseas stop for the crew. Because there had been enough rehearsals during the early preparations, after adjusting to the time difference, the crew quickly got into shooting mode. However, filming in Paris came with some troubles. Duke needed to shoot some explosion scenes, but the Paris authorities were not cooperative and strictly forbade the crew from using explosives. Fortunately, Duke was well prepared and had previously instructed Joss Williams' team to conduct numerous experiments, using high-pressure nitrogen to simulate explosion effects. During the early preparations, the crew tested for several weeks. The actual filmed effect turned out to be excellent. You have to know, the two leads were in the center of the explosion, but during filming, they were completely unaffected. Even the paper cups on the table remained perfectly still. In high-speed slow-motion footage captured from 6 different camera angles, the explosion debris floated in the air like suspended particles, creating an extremely shocking visual impact. After filming the scenes between Scarlett and Leonardo, Charlize Theron, who was promoting the South Africa World Cup, also arrived in Paris on schedule to report to Duke and the crew. Duke rented a classic old hotel in Paris to film the scene where Charlize Theron's character jumps off a building. Of course, this wasn't actually filmed from a high floor. The shooting location was on the first floor, and then through camera misalignment and editing techniques, the required effect in the film could be easily achieved. Outside the hotel, beyond the perimeter of the crew, Scarlett stood with her arms crossed, looking at Charlize Theron sitting on the windowsill. She slightly pursed her lips. She said to Tina Fey, who was standing beside her, "She stabbed me this morning during filming." Tina Fey turned her head and looked at Scarlett with slight surprise, not quite understanding what she meant. In this morning's scene, Scarlett had entered Leonardo's character's dream and was then killed by a figure from the subconscious. Scarlett's right hand hung down as she gently rubbed the area just below her chest line. "I don't know if she did it on purpose. When she stabbed me with the prop knife, she used a bit too much force. It still hurts." Tina Fey didn't know what to say either. Whether it was intentional or not, no one could be sure. And even if she really had done it intentionally, in that kind of situation, no one would be able to say anything. Looking at Charlize Theron on the windowsill, Scarlett was still muttering something, probably thinking about finding a chance to return the favor. However, as soon as filming in front started, she immediately shut her mouth. Scarlett was very clear that, regardless of the reason, nothing could be allowed to affect Duke's work. Two cameras were positioned at diagonal angles that did not interfere with each other, aiming at Leonardo and Charlize Theron, who were at opposite windows. The boom mic for on-site recording slowly descended to the edge of the window from above. Leonardo walked to the window and, seeing Charlize Theron sitting on the opposite windowsill, asked in surprise, "Darling, what are you doing?" "Come with me," Charlize Theron said as she swung her legs now and then. "Go back inside," Leonardo said while making a calming gesture with his hands. "Okay, go back inside, quickly." "No," Charlize Theron refused without hesitation. As the lighting crew adjusted the lighting on the scene, her face gradually became covered in shadow. "I'm going to jump. I want you to jump with me." "No, I won't jump." Leonardo slightly shook his head and continued, "Darling, listen to me now. If you jump now, you won't wake up, understand? You'll die? So please go back inside, okay? Please," he continued, "go back in, and let's talk this over. We've talked enough." As she spoke, Charlize Theron kicked off one of her high heels. The shoe quickly fell and landed on the green cushion placed beneath the window. "Sally." Leonardo immediately frowned, his eyes wide open. "You get out here right now, or I'll jump down this instant." Before Charlize Theron could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Duke's shout, "Cut." He waved to Leonardo, who jumped down from the window, took a few quick steps, and walked up to Duke. "My fault?" he asked, pointing at himself. Frowning wide eyes, Duke replayed the footage just shot, pointing at one of Leonardo's actions, and said bluntly, "Two of the three biggest issues I told you about in your acting just showed up at once." Leonardo raised his chin and looked at the still frame that Duke had paused on, nodding. "I'll work on fixing it." Duke waved at him. "Go touch up your makeup. We'll continue." Years ago, Duke had pointed out the three biggest problems in Leonardo's acting: frowning, glaring, and yelling. These were three very obvious issues, and the most direct consequence was that all the characters he played, in certain ways, turned into Leonardo DiCaprio himself. Since meeting Leonardo DiCaprio during the filming of Saving Private Ryan in 1995, Duke was very clear that Leonardo's acting was definitely not bad. Perhaps he lacked a bit of natural talent, but every film he acted in showed that he worked extremely hard. Among actors of similar standing, Leonardo was definitely one of the hardest working. Duke still remembered being shocked by a scene when he watched Django Unchained. During filming, Leonardo accidentally slammed his hand on a broken glass and was bleeding all over. A normal person would instinctively look at their hand or scream, but Leonardo didn't. He calmly continued acting and even improvised by wiping his bloody hand on the face of the black female slave, vividly portraying a bloodthirsty, ruthless, profit-driven Southern slave owner. Nowadays, in Hollywood and even across the entire North American film industry, Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp, and Leonardo DiCaprio are frequently compared. The three share similarities. All are among Hollywood's top stars. All aspire to win the Best Actor Oscar, yet none are favored by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. In fact, as long as these three can maintain their status, they will inevitably be recognized by the Academy in the future. There are simply too many examples of this from the past. After all, the Oscars acting awards have never been solely determined by roles or acting skills. Among the three, Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio have taken a very broad path, while Johnny Depp is different. If the Pirates of the Caribbean series encounters any issues, it won't take long for him to fall from his superstar pedestal. This also relates to the difference in their styles. To some extent, Brad Pitt follows the suave rebel path, which fits his image. Playing a bit of a rogue makes him more appealing to audiences. Johnny Depp's acting swings between gloomy and eccentric. He has great range, but neither direction is mainstream. His style is unique and highly distinctive. Leonardo, on the other hand, represents the classic Academy style, with meticulously crafted performances best suited for Hollywood-style protagonist portrayals. It's just that Leonardo's intentions to win an Oscar have become too obvious in recent years, and coupled with the fact that he offended some of the Academy's older members when he was younger, winning won't be easy for him. However, in Duke's opinion, among the three, Leonardo has the highest chance of winning the Best Actor Oscar first. Johnny Depp, on the other hand, might be the first to fall. His non-mainstream path, if it continues, means that any trouble with Pirates of the Caribbean could push him out of mainstream cinema very quickly. In fact, he relies even more heavily on a single franchise than Tom Cruise once did. Depp had once left a deep impression on Duke, but outside of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, he caused a string of 6 high-budget flops, and not minor ones either. They were the kind of catastrophic box office failures that made investors bleed money. Duke was quite satisfied with Leonardo's performance in Inception, except for one thing: he really isn't suited for action scenes. Compared to his appearance and acting skills, his action scenes fall far short. Fortunately, there's a thing in this world called a stunt double. After filming the scenes between Charlize Theron and Leonardo DiCaprio, Duke temporarily handed over the remaining work of the crew to Anna Prince. He then entered the hotel with Tina Fey. Jamie Johnson, who was in charge of publicity and distribution for Warner Brothers, had just arrived in Paris from Los Angeles today. His visit was both to check on the filming progress and to discuss some promotional matters with Duke. In the CAF, Duke placed Tina Fey's custom Apple device in front of Jamie Johnson and said, "I think we need to place more emphasis on promotion via terminal devices." By now, in 2010, smartphone penetration was already quite high. Social media sites like Instant Share and Twitter had more users on mobile than on PC. The rise and spread of new media, represented by the internet, mobile phones, and various PDA devices, means that today's consumers are no longer just passive recipients of content, but have transformed into producer consumers who actively participate in the production of knowledge like content and information. Though not as professional as Jamie Johnson, Duke was referring to the larger trend. The old model of monopolizing information production and controlling the flow of information is being replaced by a more democratic and diverse form of media based on public participation. This transformation not only enriches media content and diversifies the voices being heard, but also provides opportunities for the formation of communities of shared interest and collective identity and intelligence. He stated solemnly, "These are all aspects that must be taken seriously in film promotion." "I know," Jamie Johnson nodded and said, "Warner Brothers is already formulating targeted promotion strategies based on your suggestions." Duke knew well that for Inception to be even more successful, it had to excel in its marketing and publicity. Chapter 746, Video Game Style Movies. Chapter 746, Video Game Style Movies. Nowadays, only simple and popular commercial movies can truly become hits. Inception is far more than just a guaranteed quality production that can easily sell well. Besides Duke's consistent good fortune and the market appeal of actors like Leonardo, the cultural transformation driven by the rise of the internet and video game culture is also an undeniable factor. This was also the key point Duke emphasized when proposing marketing strategies to Warner Brothers. using internet terminals to craft clever promotional tactics that guide the audience's attitude toward the film, turning them into active participants. In other words, viewers, having been deeply immersed in virtual online societies and role-playing video games, can easily place themselves as participants in the movie's story, engaging intensely in the film's meaning production. Specifically for Inception, this is reflected in how, after release, fans enthusiastically interpret the plot from their own perspectives, while fan communities and fandom culture gather, amplifying Inception's momentum wave after wave. Compared to any kind of deep meaning or decoding, this is truly Inception's secret weapon involving the audience, making it neither too difficult or too highbrow, nor too simple or crude. Just like the scene where Cobb asks Ariadne to design the maze, the adjustments must be just right. As for video games, it's even easier to understand. If, after 2 hours, some viewers say, "This is just like a video game," then the film has basically succeeded. Duke paid close attention to this aspect during filming and post-production. In some ways, Cobb is like Neo trapped inside the Matrix empire. Once entering dream or virtual realities, it's an endless loop. No matter how you explain it, the film becomes a black party full of false as true and non-existent as existent. Precisely because it's a dream, anything goes, which also gave Duke an excellent opportunity to create visual spectacles. Inception can to some extent be called the dream-stealing version of The Matrix. Now with video games widespread, fans are even more entertained and receptive to the story of Inception. After finishing filming in Paris, Duke led the crew away from Europe to the Whistler Mountain ski resort in Canada to shoot the fortress attack scenes. Frankly, the latter half of the film is the key to Inception's success. Inception's biggest highlight lies in the puzzle of the four-layer dream within a dream in the second half. Christopher Nolan once set different perceptions of time between dream layers, making viewers hold their breath watching a minibus plunge off a bridge, the innermost being Cobb meeting his deceased wife at the dream's edge, followed by the snowy mountain gunfight, then the fight inside the gravity-shifting building, and only then the minibus falling. Each level must be traversed simultaneously. Thus, whether the bomb explodes at the last moment became the audience's main concern. The seemingly boring dream game was transformed by Nolan into an action blockbuster, which is the real focus of Inception's success. As for the spinning top, last-minute trick, that's just a standard Hollywood trope. And after so many dream-within-dream layers, how it ends, whether or not it can be explained clearly, why Cobb wakes up in the cabin, whether he's still dreaming, and whether his wife's theory about reality and dreams being indistinguishable is correct. When the film ends, these questions remain and must remain. Tracing back, what is real is an eternal philosophical dilemma. Heidegger once said, "The being for whom being is a question is always my being." Following this phenomenological philosophy tinged with solipsism, as long as perception is completely real, then it is real. If Neo never woke up in the pod, the virtual world would be real to him, just like Neo's world. As long as the perceptual system does not alarm, questioning the truth of the world is meaningless. For the audience, these questions' greatest meaning is that after watching, they will relentlessly seek the truth, trying to convince others with their own version of the truth. Rewatching the movie repeatedly to find evidence proving their truth is the truth. That's the greatest use of setting these question marks. Whether the creator is Duke or Christopher Nolan, this aspect must be the same. The ski resort scenes were one of Duke's major modifications. Almost everyone knows action scenes are Nolan's weakness. Duke had a professional team led by Jimmy Carter redesign the entire action sequence, which matched his style better. In fact, just like filming The Dark Knight, all of Inception's action scenes were redone by Duke. Even if Leonardo DiCaprio and James Franco's action scenes were somewhat poor, there were corresponding stunt doubles. Filming at Whistler Mountain continued until mid-January. Charlize Theron's scenes finished earliest since her screen time was limited. Before leaving the ski resort, Charlize Theron sought out Duke. "Do you have time now?" Entering Duke's room, Charlize Theron glanced at Scarlett, who was studying the script, and said to Duke, "Can we go out for a walk?" Duke nodded at Scarlett, then took a down coat from the hanger, put it on, and wore a knit hat, before leaving the hotel room with Charlize Theron. The weather outside was a bit gloomy with occasional snowflakes falling. Because of the cold and low air pressure, they didn't walk far, only strolling slowly toward a less crowded spot in the hotel's small plaza. The heavy leather boots crushed the fallen snowflakes on the bluestone ground. Charlize Theron put her hands in her pockets and said, "I just received news that I've been nominated for the Oscar for Best Actress." "Congratulations." Duke had already heard the news. Charlize Theron stopped walking and looked at Duke. "How do you want me to thank you?" Duke naturally understood the meaning behind her words. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you have time when the NFL season starts next year, attend my team's opening game ceremony." The Oakland Raiders team he bought had moved to Los Angeles and officially renamed the Los Angeles Raiders. It was already January 2010, and the Super Bowl was imminent. After signing contracts with Tom Brady, Marshawn Lynch, and others, the team was still in a rebuilding phase and hadn't made the playoffs. According to the team manager Duke hired, the poor performance was partly because Duke had never attended a game since buying the team. So Duke planned to pay more attention to the team next season, since NFL teams are quite profitable. Without hesitation, Charlize Theron agreed. "I'll definitely have time." As they spoke, the two continued walking forward, and the topic shifted to that year's Oscars. Duke could tell from Charlize's words that she clearly understood that just getting the nomination was already a victory, and the chances of winning the Best Actress Oscar for the role of Furiosa were almost infinitesimal. Aside from Best Actress, Fury Road didn't receive any heavyweight Oscar nominations. The rest were technical awards like Best Cinematography, Best Editing, Best Makeup, and Best Art Direction. It was obvious that apart from the outstanding performance contributed by Charlize Theron, the Academy did not want to give Fury Road any other recognition. However, in various media and audience awards, Fury Road was the biggest winner among films released last year. In the annual Top 10 Films of 2010 selected by the American Film Institute, The Hollywood Reporter, Empire Magazine, Vanity Fair, The New York Times, and many other media outlets, Fury Road not only appeared on the list, but consistently ranked first. In online public votes, Fury Road also won almost all the titles for Best Film of the Year. With all this, whether the Academy and the Oscars recognized it or not was not important to Duke at all. Moreover, this was actually a good thing. If he had used up all his goodwill this year, it would inevitably affect his upcoming plans. The schedule for this plan was very tight because it had to consider next year's Oscars. Duke had already asked Nancy Josephson to submit the initial draft and rough plan of the script for review by Warner Brothers Committee. Once Inception was released, all efforts would shift fully to that project. In the current shoot, the scenes involving Scarlett only had a passing shot left. She was also reading the script for that project. Duke knew very well that time was tight, but after last year's Cannes Film Festival, he already had a plan, and he didn't want to invest too much time in an Oscar film. The few compressed months were just right for preparing and producing The Avengers, which was far more important to him than the Oscar statuette. Duke and Charlize Theron gradually reached the edge of the small square, and the conversation returned from the Oscars back to the movie itself. By the way, Charlize seemed to recall something. The latest Hollywood blacklist of scripts has come out. Are you interested in any of them? No. Duke shook his head directly. I have no interest in any scripts or projects on the list. In today's Hollywood, with frequent sequels, remakes, and reboots, original quality scripts, to some extent, were indeed a guarantee of good works. The blacklist might not be a best list, but the scripts did have certain quality. Most scripts on the blacklist were not for big-budget films, but scripts that struck at the emotional core of characters. In other words, mostly small-budget, low-investment, and low-production scripts. This simply did not meet Duke's needs. Chapter 747, It Was All a Dream. Chapter 747, Chapter 747, It Was All a Dream. Warner Brothers Studio Lot 12 was under tight security, and the crew was preparing to shoot a scene in a surreal set. Inside a vast, high-ceilinged cave-like room with black walls, thin white grid lines divided the area into multiple zones. Over 100 overhead lights hung from above. Below them were layers of diffusion and translucent gauze fabric. The lighting cast was neutral, clean, and shadowless. Under the lights, actor Cillian Murphy knelt on the floor. With the call of action, 2 IMAX cameras began rolling, one capturing the entire scene with a wide-angle lens, the other focused on tracking the movement. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the floor, and a large, oddly shaped set piece fell down. Cillian Murphy, and the set collapsed into a pit. Dust billowed. Director Duke shouted, "Cut!" Moments later, a hydraulic lift pushed the sunken floor back into place, readying for a second take. After returning to Los Angeles from the Whistler Mountain ski resort in Canada, Duke went back to the studio to shoot the remaining scenes. As with the earlier filming, even though the entire film's premise was absurd, Duke still emphasized realism in cinematography. At the end of the day, when we're dreaming, we believe the dream is real. That's a line in the movie. During a break, Duke told visiting Sofia Coppola, "That's important for every aspect of the cinematography and the film. We didn't want the dream sequences to feel artificially surreal. I want those sequences to feel just as grounded as the real world. So the approach is to make dreams feel real." Sofia Coppola had read Duke's script. She nodded slightly. Duke wasn't just a friend. He felt more like a mentor. Even though their philosophies and filmmaking styles were worlds apart, every visit brought her something new. Sometimes the characters don't realize they're dreaming, so the visual transitions between reality and dream must be seamless unless at specific moments when I want the audience to sense the difference, Duke continued. Most of the surreal feeling in the film comes from the environments, not the camera work. By maintaining a sense of realism, I believe it's possible to create a subtle feeling of unease or strangeness when needed, without breaking the immersion. Why not use film stock? Taking the chance while Duke was free, Sofia Coppola asked, "You've always been interested in high-resolution and high-definition formats. Film has an extremely high exposure latitude and dynamic range, offering greater creative flexibility. I can underexpose by 3 stops and overexpose by 5 in the same frame, and still present the full range on screen." Duke, facing his friend, didn't hold anything back. Because film is too expensive, especially the cost of post-production. Digital technology represents the future. Over the past few years, Duke hadn't just focused on digital, he had explored other areas too. He had met the legendary Douglas Trumbull and attended a showscan demo, a system invented by Trumbull using 65mm film shot and projected at high speed. He also studied 70, a system designed by Robert Weisberg, capable of 48 frames per second shooting and projection. Even though 70 had extraordinary clarity, its image quality was only marginally better than HD. There was also a factor Duke couldn't ignore: cost. All of those were significantly more expensive than digital. Soon after, Duke resumed filming. This time, the next shots involved high-speed slow motion. This film used a lot of high-speed photography. Duke mainly used the Photosonics 4ER with Panavision lenses, which could shoot up to 360 frames per second, and the Photosonics 4E rotary prism, which could reach 1,500 frames per second. For certain high-speed scenes, the Panary 435 ESA and HD cameras were also employed. Slow motion was essential to Inception because of the unique relationship between time in dreams and reality. Duke wanted to use high-speed photography and dramatic shifts in motion to serve the narrative, not just for visual spectacle. Next, Duke had the crew move to another set, which represented a hotel bar in the film where gravity would suddenly shift and the weather outside would change abruptly. This set, built by Hannah Team, was tilted at a 30-degree angle. Outside the windows was a green screen, which would later be replaced with actual city scenery in post. To simulate changing lighting, Duke had all the fixtures connected to a single dimming board. The lighting in this scene began at sunset, so molebeam lights were used with CTS gels. A 60-foot-long softbox was packed with Maxi Brute lights, covered in diffusion fabric to simulate overcast skies. This scene portrayed surrealism through lighting technique. It was a naturalistic approach. All light sources had motivation, but what made it extraordinary was how they changed. Coupled with the slanted set, it could create a deeply unsettling atmosphere. Duke always strove to keep shots from looking too complicated. He didn't want the lighting to leave a heavy footprint, or rather, any footprint at all. The trick was working as quickly and simply as possible without rushing the job. Another scene was filmed on the 3rd floor of a downtown Los Angeles hotel. Leonardo, playing Cobb, stepped backward into a bathtub filled with water, his dream jolted to one end. To enhance the effect of Cobb transitioning from dream to waking state, Duke called for a dramatic frame rate shift, up to 1,000 frames per second. This required an even faster photosonics camera. After nearly a week of filming in Los Angeles, the production reached its final stage. All main actors gathered once again at Warner Brothers studio in Burbank, sitting inside an airplane cabin set to shoot the last scene. Action. At Duke's command, the camera rolled. The main camera first gave Leonardo DiCaprio a close-up. He opened his eyes, looking around with a mix of confusion and fear. "We'll be arriving in Los Angeles in 20 minutes. A flight attendant approached him. "Do you need an immigration form?" "Thanks." Leonardo looked dazed. Then, he looked across the aisle. Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Scarlett Johansson exchanged a glance with him, then smiled slightly. Ken Watanabe immediately picked up the phone and started dialing. "Cut," Duke called out. All cast and crew turned toward him, seemingly waiting for Duke to declare the shoot finished. But those words didn't come out of Duke's mouth. He stood up from the director's chair, walked around the set, and called out loudly, "Let's do another take." Then, Duke waved over Leonardo and a few others. The actors walked over one after another and stood nearby. "Leo, keep the same performance you had just now." Duke then turned to Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Scarlett Johansson. "You two, pay attention. In the next shot, look at Leo as if you're seeing a stranger. Look at him like a stranger." Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Scarlett Johansson didn't quite get what Duke meant. Duke didn't bother to explain in detail and simply said, "You've got 15 minutes to adjust." Back at the director's monitor, Duke watched the playback of the last take, but his mind wasn't really on it. The countless fans' passionate participation and interpretations were an important factor in the box office success of Inception. What he had just done was meant to add another layer of interpretation. Whether or not these interpretations actually fit the film's narrative wasn't important. 1,000 people will have 1,000 different Hamlets. Interpretation was just part of the film's marketing strategy. Just like when The Matrix came out, millions of fan theories and interpretations only boosted its box office. So in the scene where Leonardo's character wakes up from the dream, Duke directed Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Scarlett Johansson's characters not to exchange any eye contact or facial expressions with him. That was done precisely to open up more room for interpretation. On one hand, they were still on the same plane, so not interacting seemed perfectly normal. On the other hand, it easily sparked the idea that maybe Cobb wasn't a dream thief at all, that the spinning tops movement had nothing to do with dreams, that the entire dream heist story was just an elaborate dream Cobb had in first class on a flight home, and he just went back to see his kids. Just as the next shoot began, Duke called cut again. He asked Leonardo to intensify the sense of shock in his expression when waking up, as if surprised the plane passengers were all from his dream. It was all a dream. A vivid dream Cobb had on his way home. His wife's story, his crimes, the dream stealing, it was all just part of the dream, not reality. As long as someone had that interpretation, Duke had achieved his goal. And even if no one did, he had a massive online army who could easily spread that theory far and wide. Audiences who watched a film with answers that were deliberately vague always wanted to find the truth. But their search for the truth was exactly what fell into the traps set by the director and the film's marketing team. Compared to overwhelming ad campaigns, this kind of viral marketing strategy was much more clever. Of course, both the film and its related marketing needed to be carefully balanced. Viral marketing was a double-edged sword. If done excessively, it would only turn people off. Fortunately, Warner Brothers' marketing and distribution department had plenty of experience in this area and had designed a comprehensive strategy. Duke wasn't too worried about it. The rest of the shoot went smoothly. After 2 more takes, Duke gave the final okay. All scenes for Inception were officially wrapped. The others could now take their holiday, but Duke didn't plan on giving himself a long break. His schedule this year was tight. Just 3 days later, he'd be meeting up with Anna Prinz and the rest of the post-production team to begin work on Inception's editing. Chapter 748, a new box office record. Chapter 748, Chapter 748, a new box office record. One of the greatest things Hollywood has done in the past 20 years is upgrading virtual technology into a tool that can reproduce the real world. However, using extreme special effects techniques and logical narrative structures to fully present the landscape of human consciousness is still rare. Inception attempts to present the effect of 4 layers of dreams within a limited runtime, heavily relying on post-editing. The film's narrative sequence doesn't follow conventional logic, just like how people can't clearly organize their dreams after waking up. In order to simultaneously showcase the situations within different layers of dreams and clearly convey the special time differences between each layer, Duke once again chose cross-cutting and raised the bar even higher. He asked the colorist to give each scene and dream level a completely different feel to effectively avoid the confusion cross-cutting could potentially cause. When transitioning from one place to another, we want some variation in tone, Duke told the colorist and Mike Dawson. Calgary should feel barren and cold, the corridor should have warm tones, and the van should be neutral. Even when we cut to very small shots, even shots completely isolated from the background, the audience should instantly know where the character is. This is a storytelling technique and also enhances the film's accessibility, making it easier for the audience to watch and understand the entire film. We will rely heavily on cross-cutting. Before all work began, Duke specifically instructed Mike Dawson, if the different scenes look completely distinct, you can relax during editing, but I don't want the visuals to be overly processed. On the contrary, we need to find the natural tone for each location. I had already decided in the script to set different narrative threads and locations that are naturally and stylistically distinct. I want everyone to observe carefully, including the art and sound departments. In Inception, the editing between dreams is more about time and space as defined by the story, especially the final 4-layered dream. Duke wanted the cross-cutting between these 4 time spaces to create a tense atmosphere, especially in the final wake-up sequence, where the characters in each layer try to fall at the same time to wake up. Cross-cutting was used here along with close-up shots of each character at the moment of waking to create a layered awakening effect. The tension created by the cross-cutting also greatly stirs up the audience's emotions. Perhaps because she was relatively free recently, Sofia Coppola occasionally visited Warner Brothers studios and discussed filmmaking ideas with Duke. After watching the rough cut by Duke and Mike Dawson, even though most of the special effects hadn't been added, yet she was still a bit moved. While drinking coffee at the break table, Sofia said to Duke, "You've profoundly changed mainstream Hollywood cinema. I'm just a participant in the transformation of mainstream Hollywood films in the 21st century." Lifting his coffee cup, Duke took a sip and continued, "Essentially, those people who say I'm just a superficial director and producer aren't wrong. Everything I do is simply aimed at giving the audience a pleasurable movie-watching experience." Sofia, however, disagreed with Duke's statement, gently turning her coffee cup with her right hand. "When it comes to influence on contemporary Hollywood cinema, you're at least in the top 3 directors of the past 20 years. Probably only James Cameron and Quentin Tarantino can compare with you." Seeing Duke about to say something, Sofia, who knew him well, quickly added, "Don't mention my father, George. Or Stephen and Martin, they're too old and belong to a different era. I'm referring to influence specifically on the institution of Hollywood cinema, and my judgment isn't based on box office." Duke set down his coffee cup and smiled. "At best, I'm a reformer, not a revolutionary or subversive." "That I agree with." Sofia nodded before taking a sip of her coffee. Mainstream commercial Hollywood films don't welcome subversion, they only accept reform. However, in terms of filmmaking, reform isn't something that deserves much praise. There are many good directors and films that don't reform at all, and many who make reforms but whose final work gains little attention. Sofia actually knew well what the academic old men thought of Duke. They believed his films were a vulgar, popularized form of modernism, as if taking techniques long established in serious art and turning them into cheap knockoffs to entertain the masses. But in Sofia's view, Duke's films allow ordinary audiences to comfortably understand and enjoy what were once very avant-garde artistic ideas. However, Duke's focus on commercial positioning means that his films always lack that kind of contemplative depth and philosophical richness that truly fascinates. They're too much like logic puzzles with only one solution, precise and stable, but mechanical and formulaic. Sofia Coppola's philosophy is worlds apart from Duke's, which is also why Duke has never used her in any significant role in a commercial film. Still, Sofia acknowledged Duke's accomplishments in reforming Hollywood cinema. For example, Superhero films. You brought a completely different kind of superhero movie. You introduced real political and social issues into them. In the past, these were not topics anyone discussed. If Superman has such immense power, what's the point of catching thieves every day? He could completely change how the world works and truly benefit humanity. After saying that, Duke spread his hands. Hollywood wouldn't shoot it that way, because superhero films are essentially fairy tales. Even though The Dark Knight touches on some conflicts that have real-life parallels, it's still a fairy tale. Letting Batman deal with real social issues rather than the fake problems Superman faces does seem profound, but it's still a commercial tactic. By choosing many hot-button topics and placing them into the narrative, the audience naturally finds things they care about, which boosts the film's appeal. While Duke was busy with the post-production of Inception, something else happened in Hollywood that shocked the world. The 12-year-old box office record held by Titanic was broken by none other than James Cameron himself. No film can maintain a peak performance forever. Even Avatar, which defies the usual patterns of the film market, is no exception. After its fifth weekend of unbelievable reverse growth, its North American box office finally started to show a normal downward trend, but even then, the weekend declines were exceptionally slow. Avatar never had a weekend in North America grossing over $100 million, but its terrifying strength lay in its consistent performance. Now, after more than 11 weeks in theaters, it was still pulling in $13.65 million over the weekend. That alone is alarming. And in just 11 weeks, the film's North American box office surpassed $700 million, reaching as high as $720.6 million. This set a new North American box office record, and not just in North America. In the global market, the film's momentum was also terrifyingly steady. The global box office easily surpassed the benchmark set by Titanic, setting a new world record with a total of $2.41885 billion. More importantly, Avatar also brought about a transformation in the film market, pushing the 3D and IMAX craze, originally sparked by Transformers, to an unprecedented peak. Theater companies around the world were not only swept up in a wave of opening IMAX halls, even the once-neglected 3D glasses became hot-selling items. On the other hand, the success of Avatar also reignited the market's thirst for 3D films. Even a pseudo-3D film like Alice in Wonderland, which was converted in post-production, managed to achieve crazy sales by riding the wave of Avatar's momentum. Likewise, Duke, who had prepared in advance, became one of the winners of this trend. The 3D remastered version of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was released in over 1,000 theaters across North America and more than 60 markets overseas, with all three films screened back-to-back. In less than a month, it earned over $70 million at the North American box office and nearly $250 million globally. This not only brought in considerable profits, but also served as promotional groundwork for the upcoming Hobbit trilogy. The 3D wave also swept deep into every corner of mainstream Hollywood. Major production companies rushed to formulate plans for shooting films in 3D. Even projects already in production were being converted into 3D films through post-production. Fast and Furious 5 must be a 3D film. Inside Universal Pictures' office, after a long negotiation to finalize the partnership, David Ellison, Universal executives, and Vin Diesel gathered together. David Ellison stood up and specifically emphasized, Fast and Furious 5 must also be a 3D film. I have no objection. Vin Diesel agreed with David Ellison's statement. Naturally, Universal's executives had no objection either. Anyone could see that making a film in 3D would definitely bring in more box office revenue. Justin Lin has already agreed to return as the director for Fast and Furious 5, said one Universal executive. The main cast from the first film has basically agreed to return. He paused briefly, then said to David Ellison and Vin Diesel, "But we haven't found Jessica Alba." Since getting out of prison, Jessica Alba had completely vanished from Hollywood. In fact, she could no longer find a foothold in the industry. Vin Diesel thought for a moment, then said, "Just leave her out." The brief meeting ended. Vin Diesel and David Ellison walked out of the office together. As they entered the elevator, David Ellison suddenly lowered his voice and said, "My people found Jessica Alba." Chapter 749, Participatory Viral Marketing. Chapter 749, Chapter 749, Participatory Viral Marketing. Starting up his Mustang, Vin Diesel drove out of Universal Studios and sped towards Santa Monica. But as he recalled what David Ellison had told him, he couldn't help but feel it was somewhat unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, Jessica Alba had once starred in Dark Angel, produced by James Cameron. After The Fast and the Furious, she had made a name for herself. Yet, because of one misstep, offending too many people in the industry, she had ended up in such a state. Was it pitiful or self-inflicted? Vin Diesel couldn't quite decide. However, Vin Diesel's thoughts quickly shifted. People who chase stardom, think they're full of talent, and act recklessly. Those types only end up failing right at the starting line in this industry. He had worked with Jessica Alba before and knew she wasn't entirely that kind of person, though having James Cameron's backing did give her a bit of that temperament. Hollywood has never been a place for reckless behavior. How many of those arrogant people who think they're talented actually make it big? In this business, talent has never been the deciding factor. Vin Diesel knew that if he randomly picked a few screenwriters from the Writers Guild, they might not be any worse than those gold-plated screenwriters. Yet the gold-plated ones are millionaires, while the others struggle to feed themselves. Shaking his head, Vin Diesel's thoughts returned to Jessica Alba. He hadn't expected David Ellison to actually find someone who had been missing for years. According to David Ellison, his private investigator had found Jessica Alba at a roadside establishment on the highway to Las Vegas in Nevada. The place was a frequent stop for truck drivers, and one where women used their most primitive asset to exchange for money. Vin Diesel also gave up on the idea of reuniting the original cast for Fast 5. No matter what, he would never allow a star to appear in his movie. As the car passed the Santa Monica Commercial Plaza, Vin Diesel noticed a large crowd gathered. Giant posters were hanging up. It looked like a promotional event for a movie. As one of the commercial hubs in the Los Angeles area, such promotional events were common. Vin Diesel didn't pay much attention, stepped on the gas, and quickly drove away from the plaza, leaving only the roar of the engine behind. However, that roaring engine didn't draw a single glance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the promotional setup in front of the plaza. The reason was simple. This was a major production by Duke Rosenberg, in collaboration with Leonardo DiCaprio, Scarlett Johansson, James Franco, and others. It had drawn great attention and anticipation. Some attendees received a special T-shirt from the promoters. On the front was a strange machine. On the back was a QR code. At the same time, some media journalists and people in the film industry received a mysterious gift, a delicate tin box containing a spinning top and a USB drive. The lucky ones who got these items were naturally thrilled. Yet they had no idea these souvenirs were just one part of Warner Brothers' grand viral marketing campaign for Inception. Before the film was released, Warner Brothers had split the viral marketing into 3 phases, all executed with careful planning. The first phase had already begun last year when the film was still in development. Warner's professional team deployed a wide-net strategy to provoke public curiosity. When Warner Brothers first launched the official Inception website last year, most visitors were baffled by a spinning top on the homepage. What was this movie about? What did the top have to do with the plot? What did the title Inception even mean? Warner's experienced marketers didn't reveal too much early on, unlike other films. Instead, they kept dropping clues, giving audiences just enough to pique their interest, prompting questions, and encouraging word-of-mouth buzz and ongoing attention. The true unveiling of the viral campaign came at last year's San Diego Comic-Con, where that T-shirt was first distributed to the public. The image on the front was the core device in the film The Dream Machine that allows entry into others' dreams, and the QR code on the back linked to a website, which turned out to be the user manual for the Dream Machine. That site was Inception's first viral website. The tin box wasn't just a souvenir either. The USB drive contained a trailer, and the QR code on the box linked to another viral site, Mind Crimes. As for the top, it was another crucial prop from the film. Inception also had a third viral site, its address hidden in street posters. This site was called Share, a reference to dream sharing. It was presented in the style of an anonymous blog that introduced the origins and theoretical basis of the Dream Machine, as if trying to expose the conspiracy behind Inception. Among all these, Share was the core hub of the film's viral campaign. That website was divided into 4 promotional phases. Each phase unveiled new content such as posters and trailers. To view this content early, users had to complete small tasks like maze games. This was when online fans really showed their intelligence. New clues would be cracked almost immediately after release. Of course, there were viral marketers secretly helping behind the scenes. After all, the goal of viral marketing is to spark interest. If the puzzles were too hard, people would lose interest and the campaign would fail. The second phase focused on targeting the right angle and ramping up efforts. From the beginning, Inception's marketing team and Duke agreed on a key principle. The viral campaign needed to strike a balance, not too secretive, not too revealing. In other words, the audience should become familiar with the film beforehand, but still feel freshness while watching it. This sounds simple, but is hard to execute. Many movie campaigns fail to find that balance, ending up revealing too much, which kills excitement before the screening. Therefore, Warner's marketing team didn't start with the plot, but focused on the film's core concepts like dream machine technology and mind crimes, highlighting slogans such as, "Your brain is the crime scene," and "Dreams are real too." That way, audiences had a basic grasp of key concepts before watching, making the viewing experience much smoother. A film that cannot be understood by its audience is doomed to fail. This is one of the most fundamental truths of the movie market, and both Warner Brothers and Duke knew it well. In addition to the viral website, which was basically a user manual, the marketing team also filmed a short video featuring Duke interviewing dream science experts, discussing the principles of dream science and consciousness crimes. Duke appeared in person to enhance the video's authenticity. This short film achieved great results, and many netizens truly began to take interest in the future prospects of dream science as depicted in the film. They started wondering whether such technology might become reality in the near future. Warner's media outlets took the opportunity to do some science popularization, using this topic to heat up discussion around the film. The third phase was to be unconventional and win through surprise. Perhaps encouraged by the success of the earlier promotional efforts, the Inception marketing team ramped up the viral campaign surrounding dream machine technology. However, contrary to expectations, the effect of the later viral campaigns was not as good. Netizens seemed to lose interest overnight. Why was that? After a professional analysis, Warner Brothers' team quickly found the answer. Because the technical issues were too specialized and obscure, and the later viral campaigns became overly frequent, many netizens found it hard to digest, which led to fatigue and irritation. One critical aspect of viral marketing is to generate interest. Without interest, any number of techniques will be wasted. Realizing this, the Inception marketing team promptly shifted strategy, approaching the viral campaign from a different angle. They moved the promotional activities from online to offline. Giant posters were hung on landmark buildings in major cities across the United States: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, etc. These posters created optical illusions at first glance, making people believe that the film's scenes were actually occurring in real life. These posters were primarily of two types. One showed a building's facade curling up, revealing the interior floors. The other showed a torrent of water gushing down from the top floor windows of a skyscraper. The two posters were incredibly impactful and matched the film's late-stage slogan perfectly: "The dreams are real. Dreams are real." Once released online, they were quickly reposted by sites big and small, successfully drawing public attention and adding another big win to the film's promotional campaign. On the other hand, Duke's personal website also participated in the promotion. From the moment filming began, the website's homepage displayed a spinning top, signaling to fans that this was Duke's new film. Then layers of content were gradually added until the final day, when the top finally toppled over. Viral marketing is a method, not the goal. When done well, it can often deliver results that far exceed the effort invested. But a film's commercial success is not entirely dependent on the success or failure of viral marketing. As Duke said, viral marketing is a fun tool, but if the film itself isn't good, who's going to care what tricks you pull online? If the film lacks quality and fails to win over the majority of its viewers, the result after release will be a backlash. The negative word of mouth will spread online at lightning speed. The quality of the film is the foundation for box office success. Marketing is the key tool to achieve it. In most cases, the two work hand in hand and complement each other. Chapter 750, Nearing Perfection. Chapter 750. Chapter 750, Nearing Perfection. For a relatively complex film like Inception, achieving blockbuster-level success like Transformers is not an easy task. It requires extra effort in the promotional campaign. When Duke finished all the post-production work, major entertainment media across North America received a special manual. It was a top-secret document titled Dream Sharing, Tactical Employment Program Manual, from Duke's production team. If it had been from an ordinary film crew, the media would have simply discarded it like trash. But considering Duke's current status and influence in both the American and global film markets combined with Warner Brothers' timely public relations efforts, the media treated this manual with the utmost seriousness. Media outlets like Empire Magazine, The Hollywood Reporter, and Entertainment Weekly all featured scanned copies and the contents of the manual prominently on their websites' homepages. The manual was primarily composed of 7 sections: experts and operators, environment construction, the relationship between the dream world and the waking world, hostile subconscious, warfare and dreams, interrogation techniques, and device instructions for the dream machine. The final chapter listed a website address, / which was in fact an already public viral marketing site for Inception. The site essentially served as a user guide for the dream machine. Clearly, this dream-sharing manual marked the beginning of another wave of promotional campaigns for Inception. However, the manual was heavily marked and redacted. Just what information was hidden underneath? It was left to the audience to discover for themselves. This was Duke's way of arousing curiosity and luring filmgoers into theaters. In mid-April, 2 weeks before Inception's release, a wide range of promotional activities were launched. Duke, accompanied by leading actors Leonardo DiCaprio, Charlize Theron, Scarlett Johansson, James Franco, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, held a press conference in Los Angeles. Everyone appeared before the cameras with confident and assured expressions, increasing anticipation for this mysterious new work among movie fans. As the summer release date approached, Duke's new film stirred a fresh wave of video bombardment in the media. Warner Brothers consecutively released 4 high-definition TV spots for Inception, a brand-new behind-the-scenes featurette, and interview videos with director Duke, producers Tina Fey and Charles Roven, and the 8 lead actors including Leonardo DiCaprio. Beyond marketing and promotions, Duke and Warner Brothers also made ample preparations in distribution. 2 screening sessions for fans and media were held in each of Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Boston. They had full confidence in the film itself. The clear aim was to use early positive word of mouth to boost box office performance upon official release. At one point, the film even used the slogan, "Only smart people can understand this movie." In this world, few would willingly admit to being stupid. Test screening audience scores are overall rated A+, and the average score from media reporters is 9.5 out of 10. Inside Warner Brothers' office, Jamie Johnson reported the general test screening statistics to Duke. Among them, as high as 81.8% gave the film a perfect score. Duke nodded slightly. "We need to spread the strong word of mouth as fast as possible. These ratings would be meaningless if not amplified by media hype and publicity, reaching hundreds of millions of viewers." "Don't worry," Jamie Johnson grinned brightly, clearly in a great mood. "We haven't relaxed on the promotional front at all. At present, Inception had already been screened on a limited scale. Both professional media and general audiences spared no praise, giving unanimous acclaim." Jamie Johnson believed Inception had every chance to replicate the strong box office trajectory of The Dark Knight and create a new miracle for high-concept films going mainstream. Sitting across from him was the director, the strongest guarantee for all of this. Jamie Johnson was absolutely certain of that. Not just Warner Brothers statistics, either. After 8 rounds of test screenings, 1,794 users had rated Inception on IMDb, with an average score of 9.8. With 1 week to go before the film's release, media coverage had become critical. Nearly all media outlets gave Inception overwhelmingly positive praise. They were effusive with accolades. Unbelievable, masterpiece, perfect, miracle, subconscious, Freud, Jungian theories, thrilling action, emotional impact, and more. AICN's review stated, "Inception is incredibly detailed, yet has an emotional thread that drives the plot, along with many exciting action scenes. It's almost a miracle, a multi-layered exploration of the subconscious that becomes a new kind of action. Classic. In every conceivable category, it excels. Duke Rosenberg is a visual master. He uses cinematic metaphors to intellectually guide viewers. The Hollywood Reporter believed Inception had established Duke as a leader in sci-fi filmmaking. A film with an extremely complex structure, yet one that's utterly captivating. Inception is definitely the most explosive film of the summer, and it has made Duke Rosenberg the new standard-bearer of the sci-fi genre. After watching the film, you'll feel emotionally and mentally drained. Variety's review. If the purpose of film is to share dreams with others, then Duke is certainly one of Hollywood's finest and most imaginative dreamers. Inception is a very smart film, full of rich detail and intricate storytelling that leads you into a labyrinth of the subconscious. Duke created a surreal thriller reminiscent of Jungian theory, challenging viewers across multiple layers of reality and unreality. Duke and Leonardo's star power could make Inception the hottest film of the summer. The review continued. If Inception is a metaphysical puzzle, then it's also a metaphor-laden visual spectacle. It deliberately constructs a false reality that captivates us, confuses our minds, and leaves a lasting impression. It achieves that. Empire magazine proclaimed, "This film is like another version of The Matrix. Physics-defying discussions, thrilling action scenes, impactful emotions, and Leonardo's stunning performance are all deeply captivating." This is an entirely new realm for Duke's filmmaking. It wasn't just the media. Many directors and producers who had seen the film also praised Inception endlessly in interviews. George Lucas said in an interview that the film was nothing short of perfect. "I say without reservation that Inception has easily become the best blockbuster of the year, and I would even go further to say it's one of the best films in the past 5 years." Inception approaches perfection. Although it is a film set within a structure of consciousness, it is also a wonderful action movie. John Schwartzman's cinematography is unparalleled. The digital effects are incredibly realistic. Hans Zimmer's score is excellent. The action scenes are intense, and the story carries emotional impact. This is Duke's most complex film since making The Matrix. Francis Ford Coppola, who also saw the film with George Lucas, praised it, saying, "Watching Inception, you must keep up with the film's pace or you'll easily get lost." The film's structure is like a complex maze, guiding the audience through an interconnected real dream. It not only explores dreams, but also contains many metaphors about real movie production. After 8 rounds of test screenings, many industry insiders were drawn to the theaters. Warner's media team was already well prepared, continuously selecting suitable interviewees to further promote the film. Quentin Tarantino told CNN on camera, "Inception is a masterpiece, a truly ambitious blockbuster. Duke has never missed, and it feels like a miracle." Sometimes, Inception doesn't even feel like a movie. It transports you to another world, where the cinema screen becomes like the dream inside your mind. In today's Hollywood, that's incredible. I love every moment in the dream. The film is a dream, and Duke deeply understands that. His close friend Robert Rodriguez also thought the film was outstanding. Every minute of Inception is gripping. The concept feels a bit like Freud, or perhaps closer to the psychologist Jung. The film will definitely bring the joy of deconstruction. Duke is a director who balances commerce and art very well. The skiing chase scenes and zero-gravity fights are big highlights, and the special effects are almost perfect. Ordinary audience members who saw the test screenings were full of praise for Inception. The film's exceptional reputation spread like a virus all over the internet. Inception has silenced those who disdain Hollywood movies. It's a magical film. Its opening feels like James Bond battling the Matrix, and then you can sense the shadows of many blockbusters, such as Ridley Scott's Blade Runner and Duke's own The Dark Knight. Yet Inception definitely has its unique charm. Duke created a dream world and guided us to immerse ourselves in it with our own secrets. This might be the greatest enjoyment that cinema can offer. However, some media expressed concerns about the market prospects for Inception. They believed Duke's overconfidence in the audience's ability to understand the film might cause embarrassment at the box office, since many people are already accustomed to mindless popcorn flicks. Whether the film will be coldly received or become a huge hit can only be revealed after the official release. Chapter 751, The Odd Couple. Chapter 751. Chapter 751, The Odd Couple. On May 2, 2010, during the first weekend of the North American summer box office, Inception held a grand North American premiere at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Duke, the director, along with the lead actors Leonardo DiCaprio, Charlize Theron, Scarlett Johansson, Cillian Murphy, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Ken Watanabe, James Franco, and Michael Caine, were all present. The event was luxurious, stirring excitement among fans lining both sides of the red carpet. The summer box office is always the hottest and most competitive time of the year for movies, and this year was no exception. From vampires to evil aliens, to Cats and Dogs 2 starring a dog who never ages and can talk, all were aggressively promoting their films to bombard the public's attention. As the fierce competition was just beginning, Duke teamed up with Warner Brothers to deliver the eagerly anticipated Inception. Due to the film's mysterious title and Warner's strict first-class secrecy about the script, the movie was shrouded in the unique mystique typical of Hollywood. As usual, Duke maintained a low profile during non-essential moments, leaving the important red carpet time to the stars. Leonardo DiCaprio, dressed in black formal wear, chatted and laughed with Oscar-winning Charlize Theron, who wore a red floral short dress. Their relaxed demeanor and willingness to pose patiently for media and fans made for perfect photo opportunities. Joseph Gordon-Levitt and James Franco walked the red carpet side by side, both wearing similar black tuxedos, seemingly signaling their close friendship to the outside world. Duke, escorting Scarlett Johansson, quickly passed through the red carpet and was about to enter the interview area when he unexpectedly ran into someone. "Hey, Duke." "Hi, Scarlett." Brad Pitt greeted them warmly. Duke and Scarlett shook his extended hand in turn, and Duke curiously asked, "What brings you here?" "I haven't seen the film yet." Brad Pitt replied vaguely. "Wanted to get an early look." Duke could guess Brad Pitt's intentions and didn't press further. The three chatted as they headed toward the interview area. Still, Brad Pitt's presence was surprising to Duke. This was the first weekend of the summer box office, and not only was Inception a big-budget commercial film releasing, but Sony Columbia's Salt, starring Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt's current girlfriend, was also officially premiering in North America. Brad Pitt skipping Salt's premiere to come here suggested he wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Duke. Duke could understand this. What he couldn't understand was how strange Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie's relationship was. The gossip surrounding these two was not only a hot topic among Americans, but also the center of Hollywood's internal discussions, as their entanglements were endless. Take this year as an example. Rumors once circulated that they were about to marry. But last month, Angelina Jolie was reportedly caught red-handed at home with Brad Pitt and the nanny. Angry, Angelina only fired the nanny and let it go. Then, inside Hollywood's upper circles, more rumors spread. Brad Pitt hired a private investigator to dig into Angelina Jolie's past, discovering her chaotic life around 1999, including wild, inappropriate videos and self-harm photos. Brad Pitt understood that Jolie had worked hard to build her image in recent years, and if the scandal surfaced, it would severely hurt her and their children. So he spent $10 million to buy the old videos and photos, effectively cleaning her reputation. Though these reports' authenticity was unknown, rumors often have some basis, and over time, more than 90% of Hollywood gossip eventually gets confirmed by various evidence. From Duke's understanding, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie mostly played their own separate lives, ignoring each other as long as they weren't caught. Of course, their reputation on the internet wasn't good, but they were just a microcosm of Hollywood. Jennifer Aniston, who portrayed the victim of marriage, wasn't much better. The American sweetheart's speed in changing boyfriends was astonishing. After Friends ended, she faded into obscurity and in interviews often mentioned Brad Pitt as her true love. This was just a typical Hollywood publicity stunt. The industry's culture was like that, and no one could say much. For example, many knew Demi Moore was bisexual and often invited other women to join her and her then-husband Ashton Kutcher in threesomes, but no one found it strange. Also, Angelina Jolie's ex-husband Billy Bob Thornton openly pursued Jennifer Aniston, but everyone knew it wasn't for love. Using connections to celebrities or any element that can be exploited for publicity is something every Hollywood star or aspiring star does. Showing off affection is a regular promotional tactic in Hollywood. However, some dislike this method. Duke knew well that love was never something to show off. Displayed love quickly withers and dies, almost a Hollywood law. Whether dating Ivanka Trump or being with Scarlett Johansson, Duke, like Steven Spielberg and James Cameron, didn't mind appearing with their partners in front of the media, but only to that extent. Even when asked in interviews about each other, Duke and Scarlett only spoke about the film. Standing in the interview area, when asked about the film, Duke cooperatively said, "The relationship between the conscious world and the dream life is something I've always found very interesting and contradictory. In dreams, whether they are fearful, joyful, or idealized states, they are all uncontrollable creations of the brain, mind, and consciousness. The imaginative space created by dreams is extraordinary. I started considering how to present this infinite energy on the big screen from a very humanistic perspective, using a grand action movie style to express it." A reporter from the New York Times then turned to Scarlett and asked, "Miss Johnson, what do you think is the focus and core idea of this film?" Hearing this question, Duke took a slight step back and gave way to Scarlett. She was obviously well prepared and responded directly. "I discussed the character and script with the director. I believe Inception's focus is that dreams can be shared. The dreams are designed to be incredibly realistic both visually and perceptually, so that the dreamer is completely unaware that this is just a dream. In that subconscious state, a person's deepest, most precious secrets are all revealed." Scarlett thought for a moment and added, "Duke has said that the core idea of this film is that the birth of a concept is like a highly elastic, living parasite. The traces it leaves behind will always exist somewhere in your brain. If someone can invade your dream space and wantonly act in an extremely real way, even stealing an incredibly private concept, this kind of narrative entry point would be very captivating." Although more questions were raised by reporters, Duke and Scarlett no longer answered. With security personnel escorting them toward the photo area, the media found better interviewees, as Leonardo DiCaprio had already entered the interview zone. Leaving aside Leonardo's fame and appeal, the emotional drive of this film comes from the core character, Dom Cobb, played by Leonardo DiCaprio. As the lead actor, Leonardo DiCaprio faced the media cameras and said, "Duke's script attracted me. The story in the script is highly entertaining. With diverse expressions of suspense, anything could happen. But the key is that the protagonist wants to pursue a long-hidden truth to find the way home. The story itself is very original. No one has had even a similar experience, and it's impossible to imagine what that feeling would be like. All of this excites me greatly, because I get to participate in this film and work with Duke. He is absolutely an expert in handling multi-layered storytelling and will make the audience feel a tangible reality." Standing next to Leonardo was Charlize Theron, who was also the focus of media attention. This Hollywood female superstar fully displayed her elegant and noble demeanor, saying, "Without a doubt, I've already seen the finished film. It's like reading a Haruki Murakami novel. The movie is full of fantasy, but that world doesn't feel like a strange, surreal place. It has a strong sense of presence. The abundant emotional segments in the film are also an indispensable core. Although the story is complex, it never deliberately confuses people." The main actors gradually entered the interview area, and after routine interviews, they successively moved to the backdrop covered with sponsor logos for group photos. At this moment, the stars shone brightly. In today's Hollywood, having so many stars gathered in one film is quite rare. For the film industry, a saying from the country Duke once lived in fits perfectly: "Good wine needs no bush." But the film's glamorous star lineup will ensure it is discovered by more movie fans. Standing in front of the backdrop, the crew took a group photo together, then took photos with the sponsors. After nearly half an hour, Duke finally led the main cast and crew into the Hollywood Chinese Theater, where Inception would begin its premiere. Chapter 752, A Never-Before-Felt Experience. Chapter 752, Chapter 752, A Never-Before-Felt Experience. This isn't a typical science fiction film. Perhaps it's more fitting to define it as a contemporary action sci-fi movie that takes place within the structure of consciousness. The film's narrative doesn't take place in a futuristic world, but rather in our present reality. A new bioinformation technology has been developed, allowing people to enter another person's mind, thoughts, or dreams through this method. Inception is, in a way, a fusion of The Matrix and Minority Report. A completely new technology has emerged in the film's world, one that enables people to enter another's dream, thus allowing them to spy on their privacy and steal vital information. Caught off guard, dreams become the best avenue for invading the human subconscious. Leonardo DiCaprio plays the protagonist Cobb, a thief inexperienced in Season 1. Unlike most pickpockets, he doesn't rummage through wallets. In this world, people like him have a peculiar title: dream thieves. His specialty is infiltrating others' dreams to extract valuable information and secrets hidden deep in the subconscious. If necessary, he can also perform memory implantation, altering the target's memory. As a pioneer dream thief, he naturally has a team. He and his team are hired by a Japanese tycoon to infiltrate another tycoon's dream and implant the idea to dismantle his corporation, a task that's nearly impossible to accomplish. The story isn't complex, but the film adopts a relatively intricate narrative technique. Fans of science fiction may have noticed that most sci-fi plots are actually quite straightforward, often linear, nothing more than aliens invading, some Earthling finding a way to escape and eventually figuring out how to defeat them, or suddenly falling into a terrifying monster chase, or being forced into a life-altering adventure in a strange futuristic setting. These repetitive, imitable, mass-produced story cores are inherently a hallmark of commercial films. Done well, they become widely popular. Done poorly, they tend to feel uninspired, visually flashy yet hollow and lacking individuality, like fast food that's easy to get sick of. Inception absolutely does not fall into that category. Shortly after the film began screening, many viewers realized that its plot was layered and full of twists, with implicit and explicit callbacks throughout. Brad Pitt owns his own production company. He's not only a movie star, but also a very successful producer. Among all Hollywood actors who've invested in setting up production studios, only Drew Barrymore's Flower films can be compared to his. In his view, from a pure science fiction standpoint, Inception's concept isn't entirely unprecedented or uniquely original. Duke's greatest success clearly isn't in the film's concept, but in his ability to make the story gripping and profound through brilliant storytelling and flawless details. Most movies about virtual reality or dreams still focus on real life because they struggle to present a complete dream world. But Duke, with fine detail, shows how to enter dreams, what issues may arise, how to wake up, etc. He fully constructs a dream world with its own unique laws, rules, and logic. Combined with puzzles and consistently outstanding visual effects, the entire film becomes exceptionally enchanting. As for the story, Brad Pitt doesn't see it as a suspense film. It's unlike Leonardo's previous film, Shutter Island, directed by Martin Scorsese. Inception clearly wasn't made to challenge the audience's intelligence. So although the plot is complex, it never feels contrived. Everything exists to serve this extraordinary narrative. It appears intricate, but there isn't a single unnecessary shot or line of dialogue. Miss even one frame or skip a single line, and the experience will feel incomplete. Moreover, Duke seems to have gone to great lengths to keep the plot clear, since the whole story revolves around a very obvious main line. The dream thieves Cobb and Arthur are hired by Japanese magnate Saito to infiltrate the mind of the son of French magnate Fisher, Sato's rival, and plant the idea to voluntarily dissolve his father's company after his death. This process is carried out using nested dream layers. During it, they encounter all sorts of visually astonishing spectacles, space inversion, people returning from death. All these are things seemingly impossible to show in live-action films, as the depiction of dreams in such films is extremely limited. Even David Lynch merely pieces together dream and reality in a single confined space. But the most dazzling part of this film is that Duke's depiction of dreams defies all accepted physical laws at will. As the credits rolled, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Brad Pitt stood and joined in the clapping, glancing slightly behind him where ordinary viewers were seated. The applause there was especially loud and showed no signs of stopping even after several minutes. Inception was nothing like those complex films that often get overlooked. On the contrary, it was well received by audiences. Brad Pitt furrowed his brow slightly. It only took him a few minutes to understand why. It was obvious that when Duke made this film, he has always wanted it to appeal to a broader audience, not just die-hard movie buffs. So the production was a grand effort. In addition to casting superstars like Leonardo DiCaprio and Charlize Theron, he deliberately added the action techniques he was known for. These seemingly click scenes serve an important purpose in the film. Not only do they buffer the outlandish plot lines, but they also give audiences used to popcorn flicks a sense of familiar comfort, helping them avoid getting lost in the relatively complex storytelling. As the applause gradually subsided, Brad Pitt, like the other guests at the premiere, walked to the front row to offer his congratulations to the cast and crew. "Duke, this is an absolutely amazing film." He meant every word. This film could very well become a major hit. Unfortunately, it didn't belong to his studio. I can hardly find the right words to describe how I feel after watching it. In terms of both commercial and narrative value, Inception is definitely one of the best films in recent years. As he left the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood, Brad Pitt couldn't help but sigh. Some second-hand ideas that Hollywood had already used, once reinterpreted by Duke Rosenberg, suddenly burst with soul-stirring brilliance. Among all the dream elements in the film, the one that captivated him the most was how time in dreams flows differently than in reality. A dream that ends swiftly in physical time is stretched into a timeless, spatially boundless dream in Duke Rosenberg's lens, thus creating nail-biting narrative tension. Duke's movies are always like this. There's rarely a master's sense of compassionate sorrow in the stories, and some ideas aren't even original. Sitting in the car, Brad Pitt shook his head slightly, though his face carried a trace of admiration. Yet he always finds a way to make the story rise to a climax. The premiere had ended, and more viewers were walking out of the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. What kind of movie is Inception exactly? Quite a number of viewers came out of the North American premiere of Inception wearing expressions of disbelief. Some wore confusion on their faces, some were deep in thought about the plot, some were exchanging opinions, and some looked as if a massive explosion had just gone off in their heads. The aftershocks had yet to settle, with excitement and astonishment still etched in their expressions. Some were simply thrilled, and this thrill wasn't created by cold, mechanical terms like CGI, IMAX, or 3D. These people felt only one thing. Duke Rosenberg had given them an experience they'd never had before, whether it was the visuals or the story. The pleasure coursed through every nerve ending. Some were left dizzy, bombarded with preset concepts from Freud to Einstein, multi-layered and multi-threaded narratives. Every step was a labyrinth. Every move planted a hidden clue. Can you keep up with Duke's pace? Are you willing to stay nailed to your seat in a fixed posture, temporarily forgetting your popcorn, your soda, the bathroom, or the soft little hand of the girl next to you? Or rather, is it even necessary to watch a film this way? Many had this very question in their hearts. But in the face of Inception and the name Duke Rosenberg, the answer could only be one: absolutely necessary. This was a film Duke Rosenberg made for smart people, and they all believed they were smart enough. This sluggish, dull summer has finally welcomed its savior. Walking amidst countless moviegoers, Norman Schiller looked around at the excited crowd discussing Inception's plot and its many perplexities, and couldn't help but voice his thoughts inwardly. How long had it been since they'd experienced such collective ecstasy? Is Inception another The Dark Knight? No, it's even more complex, even more disruptive. Inception couldn't be defined or described. He couldn't find a single film like it, except for the most revolutionary film of the last decade. Yes, The Matrix. That trembling joy of witnessing a miracle had returned once again. Norman Schiller believed it wouldn't be long before countless people, countless posts, countless sleepless nights would be dedicated to analyzing and dissecting this film frame by frame, just as they once did with The Matrix. Whether they liked it or not, whether they felt thrilled, confused, or dumbfounded, they all had to admit Duke Rosenberg had delivered a film that truly belonged to this century, this era. Get ready for your second or even third viewing. In the crowd pouring out of the Chinese theater, someone shouted this: and the people around all nodded in agreement. Chapter 753. High expectations aren't always a good thing. Chapter 753. Chapter 753. High expectations aren't always a good thing. A complete promotional plan, an excellent distribution strategy, the appeal of both the director and the actors themselves, plus a high-quality film. Inception undoubtedly possessed almost all the elements of a box office hit. In fact, after the North American premiere and early screenings across nearly 3,000 theaters, many people were indeed thoroughly satisfied. In this day and age, smart devices had already become widespread throughout North America. Even Apple's iPhone 4 was set to launch next month. The number of mobile users on certain social networks had already surpassed those on PC. Just like Duke said to Jamie Johnson, portable smart devices further accelerated the speed of information exchange. Almost at the very moment the film ended, on Instant Share, which had become the world's #1 social media platform after being acquired by Google, as well as on another major platform, Twitter, many viewers who enjoyed the movie were already sharing their reactions. When Inception ended and the theater lights came back on, you'll just sit there dumbfounded, staring at the screen, trying to recall what exactly just happened. There's no reference chart that can measure the trend set by the complex world Duke created. This is the greatest intellectual carnival in history. This post by Norman Schiller as he left the theater was shared tens of thousands of times within just half an hour. And there were many other similarly viral comments about Inception. Inception has surpassed countless classic sci-fi films. Unlike 99% of other movies, the less you know going in, the better. Duke very cleverly blurs the boundary between dream and reality. As a summer blockbuster, Inception will become a master-level work. Inception is by no means an artsy, obscure film. If you're looking for intelligence mixed with popular entertainment, you've picked the right movie. Dreams are the great adventure of life, whether joy or fear, they're all offered to us through dreams. This unique dream experience is something no one else can truly understand. However, the overwhelming promotional campaign and the sky-high anticipation before release also drew in some audiences who weren't fond of this genre, guaranteeing that they'd leave feeling extremely unsatisfied. And these people voiced their opinions too. I really want to tell you how terrible Inception is, but because it's just such a mess, it's too hard to explain just how bad it really is. Why is there always a noticeable gap between the ratings of indie films and blockbuster commercial films? Promotion and audience reach are undoubtedly key reasons. Those who watch indie films are usually fans of the genre, while large-scale publicity and distribution of commercial films will inevitably bring in many viewers who dislike the genre. These viewers are extremely unlikely to give commercial films high ratings. Check out some movie classification websites, and you'll see. The number of ratings for indie films is often vastly different from those of commercial films. When film quality is roughly the same, fewer ratings usually result in a higher average score. Some audience members went to see Inception expecting a brilliant suspense film or a high IQ thriller, and they were undoubtedly disappointed. Inception is definitely not a film that challenges your intelligence. Everything Duke does in Inception screams obsessive-compulsive and paranoid. Inception is far from his ticket into the pantheon of greats. It's a clumsy movie dressed in gold. Its so-called complexity, whether emotional or intellectual, just adds up to a double dose of boredom. It seems like Duke Rosenberg either doesn't understand or doesn't believe that there's a difference between reality and dreams. His hollow movie captures neither of the two. This isn't depth. It's pathological chaos splattered across the screen. Inception should have been called self-deception. It's a 2.5-hour broken-down car that countless people have already ridden in. Although negative comments were not lacking, in the broader online environment, these were just a minority opinion. Inception still sparked a strong reaction from most moviegoers, especially because Duke and Warner Brothers had long established a comprehensive word-of-mouth marketing strategy. As long as the film generated positive enough audience feedback, public opinion online could be guided by certain people toward the direction they wanted. In Thursday's preview screenings and Friday's midnight shows, Inception easily earned $8.6 million thanks to Duke's long-established reputation and the appeal of many A-list stars. For an original sci-fi film like Inception, this was a very respectable result. By the end of Friday, Inception had grossed $32.55 million, giving Duke and Warner Brothers hope that the film's first weekend box office could surpass $100 million. Since the beginning of the North American film market, no original film, non-sequel, and non-adaptation had ever broken the $100 million mark in its first weekend. If the Saturday and Sunday box office performed well, Inception just might break that trend. After receiving the North American opening day statistics, Duke rushed to Warner Brothers and discussed plans for over an hour with Doug Walter and Jamie Johnson, after which Warner Brothers increased their marketing efforts for the film, just as the media and audiences were unanimously praising Inception, and nearly everyone believed it was one of the must-see films of the year. Some dissenting voices appeared in New York Magazine, and several other media outlets published a series of fierce critiques of Inception on their official websites, calling on the public to stop daydreaming and wake up from the dull truth of Duke Rosenberg's Inception. At the beginning of one article, author David Edelstein directly stated, "Inception should not be hailed as a great film. Wake up, everyone. Stop being infatuated." He went on to suggest that the film was nothing more than a metaphor for delusional narcissism, a metaphor for self. It lacks the sensitivity of Steven Spielberg's Minority Report, has none of the grandeur of Joseph Rubin's The Forgotten, and doesn't even have the punchy dialogue and stylish villains of The Matrix. In terms of disrupting equilibrium, it's not even as intense as indie film Insomnia. Other media outlets followed suit, calling Inception a noisy, chaotic film made by a sadist. These remarks ignited a frenzied reaction from fans. In just half a day, the comment sections beneath those reviews were flooded with hundreds of thousands of responses. The early word-of-mouth marketing really went overboard. Inception definitely isn't a masterpiece, but it's still one of the best films in recent years. Duke's unique narrative techniques, visual style, and cinematic language are perfectly executed. The character designs, dialogue, filming, techniques, and special effects all have distinct flair. That was one of the more polite comments. Some people outright cursed it, and even those who didn't still expressed intense indignation. If Inception isn't a good movie, I really don't know what counts as a good movie in your eyes. Just seeing the words Duke Rosenberg production, you don't even need to question the quality. Inception is the best movie of the year, okay? No question. Duke Rosenberg, you're a dreamer. You're a revolutionary. While watching the movie, the entire theater followed your design, laughing, gasping, worrying, fearing. And everyone walked out with the same reaction. I'm not dreaming right now, am I? Movie fans were passionately defending Inception, and the fierce debate drew more and more people into it. Even those who weren't involved and had little interest in the film began to pay attention because of the heated arguments. In fact, this debate spread like wildfire from the internet to TV media and traditional print media, drawing even more public attention. Without a doubt, this was all part of Duke and Warner Brothers' carefully orchestrated publicity and marketing strategy. A major blockbuster in theaters first sparks massive discussion online and within the industry, and then debate is carried into traditional print media, even allowing for harsh criticism of the film. Controversy brings attention, and attention brings recognition. As long as the scale is controlled and public, opinion is cleverly guided. No matter how the process unfolds, the final winner is always the filmmakers. Due to the appearance of these negative reviews, Inception's previously perfect 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes was no longer intact, dropping directly to 96%. But how many Hollywood directors or studios genuinely care about Rotten Tomatoes' freshness scores, something as useless as a chicken rib? Moreover, in the midst of these intense debates, Inception's strong word-of-mouth spread across the globe faster than a plague. On Twitter, some related comments also became popular retweets. Movies are a dream one indulges in amid the light and shadows. And Inception is an outstanding dream within a dream. This is Duke's highly successful venture into the genre of dreams. The plot is intricately structured, logically tight, yet full of tension. In over 130 minutes of runtime, not a single moment feels sluggish or pretentious. As for lead actor Leonardo, he delivered the most brilliant performance in the film. The best director, the best actor, the best story together created the best dream. A movie like Inception is so good that even if you know it's deliberately messing with your head, you'd still give it 5 stars without hesitation. Exploding word of mouth is great for the film, but everything has two sides. High praise inevitably leads to high expectations. And for a film like Inception, excessively high expectations might not be a good thing. Chapter 754. A $100 million opening weekend that no one noticed. Chapter 754. Chapter 754. A $100 million opening weekend that no one noticed. Regarding this aspect, Duke and Warner Brothers had also formulated a targeted strategy. On many media platforms and websites, there appeared articles resembling an Inception viewing guide. First, the film is truly brilliant. Second, it's not as hard to understand as you imagine. Believe in yourself. Third, there will definitely be a scene you'll remember for a lifetime. Fourth, lower your expectations. Fifth, use the bathroom in advance. Sixth, remember to turn off your phone. Seventh, you must watch it in a theater because the cinema is also a dream-making machine. Eighth, listen to the ending music, it helps wake you up. Ninth, it's quite possibly the most amazing film you'll see in theaters in recent years. Lastly, go on this journey through dreams with the movie. No matter how you looked at it, the early word-of-mouth marketing for this film was admittedly over the top. Duke and Warner Brothers were well aware of this, which is why they made timely strategy adjustments. If not managed properly, it could affect the film's later box office performance. On the private beach in Malibu, Duke was sitting at the edge of the dock on a small pier, holding a fishing rod in hand. He said to Scarlett, who was fishing with him, "That's why the promotional strategy is shifting toward guiding the audience into discussions about Inception's storyline." As she sprinkled the bait into the water bit by bit, Scarlett said to Duke, "Forget regular viewers, even I wanted to decipher it after watching the film." Saying that, she shook her head. As someone who shared a bed with him, Scarlett knew very well that the film's seemingly cryptic plot design wasn't really about depth or meaning. Most of it was a deliberate move for marketing purposes. Duke reeled in the rod only to find the hook empty and baited it again before casting it back into the sea. He continued, "The more interpretations the film generates, the more heated the debates become, and the more favorable it is for the film's continued box office momentum." Having been by Duke's side for several years, Scarlett Johansson had naturally developed sharp insight and kept nodding lightly in agreement. Because preparations for the new film would begin soon, Duke and Scarlett didn't plan to be heavily involved in Inception's post-release promotion. They would participate in select promotional events as appropriate. Besides, with a star-studded cast led by Leonardo DiCaprio, the film was already drawing enough attention from the media and public. Leo was also very cooperative with Duke and the crew. His breakup with Bar Raffaelli, which had been ongoing for a while, was only officially concluded now. Their rumored relationship had been sensationalized by tabloids recently, drawing in a lot of attention. Footsteps in high heels echoed across the dock. Tina Fey, holding a file folder, walked over unhurriedly. She sat under the sun umbrella, poured herself a glass of water, and finally said, "The Saturday box office report just came in." Scarlett immediately asked, "Did it go up or down?" Duke also turned to look. If Saturday's box office dropped compared to Friday's, Inception's chance at a $100 million opening weekend would definitely be in jeopardy. "It went up by 13% compared to Friday," Tina Fey said quickly. "Saturday brought in $36.78 million. Not bad," Duke nodded slightly. "Looks like we have a shot at $100 million. As long as Sunday's box office didn't take a sharp dive, Inception was very likely to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, the opening weekend's box office was important, but the film's long-term performance was equally crucial. Regardless of the means, Inception had already built a solid word-of-mouth reputation. How to make the film even more appealing and maintain its strong box office run was something that needed to be considered in the next phase of promotion. Moreover, Inception hadn't adopted a simultaneous global release, so expanding its impact into the overseas market was also an essential task. As early as the preparation and filming phases, Duke had already devised a strategy to encourage audience participation in the film. Now was the perfect time to put that strategy into play, getting viewers to actively interpret the movie and spreading that wave of discussion into international territories. As long as a portion of fans remained highly enthusiastic, Inception could generate impressive box office numbers. Today's internet, while not linking the entire world, could certainly connect the entire Western world and major markets like Japan and South Korea. Plus, Warner Brothers had established marketing networks in major markets across the globe. Pushing a wave of Inception interpretations worldwide wasn't all that difficult. Online and in real life, both spontaneous and orchestrated discussions were gradually turning the interpretation of Inception into a trending craze. Inception continued its strong theatrical run, becoming a must-talk-about topic among the North American public. As for the dream architect, Duke, no matter how journalists tried to press him, he remained tight-lipped about public opinions, only offering one cryptic response: "Even I can't explain the ending," which served as his only answer. Thus, those inquisitive moviegoers decided to take up the mantle and decipher the dreams themselves. Naturally, this wave of discussion included bold guesses and unexpected interpretations of the film's dream themes. The open-ended finale, in particular, left plenty of room for imagination. At the end of the film, the Inception mission is successfully completed. The dream team awakens on the plane, and Saito fulfills his promise by making a phone call to clear the protagonist's legal charges, allowing him to re-enter the U.S. The protagonist finally returns home and sees his two children. As he spins the top that distinguishes dreams from reality, the film cuts to black. Whether the top spins or falls is never revealed. As the most hotly debated part of the film, did Cobb the protagonist truly return to reality, or is he still trapped in a dream? Duke would never be foolish enough to provide a definitive answer. Many fans fully unleashed their imaginations, crafting the ending they personally desired. Many fans believed that Cobb had returned to reality in the end. Some even pointed out that Cobb's children were played by different-age child actors and noted subtle changes in the kids' voices and physiques at the end, signs that time had passed, and thus, evidence that the ending was real and not a dream. But many others dismissed the above theory, insisting, "There is no reality, this entire movie is just one big dream." Many firmly believed this. They argued that the concept of dream invasion and inception was merely a construct within Cobb's own dream, a recursive dream loop. To prove their own theories, viewers with different interpretations flocked back into theaters to watch Inception again, hoping to find more evidence to support their point of view. However, the more they watched, the more interpretations surfaced for each part of the plot. As the discussions grew deeper, this craze showed no signs of slowing down. For instance, the spinning top is a totem used by Cobb to determine whether he is in a dream or in reality. If it keeps spinning endlessly without falling, he's still in a dream. If it topples naturally after spinning, then he's in the real world. What if someone designed a dream where the spinning top would fall over? Clearly, the audience doesn't fully trust this totem. Every dream thief has their own totem: Arthur's die, Ariadne's chess piece, yet we never actually see them use them. Moreover, some pointed out that throughout the film, only the protagonist Cobb repeatedly uses the top to distinguish between reality and dreams, and the top originally belonged to his wife. As a result, an interpretation that appeared in the IMDb reviews section received quite a bit of recognition. In dreams, Cobb wears a wedding ring, but not in reality. That's because in dreams he refuses to accept his wife is dead, while in reality Cobb has come to terms with it. On the plane, we can clearly see the protagonist is not wearing a ring. In the first, second, and third layers of dreams, he always wears the wedding ring. However, some argued that if the ring merely represents Cobb's emotional not surfacing in dreams, then in the fourth dream layer, Cobb has already accepted his wife's death, so the knot would be resolved and the ring would naturally disappear. If so, then both Cobb and the audience lose the standard for distinguishing dream from reality. These disputes each gained their own supporters. Using the internet as a medium, they continuously cited various pieces of evidence to support their views. And these interpretations and debates, under the manipulation of Duke and Warner Brothers, quickly escaped the bounds of the web and became the focus of major media discussion. The media never fears controversy, they fear the absence of it. The more controversial a topic is, the more the media welcomes it. Only controversy can generate enough attention. Many traditional media outlets voluntarily picked sides, supporting one viewpoint or another, using it as a basis to argue with other media. Just 3 days after its release, The interpretive wave triggered by Inception had already become one of the most hotly discussed public topics in North America. Even the fact that Inception became the first original, non-sequel, non-adapted film to break the $100 million mark in North American weekend box office in just 3 days didn't draw much media attention. All the media and public passion had shifted to the various interpretations and controversies surrounding Inception. From this angle, the publicity campaign orchestrated by Duke and Warner Brothers achieved tremendous success. Even though Inception earned $100.99 million in North America during its opening 3-day weekend, Duke was not content with that. Since the film was about to be released overseas, the hype created in North America had to be pushed globally. As the focus of these interpretations and controversies, Duke was inevitably questioned by many media outlets about Inception, and he timely dropped a few statements, pushing the buzz to an even higher level. Chapter 755, Adapting to Local Conditions Works Better. Chapter 755, Adapting to Local Conditions Works Better. After the first week, Inception, accompanied by a huge wave of discussion, was about to land in major film markets around the world. Famous actor Ken Watanabe partners for the first time with Hollywood superstar Leonardo DiCaprio in the Hollywood blockbuster Inception, which is about to land in Japan. This was a piece of news that Asahi Shimbun had been repeatedly mentioning over the past few days. During this week, promotional footage for Inception appeared simultaneously on 136 street-side big screens across all 35 prefectures of Japan, as well as in 50 electronics stores and on in-vehicle TVs in Japan's major subways and buses. Such a large-scale promotional method was unprecedented in the history of Japanese cinema. In the approximately 1-minute, 15-second trailer, Leonardo DiCaprio, Ken Watanabe, and the director Duke appeared in sequence. As for Leonardo DiCaprio, whose influence in Japan could only be described as unparalleled, he was the focal point of the trailer. He specifically said, "This is a film with a visual impact that no one has ever experienced before. This summer, war will erupt from the mind." Ken Watanabe followed by saying, "In this world, the most valuable thing is the idea. Born from your mind. We will steal it once it emerges. Perhaps the next target is you." At the plaza in front of Tokyo's Shimbashi Station, when the movie's promotional footage appeared on the building's big screen, the bustling crowd on the street suddenly stopped in their tracks, all intently watching the screen. At that moment, Japan was like a still pond, with only the sound from the screen playing as if it truly had become a world of dreams. After a premiere event in Tokyo, Duke became the center of media attention, with most questions focusing on his views on the various interpretations of the film. Of course, Duke did not answer directly. "I didn't want to make a film about the filming process. What really attracted me was the creative process itself. I don't want to use film terminology to explain to the audience how to distinguish between dream and reality." Facing media reporters from around the world, he deliberately dropped a few ambiguous remarks. From the ending, you should be able to see that Cobb's real life and dreams are very similar, which means Cobb himself is also questionable. And regardless of whether the top spins or not, Cobb doesn't need to know the truth because he has reunited with his children. After saying that, no matter what the reporters asked, Duke kept his mouth tightly shut. These statements spread across the internet at lightning speed. By this time, the film had already been released globally, and people who had seen the film, combining Duke's comments, quickly launched into new interpretations with great enthusiasm. This round of analysis far exceeded that of North America and Japan. As for the focus of the analysis and debate, Duke had already planted the seeds during filming. Guided by his words, a large number of fans noticed that the scene where Cobb wakes up on the plane seemed strange. Thus, the debate over who was truly dreaming, Cobb or his wife, began. According to the male lead's own account in the film, Cobb and his wife used an enhanced drug to die in the dream, thus both entering limbo. The woman, obsessed with their timeless time together, believed it was reality and refused to return. Cobb tried to plant the idea, "This is a dream, we must die to return to reality," into her mind. Unexpectedly, the side effect of that inception made her start to doubt reality itself, believing only death could free her. She later committed suicide in reality. Cobb, racked with guilt over her death, was no longer able to dream build, because whenever he entered the dream world, all the scenes were the same. There's never a shortage of bold people in this world. So, bold speculations from fans were inevitable. The theory that Cobb's wife was the one who actually returned to reality emerged. They believed that Cobb's wife jumped and died in the dream, not reality. Cobb never realized this, so only she truly returned to the real world. Cobb, unable to face the fact of her suicide in the dream, gradually suffered a mental breakdown and imagined being wanted, unable to go home and reunite with his children. The rest of the plot was just Cobb's own dream within a dream. But the opposing side argued that if Cobb's wife had truly returned to reality, she could have directly shocked Cobb awake. Why would she need to make him dream so long and so much? There was even another theory. The entire movie was a dream Cobb had on the plane. They listed a large amount of evidence. The most typical example: after waking from the dream, Cobb had no interaction with anyone around him, and the others looked at him like a stranger. Cobb didn't recognize anyone on the plane and was just confused about why all the passengers became people from his dream. This could be seen in his startled expression upon waking. They believed everything was a dream, a vivid dream Cobb had on the way home. His wife's story, his criminal charges, the dream thieves, all of it was dream content, unrelated to reality. Of course, such interpretations had both supporters and critics, and Duke never addressed these questions again afterward. The fiercer the debate, the more beneficial it was for Inception. After the Tokyo premiere in Japan, Duke did not return to Los Angeles, but instead joined Leonardo and several other cast members to fly to China for the Chinese premiere of Inception. Rewind 5 years, the idea of Duke bringing top-tier stars like Leonardo DiCaprio to China for the premiere of a major blockbuster would have been unthinkable. Back then, China was just an insignificant overseas market for Hollywood. Big Hollywood stars didn't even bother to look at China. But with Transformers and Avatar both grossing over 1.3 billion renminbi at the Chinese box office, and the signing of a memorandum of understanding at the end of last year between China and the US regarding WTO film-related issues, which raised the revenue-sharing ratio for imported Hollywood films from 13% to 25%, meaning that for every 10 million renminbi a Hollywood film made in China, the earnings increased by 1.2 million renminbi more, and more top Hollywood directors and stars began appearing in China. What attracted these stars, of course, was China's increasingly prosperous film market. It all started with Transformers. Since then, China's film market has grown rapidly like a teenager in a growth spurt. In 2009, the total annual box office reached 10.1 billion renminbi, an increase of 4 billion compared to 2008. This year's growth alone accounted for 80% of the previous 7 years' total increase. Correspondingly, Hollywood blockbusters were making more and more money in China. Stimulated by this, Hollywood has been investing more heavily in the Chinese market, with increasing demand for marketing. The old methods, placing articles in media, translating a few trailers and posters, buying some bus stop ads, hosting a premiere, were no longer enough to meet market demand. Duke was well aware of this. Every time a major Warner Brothers production was released in China, he used his own influence to pressure local companies to come up with new and creative marketing strategies. For example, based on the local market and societal context, Warner Brothers took a promotional slogan for Inception that wasn't very prominent in North America and turned it into the main tagline for the Chinese market: a movie only smart people can understand. And with the signing of the new memorandum, creative ideas that were previously unachievable due to budget constraints became much easier to implement as the market expanded. Warner's Greater China division now had a much larger budget to buy more outdoor advertising, invite more celebrities and filmmakers to China, hold grander premieres, or support more localized creative ideas. Even though the budget had increased, when it came to execution, Hollywood blockbusters were still subject to many restrictions compared to local films in terms of marketing. One of the restrictions came from within the company. The overall strategy for Hollywood films in China had to be discussed with the North American headquarters. The American side faced a very mature market in North America, while China's related industrial chain was still not as established or well-developed. Sometimes, more advanced marketing methods were not as effective as approaches tailored to local conditions. Duke clearly understood this. Currently, the widely adopted marketing strategies for Hollywood blockbusters in China, buying outdoor ads, leveraging celebrities, and hosting premieres were still relatively crude, lacking truly customized marketing. The Chinese market is just too different from other countries, and it's enormous in size. You have to look at it separately. As early as last year, Duke had emphasized this point at the Warner Brothers board meeting. From an overall perspective, the biggest difference between the Chinese and American markets was the marketing channels for films. In the US, Hollywood's traditional marketing channels were still TV commercials and outdoor ads. But in China, movie commercials on TV were extremely rare. Instead, the involvement of new media, the internet, and tech giants like Baidu and Tencent had made China's entire marketing channel system completely different from the US. These were things the North American side simply didn't understand. Without someone of Duke's stature, convincing them to use these channels would have been extremely difficult. In the North American market, a film's marketing would start even before filming began, and at different stages, different methods would be used for continuous exposure. But this approach didn't apply to the Chinese market. No matter how much marketing was done, if the blockbuster didn't get imported into China, all that effort would be in vain. Even if a film was confirmed for import, there was no room for complacency. Before the relevant authorities confirmed the film's release schedule, its promotion would be severely restricted. Generally speaking, the number of trailers and posters that could be released for a film was always limited. If the release date was uncertain, there was no way of knowing when the trailers and posters could even be published. And before the public screening permit was issued, the big scissors would also closely monitor every move the film made. Large-scale promotion was simply not allowed. Under so many restrictions, it was extremely difficult for a Hollywood film to achieve a big box office success in China. Fortunately, Duke's films never lacked support from Chinese audiences. And under his guidance, Warner's Far East division had already formed strategic partnerships with a series of online media platforms and social networking sites. Chapter 756, a classic case of word-of-mouth marketing. Chapter 756, a classic case of word-of-mouth marketing. The film's premiere in China wasn't much different from the one in North America. It was all about the red carpet, the screening, the press conference, and so on. Moreover, after the premiere, in order to further promote the film, Duke also led the cast and crew to participate in an exclusive interview with a certain online social media platform claiming to have the world's largest user base. The interview was broadcast live online for all Chinese viewers, and after some routine interview questions, a few hot topics raised by netizens were specially selected. What Duke didn't expect was that his influence in China seemed to surpass that of Leonardo DiCaprio, as the most frequently mentioned question by netizens was about the actor's views on working with him as a director. Of course, at such occasions, the crew would only voice similar kinds of praise. The first to be asked by the famous host from Mango TV was Charlize Theron, who made no effort to hide her admiration and respect for Duke. I'm a big fan of Duke, so being able to join his team and work with him made me extremely excited. Moreover, the script itself left me awestruck. I've never had such a reading experience before. During her response, she kept looking at Duke, which easily gave people certain associations. I feel like I've completely immersed myself in the script. After finishing it, I was drenched in sweat. The story is uniquely conceived and deeply moving. The emotional core of the story makes one feel deeply connected. To work with such a highly creative director in a fictional world and see things you've never seen before is a supreme pleasure. Although Duke himself knew where these so-called creative ideas came from, in the eyes of others in Hollywood, especially those who had worked with him, Charlize Theron's words were perhaps the most accurate description. James Franco also did not hide his admiration for Duke. When Duke called me to invite me to join his team, I agreed without hesitation because I already loved working with him before. Especially after I finished reading the script, I was even happier with my decision. Emotionally and rationally, I was 100% willing to be part of this movie's production. I was really excited after reading the script. Duke also introduced me to the other cast members, and I knew right away that this movie couldn't go wrong. These were the words of Cillian Murphy, who had already worked with Duke twice and seemed particularly touched. I think Duke's works have always been full of ideas and highly watchable. This one surpasses even his usual style. The microphone turned to Scarlett. She avoided questions about her private life with Duke and only commented on his role as a director, saying a few words. His inner world is so rich, which is one of the essential traits of an extraordinary director and screenwriter. For such an imaginative and creative film, what an actor needs most is a trustworthy director, one who can share his vision with you. I trust him 100%. He constantly inspires me and gives me all the keys to the door of my ideals. Duke is an incredibly smart filmmaker. Leonardo DiCaprio added at the right moment to follow up on Scarlett's words. It's unbelievable. I had the opportunity to work closely with such a talented team. We had long discussions about our characters, each individual's past, and their relationships with one another. Duke greatly encourages everyone to speak their minds. Regardless of the size of the role or the amount of screen time, he hopes each person can merge with their character, contribute their own ideas, and truly achieve the fusion of character and actor. The questions inevitably returned to Duke, only from a different angle. He was asked to talk about his thoughts on the leading actors. Watching the actors develop into a team that matches the characters' relationships in the story is an indescribable pleasure. This harmony is extremely beneficial to on-set filming and enriches the character portrayals. Duke didn't single anyone out, but commented on all the actors as one team. As a director, I especially hope to see chemistry between characters, but this kind of reaction can't be felt until we're on set. When you see the unique temperament of each character and the subtle interpersonal relationships reflected in the plot for every movie, that's the soul. Especially for Inception, it's crucial. I think our actors completely nailed it, very authentic. He paused for a moment, then added, this group of characters in the movie is very distinctive from one another. Each of them has their own special skills. They are gathered together to complete an extremely special mission. If any one of them fails, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is a tightly knit team. We can feel what they feel because we journey alongside them. Later, some more specific questions for each cast member were asked, and Leonardo DiCaprio, Charlize Theron, and Scarlett Johansson all gave corresponding answers one by one. However, the final question directed at Duke made him frown slightly. The host from Mango TV asked a question from a local film critic. Some believe that the action scenes and special effects drag down the film. They serve no purpose in deepening the film's theme and actually have a negative effect. From the perspective of deepening the theme, this statement isn't wrong. The action scenes and special effects in Inception don't actually help deepen the theme. But without them, would Inception still be Inception? The host didn't mention who the film critic was, and Duke wasn't interested in asking. Compared to North America, the film criticism industry here was just getting started and was already facing extinction. In the internet era, the space left for professional critics to survive is increasingly narrow. Still, Duke responded to the comment. Film is, first and foremost, a visual art. People say we live in an era of images, where visual impact and shock are key to strengthening memory. Duke's words were very realistic, and the market indeed worked that way. If Inception didn't have the special effects of a city folding in on itself, collapsing buildings, intense gunfights, and car chases. He shook his head slightly. We couldn't even call it a commercial blockbuster, and far fewer people would go to the cinema. Duke emphasized, Inception is, first and foremost, a sci-fi, action commercial blockbuster, and then everything else. A commercial blockbuster must have visual impact. Without visual effects, it wouldn't generate such high box office returns. No box office means losses. Losses mean no investment. Duke stated the most common logic in the film industry. Without investment, even the best ideas can only stay in your head. There's no other way. As a brand, especially a film brand, he began to ad-lib. What we need to do is combine business and art, commercialized art and artistic commerce. Art enhances business, and business sells art. Only when both work together can we generate results. Since he still had another film to prepare, Duke stayed in China for 2 days before leading the team to another country for promotional events. At the same time, Inception triggered a strong reaction around the globe. At the beginning of May this year, there were no big-name sequels crowding the theaters around the globe, no superheroes flying all over the place from comic books, and with ambitious films like Salt flopping at the box office, the opening of this summer season seemed a bit deserted. Amidst this lull, Inception stood out like a crane among chickens. From the day it began filming, the movie had attracted attention from fans. One batch after another of promotional clips and omnipresent viral marketing teased the nerves of audiences. Warner Brothers spared no expense in promoting this film, $120 million in promotional costs. For a film not targeted at family audiences and not relying on grand scenes to grab attention, this was already a very high figure. Warner Brothers' publicity campaign was one reason Inception generated such a strong reaction. Another reason was that it was just too controversial. From the perspective of advertising consumer psychology, the film was absolutely a success. It also cleverly added one more element: controversy. The questions raised in the film about dreams and reality left many viewers pondering long after the movie ended, deeply absorbed. It also ignited great interest and hot discussions among viewers after watching, and this lingering effect has a far-reaching impact on the brand. For example, several questions posed. What's the difference between reality and a dream? Isn't life itself a dream? Does the spinning top at the end imply the protagonist is still in a dream? It must be said, the world today is becoming increasingly virtual. The difference between online relationships and real-life ones? The contrast between online gaming and real-world violence? In an era where blogs and virtual social networks are developing at such a high speed, people are always interacting. All of this helped spread Inception rapidly. Once you start wanting to understand the meaning of your dream stories, you'll inevitably keep recalling dreams you've had and try to figure out what happened. At that point, you'll unconsciously project your understanding of the real world into your mind and start asking yourself a series of interesting questions you may never have asked before. This quote from Duke during an interview in London was arguably the best interpretation for many of the film's hardcore fans. These people posed all kinds of questions after watching the movie. Not only would Duke, the director, find them bewildering, even the fans themselves wouldn't be able to understand them later on. It's no exaggeration to say that the debates and word-of-mouth promotions sparked by media, the internet, and real life were the main reason for Inception's rapid spread with low cost and high efficiency. This film can truly be described as a tremendous success in promotional marketing and is enough to become a classic case of word-of-mouth marketing in Hollywood. Chapter 757, Diamond Nameplate. Chapter 757. Chapter 757, Diamond Nameplate. This is a movie that doesn't fear spoilers. It's a movie for people who like to use their brains. Leonardo and Duke Rosenberg lead a dream-stealing team. Is the film unafraid of spoilers and designed to crush your IQ? These were some of the promotional slogans used for Inception in overseas markets. Combined with word-of-mouth marketing and viral campaigns, they proved highly effective, something clearly reflected in the film's international box office performance. During its wide overseas release on opening weekend, Inception unsurprisingly took the #1 spot at the box office in most regions where it was screened. Particularly notable was how many media outlets opened their coverage with lines like, "This is a film to be worshipped." The tight narrative leaves you no time to blink. Over 120 minutes of brilliance. By the time it ends, it feels like time just flew by. These were the words of a French moviegoer interviewed after a screening, which essentially echoed the sentiments of most viewers who stepped into the theater. You have to keep your eyes glued to the screen, not miss any details, and think through everything again and again. It's like watching The Matrix plus The Dark Knight, a headache, but an exhilarating one. With outstanding marketing and sky-high word of mouth, Inception's overseas box office numbers soon rolled in. In China, the film earned nearly $20 million over just 3 days during the weekend, making it the best 3-day box office result in the Chinese market since Avatar and Transformers. Elsewhere, Inception also opened strong and kept rising. Over $16 million in the UK, more than $12 million in France, close to $15 million in Germany, and over $9 million in Australia. In its first week of overseas release, Inception raked in a staggering $185 million. This box office figure proved that the marketing strategy devised and implemented by Duke and Warner Brothers was spot on. The word-of-mouth campaign had already achieved initial success. Meanwhile, in North America, Inception also performed exactly as expected, maintaining a strong box office momentum. In a mansion in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Angelina Jolie sat on the sofa after dinner, holding a newspaper. Her expression was anything but pleasant, and whenever she glanced up at Brad Pitt, her face grew darker. Clearly, she was in a bad mood. Her latest film didn't perform as expected at the box office, and her boyfriend went to the premiere of a rival movie. Anyone would be upset. Under the pressure of Inception, her major release this year, Salt, only brought in a little over $19 million on its opening weekend in North America. Although Sony Columbia Pictures ramped up its promotional efforts afterward with many media outlets hailing her as the universe's most powerful action star, the wave of controversy and deep analysis sparked by Inception gave Salt no chance of a comeback. Flipping through the Los Angeles Times, Angelina Jolie soon found the weekend box office report. Duke Rosenberg's masterpiece claims its second consecutive crown. Just reading the headline was enough to irritate her, but she patiently kept reading. Inception's second weekend box office is finally in. For the three-day weekend, the film earned $25.62 million on Friday, $24.21 million on Saturday, and $21.61 million on Sunday. This represents a very healthy and stable Friday, Saturday, Sunday curve. Coupled with daily earnings of about $10 million on Thursday and Friday, the film easily surpassed the $200 million mark in just 10 days, reaching $229.65 million. One thing is certain: Inception is bound to enjoy a long run during this fiercely competitive summer season. As things stand, $250 million is already in the bag. If it hits $300 million, it will surpass the North American box office target set by Duke Rosenberg and Warner Brothers. Previously, a film that wasn't a sequel, not based on a best-selling novel, or connected to a superhero comic, a sci-fi/thriller/crime hybrid like this, breaking $100 million in its opening weekend and surpassing $300 million overall would have been pure fantasy. But now, it looks like Inception can achieve that with ease. And whether Inception ultimately surpasses $300 million at the North American box office is actually no longer the point. The film's greatest value lies in the fact that Duke Rosenberg was the first to eat the crab, giving hope to others that, with the right actors, a reliable director, a quality script, strong investment, and effective marketing, even an original genre-blending film with a sci-fi flavor can still succeed at the box office. It's believed that following the success of Inception, more directors will bring out their long-shelved original stories and persuade investors to turn them into films. For movie lovers, that can only be a good thing. At present, the 171,248 users on IMDb have rated the film at an astonishing 9.3, holding firm at the second spot in the top 250. Could this film surpass The Godfather, ranking only behind The Dark Knight? That doesn't really matter. What matters is that this feverish rating shows that the Duke Rosenberg nameplate is not just gold, it's probably already reached the diamond level. Duke Rosenberg's diamond nameplate will certainly remain the top choice for moviegoers for a long time to come, and he's only in his 40s. In the coming decades, we believe that with his steady pace, Duke will continue to bring us more outstanding films, and that is without a doubt a blessing. Let's continue looking forward to Duke Rosenberg surprising us for the nth time in his future works. Thinking about Inception's second weekend haul of over $70 million in North America, then looking at her own Salt slipping to just $10 million over the same period, Angelina Jolie grew even gloomier. However, she had gone through extremely difficult and uncertain years before. Her reckless behavior in youth had come at a painful cost. Since her awakening years ago, Angelina Jolie had come to clearly understand what could be done, like continuing her chaotic personal life, which no one really cared about, and what absolutely couldn't be done, like crossing paths with truly heavyweight figures in the industry. She was very displeased with Salt getting crushed by Inception, but would never voice this to anyone, not even Brad Pitt, who lived under the same roof. Besides, she had never truly believed that Salt's box office could beat Inception's. After all, the other party was Duke Rosenberg. What the Los Angeles Times said wasn't wrong. But there was one point Angelina Jolie didn't agree with. While Inception's success might encourage more directors and writers to dust off their long-forgotten original stories, the sluggish state of original films in Hollywood wouldn't change because of it. In fact, it would only decline further. Adaptations are the real mainstream in this industry. The last decade of film industry development has already proven this. And it wasn't just the box office. Inception's merchandise was also on fire. For instance, the spinning top Leonardo used in the film to distinguish reality from dreams became a hot-selling item. The limited edition tops distributed to theaters by Warner Brothers were sold at a price of $12 each and were sold out on the day the film premiered. And the commemorative tops sold through retail stores and online channels ranged in price from $80 to $130. With hundreds of thousands of units sold within just 1 week. When it comes to developing the film merchandise market, Warner Brothers is highly experienced. The hot sales of the Inception top also benefited from its massive full industry chain operational capabilities. In fact, in today's Hollywood, the income from merchandise related to big-budget commercial films can reach nearly 80% of the film's total revenue, far higher than the box office itself. For a director like Duke, Warner Brothers already has production and marketing plans for merchandise in place before the film even begins shooting, ensuring that the merchandise can be launched either simultaneously with or even earlier than the film's release date, in order to secure ample market space. Of course, the maturity of the North American film market and its relatively comprehensive copyright protection system are fundamental conditions that enable film merchandise to sell so well. As for the Chinese market, the Inception top, released by Warner Brothers, also sold well, with a price of only 12 renminbi. However, compared to official cinema sales, imitation products could be seen everywhere from online platforms to small commodity markets. This information also made its way back to Duke, but he wasn't anxious. Every market is constantly improving, and even the North American market went through the same stage as China. Moreover, compared to how domestically produced films are treated, his film's merchandise was doing quite well. Duke remembered clearly the time he lived there. When Stephen Chow's CJ7 was released, CJ7 was widely adored, and plush toys of CJ7 naturally became hot commodities. At that time, hawkers selling counterfeit CJ7 toys even set up their stalls right in front of the film's production company, China Film Group, leaving many of the production staff both amused and helpless. A good film will always generate some unexpected impact, and Inception was no exception. After finishing his promotional tour in Europe and returning to Los Angeles, Duke saw an interesting piece of news. X-Men. First-class director Matthew Vaughn, after watching Inception, immediately tore up his own script. According to many media reports, Matthew Vaughn, who was involved in early production work for X-Men First Class, recently took some time to watch Inception and praised it highly, saying he really liked it. But when he thought about his own script afterward, he couldn't help but say, "The pressure is enormous. Even if some of the creative ideas are suited for the big screen, if I keep them, they'll look like they were copied or altered versions of something else, so I might as well just tear up the entire 12-page script." That was what he said in an interview, though he then changed the subject. The new X-Men will tell the story of Charles Xavier and Eric Magnus Lyncher before they became Professor X and Magneto. At that time, they weren't bitter enemies, but the closest of friends, working together for world peace. It's obvious that 20th Century Fox was using the buzz created by Inception to promote its own film. And it wasn't just 20th Century Fox. Leonardo's team was also using Inception to build up their own momentum. Chapter 758, The Marketing Master. Chapter 758, Chapter 758, The Marketing Master. What does Leonardo DiCaprio want the most? Those who know him well understand it's definitely not blonde, long-legged supermodels, but the Oscar for Best Actor, The Little Golden Man. Leonardo's performance in Inception was dazzling enough. Thus, Leonardo's team also began gearing up for next year's Oscars. Although it's only May now, those aiming for Oscars or their films have long started their moves. Even right after the previous Oscar ceremony ended, movies and actors for the next Oscars appeared frequently in the media and at major film festivals, working hard to accumulate Oscar momentum. Relatively speaking, Leonardo's actions aren't considered early, while Duke's plan is rather delayed. However, Duke is happy to see Leonardo win. Everyone has their likes and dislikes, and every Oscar ceremony has a Best Actor award to give. If the winner is his friend, of course, it's a good thing. In Inception, Leonardo's flawless transformation fully expressed the character's inner struggle, shaping a vivid and lifelike role, allowing the audience to fully immerse themselves in the film and elevating its overall appeal. Such articles are not rare in the media. More importantly, Leonardo became the cover figure of the latest issue of Time magazine. With Inception's hot release, many Western media have recognized Leonardo as a leading contender for next year's Best Actor Oscar. Under Leonardo's half-length portrait on the Time cover is a direct quote from Duke about him. Leonardo made a tremendous contribution to Inception. I think he is one of the most outstanding actors today. His performance in our film was superb. Just as he once promised Sofia Coppola and helped pull Nicolas Cage out of the nightmare loop. Duke generally never stands idly by when it comes to helping his friends. But his circle of friends is very limited. With his personality, those who don't earn his recognition, even if they fall right before him, Duke would choose to ignore. In fact, by the time Duke reached where he is in Hollywood, his two-faced man reputation was already widely known within the industry. Many people knew how beneath that seemingly calm face hid a hardness and coldness. Duke's success has also led countless people to analyze him, including many professional analysis agencies, such as Ed Mintz, a renowned Hollywood and film market analyst. For most film fans, Ed Mintz is an extremely unfamiliar name. At 69 years old, he never attends any premieres, and his name never appears on Hollywood's power lists. But over the years, he has made a huge contribution to the Hollywood film industry. His company CinemaScore provides invaluable box office reference data for the whole industry. Unlike some big studios' test screenings, CinemaScore surveys are conducted immediately after audiences watch the premiere, and box office predictions based on these audience scores have proven astonishingly accurate. In 2008, Superman Returns got an A-grade market score, and Ed Mintz predicted its North American box office would be about $230 million. The final actual box office was $228 million. Last summer's Land of the Lost had a C grade from CinemaScore, predicted $48 million, actual $49 million. G-Force also got a C grade, predicted $57 million, actual $60 million. And classics like Paul Blart, Mall Cop with a C grade were predicted to make $24 million, and indeed made exactly $24 million. Even more convincing was last summer's hit The Hangover. At its premiere, even the boldest prediction was $150 million, but CinemaScore predicted around $228 million. The actual result was an even more astonishing $270 million plus. Of course, CinemaScore's predictions are not 100% flawless, and mistakes happen. For example, Taken was predicted to make $70 million, but earned $145 million. Ed Mintz was very optimistic about Fast and Furious 4, predicting $200 million, but influenced by Fury Road, it only made $150 million. Overall, compared to Rotten Tomatoes' freshness and IMDb ratings, which have little connection to the market, CinemaScore's box office forecast report based on audience ratings immediately after premieres is much more convincing. CinemaScore's grading is easy to understand. A means success, B means okay or somewhat satisfactory. C means bad news, signaling a box office disaster is coming. Audience ratings rarely give D or E on opening night, and very few films ever get an F. According to Duke, if a film gets an F, it shouldn't even be released. In the eyes of all Hollywood production and distribution companies, market researchers like Ed Mintz and CinemaScore carry far more weight than Rotten Tomatoes or IMDb. The latter two are almost meaningless to the film market, while the former quickly reveals a film's market prospects, allowing studios to adjust accordingly. After watching Inception, this famous analysis master met with his old friend David Geffen, once one of DreamWorks' Big Three, and particularly mentioned Duke. He is growing very fast. In a mansion in Las Vegas, David Geffen shook his bald head and said to Ed Mintz, who was having tea with him, "By the time I noticed him, he was already one of the most outstanding directors in the industry." Outstanding director? Ed Mintz stood and poured another cup of tea for David Geffen, then sat down and shook his head. Duke Rosenberg is much more than just a director. In my view, he's also a top marketing master. David Geffen was a bit taken aback. Duke often gives Warner Brothers some pioneering marketing advice, but he doesn't have the ability to formulate complete plans and implement them. That's not what I mean, David. Ed Mintz leaned against the sofa back, crossed his legs, and said, the marketing I mean isn't that. He integrates marketing directly into the film itself. Oh, David Geffen's interest peaked. Tell me more. The essence of marketing is exchange, and the premise of exchange is touching people's hearts. To touch hearts requires insight into human nature, and those who understand human nature are naturally marketing masters. Taking a sip of tea, Ed Mintz spoke slowly. Whether directing or branding, it's the same. Duke Rosenberg has a very skillful grasp of human nature. The film's gorgeous visual effects certainly deliver shock, but the core of his films always resonates deeply with mainstream audiences. This is where Duke succeeds brilliantly. David Geffen immediately recalled several of Duke's films and nodded in agreement. It really was just as Ed Mintz said. Take the still-running Inception, for example. After organizing his thoughts, Ed Mintz continued, the film's focus on dreams is itself a great subject. This area is a blue ocean. Audiences have become numb to the blunt and crude nature of typical sci-fi action films, feeling somewhat jaded. However, our understanding of dreams is very limited, which naturally piques great interest. Duke goes from stealing dreams, designing dreams, implanting dreams, to dreams within dreams, crafting a perfect brand story, forming a complete brand architecture, enriching the brand's connotation. If you simply throw out the concept of a dream without digging into its supporting points, it becomes hollow and ungrounded. In this way, Duke's dream theft subconsciously occupies the top spot among similar brands. David Geffen understood what Ed Mintz was trying to convey and said, from that perspective, implanting a dream is like planting a brand into the consumer's mind. Not only that, Ed Mintz added, have you noticed the emotions reflected in Inception? His previous films are basically the same in this regard. For branding, themes like love, family, friendship, and the realization of self-worth are eternal. Hearing this, David Geffen sighed. Duke Rosenberg's films always include these elements, which are some of the best marketing tools to attract audiences. To a certain extent, Duke Rosenberg's success isn't because he's inherently more talented, but because he is more market-aware and respects the market and audience more than others. There are two things in this world that are the hardest. Ed Mintz suddenly raised one finger. One is how to put other people's money into your own pocket. When David Geffen looked over, he raised a second finger. The second is how to plant your ideas into other people's minds. Ed Mintz emphasized, in Hollywood, he is the best at both. Inception's 2 consecutive weeks dominating the North American and global box office, along with the heated controversies it stirred, are the best proof of Ed Mintz's words. However, during the 3rd weekend of its North American screening, Inception faced a heavyweight challenger. Directed by Ridley Scott, starring Russell Crowe and Cate Blanchett, and distributed by Walt Disney, Robin Hood fully opened in North American theaters on Friday. Thanks to David Ellison's acquisition of investment shares and further increased funding, the production cost of this epic reached $200 million, with promotional and marketing expenses approaching $150 million. Whether the director and cast lineup, or the scale of investment and marketing, this is one of the rare superproductions in recent years. From Disney to David Ellison, everyone was confident that Robin Hood had all the elements to become a blockbuster. However, the actual development of events was quite surprising. Chapter 759, A Guaranteed Loss. Chapter 759, A Guaranteed Loss. Russell Crowe's starring role in Robin Hood attracted plenty of attention. The production alone cost $200 million. As a biographical film about the legendary British hero Robin Hood, the box office should have done well, but the outcome was far from satisfactory. The film's premiere opened quietly, and there was no applause when it ended. By contrast, the press conference was much more lively. This was true worldwide. Any film with stars gets enough attention. However, when TV media set up cameras at the theater exits to interview the audience, most respondents said things like, the film was very average, or just so-so. The political turmoil, return to roots, and budding romance running in parallel made the story bloated and complicated. The latter half was even more confusing, with tangled plot lines, lack of focus, and unbalanced pacing. The film focused on Robin Hood's birth and origin, But regrettably, the character was poorly developed and superficial. The lack of climaxes throughout limited viewers' enthusiasm. Even the excellent cultural atmosphere and era vibe couldn't save the film. This epic's reputation on the internet sank the moment the premiere and advanced screenings ended. Russell Crowe and Cate Blanchett as the leads. Can you name any on-screen couple more dull than them? This is a disaster. David Ellison wanted the film to succeed, but too many traditional Hollywood forces opposed him, with Duke being just one of them. If the audience reception had been good, they wouldn't have been able to do much, but the film's reputation was too bad, especially Russell Crowe's portrayal of Robin Hood, which was mocked relentlessly for his overweight and aged appearance. Many in Hollywood quietly but tacitly banded together to sabotage Robin Hood, not just targeting David Ellison, but also Russell Crowe's standing. The former Oscar winner and member of the $20 million club shared a temper and arrogance very much like Mel Gibson. During his peak years, when his market value was high, his attitude towards film companies and agents was downright terrible. People tolerated it for commercial gain, but just like Tom Cruise before him, once his career declined, those same people naturally kicked him hard. As Robin Hood began wide release on Friday, scandalous news about Russell Crowe and the film spread like wildfire across social media and Google's top searches. The information was everywhere. Key points mentioned that during pre-production, Crowe demanded a director change, script rewrites, and replacing the original female lead, Sienna Miller. Now 44, Crowe was no longer the muscular powerhouse he once was. Though Disney arranged a strict fitness plan for him, he never shed his excess fat. Since Robin Hood included bed scenes with the female lead, Crowe worried he'd be laughed at on-screen. The original lead, Sienna Miller, was young, beautiful, and slim. In those scenes, Crowe feared he would become a joke, so he insisted on replacing Miller. Big stars always have privileges. Thus, Sienna Miller lost her lead role, and the relatively plain Cate Blanchett took her place. Once this news spread widely, combined with Crowe's overweight Robin Hood image, he immediately became America's laughingstock. Though Disney and Crowe's agency, William Morris, tried hard to refute the claims, attributing Miller's departure to scheduling conflicts, the ridicule of Crowe was everywhere online. Russell Crowe really went too far. He should have been replaced by Ubbi Goldenberg. An unlikable male lead inevitably drags down a film, especially one whose quality was mediocre at best. Perhaps thanks to Ridley Scott's decades-long good reputation and the incomplete spread of negative news, Robin Hood still earned just over $10 million on Friday from more than 3,600 North American theaters, ranking second in the daily box office. Not terrible. Ahead of it was Duke's Inception, which comfortably took the top spot with $13.27 million. By Saturday, Inception's daily box office rose to $14.56 million, while Robin Hood plummeted due to terrible word of mouth and damaging rumors, earning only $6.21 million. That day, compared with the huge production and marketing costs of Robin Hood, it was clear to everyone this film would be a disastrous loss for investors. Ruth, good news. In an independent apartment in West Hollywood, a middle-aged woman hurried into the gym where Sienna Miller was sweating it out on the treadmill. The first week box office for Robin Hood is far below expectations. Hearing this, Miller turned off the treadmill, grabbed the towel around her neck to wipe sweat, and asked her manager, "Any exact numbers?" In the first 3 days, just under $21 million. This film is definitely going to lose money, a big loss. CinemaScore predicts North American total box office won't exceed $50 million. Miller's usually stiff face briefly showed a smile. A film like Robin Hood could recoup investment through various channels. But that would take how many years? 20? 30? What about the time cost and currency depreciation? She knew the film was doomed. The more it loses, the better. Miller's smile faded. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let David Ellison lose more, and let that bastard Russell Crowe completely fall from the A-list." Crowe had constantly pushed her out on set, and Ellison had agreed to replace her. From that moment, Miller hated both of them deeply and hoped Robin Hood would fail indefinitely. Her agency, William Morris, represented both Miller and Crowe, but they definitely sided with Crowe, who was the bigger star. Thinking of William Morris, a long-considered issue came back to Miller's mind. She wanted to switch agencies. and someone had approached her, but she was still hesitating. She asked her manager, "What about Inception? How much did it earn this weekend?" $39.25 million. The manager seemed to understand Miller's thoughts. Duke Rosenberg's film achieved a three-peat consecutive win, with over $300 million North American cumulative box office and over $800 million worldwide. After a pause, the manager tentatively said, "Ruth, how are you feeling about Nancy Josephson's offer?" Sienna Miller frowned, but didn't answer immediately. Seeing her still hesitating, the manager couldn't help but urge, "William Morris really overstepped with Russell Crowe. They don't value you enough. In contrast, ICM, Nancy Josephson personally invited you, and," she emphasized, "joining ICM very likely means working with Duke Rosenberg. Don't you want to seize that opportunity?" Only a fool wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity. Sienna Miller certainly wasn't a fool. After just a few seconds of consideration, she nodded firmly. "Contact Nancy Josephson." With the arrival of the workweek, Robin Hood's daily box office plummeted to around $1 million, destined to become the first outright commercial failure among this summer's big productions, while Inception maintained steady box office momentum, surpassing the $300 million mark in North America and steadily moving toward $400 million, with worldwide gross approaching the $1 billion milestone. 4 big productions, and David Ellison already screwed up the first one. In the Duke Estate's lounge, Scarlett Johansson put down the script she'd been studying and, peeling an orange, said to Duke, "Even if the numbers are somewhat inflated, the investment in Robin Hood must be at least $300 million, nearly half of which is David Ellison's money. I bet he's really hurting." Duke shrugged. He's got a rich old man backing him. That said, Larry Ellison's money wasn't just blowing in the wind. If David Ellison messed up too many times, Larry Ellison certainly wouldn't tolerate it indefinitely. After peeling the orange, Duke split it in half with Scarlett, tossing a slice into his mouth. "I want to see, if all 4 productions fail, whether David Ellison can still stay in this circle and keep playing his big game." "Shouldn't take long," Scarlett murmured while eating the orange. Disney is reportedly already scheduling release dates for Tron, Legacy, Alien Battlefield, and Battleship. She seemed to recall something and reminded Duke, "Tron, Legacy will release this December, probably clashing with our new film." The new film had already passed Warner Brothers' approval. Duke planned to start formal preparations in June, aiming to catch next year's Oscars. Time was tight. While he was thinking about these things, there was a gentle knock. Tina Fey entered and said to Duke, "Martin Miller from William Morris wants to meet with you." Duke frowned slightly. Why would Natalie Portman's agent want to see him? Chapter 760. Behind the myth of agents lies brutal struggle. Chapter 760. Chapter 760. Behind the myth of agents lies brutal struggle. "Hello, Duke." "Hello, Martin." In a CAF in Century City, after leaving ICM, Duke came here to meet Martin Miller, whom he had arranged to see in advance. The two shook hands, each ordered a cup of coffee, and sat down in a quiet booth, quietly sizing each other up. On the way here, Duke had already guessed a few things. Martin Miller asking to meet him was probably not because of Natalie Portman. After all, he hadn't shown any clear hostility toward the actress from Long Island. Thanks to Tina Fey's reminder, he also knew that the other party was not only Natalie Portman's agent, but also one of Russell Crowe's co-managers. "Duke." Martin Miller stopped stirring his coffee and suddenly said out of nowhere, "I'm now an executive shareholder at William Morris." "Congratulations," Duke replied. Becoming an executive shareholder meant Martin Miller was now part of William Morris's core decision-making circle. Picking up his coffee cup, Duke took a sip, found the taste lacking, shook his head, and set it aside. He didn't have time to beat around the bush, so he got straight to the point. "Martin, I still need to head to Wilshire Boulevard next. Just get to the point. William Morris has never done anything against you." Very aware of Duke's personality, Martin Miller also stopped circling and said directly, "Russell Crowe is one of William Morris's most important clients, and he's not in a great situation right now." "So that's what this is about," Duke nodded and said, "Russell Crowe's character is terrible, but the one I had a conflict with was David Ellison. There's no real issue between Russell and me, and I haven't done anything against him." That was indeed true. Duke's hired online commenters had widely spread negative buzz about Robin Hood, but those scandals had come from other sources. But on the internet, especially on Instant Share, Martin Miller clearly didn't fully believe Duke's words. Russell's scandals are everywhere. Duke frowned but still patiently explained, I'm no longer a shareholder in Instant Share, nor can I overly influence the company's decisions. And the internet isn't something anyone can just control. If someone thought they could control online public opinion, they were clearly delusional. Martin Miller looked at Duke, who shook his head and stood up. Martin, you should know how many people Russell Crowe has pissed off over the past decade. He reached out his hand to the other man. That's all. Martin Miller also stood up and shook Duke's hand, saying no more. The two left the booth at the same time, walking toward the glass doors from different directions. Duke didn't look back at Martin Miller. At this stage, he no longer cared much about what William Morris thought of him. Besides, William Morris didn't have that much time and energy anyway. Since last year, competition between William Morris and CAA had become extremely fierce. The two companies were directly involved in the branding battle between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Every agency in Hollywood was itching to seize this opportunity to reap some benefits from the William Morris versus CAA showdown. Whether in the country Duke used to live in or in today's North America, there had always been myths about agents. But how many outsiders noticed that behind the Hollywood agent myth lay nothing but bloodshed? Driving his Bentley, Duke left Century City and soon arrived at nearby Wilshire Boulevard, ready to pick up Scarlett Johansson, who had some business there. Driving along Beverly Hills Wilshire Boulevard, Duke frequently saw one of the rare sights in Los Angeles. In this city that prides itself on leisure, wearing casual clothes to work was considered proper etiquette. But along Wilshire Boulevard, there were people everywhere dressed in sharp, tailored suits, walking quickly with heads down, furiously tapping away on their BlackBerries and iPhones. In New York, 8 or 9 out of 10 of these suit-clad folks would be stockbrokers. But in the City of Angels, they were mostly entertainment agents. They created one entertainment star after another and earned massive fees for themselves. However, this wasn't an easy job, especially in the cutthroat, an incredibly complex environment of Hollywood. These entertainment agents often frequented Beverly Hills and the nearby high-rises of Century City, particularly along Wilshire Boulevard and Santa Monica Avenue. It was well known that the headquarters of Hollywood's 4 major talent agencies, representing over 80% of America's actors, directors, musicians, and screenwriters, were all located here. A slight turn of the head allowed Duke to see CAA's headquarters, housed in a very striking building in Century City that outsiders dubbed the Death Star. Not far off, inside the MGM building, was Nancy Josephson's ICM, whose clients included Charlize Theron and Brad Pitt. Back in Beverly Hills, not far from the glitzy Wilshire Hotel, stood William Morris. Unlike the old William Morris, the current firm was formed from the merger of Hollywood's oldest and youngest talent agencies. Across the street was UTA, whose clients included Johnny Depp, Harrison Ford, and Gwyneth Paltrow. Although talent agencies no longer held the same status in Hollywood as they did in the 80s and 90s, they were still the lubricant that kept the Hollywood engine running smoothly. Unlike the myth of them being puppet masters of stars, being a good agent required always putting star clients first. This concept was drilled into them from their very first day on the job, often starting in the mailroom. It was a ruthless place, long hours and grueling work. But the mailroom had become a rite of passage for Hollywood agents. Anyone who wanted to make a living in the industry had to go through it. Perhaps the old agencies had indeed once basked in boundless glory and were truly the most crucial part of the industry, but Duke had never seen that. Today's Hollywood was no longer the small town it once was. Whether for emerging talents or A-list stars, there were just too many agents to choose from. For example, Endeavor's founder and now one of William Morris's top figures, Ari Emanuel. This lean, graying middle-aged man was the brother of White House Chief of Staff, Rahm Emanuel. His long-term clients included Mark Wahlberg, Larry David, and director Martin Scorsese. He once told Duke during a casual chat that he was always prepared to go to any lengths to secure the greatest benefits for his celebrity clients. Agents like him, who value their clients' interests and think on their feet, will always be in demand. However, talent agencies have more to worry about than just competition with each other. There are also challenges from other sectors, especially issues surrounding how much Hollywood companies are willing to pay their clients. These days, all the major Hollywood studios are trying to cut costs to offset the huge losses from the plummeting sales of DVDs. After all, over the past 10 years, DVD sales have been one of their largest sources of profit. In the 1990s, Hollywood stars' pay soared due to a sharp rise in home entertainment demand. Several superstars landed 20 and 20 deals, $20 million paychecks, plus 20% of sales profits. For blockbusters, this meant that actors or directors could rake in over $100 million, and their agents would also earn significant commissions. But with the impact of the financial crisis and the rapid shrinkage of the DVD market, studios have had no choice but to slash budgets. At the same time, the number of films released has dropped. Last year, Hollywood produced 520 films, nearly 20% less than the year before. Talent agencies had to explore new markets, expanding into the sports industry and other sectors. For example, the brand war between Coca-Cola and Pepsi between CAA and William Morris. ICM recently secured a marketing contract for the New York Yankees' new stadium, and Nancy Josephson is preparing a plan to create an unprecedented Big Three in one of the NBA teams. Duke came over this time for two reasons. First, to accompany Scarlett Johansson to Wilshire Boulevard, and second, to discuss his Los Angeles Raiders promotion plan with Nancy Josephson. Meeting with Martin Miller was just a side note. Although the Los Angeles Raiders moved from Oakland to Los Angeles, rooting themselves here won't be easy. Historically, the Raiders have been in Los Angeles before, but it ended in failure. This is the second largest city in America and the second largest metropolitan population in North America. With a developed economy and a large enough population, it's undoubtedly a great market. Duke wants to make the Raiders Los Angeles' Raiders, which means there's still a lot of work to be done. Nancy Josephson's ICM has been hired by him to handle the Raiders' marketing in Los Angeles. ICM has been deeply rooted in Los Angeles for decades and knows the market well. Unlike CAA, which only recently established a sports division, ICM's reach extended into North American professional sports leagues back when Nancy Josephson's father ran the agency. Currently, the American football market in Los Angeles is mainly shared by two college teams, USC and UCLA. Starting from the new season, the Raiders will need to perform well. Performance is one of the key factors in capturing the market. Duke is also preparing to invest in building a brand new stadium. His agent has already been in touch with the Pay Partnership Architects firm. After picking up Scarlett from the Film Academy headquarters on Wilshire Boulevard, Duke drove away from Beverly Hills. How did it go? While waiting at a red light, Duke turned and asked. Scarlett shrugged slightly. I'm Jewish too, and those people are old friends of my godmother. They were pretty nice to me. If you want to win an Oscar, relying solely on the film and the role isn't nearly enough. Compared to marketing, Duke's relationship with the Academy is just average. Still, the quality of the film is one of the basic conditions. He's already preparing to start planning his new project. Chapter 761, Gravity. Chapter 761. Chapter 761, Gravity. Just as June began, Warner Brothers officially announced that Duke's new film had been approved and would soon begin preparations. The new project would be a space adventure. Due to the extremely tight schedule, Duke completely left the film's promotional work to Warner Brothers. The film's approval didn't even come with a press conference. When asked by reporters outside the Warner lot, Duke simply mentioned that the new film would be like a space version of Cast Away. In a way, he wasn't wrong. Most of the film would be a one-woman show for Scarlett Johansson. The plot of this film was extremely simple, even to the point of being plotless. Scarlett Johansson's character encounters an accident in space and tries every possible way to return to Earth. The title hadn't been made public yet, but after assembling his team, Duke had already internally named it Gravity. And at the very first moment the project was approved, Duke had already confirmed another actor. He extended an invitation to George Clooney. Clooney and his agent didn't hesitate at all and immediately accepted the offer. Initially, Robert Downey Jr. had gotten wind of the project through some inside information at Warner Brothers and wanted the role, but Duke turned him down. From an acting perspective, George Clooney might not have been the best fit, but from an Oscar standpoint, his presence in the film would offer far greater benefits than Robert Downey Jr. Over the past decade or so, Robert Downey Jr. had managed to offend just about everyone. If not for Iron Man, making a comeback would have been as hard as reaching the heavens. But George Clooney was different. His network in Hollywood was among the most extensive of any actor. It's common in Hollywood for actors and directors to be passionate about politics and actively involved in social causes. George Clooney was a prime example. He had built his current status in Hollywood largely by aligning himself with political causes. He maintained good relations with other politically active stars like Steven Soderbergh, Julia Roberts, and Harrison Ford. The importance of networking when it comes to Oscar contention is self-evident. Although Duke wasn't particularly interested in Best Director or Best Picture, helping Scarlett Johansson beat Natalie Portman, who was immensely popular in the Jewish circles, meant using every possible advantage. Scarlett herself was politically active and had some connection with George Clooney as well. Bringing George Clooney into the fold as part of this massive Oscar campaign would undoubtedly improve Scarlett's chances of winning. Many people might say that George Clooney is overrated in Hollywood, but regardless of how he achieved it, his A-list status and excellent reputation were undeniably real. Indeed, if Duke were still the person he used to be, he'd have found Clooney's behavior intolerable, but he wasn't the same Duke anymore. From the perspective of a Hollywood director, working with Clooney could only bring benefits. Besides, if he were to judge based on his past stances, people like Steven Spielberg, Brad Pitt, Charlize Theron, Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise, and even Scarlett Johansson would all be out of bounds. Then how could he survive in Hollywood at all? Politics has never been far from Hollywood, and every star has a political stance. In this life, Duke had a simple standard for business cooperation: profit. Privately, Warner Brothers once asked Duke if the protagonist could be changed to a male. But after he refused, they didn't press the issue further. From the investor's perspective, for a one-person show like this, casting a male lead would be more appealing. After all, in the eyes of traditional Hollywood studios, male-led films perform far better than female-led ones. But this film wasn't in that category. To be more precise, Gravity had no creativity in terms of story. Saying it had no plot at all wouldn't be an exaggeration. The film relied on two main attractions: outstanding visual effects and the actor's performance. As for the effects, no need to elaborate. If the lead were a man, it would greatly reduce the film's emotional resonance. On the big screen, men and women represent vastly different meanings. Male characters naturally convey strength and toughness, while female characters symbolize vulnerability and the need for protection. If Gravity starred a man, his self-rescue wouldn't be nearly as powerful or impactful as a woman's. There was no doubt that they aimed to have at least a limited release before the new year, so time was extremely tight. Scarlett Johansson's acting and Duke's directing weren't the main concerns. The real issue was the film's special effects. To address this, Duke requested a production budget of $200 million from Warner Brothers, most of which would be spent on visual effects. He made a special trip to San Francisco to meet with the executives of Industrial Light and Magic. Faced with such a high budget, they agreed to assign as many VFX artists as possible to the production of Gravity. Afterward, Duke visited George Lucas's estate. There had been rumors in the industry that Lucas was planning to retire. Their families were close, and Duke knew very well that George Lucas really was preparing to retire. Honestly, the one thing I can't let go of the most is Lucasfilm. In the sitting room of the estate, George Lucas said to Duke, who was seated across from him, "It's been over 20 years since I founded Lucasfilm. It's like my child." Speaking with George Lucas, Duke didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, "George, are you planning to sell Lucasfilm?" George Lucas glanced at Duke and seemed to grasp his intention. After thinking it over, he gave a slight nod. "Yes, I do have plans in that direction. I've already had talks with both 20th Century Fox and Walt Disney." Walt Disney. Duke frowned slightly, picked up his coffee cup, took a sip, and after some thought, asked, "What if you sold it to me?" Lucasfilm not only owned the rights to Star Wars and Indiana Jones, but also had the world's top visual effects division, Industrial Light and Magic. If Duke claimed he wasn't interested in Lucasfilm, he'd clearly be lying. Not even mentioning Industrial Light and Magic, just based on the price Disney paid to acquire them. As long as the Star Wars series is rebooted with decent quality, the merchandise sales alone would be enough to recover the investment. Duke, I'm only one of the shareholders of Lucasfilm. George Lucas didn't refuse Duke, but gave him a reminder. This is business. In a deal involving such a large sum of money, personal relationships play a very limited role. Duke was fully aware of that. He put on a serious expression and said, George, my offer will definitely satisfy the shareholders of Lucasfilm. George Lucas knew Duke had the wealth and capability for this. Stroking his goatee, he said, You've worked with Lucasfilm for many years. Under equal conditions, I believe the shareholders of Lucasfilm will prioritize selling their shares to you. However, Duke, you need to act fast. Striking early gives you the upper hand. I understand. Duke nodded solemnly. I'll quickly put together a professional team to start engaging with Lucasfilm's management. He had already taken Marvel Comics and Pixar Studios from Walt Disney. Snatching Lucasfilm as well caused him no psychological burden. Back then, Duke had the chance to acquire Digital Domain, but he held off and watched as it fell into Paramount's hands because he was well aware that it wouldn't be long before he could possibly bring Industrial Light and Magic and all of Lucasfilm under his control. However, acquiring Lucasfilm would require more than $4 billion in funding. Even with Duke's current net worth, this was an extremely difficult task. In the latest Forbes billionaires list, he indeed ranked among the world's top 10. Even the assets hidden within various foundations weren't included in that ranking. But stock holdings and fixed assets were entirely different from the liquid capital needed for an acquisition. A deal like this required meticulous planning, and Duke needed more professional personnel involved. He knew he was good at steering the overall direction, but not skilled enough at the detailed execution. He was very aware that he wasn't some all-knowing, all-capable so-called genius. Such a genius doesn't exist in this world. In any case, if the conditions were similar, George Lucas personally was indeed more inclined to sell Lucasfilm to Duke. Moreover, Duke had made an offer that greatly appealed to George Lucas. If he became the new owner of Lucasfilm, he would do his best to appoint George Lucas's old friend Kathleen Kennedy, whose vision aligned with Lucas to lead Lucasfilm. For the sake of acquiring Lucasfilm, Duke spent 2 full days in San Francisco. Later, accompanied by George Lucas, he also met several other major shareholders of Lucasfilm. To a large extent, in this smoke-free acquisition battle that was about to shake all of Hollywood, he had already gained the upper hand. However, to turn this advantage into a victory, Duke still had to come up with billions of dollars in real, hard cash. How to quickly raise that amount of funding was undoubtedly one of the key tasks he would need to focus on next. He had even prepared an alternate plan if fundraising didn't go smoothly. He would bring Warner Brothers into the acquisition effort. Lucasfilm was a temptation no Hollywood company could resist. Star Wars and Industrial Light and Magic alone were enough to make people fight to the death over it. After leaving San Francisco, Duke returned to Los Angeles to continue preparations for Gravity. After one more meeting with George Clooney, he flew directly to Washington, D.C., and thanks to the strong relationship he had built with the Pentagon over the years was introduced to NASA by them. Chapter 762, Simulating Weightlessness. Chapter 762, Simulating Weightlessness. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, abbreviated as NASA, is a civilian scientific research agency under the United States federal government. It is responsible for formulating and implementing the U.S. civil space program and conducting research in aerospace and space science. Its headquarters is located in Washington, D.C. Duke came to NASA seeking support. After all, Gravity is not a science fiction movie like Transformers or Star Wars. It's crucial to reduce unrealistic elements. NASA is undoubtedly the most authoritative institution in this regard. If he could gain their support, it would help avoid many unnecessary troubles from pre-production to filming to post-production. Just like that former director, Duke easily gained NASA's support. And since he was even more famous, the agency attached greater importance to the project. Not only did they assign 2 active astronauts in their rest phase to the crew for on-site guidance, but they also accepted Duke's invitation and dispatched a 4-person technical team specifically to help the crew design and film props such as space stations and spacecraft. According to Duke's plan, most of the scenes inside the space station would be filmed on built sets. Although this team would stay in Los Angeles for less than a month and the crew had to pay a high fee, their involvement would undoubtedly make the constructed sets more professional. Every shot in the film is based on reality, except for the Chinese Tiangong and Shenzhou spacecraft, due to much of the information not being publicly available. Most other stations and satellites used for shooting had to be precisely modeled instead of imagined. Regarding the Chinese elements in the film, Duke wouldn't be two-faced like the original director. He included them purely for commercial purposes to increase appeal in the Chinese market. Moreover, Warner Brothers during pre-sales once again brought in investment from the China Film Group. They also sent professionals in relevant fields to ensure the Chinese content in the film would not touch upon any sensitive nerves of the censorship authorities. The biggest selling points of the film are the special effects and the female protagonist's self-rescue storyline, with the special effects being the most commercially appealing. To make the final cut as immersive as possible, Duke researched many astronaut profiles. After returning to Los Angeles, he kept in close communication with the two astronauts assigned by NASA and gathered plenty of information. The female lead's solo performance is extremely challenging. Duke paid a lot of attention to Scarlett's preparation. He not only invited a yoga instructor to train her, but also had astronauts help her practice the breathing rhythm used in space scenes. After all, Scarlett came from an artistic background, and George Clooney's screen time was limited. Duke had full confidence in them. Most of the early preparation focused on the special effects. The biggest challenge in terms of special effects was depicting weightlessness and presenting it to the audience. Besides helping the actors forget the sense of gravity, the crew would use a lot of CG animation techniques to make the compositing more realistic. It's no exaggeration to say that space is the ultimate dream of humankind. Even for cinema, the dream-making machine, creating a realistic space on the silver screen is by no means easy. The ideal scenario would be for the whole film to be shot in outer space. But that's obviously impossible. The greatest difficulty in producing gravity lies in the technical aspects, and Duke was fully aware of this. However, compared to Alfonso Cuarón, he had many advantages. First, Duke is one of the most technically advanced directors in Hollywood. Secondly, he had visited James Cameron's shooting sites several times and was well acquainted with the improved equipment developed by the king of the world, many of which could be directly applied to gravity. Lastly, Industrial Light and Magic's special effects team was powerful enough to quickly translate Duke's remembered VFX ideas into practical applications. Of course, the most important factor was that Duke's production budget reached as high as $200 million, and additional funding could be allocated if needed. Ample funding also meant more special effects personnel could be hired to work simultaneously, thereby shortening the production time. The film's realistic space scenes would be entirely CG generated. The visual effects team spent tremendous time studying real outer space. It has to be more realistic than any other space film. With this directive from Duke, Gravity's visual effects supervisor Tim Weber began working on the film's special effects even before filming started. According to Duke's vision, when Gravity's space environment is displayed on the IMAX screen, for audiences wearing 3D glasses in a dark theater, it would feel like an interstellar journey. Most scenes inside the space station would be shot on constructed sets, but the outer space scenes' realism would rely entirely on CG. Every outer space shot would be CG composited. In early preparations, Duke and his team interviewed astronauts, read various books about space, studied tens of thousands of photos taken in space, all to better understand space, and then spent tremendous effort on the details. As he said, every single frame must be based on reality. However, China's Tiangong and Shenzhou spacecraft weren't included in that category. Even with investment from the China Film Group, they couldn't obtain that kind of data. Hanna's set design team had to rely purely on imagination. To simulate the magnificent lighting effects in space, the Gravity Visual Effects team would be the first to use Industrial Light and Magic's newly developed rendering software. During pre-production, ILM's programmers wrote a total of 71,000 lines of shader code in the software. Tim Weber once described the film's rendering workload to Duke like this. If you used a single-core CPU computer to render it, you'd have to start from the dawn of Egyptian civilization around 5000 BC and keep rendering until the next century just to make it in time for the year-end screening. Special effects work had far outpaced shooting. After completing the modeling, Industrial Light and Magic's massive VFX team began creating several CG-only explosion scenes, at Duke's request. Since explosions in a vacuum are completely different from those on Earth, Duke had no intention of using miniature models to shoot the explosions in the film. However, based on his instructions, these explosion shots weren't entirely realistic. This was, after all, a commercial movie. Some scenes weren't meant to be realistic, but rather to convey an atmosphere and increase the film's appeal. Besides that, some scenes containing dangerous visuals would also use CG characters. In fact, some stunts were too dangerous. For example, in scenes where the character floats inside the space capsule, Scarlett Johansson's legs would have to endure significant stress. But Duke would never let her take such risks. Even if it was to boost her Oscar chances, Duke wouldn't allow any accidents. Then there was the preparation for simulating weightlessness. For a movie titled Gravity, the issue of weightlessness could not be avoided. It was one of the main focuses during the early stages of production. Duke had always been well aware that in space-themed films, the weightlessness shown on the big screen was, in fact, the illusion of a weightless perspective rather than actual zero gravity. Therefore, the core issue he and his team had to solve was how to handle the shifting perspective problem. As such, John Schwartzman recommended to him a highly maneuverable robotic arm. The robotic arm was basically something taken from an automobile manufacturing plant. John Schwartzman had once found a small company in San Francisco that mounted cameras onto robotic arms for filming. This allowed for precise control of the camera's movement while also being highly flexible. This concept inspired him. The robotic arm boasted a movement speed of 4 meters per second, a motion radius of 3.1 meters, accuracy up to 0.04 millimeters, and featured up to 7 axis joints. It was also mounted on a track over 10 meters long, capable of executing all kinds of complex and delicate maneuvers, shooting at all sorts of tricky angles as desired. However, in the following filming tests, both Duke and John Schwartzman realized that the results of using the robotic arm were not as ideal as expected. In the initial tests, Scarlett Johansson was placed on a platform with limited mobility. There were 2 robotic arms beside her, one controlling a camera and the other controlling a light source. This basically represented the crew's idea to solve the problem of zero-gravity shots, shifting camera angles combined with moving light sources. But the results fell far short of expectations. This problem troubled Duke for several days. He constantly discussed with Hannah and John, and also brought in Tim Weber, a VFX expert from Industrial Light and Magic. After deliberating among the 4 of them, they came up with the idea of using the robotic arm as a foundation to build a more suitable piece of equipment for filming, a lightbox. After continuous experimentation and over half a month of effort, the crew finally created the lightbox that met the expectations of Duke and the other 3. The lightbox mainly consisted of LED screens, a movable basket, and the Iris robotic camera arm. This was actually a cube-like structure about 6 meters tall and around 3 meters wide, specially constructed by the VFX team. The 4 inner sides were surrounded by LED screens made of 1.8 million light bulbs, and at the center was a simple movable basket where Scarlett Johansson would perform during shooting. However, the lightbox also had a flaw. It was extremely hot when operating inside. But with limited time, this was already the best solution the crew could come up with in the short term. While simulating weightlessness, the basket inside the lightbox could only tilt up to 45 degrees. Beyond that angle, the actor would risk falling. To ensure the safety of the actor, more of the perspective shifts were accomplished using the Iris robotic arm to move the camera, creating the effect of relative motion. Moreover, if the actor's body rotated too far, gravity could easily cause facial congestion, distorting the image. When depicting the effect of the actor slamming into the camera, in reality, the actor was almost motionless, and it was the camera, under precise control of the robotic arm, that slammed toward the actor. Chapter 763. Everyone has their own agenda. Chapter 763. Chapter 763. Everyone has their own agenda. As a director, Duke's understanding of space would directly impact the final effect of the film. He and his scientific consultant maintained close contact with the Aerospace Administration. During the entire pre-production phase, Duke continuously consulted the experts at the space agency about cosmic scenes. However, as their discussions deepened, he ended up feeling like a fool. realizing his understanding of space was simply insufficient. If he were to film entirely according to real space conditions, the film might not even start shooting by this time next year. After enduring various painful revisions, Duke made a decision. Accuracy, do as much as possible, but no need to nitpick. Duke shifted his main focus back to the design of special effects and the refinement of the key prop for filming weightlessness scenes, the lightbox. The team's simulation of space lighting effects needed to reach unprecedented levels of efficiency and precision, and the large number of CG shots in the film naturally brought about another challenge: how to seamlessly integrate live-action footage with CG environments. Lighting during actors' performances often differs from CG environments, and if the lighting isn't right, the final composited shots will look unnatural. This required finding a way to match live-action lighting with CG. Environmental lighting. Duke's cinematographer John Schwartzman and visual effects supervisor Tim Weber eventually came up with a bold solution: manipulating the LED screens of the lightbox. The four walls of the lightbox were all composed of LED screens. During shooting, these screens displayed videos or images simulating the surrounding environment. A camera mounted on a robotic arm rotated flexibly within this space, and the VFX team projected virtual scenes onto the LED screens, matching the actor's point of view. This allowed the images displayed on the LED screens to illuminate the actors, placing them in the environment. It was as if space was revolving around the actors. Originally, Duke planned for only half of the scenes to be shot inside the lightbox, with the other half relying on mechanical lighting setups. But after actual testing, this setup proved to be effective, efficient, and delivered excellent image quality, completely solving the lighting problem for space scenes. These LED screens could create unprecedentedly realistic lighting effects. When Scarlett did test shoots in this space, the light directly reflected on her body, solving all the diffuse reflection and lighting issues on her clothing. To capture a shot of an astronaut spinning in space, it was very troublesome to set up lighting under green screen conditions. But in the lightbox, they only needed to adjust the content displayed on the LED screens. Each pixel of the LED screen was a light source, roughly 1.8 million in total. Each one could be controlled individually by the crew. However, everything has two sides. For post-production, keying out all these LED screens was much more troublesome than green screen keying. Nowadays in Hollywood, for productions with such a large number of CG environment shots, it was rare not to use green screens. But Duke still decided that many shots would be filmed in the lightbox. Compared to green screens, the lightbox provided an advantage. It created an environment that could assist the actors, allowing them to know what kind of environment they were in, thus helping them give more appropriate performances. Gravity was undoubtedly a very complex project, requiring a highly creative integration of virtual and live-action footage. The tight schedule further increased its complexity. Apart from paying attention to assembling a professional team and connecting with Lucasfilm, Duke handed off all other tasks to Tina Fey, devoting all remaining energy to the film's preparation. All sorts of tasks awaited him. Together with the team from Industrial Light and Magic, Duke worked out the movement trajectories above Earth shown in the film, which would determine how Earth appeared on screen. He collaborated with John Schwartzman and a group of animators to create a low-resolution animated pre-visualization of the film to determine the virtual camera's movement, and worked with a group of technical directors to design the lighting effects of each virtual scene in the film, optimizing the existing CG assets so that completed shots could be quickly rendered and reviewed during filming. In addition to all this, Duke also needed to communicate with the two lead actors. This was the only thing he found fortunate. Unlike Inception, this film didn't require a large cast. Only 3 actors appeared on screen, and Duke himself would cameo as one of them. The one with the most screen time, Scarlett Johansson, had actually started preparing for the role right after the Cannes Film Festival and had frequent exchanges with Duke. To play the role of an astronaut, George Clooney, like Scarlett Johansson, was also practicing yoga to make his body more flexible. This is all worth it. In Warner Studios' training facility, George Clooney said to Duke, "Even though my character dies very early." Duke didn't respond to that. Instead, he looked at Scarlett walking toward the changing room and asked, "I heard from Scarlett that you're inviting her to an event?" "Yeah, we share similar ideals." George Clooney also glanced that way. Duke understood very well that George Clooney was referring to political ideals. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The White House wants to invite me to attend a formal dinner next year, but I don't have the time. I recommended you to them." "You recommended me?" George Clooney was first surprised, then smiled. This was the kind of opportunity he had dreamed of. "Thank you, Duke. I really don't know what to say." "You're welcome," Duke just smiled. George Clooney had always wanted to follow Ronald Reagan's path in life and had a keen sense of strategy. Soon after, he said, "If you ever need help with anything, just let me know." Duke reached out and lightly patted his arm. "If I need anything, I'll call you." The sound of high heels hitting the floor echoed as Scarlett Johansson click-clacked over. Seeing Duke and George Clooney exchanging knowing smiles, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you two talking about? You seem to be getting along really well." Before George Clooney could answer, Duke said, "I just told George that if he runs for president, I'll definitely vote for him." George Clooney couldn't help but laugh. If that day ever came, he would certainly need the support of someone like Duke. The three of them chatted and joked a bit more before leaving Warner Studios one after another. Duke and Scarlett returned to their home in Malibu. As soon as they walked into the eye-shaped villa's hall, Scarlett turned on the stereo, and soothing classical music filled the entire living room. This had become a habit Scarlett forced herself to adopt since Gravity was greenlit. Her role required her to erupt emotionally in silence, and her performance had to match the eerie quietness of outer space. In truth, Duke knew very well that although Scarlett's personality had changed significantly after her family tragedy, at her core, she wasn't someone who liked silence. Like all young girls, she was full of passion through and through. Listening to classical music was a way for Scarlett to adjust herself. In addition to that, she had also been practicing some slow dances as a form of amateur relaxation. Scarlett had always been the kind of person who followed through on whatever came to mind. In her words, these things helped her relax and get closer to the mindset of an astronaut. In reality, even though Duke never said anything, Scarlett was well aware that she was going to endure an extremely grueling filming process. She knew Duke would demand a lot from her so much that it would border on harsh. But she had confidence in herself. She was certain she wouldn't lose to anyone, not even Natalie Portman, who was widely recognized both inside and outside the industry as the best actress born after the 1980s. Portman's Black Swan was about to premiere at the upcoming Venice Film Festival, directly targeting the Oscars. Although influenced by Duke, Scarlett didn't put much stock in the Oscars either and definitely wouldn't become an awards-obsessed maniac like Leonardo DiCaprio. Still, becoming the first post-80s Best Actress winner seemed pretty great. Moreover, she'd heard from Tina Fey that this fellow New York actress had acted out at the Cannes Film Festival against Duke. Duke's enemy was Scarlett Johansson's enemy. Scarlett had Tina Fey look into it. Natalie Portman had already gone to Venice. Though August in Venice was still before the film festival officially opened, many filmmakers from all over the world had already arrived. Natalie Portman and her mother, Shelley, had come early. Black Swan had her entire heart poured into it. It was her greatest hope for achieving one of her life goals. The film had already had a small-scale test screening in Los Angeles, and her performance had earned praise from many influential figures within the Academy. According to her mother and the consensus within the Hollywood Jewish circle, as long as the timing and the work were right, what belonged to her would eventually fall into her hands. But sitting on the balcony of the hotel, Natalie Portman looked out at the streets and waterways of Venice. Her thick eyebrows remained slightly furrowed, as if she wasn't happy at all. On the contrary, she seemed to be in a rather poor mood. "Sweetheart." Her mother, Shelley, walked out onto the balcony and placed a glass of juice in front of her. "You haven't eaten anything since we left the airport. Come on, drink this." Natalie only took a small sip before putting the glass back on the table. She slumped into the rattan chair, clearly distracted. Before flying in from New York, she had already been informed by her agent, Martin Miller, that Duke Rosenberg's new film was nearly ready for production and was about to start filming. Rumor had it in the industry that this tightly prepared film might help Scarlett Johansson make a run for the Best Actress Oscar. Upon hearing the news, Natalie Portman's heart sank. Being as smart as she was, it was easy for her to connect the dots. Natalie knew very well that if she wanted to win the Oscar for Best Actress, she would have to do more. Chapter 764, Pregnancy Tactic. Chapter 764. Chapter 764, Pregnancy Tactic. Looking at her daughter's worried face, Shelley sat on a nearby wrought-tan chair and asked with concern, "Dear, what are you worried about?" Natalie Portman shook her head slightly. "Nothing, Mom." Shelley probed gently. "Is it about next year's Oscars?" After hesitating for a moment, Natalie nodded slowly. Seeing this, Shelley comforted her by patting her hand. "Frank Pearson, Cheryl Boone Isaacs, and Harvey Weinstein all praised your performance and have hinted they'll support you." She smiled. "Darling, don't forget your identity and what you've done before. With proper PR, you have the best chance." If it had been half a month ago, Natalie Portman would have thought these words made perfect sense, but now she shook her head. "Mom, they support me because I'm Jewish, one of the most representative and self-acknowledged Jewish actresses. If there's another Jewish actress who performs as well as I did in Black Swan, backed by an even stronger force, do you think I would definitely win?" "But dear, are there really such actresses in Hollywood?" Shelley couldn't think of anyone in the same generation who could compare to her daughter. "You're recognized as the most skilled and well-shaped rising actress. If the Academy wants to promote a representative for the new generation, no one is more suitable than you. Good looks and acting skills alone can win an Oscar?" Natalie couldn't help but question. "Mom, do you really think so?" Shelley was momentarily speechless. Just as she believed Natalie had a great chance at Best Actress next year, she realized that neither the role nor the acting is decisive. Still, she didn't worry too much. "The Jewish forces in Hollywood will all support you." "No," Natalie Portman said firmly. "Some will definitely support others." She looked at her mother seriously and said, "Scarlett Johansson's new film is in production, targeting the Oscars. Don't forget, she's also Jewish. And her backer is Duke Rosenberg and the entire Warner Group." Shelley heard this news for the first time and was at a loss for words. If it were just Scarlett Johansson alone, she wouldn't care. But the person behind her couldn't be ignored, even if his style is usually unpopular with the Academy. And she couldn't ignore that Duke Rosenberg is an extremely important member of the Hollywood Jewish Club. Plus, Scarlett's godmother has deep ties with many powerful Jewish figures like Spielberg. Her originally confident gaze at her daughter turned into worry. To increase the chances of winning, Natalie Portman clenched her fists and said forcefully, "We need to do more." "Do more?" Shelley couldn't think of what that meant. "Mom, I want a child." Natalie suddenly said something unrelated. "I want to have a child with Benjamin." "What?" Shelley was very shocked. "Nat, what are you thinking? Having a child now will ruin your career." "No, I must." Natalie seemed determined. "This will push my career forward." Shelley didn't understand Natalie's meaning. She just looked at her daughter in surprise. She knew her daughter was dating that French dancer. Facing her mother, Natalie didn't bother hiding much and continued, "Mom, from what I know, Benjamin is still involved with his ex-girlfriend. After all, this romance was one she had stolen. Natalie would never admit she was the third party. From what I've observed, Benjamin really likes children." She said seriously, "If there's a child, there will be no more problems between us." "But your career," Shelley began. Before she could finish, Natalie waved her hand to interrupt and continued, "This will also benefit my career." Looking down at the juice on the table, as if seeing her own future, Natalie's gaze grew firmer. "As long as I can get pregnant quickly during the awards season, pictures of my pregnancy will be on every major media. Most people in society sympathize with and favor pregnant women, which will definitely influence voting choices." Shelley was speechless but had to admit her daughter made a very good point. In a conflict between an ordinary woman and a pregnant woman, over 90% of people would side with the pregnant woman. That was society's reality, and her daughter was clearly good at leveraging it. Natalie Portman was also convinced that if she could be active in the awards season with a big belly, she would definitely be the strongest contender for Best Actress in all the awards. After careful consideration, Shelley still said, "Better say something to Martin." "I will," Natalie nodded. "We also need him and William Morris to coordinate PR." The next day, Martin Miller of William Morris received the relevant news. He couldn't help but admire Natalie Portman's mind. She was definitely among the top few actresses in the circle. By mid-August, after intense preparation, Gravity entered the shooting phase. Duke started filming at Warner Studios in Burbank. At the start of filming, Duke used a specially made device, a lightbox. Scarlett, standing in front of the lightbox, Duke shouted, "How do you feel?" Having done test shots before, Scarlett wasn't too uncomfortable and gave Duke an okay sign. "Pay attention to the image on the LED screen." He reminded again and returned to his director's chair. The shots weren't too difficult at first, mostly close-ups of Scarlett's eyes. The eyes and helmet reflections needed detailed scrutiny to avoid mistakes. Gravity had many close-up shots, and if the reflections in the eyes weren't done well, many shots would show errors. The crew wasn't the first to consider this issue. Back in 2004, Tim Weber's visual effects team at Industrial Light and Magic had this concept while making a commercial, designing a room with LED screens on the front, back, left, and right, playing corresponding images so that the reflections in the eyes could be captured directly. Expanding on this idea, it eventually evolved into the two major pieces of hardware used for the visual effects of Gravity. One was the full LED screen shooting device known as the Lightbox, and the other was a large LED screen designed to solve the problem of light reflections. During Duke's shoot here, Scarlett was looking at the LED screen displaying the simulated cosmic lighting, and the camera captured the reflection of that light in her eyes. To film this close-up, Scarlett Johansson had to stand in front of the massive LED screen, looking at the simulated cosmic light and shadow on the screen, with the camera capturing the reflected light in her eyes. Because the eye's surface area is very small and the resolution requirement is not high, even a low-pixel LED screen could guarantee the picture quality. This kind of image and lighting capture was also used for other reflective surfaces, like the helmets worn by Scarlett and George Clooney. In the earliest part of this shoot, the difficulty wasn't the actors' performances, but rather the lighting. Because of lighting problems, the shot was retaken almost all morning, and the best solution was only found before lunch. "Even if I close my eyes, it's all light bulbs inside." During lunch, Scarlett complained lightly to Duke at the right moment, and Duke comforted her with a gentle pat on the hand, reminding her the film had just begun shooting and everything still needed adjustment. Lighting was just a representative of a series of problems. The design of space environment lighting involved three main light sources: distant hard sunlight, soft light reflected from Earth, and occasional reflected light from the moon. This setup neither looked like real outer space nor like the inside of a space station. In space, people face total darkness, only seeing parts of the sun, Earth, and occasionally the moon. But if they filmed exactly like that, nearly 100 minutes of the movie would have very little to keep the audience interested, so Duke decided to constantly change the lighting. Therefore, the crew's lighting technicians had to continuously adjust the properties of the light per Duke's instructions, whether the light was hard or soft, its reflectivity, and its color. These seemingly tiny details could create many different environments. Fortunately, the spacecraft moved very fast, experiencing several day-night cycles within 24 hours. In fact, the lighting effects during filming varied dramatically and theatrically following the rotation and movement of the camera and characters. Over the equator, a sunset occurs every 90 minutes. In the afternoon shoot, there was also a shot depicting Scarlett's character finally entering a dark, starry sky, with almost no light except for the faint glow inside her helmet. Duke also designed an accurate overall trajectory for the character throughout the story. For example, in the first scene shot the next day, Scarlett's character was above the African desert with the sun entering the field of view, so Earth's color was warm and the reflected light on her face was warm-toned. After finishing a few simple scenes, the crew gradually got the hang of it, and Duke began scheduling the weightlessness scenes. The weightlessness scenes required specific combinations, which were necessary because the actors in the lightbox were constantly rotating. For instance, Duke started filming with George Clooney's face, then had to move the camera to Scarlett, who was rotating at different speeds. The camera circled her and then pulled back to George Clooney because if it went directly back to George, the next shot would show his feet. Chapter 765, Too Long Takes. Chapter 765, Chapter 765, Too Long Takes. Tall light boxes stood upright in the center of the studio, with countless people busying around them. Once Duke gave the order to begin, the set quickly fell silent. leaving only the humming of the light boxes and the friction sound of the mechanical arm-mounted camera sliding down. Suspended by 12 tension cables in the cradle mounted to the light box, Scarlett Johansson didn't feel well. It was stuffy and hot inside the light box, and she felt very isolated. The shooting sessions were usually long, making the whole process incredibly tough. If she hadn't started practicing yoga and working out last year, she definitely wouldn't have been able to endure it. Despite the discomfort, Scarlett still gave it her all in performance. She knew Duke had placed high hopes on her and didn't want to let him down. Since the shoot began, she had only complained to Duke once during lunch. That was her only complaint. The cradle rotated, and Scarlett felt slightly dizzy. Directly above her, the camera mounted on the mechanical arm spun and descended rapidly. That heavy IMAX camera was moving incredibly fast, as if it were about to smash into her face. Scarlett didn't move at all. Cut! The shout to stop rang out. Duke stood up from behind the monitor and shouted loudly into the light box. Watch your eyes. You blinked. It was a natural human reflex. When portraying the effect of the camera crashing toward the actor themselves barely moved. Instead, the camera, under precise control of the mechanical arm, would crash toward them. In this scene, the camera had to shoot toward Scarlett Johansson at 40 miles per hour and stop 3 inches from her face. During this process, Scarlett had to remain completely still. An excellent actor can control every facial expression and instinctive reaction. After Duke's reminder, Scarlett completed the next take successfully. Afterward, Duke gave the crew a break too. Prepare for the extended long take from the first half of the film. Back when Gravity opened with an 18-minute space sequence, it stunned everyone. Even the most critical and nitpicky cinephiles bowed to the shot's complex camera movement, imaginative staging, and seamless CG integration. But this crew wasn't planning a single shot that long. They split it into 2 long takes spliced together. The first shot would last about 12.5 minutes, followed by the next one, forming a complete long take. If creating zero gravity wasn't hard enough, these long takes were the real challenge. Long takes in zero gravity. Zero gravity was what made these shots tricky. It wasn't just hard to simulate, it was exponentially harder to combine with long takes. Not additive, but multiplicative. The difficulty spiked sharply. Duke and John Schwartzman had conducted a lot of discussions and tests for this. During the actual shoot, the camera's motion would be recorded by motion capture systems to match it with the CG environments. Duke wanted the camera's movement to be as smooth and natural as possible. So instead of keyframing it frame by frame, he opted to use a virtual camera system in a small motion capture stage. John Schwartzman and his 4 camera assistants could carry the small rig around, controlling camera settings and framing. Then they'd tweak the recorded path to make it feel like it had been filmed in zero gravity. Unlike before, Duke believed long takes could deeply immerse the audience in the film. The key to a long take was immersion. For a film like this, it could make everything more realistic, fitting, and direct. The fewer the editing cuts, the more interaction there is between the audience and the characters, like the audience is watching the characters' experiences in real time. A few days ago, Duke considered trying out more dynamic camera movements, but John Schwartzman and participant Mike Dawson advised him against it. According to Duke's original plan, the opening shot would end with the female lead drifting into the vastness of space. As she floated farther away, there would be no need for a cut. The camera could follow her in a single continuous take. This way, the 2 initial shots could merge into one. But John Schwartzman and Mike Dawson both disagreed. They believed the best edit point was exactly when the heroine floated away. If this were a book, that moment would be the last sentence of the chapter. Extending the shot would increase filming difficulty exponentially. They quickly persuaded Duke with one reason: there simply wasn't enough time. Yes, time was the issue. The production schedule was already extremely tight, and Duke had no time to waste. And he wasn't the type to be obsessive. Whether it's long takes or editing, it had to suit the actual needs of the film. The story itself, along with cinematography, sound, performance, and color, were all equal tools of filmmaking. So the director served the film, not just the story. Another difficulty was making the long take visually compelling. The point of shooting a film wasn't to have the audience sit there dead silent, wasn't to make them sit and wait for someone to float into frame for a close-up. A long take was like a ballet. Every single second had to be engaging. A director tells a story through the camera from beginning to end. From wide environmental shots to dialogue scenes, solo shots, action scenes, and back to wide shots, it's all about visual storytelling. If everything had to be told in one single shot, then they had to find a way to include all those types within that single take. During the exhausting and intensive preparations, the visual pre-visualization earned Duke's approval. Lighting simulations were also finalized. The entire VFX team would do another technical previs to help Duke decide how to shoot each scene and translate the visuals from the preview onto mechanical setups and lightboxes. Once George Clooney and Scarlett Johansson were ready, the crew began shooting. Besides John Schwartzman and his 4 camera assistants filming, the effects team used the Iris robotic arm to control all camera movements. Every timing and camera angle was precisely calculated and arranged, something never before achieved in previous program shots. Within a continuous long take, showcasing wide shots, close-ups, and action scenes back-to-back required a solution to incorporate all those varied elements in a single shot. That was the hardest part, and combining zero gravity with long takes made it all the more extraordinarily difficult. The entire filming process was rough, repeatedly halted by Duke. Any small mistake during shooting would render everyone's efforts useless. And due to the shot's length and the complexity of the visual effects, everyone from the actors to the tech team kept making errors. Sensory-wise, the shot needed to be flawless. Every detail had to be accounted for. Duke, who was obsessive about details, had even referenced the IMAX documentary Hubble during pre-production. He worked closely with NASA astronaut and film consultant Katie Coleman to study the Hubble Space Telescope's flight path, crafting the relative positions of the Sun and Moon based on the timeline set in the movie, and creating a model of the Earth. At Hubble's location during that time, what did Earth look like? Where was the Sun, and at what angle? Duke considered it all. Aside from Duke, the people who spent the most time and energy during the shoot were his director of photography and visual effects supervisor. For many scenes within the long take, the VFX team had to complete visual previews in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't know where the light should come from or what kind of effects should be used at which moments. Tim Weber's team spent a lot of time simulating lighting. The boundaries between VFX and cinematography began to blur. The two had overlapping responsibilities, without clear-cut divisions. As a cinematographer, John Schwartzman had to deal with more visual effects issues than any other DOP. Meanwhile, for VFX artist Tim Weber, he had to deal with more cinematography problems than any other VFX supervisor. Because in the making of such a film, the two roles did not need to be strictly separated. The 2 long takes took nearly 10 days to film. From director Duke to John Schwartzman and Tim Weber, and then to actors Scarlett Johansson and George Clooney, everyone was utterly exhausted. When these 2 nearly 18-minute-long shots were finally completed, it felt like a graduation ceremony for the film's creators. Duke admitted that all the other scenes in the film combined weren't as difficult as these 2 shots. These nearly 18-minute-long shots embodied the crew's full efforts and technological breakthroughs in preparation and execution: robotic arm camera movements, new lighting methods, new CG space rendering techniques, enabling unrestricted camera movement, dynamic character lighting, and magnificent, composed cosmic scenery. In Tim Weber's words, once those 2 long takes were done, it marked the end of weightlessness and space being challenges in filmmaking. During the production, Duke and his technical team solved many of the problems involved in shooting weightless scenes. With technical assistance, they completely reinvented the Hollywood approach to space exploration films, which used to rely on wires plus green screen plus CG post-production. It's no exaggeration to say that after this, the only thing that might surpass it would be to actually go shoot in space. With the completion of the 2 long takes, Duke finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave the crew 2 days off. However, when filming resumed, a special visitor came to his studio. Chapter 766, Worth the Trip. Chapter 766, Chapter 766, Worth the Trip. The set of Gravity was very different from other movie sets. Accompanied by an executive from Warner Brothers, Christopher Nolan walked into the studio. Perhaps because the Warner Brothers people had given prior notice, no one came to stop him. When he reached the lightbox nearby, he stopped on his own, as the crew was filming. Being a director himself, though, he'd only mixed in the independent film circle until now. He knew that no director liked being disturbed during a shoot. Standing there, Christopher Nolan silently watched the crew's intense filming. He didn't say a word, only observing carefully and seriously. The reason he showed up at the Warner studio was because a space-themed movie project had caught the interest of Legendary Pictures. Legendary Pictures would be working with Warner Brothers, and the film would be a commercial blockbuster with an investment exceeding $100 million. Neither Warner Brothers nor Legendary had full confidence in him. Christopher Nolan understood as well this was his first time entering the mainstream film industry. He absolutely could not mess it up, or he might never get a second chance. So he specifically asked people from Legendary and Warner Brothers to allow him to visit Duke Rosenberg's space film set, partly to gain experience for his upcoming shoot. After watching for a while, Christopher Nolan realized the lightbox design was very clever. In the scene currently being filmed with Scarlett Johansson, the set only had that lightbox, some mechanical equipment, and cameras, nothing else. The large boom trucks and bulky props that space film sets used to require were nowhere to be seen. Here, it seemed Duke Rosenberg only needed the actor, the lightbox, the main creative team, and a group of technicians holding laptops. Arms crossed, Christopher Nolan circled the lightbox-based set with great interest. During filming, both the actors and the camera would move a bit. On the right, he noticed a basket-like device. The actor could stand in it and be rotated and aligned by computer control. But after watching for more than 10 minutes, Christopher Nolan noticed that the device rarely rotated past 45 degrees. It seemed the crew was intentionally limiting the movement. Considering that the crew was filming a space movie, Christopher Nolan quickly understood why. If they went that far, the muscle tension between the actors' bodies would become visible. The filming had to show zero tension because that's how it should appear in zero gravity. If an actor were completely upside down, all the blood would rush to their head, and the muscles would all press against the neck. So they try not to move the actors much, and instead let the camera do the work, moving around them. This thought flashed through Christopher Nolan's mind, and he couldn't help but admire it. What a brilliant technique Duke Rosenberg had. When the filming paused briefly, and the crew began preparing for the next scene, Christopher Nolan didn't go over to disturb them. He chatted a bit with the Warner Brothers executive. The other party clearly visited here often and was very familiar with the crew and the filming process. When Nolan asked whether the crew had other methods of filming weightless scenes, the Warner Brothers executive said, "There's another technique to simulate zero gravity." He pointed to the other side of the studio and said, "In some shots, Scarlett Johansson is suspended on a rig and manipulated like a puppet to simulate zero gravity. The stunt team uses 4 points to suspend her, and each point has 3 different sensing wires connected," he explained in detail. "So they basically divide her anchor point into a triangle, and the stunt team only needs to sway or tilt it to control her." The crew had moved to that side. When shooting resumed, Christopher Nolan saw exactly what the Warner executive had described. The stunt team really was manipulating Scarlett Johansson. She would be inverted, and the entire rig could be skillfully moved up, down, left, or right. Moreover, it was clearly a hybrid of manual and computer-controlled equipment. This meant that the team had to coordinate multiple aspects: the rig operators, the computer technicians, the camera crew, the lighting team, and Scarlett Johansson's performance. As a director, Christopher Nolan viewed all of this as one integrated system. Naturally, he thought of his own upcoming space film, which also featured similar scenes. It seemed Duke Rosenberg's filming method was the best solution. Although known in the indie film scene as a hardcore practical effects enthusiast and traditional technique supporter, Christopher Nolan knew that nowadays, you simply couldn't make a space movie without computer technology. Before coming here, Christopher Nolan had considered many traditional ways to shoot weightless scenes, like wire work and so on. But those basic methods were only suitable for simple shots. He had also deeply studied the techniques used in 2 of Hollywood's classic space films, 2001, A Space Odyssey, and Apollo 13. Previously, among all the techniques for depicting weightlessness, one of the most classic was from 2001, A Space Odyssey by master filmmaker Stanley Kubrick. In a circular room, a camera was fixed in place while the actor ran around. The footage made it look as if the actor was running along the ceiling. This method, created in 1967, impressed Christopher Nolan greatly. But it only solved very limited problems, useful for a few shots at most. It couldn't portray weightlessness for objects other than people. Since then, almost no one had used that technique again. Another great space movie, Apollo 13, showcased stunning and incredibly realistic weightless scenes on screen. For the spacecraft interior shots in Apollo 13, all of them were filmed aboard NASA's training device, the comet. Nolan had specifically asked people to look into it. It was a Boeing KC-135 that would take the whole crew into the air and then freefall for a short time. During that window, all objects and people inside the cabin experienced relative weightlessness. Each flight could offer about 25 seconds of weightless time. Director Ron Howard lavishly conducted 612 such zero-gravity flights to capture a large amount of weightless footage. This method solved the problem of simulating weightlessness very thoroughly, but it couldn't film scenes set outside the spacecraft. Moreover, not everyone could rent or afford NASA's equipment. Christopher Nolan admitted to himself he didn't have that kind of clout. Compared with those two methods, Duke Rosenberg's filming approach was clearly more practical and solved many issues effectively. Nolan could also adopt a form of creative borrowing. After the other side finished shooting, he could take the setups, adapt them slightly to suit his own shooting needs, and use them directly for future filming. Christopher Nolan was convinced that this trip was definitely worthwhile. Just standing by and watching, Duke Rosenberg had already given him a lot of inspiration. Especially that lightbox, it was a real eye-opener for Christopher Nolan, who couldn't help but marvel that the other truly deserved to be considered one of Hollywood's representatives of tech-savvy directors. Inside the lightbox were a huge number of LED lights. It basically resembled an enormous wall-mounted television screen. Nolan was familiar with this commonly seen technology and understood that the principles behind it were the same as those huge screens often used by rock bands and in sports stadiums. But it was precisely these ordinary technologies that, after being suitably modified, greatly facilitated and simplified the shooting process. The most immediate benefit was that if the lighting on set needed to be dimmer in some area or the color needed to change, the crew didn't have to haul lights around like before. They could just control it directly on the big screen. After watching the filming for most of the day, Christopher Nolan also saw other advantages. This thing didn't just provide accurate lighting, it also gave the actors a sense of realism about their surroundings. When filming Scarlett Johansson descending toward the space station, she could actually see the space station getting closer through the LED screen, which gave her a real sense of what was happening around her. Also, during the earlier shooting, director Duke Rosenberg asked her to look at something on a screen and reach for a doorknob, and she could really see those things on the screen. The LED lights themselves are rather rough and haven't been well balanced. Just as the Warner Brothers executive finished speaking, another voice chimed in. "Jamie, it doesn't matter once you have enough lights mixed together, it looks fine." "Hey, Duke." After greeting Jamie Johnson, Duke turned to look at the similarly aged British director standing beside him. In fact, he had already noticed the man when he entered the soundstage earlier, but had been too busy to speak until now. "Hello, Director Rosenberg. I'm Christopher Nolan. I'm also a director." Christopher Nolan proactively extended his hand to Duke, who shook it calmly. "Hello, Director Nolan." Duke remained calm, as if nothing had ever happened between him and Christopher Nolan. In truth, he was very much at peace. What's done is done. He felt no guilt or remorse. In fact, it was partially thanks to him that Christopher Nolan's project had received Warner Brothers backing. A few months ago, when Duke was visiting Warner Brothers, he overheard someone mentioning Christopher Nolan and a space-themed project. He specifically had Tina check it out, and then recommended him to Warner Brothers otherwise. How could an independent film director have possibly secured a massive investment of $160 million from both Legendary Pictures and Warner Brothers for his very first mainstream movie? Chapter 767, A Very Wondrous Collaboration. Chapter 767. Chapter 767, A Very Wondrous Collaboration. In the following period, Duke deliberately took Christopher Nolan to see the light boxes and other equipment, and also had some exchanges with him. After all, Christopher Nolan was about to direct a film into which Warner Brothers had invested heavily, and the film's success or failure was directly tied to his own interests. Following Duke to the back of the director's monitor, Christopher Nolan looked at the animated segment playing on the monitor screen and asked, "I heard Jamie Johnson mention that you've done a lot of shooting visual previews?" "A lot of visual previews, but there's still a lot of flexibility on set." Duke pointed at his own head. "If something new pops up here, and I ask the special effects team to do something outside of the shot, they must be able to react in time." Looking at the special effects staff, Duke continued, "If I want a certain place to change the speed and time, then they must achieve it as soon as possible. So, besides doing the previews well in advance, we also need room for flexibility. But of course, there are places where there's no room to maneuver." "Where exactly?" Christopher Nolan asked. "For example, the actors," Duke said. "That's when I go talk with Scarlett Johansson and George Clooney, especially during indoor scenes. It happens quite often." Duke gestured with his hands. "We usually say something like, at the end of this shot, we need you to place your hand here, exactly at this spot, no deviation." Then the two of them know what to do, and they place their hands in that exact spot at the exact right moment. They've always cooperated very well. And not just that, after every shot, from Duke as the director to John Schwartzman and Tim Weber, and then to Scarlett Johansson and George Clooney, they would all sit down together to discuss the shot to strive for perfection. Over the next 3 days, Christopher Nolan continued coming to the set. Duke didn't say much more. Although Nolan wasn't well known in the mainstream film circle, he wasn't some rookie either. He was full of talent. What he lacked was only experience with commercial film production. From mid-August to early September, Duke led the crew through a very busy shooting schedule. Time was indeed extremely tight. Aside from taking a 2-day break after the long shots were completed, the crew had no holidays throughout the rest of the month's filming. Fortunately, the crew didn't have to run all over the place. All scenes were shot within the sound stages of Warner Brothers Studios. And as George Clooney completed his scenes and left, only Scarlett Johansson remained as the sole actor in the crew. "Houston, Houston, this is the space mission specialist. Do you copy?" Inside the space capsule set, Scarlett Johansson kept calling into the communicator. The camera lens panned past her surroundings one by one. Buttons labeled in Chinese and small decorations like a ping-pong ball and a panda were captured in turn. As Scarlett kept calling, a reply suddenly came through the capsule. The voice was a bit stiff. This Chinese response came from Duke himself. During the recording, it was processed with special treatment. "Cut," Duke called out, then stood up and said to Scarlett, "Your emotions aren't there yet." This shot had already been NG'd many times. It was where Scarlett needed to fully showcase her acting, and Duke had already explained everything during the early prep phase. He now let the crew rest for 15 minutes, giving Scarlett time to find the right feeling. If she still couldn't get into the right state, Duke planned to lock her alone in the soundstage to simulate the kind of loneliness one feels floating alone in space. In the shots filmed so far, Duke could see that Scarlett Johansson's performance was no worse than Sandra Bullock's. Sandra Bullock had never been known for her acting skills in Hollywood, but her performance in Gravity was definitely the peak of her acting career, far surpassing her Oscar-winning role as Lee Tui in The Blind Side. In fact, Sandra Bullock's win for Best Actress in The Blind Side was considered by many to be one of the top 5 weakest wins in Oscar history. Just like Julia Roberts, Sandra Bullock's win for That Little Gold Man was less about recognition for her acting or her role, and more about acknowledgement from the Academy for her years of effort and industry standing. As is well known, winning an Oscar acting award requires more than just a role and acting ability. When the Academy had just rewarded Sandra Bullock with Best Actress, she turned around and gave a performance far more outstanding than the one that won her the award. But the Academy couldn't just hand her another Oscar. Sandra Bullock was thus destined to become one of the weakest Best Actress winners in Oscar history. In the past 10-plus years, Oscar Best Actor and Actress winners were always the result of a combination of multiple factors. An actor wanting to win an Oscar award had to have exposure. Many Academy voters were people like Duke, typical examples of voting with their feet. If they weren't familiar with the actor, even a public relations campaign wouldn't be very effective. Gravity's marketing deliberately highlighted Scarlett Johansson. According to Duke's instructions, Warner Brothers and Penny Callis developed a very comprehensive promotional plan. It was already September. Duke's shooting was gradually nearing its end, and North America's new awards season was about to kick off. The Hollywood Reporter also conducted a special interview with Scarlett. Due to the tight shooting schedule, the interview was arranged during a break in filming. Though Duke was busy with production, he still went over to take a look. After all, whether the film could achieve his goals, Scarlett Johansson's performance in Gravity was only the foundation. Self-promotion was also an indispensable tool. However, Duke only stood on the sidelines and listened. He had no intention of getting involved. From the script to project approval to Scarlett signing the actor contract, the entire process for this film was very simple. But in front of the media, it couldn't be presented that way. Just like with a story, the more twists and turns, the more attention it draws. In Hollywood, for people of Duke and Scarlett Johansson's status, interviews were all meticulously designed. From the questions to the answers, their publicists probably revised them dozens of times and had to communicate extensively with the media outlet. From another angle, there was very little in such interviews that could be considered trustworthy. For instance, when the Hollywood Reporter asked, "Some have said the script of Gravity is quite special, especially in that it's hard to imagine how a director could film it. Did it leave that kind of strong impression on you as well?" Actually, what attracted me wasn't the script, but the story concept itself. To me, this script felt like a great book, intensely visual and emotionally overwhelming. I couldn't imagine how Duke was going to shoot it at all. What Scarlett said couldn't have been farther from the truth. It was half an ocean away. Besides, at the time I didn't want to take this role at all, so I didn't care much. Later, when I chatted with Duke, I directly turned him down, but he told me in a subtle way why he wanted to write this story so badly. He said it came from a very personal and real experience. It's about someone's rebirth, about a person who, in despair, giving up, no longer willing to struggle on, is suddenly pulled back by life itself. When he was describing it to me, I was like, wow. Scarlett made an exaggerated expression, as if it had all been true. All the imagery was already forming in my head. She shrugged again. On the technical side, I had no idea how he would pull it off, but his words were so beautiful and magical. I know Duke very well. He's both calm and completely passionate. I realized it was one of the most important opportunities of my life. I couldn't say no to it. The Hollywood Reporter followed up, "So when you agreed to take the role, it meant you unconditionally handed yourself over to Duke Rosenberg's direction? No matter what strange filming techniques he used, you were willing to try them?" Because Duke's methods were so unique, he couldn't explain much of the technical side to me. After stating a truth, Scarlett immediately returned to spouting nonsense according to Panny Callis's pre-prepared script. The original plan was to film inside a NASA space shuttle, which could simulate weightlessness for a few seconds by rapidly ascending and then descending. Most movies of this type were filmed this way. The moment I thought about being flung around like that, I felt it was crazy and pretty scary, but I still accepted that method. She smiled at the reporter and said, "As the shooting date approached, the crew said they had invented a device to simulate me flying. That's when I realized I had to start physical training, because apparently that device required my body to be as flexible as a gymnast's. The physical training was tough, but absolutely necessary. I met with a female trainer who used to be a dancer and knew how to control her body." The reporter asked again, "Did you and Duke Rosenberg often talk about this character?" What Duke and I talked about most was who this woman I was playing actually is, how to help the audience get to know her, which lines were necessary and which weren't. All those little details. This is a story told through visuals. The actors didn't need too much dialogue. Whenever I had trouble understanding, I asked him to tell me how we could get to the core of this story, what he wanted the audience to see, and how he planned to tell the story through visual language. After saying all that in one go, Scarlett Johansson took a sip of water and continued, "A lot of actors don't understand the meaning of dialogue. They always think the clearer their speech, the better their performance. But this film follows a completely different pattern. The actor is just a small presence in a grand, special theme." Finally, Scarlett emphasized, "My trust in Duke was built on his complete faith in my instincts and interests as an actress. It was a truly magical collaboration." Chapter 768. Chapter 768. Chapter 768. The entire filming pace of Gravity was very fast, and the experts dispatched from NASA also played a significant role. Apart from the early stage preparations, the astronaut who had been stationed with the crew pointed out many unrealistic aspects of the shoot. His feedback was very objective, but Duke did not adopt much of it. In fact, many of the filming details were unscientific, and they had to give way to the viewing emotions that Duke, as the director, wanted to create. For example, during filming, astronauts' breath would fog up their visors, but in reality, this issue is already addressed in the design of spacesuits. Special technology ensures the visor remains spotless. Duke shot 2 versions with different effects, and after consideration, chose the unrealistic one, because it made the astronauts' breathing visible and emphasized the presence of the visor, creating a sense of claustrophobia. In subjective shots, the fog was very clear, making the isolation and helplessness of space even more poignant. How to tell a story well in a film, how to balance authenticity and drama, how to make technology serve storytelling, these are the real questions a director must consider. Every director has their own style and philosophy. Duke is certainly no exception. Making the film more engaging instead of boring for the audience was inherently dictated by the investment scale of the project. While filming the scene where Scarlett Johansson hears the sound of dogs barking and a baby crying over the radio, then turns off all the equipment and prepares to give up on life, Sofia Coppola happened to visit the set and discuss the scene with Duke. Seeing Scarlett silently sobbing, standing next to Duke, Sofia Coppola looked at Scarlett, who was sitting in a rest chair getting her makeup touched up, and said, "I thought it was the best tragic scene I've ever seen. But then I remembered your script." That feeling disappeared completely. If Scarlett's character actually died at the end, I think it would be even more impactful. Upon hearing this, Duke couldn't help but roll his eyes at Sofia. "Dear, I think you've forgotten. This is a commercial film with a budget of $200 million. Sofia Coppola shrugged with a face that said she couldn't care less. Duke emphasized again, "Audiences want to see the joy of a comeback, not the futility of a desperate struggle ending in death." "Did you ask Scarlett for her opinion on the character?" Sofia suddenly asked. "Of course I did." Duke returned to his seat and got ready to work. "She thinks this ending is excellent. If they really went with the ending Sofia suggested, letting the heroine die after all her struggles, the film would definitely bomb all the way to the Mariana Trench. It would be a guaranteed financial disaster. These two endings simply represent a choice between art house and commercial cinema." In fact, Scarlett had similar thoughts to his. A few days ago, when she was interviewed by The Hollywood Reporter, she was also asked why she shifted from art films to commercial ones. Scarlett's answer was quite interesting. "It was inevitable. Watching movies is a form of escapism. Life is already hard enough. Audiences don't come to the cinema to suffer more. Since we are entertainment stars, they expect to be entertained." But directors like Duke can wrap the inherent tragedy of humanity into a mesmerizing survival adventure. You go through the adventure viscerally and also experience a form of rebirth. When you walk out of the theater, you might immediately feel like doing something to appreciate the beauty of being alive. That's also a kind of hope the movie conveys. It transforms a heartbreaking story into beautiful language, making you want to strive to live. Before Duke got back to work, Sofia Coppola walked over and stood behind the director's chair, asking, "In recent years, the female characters in your films have become more prominent, more resilient, and strong. Don't tell me you've actually become a feminist?" Duke merely shrugged without giving a direct answer. "Who knows?" He turned around and saw Sofia staring at him with wide eyes and a curious expression, so he said, "Times are changing, and so is cinema. I just think such female characters are more alive." Sofia knew Duke well and could tell he hadn't finished his thought, so she gestured for him to continue. After thinking for a moment, Duke told her, "We've been in this industry for so long, and we've seen too many manufactured fantasy stories that develop in a neat and orderly way as recognized by a patriarchal society. But we know the world is diverse. People are born different, and the ways of survival vary greatly. So now, more and more films depict different myths, and that's the kind of cinema I like, the truly interesting kind. Don't you think those fantasy films like the ones Disney makes are boring? Boy meets girl, they break up, the boy fights to get her back, and they live happily ever after. It's sweet, but I don't find it interesting." Hearing Duke's words, Sofia Coppola nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I even think comedies can't save those perfect fairy tales. It's when life gets strange or takes a detour that things become interesting, just like how your Gravity script portrays it. If the protagonist had a happy family and loved ones on Earth anxiously waiting for her return, it wouldn't be nearly as compelling as if she were someone who had lost her loved ones and had nothing left to live for. What could reignite her desire to survive? That's what's truly intriguing. Exactly. Duke turned back and said, that kind of character resonates with people. Everyone can find a piece of themselves in such a story. Because all around the world, there are all kinds of lives. These women can also be funny, witty, and have a happy ending, but such happy endings are earned through vivid twists and turns. Outside of filming, what Duke paid the most attention to was his team's contact with Lucasfilm. Since August, the news that George Lucas had confirmed his imminent retirement had been spreading like wildfire in the industry. The future of Lucasfilm became a hot topic of concern. Indeed, Lucasfilm couldn't match the traditional Big Six studios, but its profitability was astonishing. And through industrial light and magic, it could influence the future development of the entire Hollywood film industry. Not to mention the less competitive companies, even the traditional Big Six studios in Hollywood all wanted to acquire Lucasfilm. Of course, Duke wanted it too, but the competitors he faced were extremely powerful. Among the Big Six, Walt Disney was the most eager to acquire Lucasfilm. Sony Columbia Pictures, on the other hand, was hindered by its parent company Sony Group, so it could essentially be ignored. The other companies were acting based on the offered price and timing. To impress the shareholders of Lucasfilm, it ultimately came down to the price. In a transaction involving billions of dollars, nothing was more crucial than funding. In terms of funding, Duke held the advantage. Over the past few months, through stock transfers and bank financing, he had amassed a massive flow of funds, enough to compete on price with any company. On the other hand, the attitude of George Lucas, the key figure at Lucasfilm, was also an advantage for Duke. If the offers were similar, George Lucas himself would surely prefer to transfer his shares to Duke, giving him the upper hand. Moreover, Warner Brothers also supported Duke. Due to the group's rapid expansion causing tight cash flow, Warner Brothers couldn't come up with much real money, but symbolically joined Duke's acquisition campaign and would also hold shares in Lucasfilm in the future. This was good for the acquisition. The executives at Lucasfilm surely understood that the company would inevitably be sold, and if it were to be sold, they would naturally lean toward a buyer with a broader platform, one of the Big Six. Warner Brothers was the best tool Duke could bring out to counterbalance Walt Disney's advantage. In the ongoing negotiations, Duke's team had raised the offer to $3.8 billion, which was already a premium. However, if necessary, he would increase the offer to $4 billion or even more. Moreover, Duke promised the executives of Lucasfilm that once the acquisition was completed, a new Star Wars series would immediately begin production. This meant that Lucasfilm's performance over the next few years could soar to new heights, and the executives could receive substantial bonuses. To Duke, acquiring Lucasfilm for over $4 billion was like getting a money tree for free. Lucasfilm's money-making power would reach a frenzy after the launch of the new Star Wars series. Duke remembered clearly that even before the new Star Wars was released, its merchandise and licensing deals had already gone crazy. EA, holder of the exclusive rights to Star Wars games, LEGO released best-selling toys like the Imperial Star Destroyer. Sony Entertainment, its PS4 console, had exclusive games and bundle rights. Hasbro bought the license to produce Star Wars model toys. And that was just part of it. Merely from pre-release licensing, Lucasfilm had earned over $1 billion. That didn't even include revenue from DVDs and streaming platforms. At the time, Disney made a fortune selling original movie DVDs, and through streaming during the promotion of the new film, the first 6 movies sold extremely well. The cost for Disney to re-release them was very low, so they made this money effortlessly. The real winner of the Lucasfilm acquisition back then was Walt Disney. In another world Duke had lived through, back in 2012, Walt Disney spent $4.05 billion to acquire Lucasfilm from Star Wars creator George Lucas. The deal was later widely seen as a bargain. Disney earned back the money through product licensing and merchandise alone. But now, facing a competitor like Duke, Walt Disney had absolutely no advantage. Chapter 769, Filming completed. Chapter 769, Filming completed. For a deal involving billions of dollars like Lucasfilm, it absolutely cannot be finalized in a short amount of time. The team formed by Duke and Warner Brothers is very patient and is also waiting for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, some voices have emerged from Lucasfilm's side, such as the issue of the director for the new Star Wars series. Duke has given certain promises in response. The commercial success he has achieved over the years with science fiction films is the best guarantee for those promises. For example, by mid-September, Inception had surpassed the $1 billion mark globally, with a North American cumulative box office of $342.54 million, making it the second highest grossing film of the year in North America so far, only behind Toy Story 3. The latter's North American box office has already exceeded $350 million. This series has built a massive audience base and excellent reputation over 15 years. However, in overseas markets, the box office and reception of Toy Story 3 were not as good as Inception and even fell short of Alice in Wonderland released earlier in the year. It's an indisputable fact that Pixar's films are relatively weaker overseas compared to North America. In emerging and rapidly growing markets such as China, Pixar animated films are not particularly popular. The animation market in these regions is mostly targeted at children under the age of 10, and Pixar's films have never been made for that demographic. Moreover, kids in that age group are fundamentally unable to understand them. Pixar's production style inherently defines its audience, and it will take time to build its viewer base in emerging markets. Fortunately, even without high box office earnings from new markets, the revenue generated by Pixar's films is still considerable. Inception is definitely one of the most successful films of the year, whereas Robin Hood, another big-budget production, has become one of the year's biggest failures. This film was forcibly scheduled by the North American Theater Alliance very early on and only earned slightly over $40 million at the North American box office. Including all overseas markets, the global box office barely exceeded $100 million. The production cost of Robin Hood was as high as $200 million. When you add in over $100 million in promotion and marketing, along with the expensive distribution costs, the total investment in the film easily surpassed $350 million. With this level of investment, recouping the cost would require an extremely long time. You won't recover that investment even if you die. Inside a mansion in San Francisco, a loud voice was blasting at David Ellison like a hairdryer. The usually defiant David Ellison had his head slightly bowed and stood still. "How many times have you screwed up already?" Hearing his father's words, David Ellison raised his head and said stubbornly, "I've also had successes. I produced blockbusters like I Am Legend." Larry Ellison let out two cold laughs, stepped back and sat down on the sofa, and said sternly, "How many profitable films has your company made? And how many like Robin Hood?" Initially, he had high hopes for this son, believing he was just as outstanding as anyone else, even capable of carving out a place for himself in Hollywood. He didn't expect him to fail so miserably. David Ellison stayed silent and slowly lowered his head. After a long moment, he looked up again, stared firmly at his father, and said, "My Sky Film Media still has Tron, Legacy, Battleship, John Carter, and Fast and Furious 5. As long as two of them become big hits like I Am Legend, the past losses can all be recovered." "Let's hope so." Larry Ellison interrupted him directly and said, "If these films fail, I will withdraw my investment from your SKYD Film Media." David Ellison's face changed. Without his father's financial support, how could he possibly keep Skydance Media running? However, thinking about those 4 films, David Ellison regained some confidence. It's impossible that all 4 would fail, right? Especially Fast and Furious 5, which is about to start filming. The entire series has already accumulated massive popularity. As long as nothing major goes wrong, the film is almost guaranteed to be a hit. In David Ellison's opinion, it's quite normal for Fast and Furious 5 to earn $500 to $600 million globally. But to surpass $1 billion, the difficulty is very high. So how could he make this film explode at the box office and reach over $1 billion? That was the question David Ellison was still thinking about as he left San Francisco. Currently in Hollywood, there are only a few films and directors capable of surpassing the $1 billion mark. Aside from James Cameron and Duke Rosenberg, There's basically no one else who can do it. Especially Duke Rosenberg. How many of his films have already grossed over $1 billion globally? The Lord of the Rings trilogy, The Dark Knight. Thinking of The Dark Knight, a thought crossed David Ellison's mind. If not for the Joker's death, would the film have exploded at the box office the way it did? A vague idea started to form in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it just yet, so he chose to set it aside for the time being and focus on the reality in front of him. Just as David Ellison had heard, Duke Rosenberg's new film Gravity was nearing the end of its shoot. Since many of the technical problems were resolved during the pre-production stage, the filming process had been relatively smooth. After 45 days of intense filming, this planned 90-minute film only had its final shot left. In the soundstage at Warner Brothers Studios, Duke was directing the crew to set up the final long take. It was the final scene of the entire movie and a pivotal moment where Scarlett's character returns to Earth and gains a new lease on life. Gravity would differ from any of Duke's previous films, using a large number of long takes. The ending sequence was no exception. On the left side of the soundstage, a large water tank had already been set up. Green screens surrounded it, and the water inside was made to closely resemble a real lake, with realistically grown aquatic plants. As for other elements like plankton, those would be added during post-production. Previously, the scene where the female lead lands in water aboard the Shinjo capsule had already been filmed. The remaining long take would show Scarlett removing her spacesuit and swimming back to land. 2 camera assistants were already suited up in diving gear and would capture Scarlett's performance underwater. Duke checked the crew's preparations, then called Scarlett over to the water tank. This was right in front of the tank. Aside from the camera positions, the surroundings were also covered in green screens. Duke stood on the dry ground near the water and pointed to the damp soil, saying, "Remember, once you're ashore, grab a handful of dirt." "I know." Scarlett nodded seriously. The two had communicated thoroughly beforehand, so Duke didn't need to say much more about these scenes, but he still reminded her, "Make sure to stay safe. If you can't hold your breath, just swim straight up." Scarlett gave Duke a reassuring expression. "I've practiced many times already." After giving Scarlett his instructions, Duke looked around again. 3 lifeguards were already in position. If anything happened to the actor or the cameraman underwater, they could jump in and rescue them immediately. When it came to safety, Duke never took chances, especially since Scarlett Johansson was involved. "All departments, get ready." Walking up to the high platform, Duke stood behind the director's monitor. "Final scene, starting now." Although Duke gave the call to start, filming didn't begin immediately. They had to wait for Scarlett Johansson to get in position. She jumped into the tank and slowly swam toward the center. Taking a deep breath, she dove to the bottom. The tank wasn't deep, and many effects would be added in post-production. After about 10 seconds, Scarlett was in place. She made an "okay" gesture, and the shoot began at once. As a non-professional, Scarlett couldn't hold her breath for very long. Duke had originally planned for a diver to carry scuba gear to assist her during filming, but seeing that she could stay underwater for nearly a minute, he decided to skip the cumbersome preparation. The underwater scene was relatively simple. Scarlett performed a few motions of removing a space suit, then freed herself from all restraints and swam upward. She passed through a patch of aquatic plants and soon neared the surface. The entire process lasted only a dozen seconds or so. A high-speed slow-motion camera was used for the underwater filming. Just as Scarlett Johansson was about to surface, the main camera, operated by John Schwartzman, immediately shifted over and clearly captured her every movement. Duke kept his eyes fixed on the director's monitor. Scarlett struggled to crawl onto the shore, unable to stand. She pressed her face tightly against the muddy ground, feeling Earth, feeling the aftermath of disaster, feeling her own rebirth. She slowly scooped up a handful of soil, her eyes fixed on it. This incredibly familiar Earth now seemed so precious, as if only someone who had survived a space catastrophe could understand what this seemingly ordinary soil meant to her, to humanity. Scarlett struggled to stand. At that moment, no one and nothing could stop her from getting up. Though she stumbled repeatedly in the process, she finally stood firm on the soil beneath her feet. The camera on the crane first zoomed in for a close-up of her feet and the soil, then slowly panned upward, finally stopping beside Scarlett's face, until she slowly began to walk. "Cut!" Duke's voice rang out. That's a wrap on this take. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the soundstage. Though the filming had lasted just over 40 days, the tension and intensity were unprecedented. Chapter 770. 3D will change cinema one day. Chapter 770. Chapter 770. 3D will change cinema one day. The method Duke used to shoot Gravity was very special, and this also determined that its post-production would be quite different from previous films. As early as during the pre-production stage, he, as the director, had already realized this point. Setting aside the issues of technology and funding, the first challenge they faced was time. The film aimed to hold preview screenings before the new year in order to qualify for Oscar consideration. That left only 3 months for post-production. For a film like this, the difficulty could easily be imagined. Even John Schwartzman and Tim Weber had advised Duke to give up on this year's Oscars and wait until next year instead. But they didn't know what Duke was thinking. The reason he was rushing to finish the film was precisely to make it in time for this year's Oscars. Unless Black Swan was also postponed to next year for its North American release, he wouldn't change his plan. That was clearly impossible. Black Swan had already held its global premiere at the Venice Film Festival and was also set to officially land in North America in October. After filming ended, Duke once again visited Industrial Light and Magic and George Lucas' home. Gravity's production budget was also increased to $230 million, with nearly 2/3 of the funding allocated to special effects production. This is a commercial society. If you're willing to pay, you can get enough manpower. Industrial Light and Magic mobilized nearly all the available personnel to participate in Gravity's post-production, not only in North America, but its branches in London, India, and Singapore also joined in. They gathered a large number of staff and digital artists to handle the most time-consuming and labor-intensive part, shot rendering. But Duke was well aware that in order for the film to be outstanding, special effects were just one part. The storytelling also mattered. Gravity was grounded in realism, yet it didn't strictly adhere to it. For example, during post-production, the orbital altitudes of many space stations and satellites were appropriately compressed. Because the film would use a large number of long takes, shots longer than 5 minutes were everywhere. The editing work was not as tedious as in the past. Duke handed over the rough cut work entirely to Mike Dawson, while he stayed at Warner Brothers Studios VFX headquarters to oversee the coordination of special effects productions spanning North America, South Asia, Europe, and Southeast Asia. The special effects work had already begun even before shooting started, and it continued during filming. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete rendering. That alone would take several months. Moreover, Duke had spent heavily to gather a massive team, allowing many shots to be processed simultaneously. Of course, the downside was the sky-high production cost. But he could afford it now. As long as the production cost didn't exceed $300 million, the Warner Brothers Review Board likely wouldn't hesitate too much. Among all the crucial work during post-production, shot rendering was undoubtedly the most painstaking task. According to Duke's requirements, all the filmed and CG shots needed to add multiple visual effects such as diffusion, flare, and chromatic aberration. Due to the tight schedule, Industrial Light and Magic's VFX team decided from the outset to use a newly developed special effects software named Arnold Renderer. This software was powerful, but had never been used in any previous films, because it was the first time using it. And faced with an enormous workload, many people, including Duke, were still somewhat concerned. Fortunately, the Arnold Renderer had an extremely strong memory management function, which allowed it to handle many complex scenes. This was what Arnold Renderer excelled at, using lots of complex geometry to complete rendering while also performing extensive ray tracing. Given the long rendering time and the enormous pressure from Duke, ILM's visual effects team had to constantly confirm they were doing things right. If what they produced didn't help the film's visual quality, it would undoubtedly ruin ILM's reputation. Additionally, Duke had them use a lot of instancing techniques to increase the complexity of the visuals. Part of the reason is that doing this enhances the audience's sensory experience. Duke also explained this to ILM's on-set visual effects supervisor Tim Weber, so they could understand the necessity of doing so. Because when you're filming in space, you can't use the best cameras, nor can you change lenses. There are lots of things you simply can't do. So using those visual effects shots is meant to recreate the feel of space cinematography. According to Duke's understanding, filming in space does involve some light leakage. Due to the remoteness of the sun and the utter darkness of space, if the reflected light from Earth isn't shown in the shadows, the contrast becomes extremely stark, more than anything you'd see on Earth. So the film needed a lot of high-contrast visuals. Making audiences believe what happens in space is real was quite a headache. Duke couldn't use most of the conventional space movie tropes, whether done with simulations or effects. For example, the electromagnetic pulse caused by atmospheric discharge, i.e., lightning, rendering distant lightning muffled and weak, didn't align with moviegoers' expectations. Then there were explosions. If there was an explosion in space, very few people actually knew what that would look like. Therefore, in post-production, they wouldn't fully follow data provided by astronauts. Sometimes, exceptions had to be made. For instance, it usually takes astronauts 50 minutes to exit a space station. Obviously, they couldn't replicate that. Literally imagine how the audience would feel if the film threw such a scene at them during an exciting moment. Of course, when it came to physical movements, Duke would still replicate them realistically at first, though occasionally bending the rules, but he'd always make sure those actions felt meaningful. There was also another task that would directly determine the film's success or failure: 3D. Thanks to the craze sparked by Avatar, many Hollywood studios were now planning to re-release their classic films in 3D to cash in big. Without a doubt, Duke was ahead of the entire Hollywood curve. As early as the beginning of the year, the 3D versions of the Lord of the Rings trilogy had ridden Avatar's momentum and grossed more than $300 million worldwide. And for Gravity, Duke decided to make it a 3D film mainly to serve its story. Most of the scenes took place floating in outer space. 3D would undoubtedly yield stunning effects. Long before, Duke had confirmed that Gravity would be a mix of CG and live action. However, before shooting began, he hadn't yet decided whether to shoot directly in 3D or convert it in post. Duke and John Schwartzman had tested 3D shooting, but in actual operation, they found that placing bulky 3D shooting equipment in the narrow light box was extremely troublesome. So, at the time, Duke went to Industrial Light and Magic and brought back the results of the 3D conversion. The crew found that in the specific environment of space, combined with their unique shooting method, the converted live-action footage was no different from footage shot directly in 3D, and it was far more efficient to shoot. As a result, Duke decisively abandoned the plan to shoot in native 3D. But Gravity is definitely not a fake 3D film. Its shooting and production methods are extremely special and completely different from traditional 3D conversion. Traditional 3D conversion involves converting the film to 3D during post-production, but Gravity is different. As early as the pre-production stage, Industrial Light and Magic had already begun the 3D conversion work. Duke's 3D director, Chris Parks, had been working with the relevant team at Industrial Light and Magic the entire time. He explained Duke's vision to them in detail. It was all carefully considered. For example, the stark contrast between the vast emptiness of space and the claustrophobic confines of the space capsule, which could almost induce claustrophobia. From the beginning, this team faced enormous challenges. They had to ensure that the converted 3D footage would seamlessly match the CGI-created 3D footage. The live-action footage had to be converted to 3D, and the CGI was already 3D. Both were 3D, but one was converted and the other was digitally created. Another point is that, during this process, they still couldn't be sure that what they were working on would be what Duke ultimately wanted in the final film. The team had to maintain flexibility and creativity throughout the conversion process. Moreover, during their work, Gravity was not yet a completed film. They worked alongside the crew, keeping up with the shooting progress. This team did not start converting in post-production. They kept pace with Duke's production the whole time. The entire post-production process was tightly connected. It was a standard team effort, with Duke as the general commander. Many shots had their plans developed in Los Angeles and San Francisco, then transmitted to India and Singapore for the most tedious rotoscoping work, and finally sent to London for processing, before being sent back to Los Angeles for Duke and visual effects supervisor Tim Weber to review. Duke had to ensure that all the images were consistent with the environment and, whenever possible, enhance the beauty of the setting. Of course, This required the unified efforts of the entire post-production team. In the final editing phase, the technical standard was to achieve seamless transitions, making it impossible for the audience to see where the cut was. More often, Duke considered the editing from a 3D perspective where the cut should go. The entire editing team was working toward the same goal for 3D, to find that subtle edit point that would make the footage look as if it had never been cut. Undoubtedly, Gravity is the most complex and detail-rich project that Industrial Light and Magic has completed to date. The length of the shots and the high demands for detail during conversion were pushed to the limits of current technology by Duke. Many who had already seen the finished segments believed that 3D would one day change cinema. Time quickly passed to Thanksgiving. Before Thanksgiving arrived, Duke temporarily put down his work to attend the premiere of the final chapter of the Harry Potter series. Chapter 771, A Qualitative Change. Chapter 771. Chapter 771, A Qualitative Change. Starting from 2000's Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, after a decade of screenings, the little wizard waving his magic wand was about to reach the end on the big screen, and Harry Potter was about to face his final battle with Voldemort. On the weekend before Thanksgiving, Trafalgar Square in London was decorated into a magical venue with oversized LED screens and giant posters. The grand premiere of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 attracted more than 30,000 fans from around the globe, all holding original books and placards, collectively pilgrimaging. Since entrance to the main venue for the premiere required a special fan wristband, many Potterheads had queued overnight to exchange for one. After the premiere began, almost all the main creators stepped onto the red carpet. Daniel Radcliffe, accompanied by Rupert Grint and Ralph Fiennes, looked handsome in suits. Emma Watson stunned in a sleeveless sheer gown, and even generously blew kisses to the Potter fans while stepping onto the red carpet. J.K. Rowling appeared in a strapless green gown. Helena Bonham Carter, who played the antagonist Bellatrix Lestrange, remained as distinctive as ever. Her clutch bag bore a big red heart, and her pink floral headpiece left a lasting impression. Of course, many promotional stunts were featured during the premiere. Emma Watson praised Daniel Radcliffe, saying, "No one but you could be Harry Potter," while he stated that tonight was not the end, and Harry Potter would be with him for life. The three leads tearfully hugged, overwhelmed with emotion. J.K. Rowling, who had initially set this 10-year magical journey in motion, had long been packaged by Warner Brothers and the Harry Potter studio as a media icon. In response to the unwavering global support from Potter fans, her only words were repeated gratitude. Even the main actors seemed quite sentimental. Emma Watson linked arms with her two co-stars and cried together. Rowling's final words, "Hogwarts will always welcome you home," moved the entire audience. No matter how you look at it, for fans who had waited 10 years, this premiere was a bittersweet experience, excited for its debut, yet dreading the final farewell. It's finally over. While posing for photos, Robin Grant finally complained to Duke, "I've sold 10 whole years of my life to you." "Hey, Robin." Duke gently embraced him in front of the camera and quietly reminded, "This isn't over yet." Thinking about the contract signed with the actors, Robin Grant had no choice but to reply, "Indeed, it's not over." The actor contracts involved a large percentage of box office profit sharing. Neither Duke nor Warner Brothers wanted to divide that pie with actors like Emma Watson, who, to them, no longer held significant value. Of course, J.K. Rowling wasn't in that category. After arriving in London yesterday, Duke had a private meeting with J.K. Rowling. The famed female author had no intention of stopping here, even though she already possessed a fortune that countless people envied. The box office numbers of the Harry Potter film series were certainly shocking. But in the vast industrial chain driven by Harry Potter, box office revenue only made up a small part. Previously, several Wall Street firms conducted investigations and found that the industrial chain built by Harry Potter had reached a scale of $200 billion. J.K. Rowling, the original author, had long become a billionaire. The three main actors in the films also earned substantial fortunes. As one of the investors and top beneficiaries of the series, Duke knew that this claim was not exaggerated. J.K. Rowling, once a destitute single mother who had even contemplated suicide, surely never imagined that one day she'd become richer than the Queen of England. Less than 5 years after the Harry Potter series debuted, she became the first person in human history to earn over $100 million solely from writing. According to Duke's estimates, Rowling had earned at least $1 billion from this series. As for the three young actors in the films, they too had considerable wealth. According to their contracts, if Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 surpassed $1 billion at the box office, the trio combined would receive no less than $60 million in profit sharing. In addition to that, the supporting cast members could also pocket various amounts. Duke and Warner Brothers fully honored the contract terms, allowing them to take a big piece of the pie from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Of course, Duke and Warner Brothers would definitely comply with the revenue-sharing agreements, but how much these actors would actually receive was another story. Undoubtedly, among all beneficiaries, Duke and Warner Brothers were the biggest winners of the series. Aside from bringing handsome income to the book's original author and the lead actors, the Harry Potter films also brought tremendous profit to Duke and Time Warner. By the end of last year, DVD sales and video rentals for the first 6 films brought in approximately $4.9 billion, while TV broadcast revenue reached $1.8 billion. In North America alone, DVD sales of the first 6 Harry Potter movies surpassed 80 million units, making it one of the best-selling film DVD series since the new millennium. The Harry Potter video games, licensed to American gaming giant EA, sold 42 million legitimate copies worldwide, generating $1.9 billion in profits for the gaming company. Furthermore, Mattel, Lego, and Hasbro each paid over $100 million to acquire the rights to produce pencil cases and wizard hats. The number of companies that legally obtained branding rights from Warner exceeded expectations, and revenue from merchandise alone reached $17 billion. Just from licensing merchandise, Duke and Warner Brothers earned massive profits. As the series developed, it had come to encompass thousands of licensed goods including publishing, films, DVDs, videotapes, beverages, toys, stationery, games, clothing, theme parks, and even Harry Potter tourism in England. Harry Potter had long become a giant cross-industry chain, driving an economic scale of $200 billion. Regardless of how the world viewed it, nothing could change the fact that this was the most successful book series in history. And following the Bible and another unique work, the Harry Potter series ranked 3rd in global book sales. Director Rosenberg. After taking photos, the 3 young actors deliberately came over to greet Duke. They weren't foolish, they knew the benefits brought by the Harry Potter series were about to end, and the downsides were looming. If they could get into one of Duke's future productions, maybe their career transition could be smoother. Duke shook hands with the 3 one by one, but didn't say much. Emma Watson and the others no longer held any value for him. Moreover, their attempts to transition would be of legendary difficulty at the very least. He couldn't think of any good way to help. Emma Watson would have it slightly better. Firstly, she had the strong support of fashion emperor Karl Lagerfeld. Secondly, although her acting was indeed poor and her talent extremely limited, she could always play the role of a pretty face. Relying on the fan base and popularity she had built up over the years, she would always manage to find a middling spot in Hollywood. The other 2 had it even harder, especially the one who played Harry Potter. For any commercial film, he was like a super poison pill. The only viable route was to slowly grind through the independent film scene. Maybe after more than a decade, the mark of Harry Potter could finally be washed away. Entering the theater, Duke didn't go to the screening room, but instead went straight into a lounge with Robin Grand, Jamie Johnson, and Doug Walter. The 4 of them exchanged opinions and once again reaffirmed the strategy they had formulated from the beginning: continue to emphasize the importance of J.K. Rowling and extract the remaining value from Emma Watson and the others. The Harry Potter studio is an independently operating company with separate accounting and self-financing. Before leaving the lounge, Doug Walter added, "Whether according to British law or American law, we are completely legal." This involved profits of over hundreds of millions of dollars and would also affect the stock prices of Warner Brothers and even Time Warner. Naturally, Duke and the others would choose whatever option was most beneficial to them. Leaving the lounge, the 4 entered the screening hall. Duke sat in a relatively front row seat. His timing was perfect, the film had just started. Frankly speaking, Duke had once considered replacing David Yates. His version of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix was undoubtedly the worst in the series. Fortunately, not only did J.K. Rowling strongly support him, but Duke also had some memories of the future and eventually entrusted him with directing the series' final chapter. David Yates also did an outstanding job. The most successful aspect of this final installment was that it overcame the limitations and shortcomings of the written word. Joanne Rowling's depiction of the final battle wasn't particularly successful. The writing and narrative were both somewhat chaotic, but David Yates managed to translate it into a tragic and grand spectacle on screen. The finale focused mainly on the Horcruxes and the ultimate showdown between Harry Potter and Voldemort. The film significantly increased the action sequences, with almost one thrilling battle every 10 minutes. Along with the trio's escape from Gringotts, the Battle of Hogwarts, and the final confrontation, the film kept audiences glued to the screen. Calling it a magical war epic was not an exaggeration at all. Rowling's book presented a messy depiction of the final battle, while the movie portrayed it with great clarity. In particular, the scene where Voldemort led the Death Eaters, giant spiders, and trolls in a full assault on the school, while Professor McGonagall and the others swore to defend it to the death and used the Pyre Totem Locomotor spell for the first time to summon the stone warriors that had guarded the castle for centuries was grand and deeply moving. Moreover, in order to create a majestic war atmosphere, director David Yates specially built cliffs and courtyard settings that didn't even exist in the original book. Compared to the previous film Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, this one was a qualitative leap. Chapter 772, Cameron's Recommendation. Chapter 772, Cameron's Recommendation. Over the past 10 years, 3 adorable children had grown into handsome young men and youthful girls. The release of the final installment marked the end of a decade-long magical journey for Harry Potter fans around the globe. The premiere of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 was described by fans as a heartbreak. The finale was filled with emotional moments, and coupled with the sense of farewell, many viewers left the theater with tear-streaked faces and red eyes. Moreover, the entire series took 10 years to complete, accumulating countless fans and immense popularity. As the final chapter arrived, all that fervor erupted in full. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 became a record-breaking machine, successively smashing a series of North American box office records. These records previously belonged to the super fan-driven film The Twilight Saga, New Moon. Despite widespread criticism of that movie, it did not hinder its ability to leverage fan power and erase a series of box office records previously created by Duke with The Dark Knight. In this era, fan-driven films were increasingly impossible to ignore, and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 was no exception. The previous record for midnight box office in North America was New Moon's $30 million, while Deathly Hallows Part 2 took in $43.5 million in midnight screenings, raising the record by a whopping $13.5 million. The North American opening day box office record also belonged to New Moon, which grossed $72.7 million. In 2009, surpassing The Dark Knight's previous record of $68.36 million and fully showcasing the power of fan films. But the Harry Potter series had more fans, and even crazier ones at that. Deathly Hallows Part 2 easily topped it with $92.1 million. The biggest problem with fan films is their lack of sustainability. The box office trend of New Moon was the best example of that. However, Deathly Hallows Part 2 had high enough quality. Its box office was far more stable than New Moon, though compared to The Dark Knight's steadily rising first-week trend, Deathly Hallows Part 2 still fell short in North America's opening weekend. In just 3 days of its North American debut weekend, Deathly Hallows Part 2 raked in $169.15 million, achieving the second-highest opening weekend in history, only behind The Dark Knight. That was enough to make Duke and Warner Brothers laugh all the way to the bank. The box office revenue was secondary. The real bulk of income came from merchandise. Since Deathly Hallows Part 2 began its large-scale promotions, all kinds of Harry Potter-related products had been flying off the shelves. According to Warner Brothers estimates, Harry Potter merchandise sales this year alone would not be less than $3 billion. The ability of a series like Harry Potter to be filmed continuously for 8 installments, whether in terms of investment or influence, is rare in global film history. As the final chapter, Deathly Hallows Part 2 was arguably the most beloved installment in the entire series, both in terms of storyline and visual effects. Overseas media unanimously praised it as the best film of the year. British media even reported that Warner Brothers, as the distributor of the Harry Potter series, would once again aim for the Oscars with Deathly Hallows Part 2, striving to push the series finale onto the Best Picture platform. The previous 7 Harry Potter films collectively received 9 Oscar nominations, including Deathly Hallows Part 1, which was nominated for Best Visual Effects and Best Art Direction at the last Oscars. But so far, the series had never won any awards. Warner Brothers had indeed submitted this film for various Oscar categories. However, both they and Duke were well aware that while getting a Best Picture nomination wouldn't be hard after all, the category had expanded to 9 films. Actually winning the Best Picture Oscar was nearly impossible. Unless J.K. Rowling had an accident before the final Oscars vote. Much like Tolkien had passed away, the chances were basically zero. As Duke said, and as Hollywood had already proven, no one could ignore the impact and sympathy brought by death. Warner Brothers' intentions were quite simple. As the new awards season approached, they wanted to ride the Oscar wave to further boost the film's box office and merchandise revenue. Fan films and sequels were far more popular than other original film types. This was also a key reason why Hollywood favored adaptations and sequels and showed little interest in originals. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 further proved this rule. Taking advantage of being the final chapter in the series, it surpassed Duke's Inception, which had been playing for over half a year globally, in just 24 days after release. By mid-December, Deathly Hallows Part 2 had grossed over $1.133 billion worldwide, while Inception had stalled at $1.0766 billion, failing to reach the $1.1 billion threshold. It would be very difficult for Inception to ultimately break $1.1 billion since it had already been pulled from North American theaters. Inception's North American box office finally stopped at $368.97 million. Originally, Warner Brothers had planned to keep the film in theaters until the final Oscar voting deadline, but Duke vetoed it. He believed Warner Brothers should focus their resources on the upcoming premiere of Gravity, which was the next project to be fully promoted. These operations involved not just theatrical releases, but also the Oscars. Duke had a very clear goal for the Oscars, just one, in fact, Best Actress. To compete for the award, the first step was to complete post-production of the film. Before late December arrived, Duke basically finished the film and held a small internal screening within Warner Brothers. What Duke hadn't expected was that James Cameron, after hearing about the screening, made a special trip to attend. This wasn't hard to understand. Duke had previously stood up for Avatar, promoting it vigorously during its release. James Cameron didn't want to owe him a favor. Just as Duke had expected, 2 days after the screening, in an exclusive interview, James Cameron specifically mentioned Duke's new film. James Cameron stated that during the 90 minutes of watching Gravity, his hand was constantly at his mouth, reminding himself not to forget to breathe. He especially praised the film's 3D effects, wildly complimenting it as a breakthrough in film production technology. In terms of visual effects and 3D technology, he believed it had set a new benchmark. It perfectly combined CGI and live-action shooting, without a single flaw. In this television interview, James Cameron even felt that his descriptions were far from enough. He repeatedly mentioned, "If you call this film a thrilling suspense movie, then you're underestimating it. That alone isn't enough to explain how great this film is. This movie is far more than just that." It's obvious that James Cameron wasn't just repaying a favor to Duke, he was genuinely impressed by the film itself. He even wrote a related post on his instant share account for this, which was instantly reposted by hundreds of thousands of fans, becoming one of the most talked about pieces of online news before Christmas. "I think Gravity is the best space film to date. I grew up watching space movies, they were my passion. I was once a member of NASA's advisory board, and that lasted for 3 years. I've always longed to go into outer space. After watching Gravity, I felt like my wish had come true." The most successful part of director Duke Rosenberg's work was his authentic portrayal of weightlessness. He takes you into space. You'll feel the vastness of space and see the beauty of Earth, that sensation of floating weightlessly in space, the loneliness, the fear, the beauty. It made me feel like I had already been to outer space. If you go see this movie, it's hard not to feel the same sense of reality I did. Another thing I really liked about this film is that it raised filmmaking technology to a new level. I know it's extremely difficult to film when actors are constantly moving, but they pulled it off and did it brilliantly. I know they used many robotic systems and the latest lighting equipment. These were all new attempts, and the results were excellent. This isn't like the old days where people were just hung from wires to simulate flight. This film is far more realistic. You feel the weightlessness, and you see that the astronauts are physically trained. You can really empathize with that. Gravity broke new ground in visual effects and 3D technology. It perfectly blended CG and live action without any flaws. If you call this film a thrilling suspense movie, then you're underestimating it. During the 90 minutes I was watching, my hand stayed at my mouth, and I had to remind myself to keep breathing. Even that doesn't do justice to how good this movie is. This is truly a powerful, deeply human, and profoundly moving film. Some people might say Duke Rosenberg made a space thriller, but this film is far more than that. It's a story about survival, about a woman facing herself and trying to find a way to live. Scarlett Johansson's performance is flawless. If I were you, I'd definitely go to the theater to see this movie. Don't miss it. Although there was a sense that James Cameron was repaying a favor, his praise indeed helped the film. Duke even made a special phone call to thank him. With Cameron's personal consent, Warner Brothers would be using his statements in the film's actual marketing campaign. Scarlett Johansson's performance in Gravity was undoubtedly outstanding, and James Cameron's praise was not exaggerated. Duke shared the same opinion, but if they wanted to get an Oscar nomination and earn a ticket to next year's award ceremony, relying solely on the role and performance wouldn't be nearly enough. In addition to Scarlett Johansson frequently attending various events to increase her exposure, Duke, Penny Callis, and Warner Brothers had long begun their work in advance. Chapter 773. Piracy Surrounds the Oscars. Chapter 773. Chapter 773. Piracy Surrounds the Oscars. Under the veil of night, the lights of Los Angeles still shone brightly, and the city buzzed with life. Yet, some upscale neighborhoods remained quiet. By a standalone villa in Beverly Hills, the tall and long-legged Gal Gadot walked out from the yard. Behind her, the pregnant hostess saw her to the door. "Nat, it's a bit chilly outside." Gal Gadot turned around and looked at the obviously pregnant hostess with concern. "You should head back in." "It's fine." Natalie Portman held onto the gate. "I'm really glad you came to keep me company." As the two spoke, camera flashes began to go off nearby, capturing their figures. Gal Gadot instinctively moved in front of Natalie Portman, shielding her. Natalie didn't seem to mind at all. "It's going to be exposed sooner or later. Let them be." Gal Gadot nodded, a flash of mockery flickering through her eyes. "Go back now, I'm heading off." She waved to Natalie Portman and left the gate, walking toward her car. She opened the door, got in, and started the engine, quickly driving away. But after turning two corners, she gradually slowed down, thinking about the recent interactions with Natalie Portman. She could only sigh at how skillful the woman was. A woman who could even use her unborn child. How sharp must her mind be? How deep her scheming? Clearly, for next year's Best Actress Oscar, Natalie Portman was going all in. But would that be enough to win the little golden statue? With a trace of ridicule flashing through her mind, Gal Gadot entered Rodeo Drive and stopped in front of a CAF. She checked her watch and waited in the car for a while. When a familiar figure entered the CAF, she finally got out of the car and headed in at a leisurely pace. Her bright eyes quickly spotted her agent. Gal Gadot quickened her steps slightly and sat down opposite him. "How did it go?" The agent put down his coffee cup and reminded her. "It's the critical moment now." Gal Gadot opened her handbag and pulled out a voice recorder, placing it in front of him. "This is the content from the past few days. There's even a segment I secretly recorded Nat and Martin Miller's private conversation about the Oscars." "Well done, Gal." The agent's eyebrows almost flew into his hairline. "With your smarts, you'll definitely make it big." She shrugged, ready to leave. Before going, she asked again, "What about our agency switch?" "Don't worry. The agent carefully stored the recorder. Nancy Josephson will have everything sorted before the Oscar ceremony starts. Hearing this, Gal Gadot felt reassured and strode out of the CAF. She knew her future path would only get broader. She drove away from Beverly Hills and returned to her apartment in Burbank. But she didn't rest immediately. Instead, she held a glass of wine, standing on the balcony and gazing into the distance that was the direction of Warner Brothers Studios. Not far from her apartment, even though it was already late, the lights there still shone brightly, as if the place was still bustling. And indeed, as had been the case for the past few months, Duke was still working overtime at Warner Brothers Studios, trying to wrap up the final touches of Gravity. After an internal screening, the film would have a limited release in North America between Christmas and New Year to qualify for Oscar consideration. Then, after the New Year holidays, it would be widely released across North America. In the editing room, post-production was in its final stage. After overseeing the addition of the end credits, Duke said to Tina Fey beside him, "Get someone to deliver the completed version to Warner Brothers immediately and start mass-producing the DVD screener version as fast as possible. Before the new year, I want Gravity's DVD screener on the desks of every voter." Tina Fey waved over several security personnel who had been waiting nearby, received the encrypted storage device from Mike Dawson, and said to Duke, "Don't worry, I'll handle it myself." Watching Tina Fey leave, Duke let out a breath of relief. After working hard for more than half a year, he had finally made the Oscars' last train. But this wasn't the time to completely relax. After all, mass-producing DVD screener versions and mailing them out was no easy task. Every award season, film studios looking to compete for the Oscars would mail DVD screener versions of their films to members of Hollywood's various guilds and award voters, such as members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the Screen Actors Guild, etc. Including guild members and certain media outlets, a film might send out over 50,000 DVD copies. And 50,000 is just a base number. Most films send out far more than that. For instance, past Oscar Best Picture nominees usually send out more than 100,000 DVD screeners. One thing that couldn't be ignored was that a single person might receive multiple copies of the same film. That's because a member of the Academy might also belong to the BAFTA or the Producers Guild. Some people might make the effort to avoid sending duplicates, but most don't bother. This situation largely stemmed from the fact that many Oscar voters didn't actually watch the films. For a film, the more copies a voter received, the greater the chance they'd watch it, thus increasing the likelihood of that film leading in the voting. Such large-scale distribution of DVD screeners inevitably brought a serious issue: piracy. For films released at the beginning of the year, during spring, or the summer blockbuster season, piracy from mailing DVD screeners wasn't much of a concern. But most Oscar-contending films released in November and December opted for limited screenings to build word of mouth, then expanded widely after the new year. These were the films most threatened by piracy. In fact, every year during Oscar season, DVD screener versions of various contenders would leak to the public, despite studios implementing extensive preventive measures. The leaks couldn't be completely avoided. If a film aimed for an Oscar run, it had to take that risk. Mailing out DVD screener versions was a necessary step. Expecting every Academy member to heed the studio's call and go to a theater to watch the film was pure fantasy. If even 1/5 of the Academy's 6,000 members went to a theater to watch a hot Oscar contender, that would already be astronomical. Therefore, mailing DVD screener versions became something filmmakers and distributors simply had to do for Oscar hopefuls. Still, studios adopted a series of anti-piracy measures. For example, the mailed DVD screener versions, commonly referred to as DVD preview versions, had much lower clarity than regular release DVDs. These copies would also contain constant warnings in both the packaging and the film itself, stating, "Copying or uploading this film is a violation of U.S. federal law." Moreover, during the playback of the film, there are embedded watermark codes. If piracy is discovered online, the watermark code can be used to quickly trace the source of the leak. However, this still cannot completely prevent piracy, especially online piracy. This past Christmas Eve, the DVD screener version of The King's Speech, Weinstein Company's major Oscar hopeful, was uploaded to the internet, and within just 12 hours, It was downloaded more than 800,000 times, infuriating Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein. After all, The King's Speech was still in limited release in fewer than 200 theaters, so the impact of piracy was inevitable. And it wasn't just the Weinstein Company. A group called Hive, CM8, which leaked the pirated version online, even announced that they had access to other Oscar contenders and would gradually release resources for another 40 films. Although Gravity was not among them due to the tight production schedule, Duke also voiced his support for the Weinstein Company and the other studios. In this regard, the interests of Hollywood studios, producers, and directors are aligned. Yes, the visual quality of DVD screener versions can only be described as terrible, but their destructive power when pirated should not be underestimated. This is certainly not a good thing. Firstly, the box office of unreleased films will be severely impacted. Secondly, even if a film has already been released, there may still be future DVD release plans. Once a pirated version leaks out, many movie fans may have already downloaded and watched it. The Weinstein Company has reported the incident to the FBI. The pirated version of The King's Speech circulating online had watermark codes that couldn't be easily removed. The watermarks on the pirated footage confirmed that the copy originated from the one sent by the Weinstein Company to Andrew Kosov, the co-CEO of Alcon Entertainment. The FBI has subpoenaed Andrew Kosov. In response to the accusation, Kosov firmly stated that he had never watched or even touched that DVD. He also told the media that he would cooperate with the FBI and conduct an internal investigation of his own. This investigation is currently at a stalemate, and the FBI is conducting an inquiry at Alcon Entertainment's headquarters in California. However, people like Duke are well aware that Andrew Kosov's Alcon Entertainment has little competition with the Weinstein Company and is unlikely to do something that would be rejected by all of Hollywood. Andrew Kosov is the co-CEO of Alcon Entertainment, a company that has participated in the production of films like The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, 16 Blocks, and The Blind Side. He himself is also a well-known producer and is likely a victim in this matter, not the culprit. In a region like North America, where the copyright system is relatively well developed, an incident like this may seem unbelievable, but in Duke's eyes, it's not strange at all. Chapter 774, The Type Oscar Likes. Chapter 774, Chapter 774, The Type Oscar Likes. This is a market that places great importance on copyright, no doubt about that. But many people's awareness of copyright isn't as high as rumors suggest. That includes some of the Academy's judges. Past Oscar film piracy incidents were all related to judges' poor copyright awareness, and in Duke's opinion, this time probably won't be any different. A typical example: Oscar judges aren't loners, they have family and friends, neighbors and colleagues. If those people see a related DVD at their home and ask to borrow it, many won't refuse. They don't understand that their actions are essentially theft. They lend the DVD to a neighbor, then maybe the neighbor's kid uploads the resource online. Once the DVD leaves their hands, they have no idea what will happen next. After all, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences is a relatively loose organization, not something tightly knit like the FBI or CIA. It's no exaggeration to say that every year during awards season, it's also the time when Oscar frontrunner films start leaking early. Many films begin limited release in North America around mid to late December, and their DVD screener versions are already flying all over the internet. Though many in the industry don't believe someone who watches pirated movies would be someone who buys a ticket anyway, those preparing to watch pirated versions probably weren't going to pay to see the movie to begin with. It's an undeniable fact that it affects a movie's actual revenue. This phenomenon has existed for years, but neither the Academy nor the MPA has come up with a good solution. There really isn't a good solution. In the moving car, Duke was discussing this matter with Scarlett, who sat beside him. Unless most of the Academy judges can be made to enter the theaters. Scarlett curled her lips. But that's clearly impossible. Getting the Academy judges to responsibly cast their vote is too difficult. Not just for Duke and Scarlett, even the Academy's executive committee knows that it's simply not doable. Take Duke, for example. While mailing out the DVD screener for Gravity, he also hosted 2 large screening sessions, inviting numerous Academy judges. But still, quite a few didn't show up. Not to mention other factors, The age issue alone is hard to solve. Some of the judges are simply too old. No one can expect them to spend so much time and energy to participate in such events. By the way, I just saw something in the newspaper. As if remembering something, Scarlett reminded Duke. A lot of media outlets are currently hyping the news that Natalie Portman is pregnant. She couldn't help but admire. She's really smart. Duke gently patted Scarlett's hand. Smart people don't always have the last laugh. News of Natalie Portman's pregnancy had reached him long ago. Duke also remembered the time she stepped onto the Oscar stage and raised the Best Actress statuette back then. He was simply happy to see an actress he liked win the Oscar, never imagining that behind the pregnancy might lie a carefully crafted PR plan. Even now, Duke had to admit, this was definitely a trump card when it came to the Oscars. Frankly speaking, Black Swan as a film and Natalie Portman's portrayal of a schizophrenic character were both excellent, particularly fitting the Academy's mainstream aesthetic. Coupled with the inevitable bonus points that come with pregnancy, even Duke felt that Natalie Portman really should be the top contender for Best Actress at this year's Oscars. But being the top contender doesn't necessarily mean winning the award. Too many factors influence the final Oscar results. Even so, Duke still admired Natalie Portman. She really knew how to use her brain, her identity, and every possible circumstance to her advantage. The car entered the Beverly Hills area. Duke reminded Scarlett, "We're almost there." Scarlett opened the makeup mirror on the car roof to check if she needed a touch-up. The two of them were about to attend a screening not for Gravity, but for The King's Speech, hosted by the Weinstein brothers. This film had been making headlines lately, with an endless stream of news about online piracy. For someone like Duke, it wasn't hard to see that Harvey and Bob Weinstein were clearly trying to use the piracy incident to generate buzz for the film. The negative impact of online piracy couldn't be fully eliminated, but leveraging such industry-focused news to promote The King's Speech, boosting its visibility and attracting the Academy's attention, was also a very clever publicity move. Duke had accepted Harvey Weinstein's invitation. Now that he was participating in the Oscar game this year, of course the other party wanted to probe him in some way. Though Duke's relationship with the Academy's core voters could only be considered average, he was now a heavyweight figure in Hollywood. No one could ignore his influence. Before the screening began, Duke exchanged a few brief words with the Weinstein brothers. It wasn't the right time for a deep conversation, but the brothers' probing intent was clear, and some things weren't hard to guess. Harvey and Bob Weinstein wanted to see which categories Duke was aiming for. These Jewish brothers were definitely well-informed in Hollywood and knew full well that Duke himself wasn't very interested in the Oscars. If they could align on some matters, it would benefit both sides. After agreeing to talk more in depth after the screening, Duke walked into the hotel's dedicated screening room with Scarlett on his arm to watch The King's Speech. During the previous Oscar submissions, Warner Brothers had entered Inception, Gravity, and Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 for Best Picture. Judging solely by subject matter or content, The King's Speech clearly had more of a Best Picture vibe. It's no secret that the Oscars favor inspirational films. The subject matter of The King's Speech meant that it was a work destined to be favored by the Oscars. Films about the British royal family tend to receive strong word of mouth and the attention of major awards. From Elizabeth to the Queen, this has consistently been the case. Even Elizabeth, the Golden Age, which had poor reviews, still managed to snag a Best Costume Design Oscar just to save face. And The King's Speech itself was of unquestionably high production quality, a textbook Weinstein Oscar assembly line film. Add to that the lingering goodwill many Academy members had for the Queen, and it was only natural for this film to become a frontrunner for Best Picture this year. In a way, it was also a film that followed all the rules, but such films often have an advantage. During award season, just as good films don't always make a lot of money, good films also don't necessarily get Oscar recognition. The most classic example being Forrest Gump and The Shawshank Redemption. Even now, many people believe that if Forrest Gump hadn't existed, The Shawshank Redemption would have been the biggest winner at that year's Oscars. There's no doubt that The Shawshank Redemption is a good movie. But without Forrest Gump, the winner of that year's Oscars still wouldn't have been it. Even if you threw it into the same year as Shakespeare in Love, The Shawshank Redemption would still have been just a bystander at the Oscars. It's just like how a subject matter like The King's Speech is naturally favored by the Academy, whereas the Shawshank Redemption's prison theme has never been a genre the Academy truly liked. Moreover, there are simply too many factors that can influence the results of the Oscars, to the point where sometimes the weight of the film itself can be so light it's almost negligible. For example, in the previous Oscars, James Cameron and Avatar were completely defeated by Catherine Bigelow and The Hurt Locker. That was a classic case of a political victory. In recent years, the Oscars have been increasingly affected by politics. Politics has never been far from Hollywood, and The King's Speech is also a typical political-themed film. The protagonist of the film is none other than the stuttering father of the current occupant of Buckingham Palace. Whether it's due to public relations or a rumor spread by the Weinstein brothers, there have been recent media reports claiming that Queen Elizabeth II herself is a big fan of The King's Speech. I did send a copy to Buckingham Palace. Inside a lounge, Harvey Weinstein said to Duke in a seemingly frank manner. It said that the Queen herself has seen the film and nodded in approval. Duke was well aware that whether or not the Queen herself liked the film actually didn't matter. Elizabeth II remained silent most of the time, and the film portrayed one of the proudest moments of her father. Buckingham Palace wouldn't easily refute such a statement. Duke lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa and said to Harvey Weinstein on his left, "I also think this film is quite good." Really? Harvey Weinstein revealed just the right amount of surprise on his face. It's not often that a film wins your approval. Harvey, Duke couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush and asked directly, "In your plan, which categories is The King's Speech mainly targeting?" Harvey Weinstein put away his smile and said very seriously, "Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Those are the three primary awards." He was able to invite Duke because he clearly understood what Duke wanted. There was no major conflict of interest between the two, or this meeting would have been nothing but a joke. Duke remained silent for a moment. Harvey Weinstein thought for a bit and tentatively asked, "Online, your Inception has been getting a lot of buzz." "Oh." Duke turned his head and slightly raised an eyebrow. Harvey Weinstein continued, "Inception's storytelling is unparalleled." "Don't joke around, Harvey." Duke couldn't help but shake his head. "We both know the Oscars have never been interested in good stories." Chapter 775, Alliance of Interests. Chapter 775, Chapter 775, Alliance of Interests. Duke of the past had heard of The King's Speech, but never watched it. Now that he had seen it in person, saying it was a well-polished, Oscar-tailored formulaic essay wasn't an exaggeration. Frankly, this film's storytelling didn't compare to Black Swan, let alone Inception. As is well known, the Oscars usually don't go for the best story, because in cases where the gap in quality isn't too big, the concept of best becomes irrelevant. So they typically choose the most fitting story. A typical Oscar-winning story, first of all, can't be too commercial. If it is, the Oscars will slap a technical category label on it. Second, on the artistic level, it shouldn't be too original. Things that are too innovative might just be a flash in the pan and could soon be criticized by industry professionals as trash. The Oscars have never liked to act as vanguards of artistic revolution. They'd rather find the most refined example within existing standards. Harvey Weinstein and Duke tested the waters with each other and gradually confirmed their respective Oscar targets. "Let me put it this way, Duke." Harvey Weinstein gave up on circling around and started speaking plainly. There were only the two of them here, so there was no need to be too cautious with words. The only significant female role in The King's Speech is the wife of George VI. We're planning to campaign for her to win Best Supporting Actress. Hearing this, Duke couldn't help but smile and said, "My two films, Inception and Gravity, are both science fiction. Harvey, you should know I've always been a very realistic person. This wasn't the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which had immense influence in North America. Non-adapted genres with virtually no ties to reality had little chance of winning Best Picture unless Duke dropped dead and they became his posthumous works. But how could that be possible? Harvey Weinstein understood that well. That means we're not rivals." Duke lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa and replied, "For Best Picture, I'm very optimistic about The King's Speech." He had put his offer on the table, but Harvey Weinstein frowned. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "I haven't seen Gravity yet, but I know Miss Johansson's acting. Her skills won't be an issue, but Duke, it'll be very difficult for you to win Best Actress. I know. Duke cleared his throat. Some people have already lobbied me. Natalie Portman is indeed the most outstanding representative of the younger generation of Jewish actresses. Harvey Weinstein nodded silently. In fact, like most people in Hollywood, he didn't know much about the personal history between Duke and Natalie Portman. Duke looked at the plump Jewish man beside him. Don't forget, Harvey. Our Jewish club just wants to establish a Jewish role model. Natalie Portman is Jewish, and so is Scarlett. But Duke didn't say the rest. Although Scarlett had grown up around his mother, she didn't really identify much with her Jewish heritage, nor did she use it as a selling point like Natalie Portman constantly did. After nearly half a minute of silence and carefully weighing the pros and cons, Harvey Weinstein finally spoke. Even if we give you our votes, Duke, your chances of winning still aren't great. Harvey Weinstein was an Oscar PR expert, and he saw things very clearly. Have you noticed? Natalie Portman is already pregnant, and it's very obvious. This was an unavoidable factor, but Duke didn't seem too concerned. Harvey, we'll support your push for Best Picture, and in return, you'll support our bid for Best Actress. As for the rest, I'll handle it myself. Yes, being pregnant did earn some sympathy points, but was it really that hard for a woman in Hollywood to spread her legs? This was a stark, naked transaction. Neither side made any attempt to hide it. Just last month, Harvey Weinstein had met Natalie Portman's mother. He had also promised her that he would support Natalie Portman for Best Actress at the Oscars. No doubt, Natalie Portman had powerful forces backing her, but were they stronger than Duke Rosenberg? Harvey Weinstein was very aware that Duke wasn't the Academy's favorite director, nor did he wield that much influence over it. But in the broader scope of Hollywood, Duke was absolutely among the top-tier elite. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could sway the direction of the entire industry. And behind him stood Warner Brothers and the entire Time Warner Group. Choosing between Duke Rosenberg and Natalie Portman wasn't a difficult decision at all. Most importantly, Harvey Weinstein could clearly see the benefits most directly: the Oscar votes. Everyone knew that Duke Rosenberg didn't just represent himself. He carried the voice of an entire community. When the benefits were big enough, promises meant nothing to Harvey Weinstein. He turned around and extended his right hand to Duke. I think this will be a pleasant cooperation. Duke shook his hand. Pleasure working with you, Harvey. Afterward, Duke and Harvey Weinstein left the lounge and entered the banquet hall where the screening party was being held. Duke quickly found Scarlett. Almost everyone invited by Harvey Weinstein had Academy membership. At the very least, they had Oscar voting rights. She was also a smart woman, skillfully socializing among these people. Although she didn't openly say anything, she was subtly canvassing support for herself. To be precise, campaigning for the Oscars was a full-on marketing effort. Marketing for the Oscar statuette was very different from box office promotion. Unlike marketing to the public, where tactics are displayed openly, Oscar campaigns operated mostly behind the scenes, invisible to the masses. One of the most controversial Oscar outcomes in history was actually the result of such behind-the-scenes marketing. At the 71st Academy Awards, Shakespeare in Love beat Saving Private Ryan for Best Picture, and Gwyneth Paltrow edged out Cate Blanchett for Best Actress. These results sparked a storm of controversy. Everyone knew this was the outcome of Harvey Weinstein and Miramax's aggressive PR campaign, but hardly anyone knew the specific tactics they used. Another Duke had merely watched from the sidelines back then and didn't know the details. But the current Duke had witnessed another victory of Miramax at the end of the last century. Although there was no Saving Private Ryan this time, reducing the level of controversy, Gwyneth Paltrow was still considered one of the weakest Best Actress winners in Oscar history, arguably the least deserving of the past 30 years. Duke had come to understand Harvey Weinstein's methods. The fat Jewish man's wide network within the Academy did play a role, but money was the real key. The Oscar battle had long turned into a money game. When other films had public relations budgets of only $500,000, Harvey Weinstein's spending had already reached $3 million. When others' investments hit the $100,000 level, his expenditures had climbed to $5 million or even tens of millions. Nowadays, the Oscars had formed a rule that could be aptly described by the law of European professional football leagues: those who invest heavily might not win, but those who don't invest heavily definitely won't win. Of course, This winning referred to the most prestigious awards. Duke also circulated around the party. Such socializing was a routine event every award season. However, compared to the Weinstein brothers, he could only be called a stranger to the award season. Not staying too late, Duke left the hotel with Scarlett Johansson and took a car back to Malibu. In the car, Duke asked Scarlett, "Darling, how much support have you managed to get?" "Who knows?" Scarlett shrugged. "The oldest ones are the most influential, but they are a bunch of old foxes who rarely reveal their opinions easily." Duke nodded. Most people won't make a decision unless they see enough benefits. Not all Academy members were glamorous. Many older actors or people from other industries ended up bankrupt and destitute after retirement. Every award season was a harvest season for these people. However, Hollywood would never publicize this fact. From the outside, it always looked so glamorous. For this Oscar Best Actress, besides Warner Brothers' publicity and marketing, Duke had also prepared $15 million in PR expenses. For him, this money was nothing. When transformed into seemingly inconspicuous little gifts, it could win over many people. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences had various regulations regarding Oscar PR, but insiders all knew that in most cases, these rules were just rules. Of course, the PR side couldn't go too far. They had to grasp the right limits. Duke's PR manager, Penny Callis, was an expert in this area. In recent years, as she aged, she only served Duke alone, receiving plenty of compensation from him. This Oscar PR campaign was mainly managed by her on Duke's side. Not only that, after learning Scarlett was vying for Best Actress, Leah also rushed to Los Angeles for Christmas and met separately with two old friends, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. All preparations were ready, but Gravity first had to secure the basic eligibility to participate in the Oscars. It had to be released before the new year. After Christmas, Gravity began a limited release in North America with 50 theaters. Chapter 776. The scenery is too beautiful. Chapter 776. Chapter 776. The scenery is too beautiful. December 26, 2010, a very ordinary date. North America's Christmas holiday had just ended, and the streets of Los Angeles had returned to peace. Yet, in front of an IMAX theater at Nokia Plaza, countless people had gathered. The long line extending out of the theater already reached into the plaza. Damn it! All the tickets before New Year's are sold out. At Nokia Plaza, complaints like this kept ringing out, forming a constant murmur. Why did they open with a limited release? What is Duke doing? I just can't understand why he would do this. Apparently, the film was made in a hurry, and Warner Brothers hasn't finished preparing all the prints, so they can only screen it through limited showings for now. Hearing these words, Tony Cross couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he had the foresight to wait in front of his computer for half a day upon learning that tickets for Gravity would be released, and only then was he able to snatch one from the frenzied rush. However, he had arrived a bit late and had no choice but to slowly wait in line at Nokia Plaza. Not far from the plaza, another screening was also being held. Different from the others, this was a special session arranged by Warner Brothers specifically for Academy members and media reporters. Although Duke had to fly to San Francisco due to issues with Lucasfilm and couldn't attend, the rest of the crew was present. Warner Brothers and Penny Callis had also invited several heavyweight members of the Academy. For instance, Franco Pearson. Although he had stepped down from the rotating chairman position of the Academy's board, his influence remained significant, especially when it came to certain key awards. There was also Kathleen Kennedy, a veteran figure in the Producers Guild who held considerable influence and voice in many areas. And then the media magazines with considerable influence in the industry like Vanity Fair, The Hollywood Reporter, Entertainment Weekly, and others had sent their chief or deputy editors. Among them was Sarah, the deputy editor of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. Truthfully, she was very much looking forward to this film, and was especially curious about what kind of Oscar bait role Duke Rosenberg had created for his girlfriend. 600 kilometers above the Earth's surface, temperatures fluctuate between plus 258 F and dash 148 F. There is no medium for sound to travel through. No atmospheric pressure. No oxygen. Life cannot survive in space. The film began with no flashy titles, just the letters GRAVITY in simple white font on a black background, accompanied by a minimalist score. No effects, no production spectacle. But Sarah only felt that simplicity is the ultimate form of beauty. The film opened with a long take that was simply stunning. The blue earth filled nearly the entire screen. Space was silent. Only mission instructions came through the intercom, along with astronaut Kowalski's rambling chatter. Dr. Stone was rebooting the communication card. Sharif was replacing a battery module. Everything was going smoothly. The spacecraft floated steadily in space. The astronauts could see the vast universe behind them and the comforting sight of Earth in front. Not everyone gets to witness such a magnificent view. Through his 3D glasses, Tony Cross's eyes were wide open, staring unblinking at the IMAX screen in front of him. You have to admit, this view is beautiful. So beautiful. He didn't know who it was, but someone suddenly repeated George Clooney's line. It couldn't have been more accurate. Unfortunately, the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. The astronauts were forced to make an emergency evacuation from the Hubble Space Telescope. Debris from a satellite struck by a missile had triggered a chain reaction and was hurtling rapidly toward the astronauts. The debris affected most satellites, and communication with Earth could be cut at any moment. Soon, the astronauts could already see the debris with their naked eyes. At this moment, the camera cut quickly, and the music turned tense. The audience's emotions were instantly stirred. In that instant, Tony Cross felt like the 3D effects were unbelievably real, as if the debris was flying straight at him, trying to pierce through his body, his head. His adrenaline spiked, and he instinctively made a dodging motion. Luckily, he had good self-control and quickly returned to normal. Glancing around, he couldn't help but chuckle. The young man on his right was dodging excitedly from the incoming debris. The girl on his left was so overwhelmed by the 3D effects that she almost threw up. The girl behind him was already crying uncontrollably. I was sitting in a vast and dim theater, watching a space station get shattered like foam by satellite debris. No sound could be heard in space. As the silent music played, I believed what I saw and heard. Was a magnificent space ode of humanity, real, tragic, calm, and blazing. By the time Tony Cross returned to his senses in the silence of space, his tightly clenched palm was drenched in sweat. Sarah rarely closed her eyes, but the 3D effects were just too strong. Since Avatar, she hadn't seen a 3D film with effects this outstanding. She had heard the first 18 minutes of the film felt unprecedented. It was true. The dazzling space scenes, the overwhelmingly beautiful Earth. She truly admired Duke Rosenberg's special effects craftsmanship. He had managed to make the film look so real, so visually stunning. The two space debris explosions were incredibly immersive, so gripping that her palms were sweaty, her heartbeat accelerated, and she couldn't help but follow the lonely female protagonist in fleeing that dark, boundless space, worrying deeply about her fate. It had to be said, rarely had a disaster film made Sarah feel this helpless. Whether it was Jurassic Park, Anaconda, or Jaws, they all took place on Earth. Though terrifying, there was always solid ground beneath your feet and comrades by your side. But in space, it's different. You can't throw off your burdens and run like on Earth. You can't remove your spacesuit. You can't be sure your companions will always be with you. On Earth, you can always find a small space to create a sense of safety. But in space, small doesn't exist. What does exist is endless vastness, boundless despair, no up or down, no way to tell east from west. Infinite void in all directions, only that quietly floating planet offering the one and only comfort. The movie showcased this to the fullest. Watching the female protagonist struggle to survive, Franco Pearson slightly squinted his eyes. He had no interest in 3D technology or anything like that. His only focus was on the film itself. The film was far more oppressive than most thriller horror movies. In fact, it couldn't even be described using the horror genre, given the kind of tense and despairing emotion it evoked. Duke Rosenberg had truly tapped into the human curiosity for the unknown, forcing audiences to immerse themselves in this unbelievably realistic space experience, making them feel the insignificance and helplessness of humanity. He turned what appeared to be a routine space mission into an almost perfectly authentic recreation. And it was precisely because of that extreme authenticity that the audience was overwhelmed with a sense of madness and awe, drawing them into the film to fully share in and endure this horrifying, masochistic journey alongside the characters. This intense sense of immersion made everyone feel like they were truly there, drifting in despair through the vast, lonely expanse of space. Unlike the average moviegoer, Frank Pearson believed that the film emphasized not the traditional cinematic elements of sight and sound, but the act of fully stepping into the character's shoes of experiencing and empathizing with the entire process. Moreover, the 17-minute long take at the beginning set the tone and style for the entire film. The camera fluidly shifted between the Earth's backdrop, the space station, Scarlett Johansson, and George Clooney. Such transitions were nearly unimaginable in Duke Rosenberg's previous films. By contrast, this film connected each stage with a series of high-difficulty long takes, almost never offering a moment to rest or catch one's breath. Frank Pearson exhaled softly. Duke Rosenberg had finally made progress, finally aligned himself with the mainstream of the Academy. Wasn't this something the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences should celebrate and record in large letters? Even though it still included 3D technology, which he didn't particularly care for, such things could be overlooked in the face of everything else. Perhaps it was time to give him more recognition or even an award. Frank Pearson suddenly had this thought without knowing exactly why, but he wouldn't make any hasty decisions. He planned to discuss it thoroughly with a few old friends. Gravity undoubtedly achieved a balance between technical prowess and storytelling. In this breathless game of space survival, it delivered a series of intense and thrilling visual shocks. Of course, the perfection of the film was all-encompassing. The suffocating soundtrack paired perfectly with the urgent atmosphere, and the tightly packed, non-stop pace left no room for dull moments. And then, there was the female lead. Scarlett Johansson's performance was absolutely impossible to ignore. Frank Pearson acknowledged this. Scarlett Johansson delivered a phenomenal, once-in-a-generation performance. She precisely portrayed the despair and terror within that claustrophobic space, fully deserving of an Oscar nomination. This was undoubtedly one of the best female roles on the big screen this year. Scarlett Johansson's performance is flawless, perfectly showing the helplessness of being all alone in space. Around Sarah, many entertainment journalists were exchanging opinions, and this view was widely agreed upon. To a certain extent, the film could almost be said to have no plot. It was entirely held up by Scarlett Johansson alone, since for most of the runtime, there were no scenes involving other actors or any interpersonal dialogue. The entire film's message depended completely on the actor's personal skill and inner strength. No wonder James Cameron, who was among the first to see the film, gave such a high evaluation. Chapter 777. Truly the best film director in my heart. Chapter 777. Chapter 777. Truly the best film director in my heart. Although the film is 90 minutes long, from beginning to end, Tony Cross didn't feel bored for even a moment. In fact, when the movie ended, he wished there were more. He didn't want it to be over. Seated was a young man who neither understood nor had any interest in analyzing the meaning behind films. He simply felt that this was one of the best movie experiences of the year. The special effects in this film gave him a sudden revelation that the highest level of special effects is when you can't even tell they're special effects. I really thought everything happened in space. It felt so real. I felt like it was all special effects, yet almost no special effects. That's the pinnacle of special effects. As the theater emptied, Tony Cross heard these two comments, which perfectly echoed his own thoughts. If the speakers hadn't walked away so quickly, he might have gone over to chat with them. In another IMAX theater, Kathleen Kennedy stood up with everyone else and clapped her hands. Gravity had delivered a fully immersive experience of being in space through outstanding 3D effects, audiovisual techniques, and cinematography. From its extraordinary special effects, it was a typical Duke Rosenberg film, but in another way, it wasn't typical of Duke Rosenberg at all. Kathleen Kennedy was absolutely sure of that, and believed many others would feel the same. The film's high-level transitions and camera perspective had reached a masterful level. This wasn't Duke Rosenberg's usual style, but his use of long takes was just as stunning as rapid, fierce editing. Especially the opening long take, which left an unforgettable impression on her. From the vast and silent outer space, to the distant shuttle, fuselage, and equipment, then to the astronauts, and finally focusing in on a single screw, instantly pulling viewers into a dazzling, breathtaking cosmic world, unbelievably realistic. Not far from Kathleen Kennedy, Sarah was also clapping enthusiastically. The film didn't have a complicated plot. Besides a minimalist cast, the storyline was also relatively simple, so simple it could be summed up in a single sentence. A female astronaut overcomes all obstacles to return to Earth. But this simplicity was truly elegant rather than basic. Only after watching the film did she fully realize that while adjusting her posture in the comfy cinema seat, the dramatic surges on the screen made her unconsciously sit up straight, just to ease her already tense breathing rhythm. What made Gravity so exceptional was that it used a very small cast and a highly gripping dramatic rhythm to tell a seemingly simple story. Thinking back, during the screening, she found it almost impossible not to immerse herself into the film, projecting herself onto the protagonist Scarlett Johansson. Then, floating like her in space, she experienced the same moments of suspense like when her oxygen level was dropping, feeling her own breath quicken and heart race. Even the best movies eventually end. Sarah left the theater along with the crowd. As she passed by the entrance, she noticed Frank Pearson being interviewed. Her interest piqued. She quietly stayed nearby to hear what this conservative Academy figure thought of Duke Rosenberg's latest film. The majestic beauty is the brightest undertone of this solitary adventure. The portrayal of humanity's smallness and loneliness in space didn't reduce the space and Earth's beauty to hollow, bland postcard imagery. The old-school figure seemed to truly admire the film. What stood out most was the classic narrative. It seamlessly connected every plot point. The film's visual effects and cinematography, like those classic storytelling examples, made it nearly impossible to detect any editing cuts. Exaggerating a bit, it felt like we watched a single continuous 90-minute shot unfold the protagonist's adventure. He emphasized, "I believe Duke Rosenberg has made significant progress with this film. He's truly returning to the right path of filmmaking." Hearing this, Sarah, who knew Duke quite well, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This film was just an exception. A movie with this many long takes would probably never be made by Duke Rosenberg again. As if rejoicing in those who've strayed being brought back to the right path, Frank Pearson praised another returnee. Scarlett Johansson delivered the best performance of her career, perhaps even the only suitable actress for such an impossible role. Her acting is pure art. She makes highly rehearsed and meticulously designed scenes feel completely improvised. Almost no one can do that. I think people in Hollywood should understand that is what acting mastery looks like. Was he trying to send a message? Sarah couldn't be sure. The only thing she was certain of was that Frank Pearson might have been swayed by publicity efforts and seemed ready to support Scarlett Johansson. After Frank Pearson left, Sarah didn't leave right away. Gravity would undoubtedly become the entertainment media's focus for the next few days. She wanted to hear more reactions. The TV station reporter conducting the interviews didn't continue with professionals. Instead, they approached regular audience members. One fan, stopped by the reporter, seemed eager to share his thoughts. A director like Duke Rosenberg is exactly the kind of filmmaker I consider the best, technically masterful, and with profound storytelling. Standing in front of the camera and facing the microphone, he was practically gesturing wildly as he spoke. Watching this in the IMAX hall left me stunned. I found that ultimate movie-watching experience again. Every frame left me breathless. Every second gripped me. He exaggeratedly shrugged and continued. Of course, the story is incredibly simple. What I didn't expect was just how simple it really was. Sci-fi films often run over 2 hours, but this one was only 90 minutes. I was confused at first until the end. Then I realized it really didn't need anything more. The man was extremely talkative and wouldn't stop, like he could go on forever. From the moment Scarlett Johansson's oxygen started running low, I was tense the whole time. What would she do? Was there any oxygen left? Could she catch the spacecraft? Maybe. That's the magic of cinema, constantly making us care about the fate of the protagonist. I never noticed Scarlett Johansson was this good of an actress before. The reporter across from him was already giving him a look. The guy finally got the hint. Okay, not much else to say. It's an excellent film, simple, profound, and beautiful. After seeing the TV reporter move on to interview someone else, Sarah also left the theater. Returning to her car in the parking lot, she didn't start it right away. Instead, she took out her phone and quickly tapped out a tweet and an instant share. Just watch Duke Rosenberg's new film Gravity. The 3D space visuals are so beautiful it makes you want to cry. If you expect the same viewing experience on your home setup, that's pure fantasy. The 3D effects of Gravity are off the charts. When the space debris comes flying at you, your hand reflexively tries to block it, and your eyes instinctively dodge. When the female lead, Scarlett Johansson, sheds tears in despair, the effect far surpasses that droplet in Avatar that floated in front of the protagonist just to emphasize the 3D space. And when Clooney listens to music while strolling through space, you feel as if you're floating alongside him, soaking in the beauty. Looking down at Earth from space, the rivers, the land, the sunrise, the scenery, each element becomes a vivid individual. The cosmic spectacle is so realistic and extreme, it's beautiful to the point of tears. After posting, Sarah scrolled through Instant Share. Although only 50 theaters across the US were showing the preview screening, quite a few had already shared related impressions. When exploring the vast universe outside her helmet from Scarlett Johansson's point of view, you'll find yourself struggling to breathe along with her. You'll feel like you're really in space, dizzy, tense, terrified, breathless, thrilled, shocked, weak in the knees. Gravity is just all around amazing. The goosebumps I got earlier this year watching Avatar are back again. Nowadays is the internet era. Even traditional media outlets now have online editions. While Sarah was driving back to the newsroom, some faster-reacting outlets had already published related reviews on their web platforms. Variety was quick to respond. Gravity is not a traditional sci-fi film. It is filled with tension and surprising turns. Duke Rosenberg has crafted the most realistic and beautiful space movie to date. No aliens, no interstellar battles, no dystopian plots, just a man and a woman dealing with problems in the most adverse environment. Yet that's enough to make for a tightly packed 90 minutes. Additionally, the excellent 3D technology combined with the audiovisual shock of IMAX makes Gravity a model for commercial films worldwide. Yahoo Entertainment wasn't slow either. I was stunned, blown away. I think this is the best space-themed film in history. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. Duke Rosenberg and Scarlett Johansson have teamed up to deliver a story about a woman fighting for her life in zero gravity. It's told so masterfully that you can't find the words to describe it. By contrast, The Hollywood Reporter, which holds more weight within the industry, took a more measured stance. Though the film is more realistic and lacks fantastical elements, it's not all that different from previous 3D and visual effects blockbusters like Avatar. Relying on the latest digital technology, Gravity delivers a dreamlike experience. It's a film that brings viewers into a white-hot state of emotion. Whether you're a filmmaker or an audience member, this film will inspire you. Chapter 778. The situation is not optimistic. Chapter 778. Chapter 778. The situation is not optimistic. During this award season, many Oscar-contending films open with limited release screenings, which is a very standard Oscar campaign strategy. In the past, for Hollywood, limited releases had a more important role in guiding distribution. As early as decades ago, major theaters across North America had already implemented differentiated releases. For producers, limited releases not only served marketing and media strategies, but also played a significant role in shaping the distribution plan and execution. For example, by analyzing post-screening data, they could identify the target audience, determine whether the film was suitable for mainstream market release, decide how many screens to use, and formulate strategies for cooperation with various theater chains. However, now with highly developed media and the existence of the internet, a medium where information spreads at lightning speed since the 1990s, limited releases have become less relevant to distribution strategies for films with wide release plans. Today, when we talk about limited releases, the first things that come to mind are art films and award hopefuls. For art films, using very few screens for limited release helps control the audience group. In the early stages, only enthusiasts are drawn into theaters, which makes it much easier to build extremely positive word of mouth. This can be said to be a major reason why art films often enjoy high ratings. No one can deny that when the quality of films is roughly the same, the fewer people watch it, the higher the average evaluation tends to be. Award contenders and commercial blockbusters are two completely different entities. Their publicity and distribution strategies differ entirely. Reputation and ratings from various media outlets and film critics are of great importance to Oscar contenders. Limited releases also offer a chance for some films that don't want to be widely released before the new year to compete for the Oscars. A basic requirement for Oscar eligibility is that the film must be released before the new year. Compared to gaining high acclaim, this was actually the most important reason Gravity opted to open with limited screenings. The timing was extremely tight. Warner Brothers hadn't finished preparing all the prints for North America, so they had to open the film in limited release in a few of the most well-known cities first. To put it plainly, for a film like Gravity, which would soon be released on a massive scale, limited release had little real value. These days, limited release is mostly a strategy used by small-budget independent films. For example, Duke had done in-depth research on the typical case of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Before its release, through surveys conducted during limited screenings, the distributor already understood that the film couldn't be targeted at the mainstream market. Instead, it should focus on a niche audience of genre film lovers and lock them in as the first core viewers. The initial release scale was very small, only a handful of theaters across the United States. Even though it was technically released for the larger, gradually expanding release and eventual entry into the mainstream market, it could also be seen as a pre-release. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon used the high praise from the first wave of genre fans and impressive per-theater box office data as promotion. It gradually and systematically expanded its target audience and the number of screens. For example, they marketed toward Chinese and Asian communities in North America. The theaters chosen were located near where these groups gathered, and only after that did they start aiming for mainstream North American audiences, placing ads in relevant media. Eventually, through an ultra-long theatrical run, the film grossed over $100 million in North America. This kind of approach was clearly not suitable for Gravity. Starting from December 26th, Gravity began limited screenings in 50 theaters across North America. For a Duke Rosenberg film, a high occupancy rate was almost inevitable. It grossed $1.68 million on that day alone, with a per-theater average of over $30,000. That's not surprising. The showtimes were prime slots, and the screens used for the limited release were all giant IMAX theaters. Unlike summer blockbusters, a film released during awards season and hoping to succeed at the Oscars must market itself for professional acclaim. But this is just routine work that Warner Brothers does every year. Plus, the quality of Gravity was solid, so reputation marketing wasn't a difficult task. Gravity depicts outer space in a breathtaking way, on par with the pioneering visuals of Avatar. The New York Times. Words cannot describe the stunning visual presentation of this space opera. Its effects can only be fully appreciated in theaters using 3D. The Los Angeles Times. Among the 66 North American media outlets that rated it, Gravity received an impressive average score of 93. While the high rating was one aspect, the buzz generated from the limited release was another. Starting from December 27th, even during weekdays, many theaters showing limited screenings in North America were sold out, and the per-theater revenue remained consistently high. By December 31st, when the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences mailed nomination ballots to nearly 6,000 members, Gravity had already earned over $7 million through limited release in North America. Its 5-day limited run brought in an astonishing $140,000 per theater. Also on Friday, December 31st, Gravity ended its limited run and began wide release across North America, expanding to 4,120 theaters. Thanks to the buzz and anticipation built during the limited screenings, the film experienced a massive surge on its wide release day, easily raking in $27.65 million. Even more importantly, Gravity's word of mouth remained strong after the wide release. CinemaScore audience approval was a whopping 93%, with an average grade of A+. On IMDb, 38,775 users rated it 9.4, with a popcorn score of 92%. On Metacritic, 77 journalists gave it an average score of 91. While audience reviews mostly impact box office performance rather than awards prospects, Frank Pearson's commentary in Vanity Fair's New Year's special issue revealed a different perspective. Gravity achieves immense innovation and breakthroughs in both form and content within the space genre, using new cinematography, special effects, and 2D to 3D conversion techniques. This is undoubtedly historic innovation in cinema. It offers a never-before-seen viewing and emotional experience. Completely fresh. This film, having built a new world, goes a step further. It puts you right there. The 3D IMAX effect immerses you as if you're part of it. This experience is vastly different from what I felt watching Hubble 3D or International Space Station at the museum. First, there's the genre difference. The movement of the virtual camera creates a strong subjective feeling that documentaries can't provide. At the same time, it's experimental, pioneering, and inspiring for me. It was like seeing Pulp Fiction for the first time. Gravity proves that this is also how movies can be made. Just for that, given its impeccable execution, director Duke Rosenberg deserves to be counted among the masters of cinema. Gravity offers great inspiration for all future space films and even other genres. Its form and content are perfectly unified. Many say the story is thin, but to me, that's just a reactive response to encountering something completely new. Several hours after watching this film, I couldn't give any evaluation simply because I didn't know how to. That was my genuine reaction. Within such a story setting, the current story capacity is just right. From a traditional viewpoint, the story appears simple, but due to the breakthrough in form, the amount of information contained in the film is quite large. The audience is faced with a vast amount of information to process on both the audiovisual and cognitive levels. With the emergence of this new form content integration, we should also adjust our perspectives to find new ways to understand and appreciate this film. So to me, Gravity is a film that is completely new in the history of cinema. I also can't reach any further conclusions about it because its influence on future films has only just begun. Although quite a few people who watched the film gave it negative reviews, in terms of commercial cinema and the mainstream market, Duke's appeal is undoubtedly massive. The number and reach of the so-called Duke fans have been steadily increasing in recent years. Some media have even claimed he's the first director in history to have superstar-level fans. Gravity's 3D effects are absolutely outstanding. This alone is enough to attract a large audience. On the second day of its wide release, January 1st, 2011, the North American box office saw another rise, with a daily revenue of $28.54 million. Although the following day experienced a dip, it still pulled in $25.77 million. Unsurprisingly, Gravity easily took the title of the first weekend box office champion of 2011 in North America, with a stellar performance of $81.96 million. Adding the revenue from previous preview screenings, Gravity had already earned $89.06 million in North America. There's also this. Gravity had no opponents of equal scale during this release window. With an expected strong opening weekend and outstanding word of mouth, the film's continued box office run is expected to follow an extremely stable trajectory. Neither Duke nor Warner Brothers was overly concerned about the film's commercial performance. While maintaining enough market promotion, their main efforts gradually shifted toward Oscar campaign operations. Even though Duke, Penny Callis, Scarlett Johansson, Nancy Josephson, and Warner Brothers had already done quite a lot of work, including gaining the support of heavyweight Academy member Frank Pearson, the situation still wasn't optimistic. The film's late release date was an undeniable objective factor, and it increased the difficulty of Oscar contention. We missed a whole series of precursor awards. In the guest lounge of the eye-shaped villa, Penny Callis frowned deeply. The current situation was indeed grim. This has caused a series of negative impacts on word-of-mouth marketing. Especially for Best Actress, Natalie Portman has practically swept all the precursor awards for Best Actress. Chapter 779, The True Oscar Barometers. Chapter 779, Chapter 779, The True Oscar Barometers. Those small association awards can be ignored. Sitting in a single armchair, Penny Callis spoke seriously to Duke, Scarlett, and Nancy Josephson. The New York Film Critics Circle Award, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award, and the National Society of Film Critics Award. these 3 Best Actress awards do carry weight. Even if we manage an early release, Duke shook his head, it's still very unlikely for Scarlett to win these 3 awards that are presented in December. To be precise, there's basically no chance Scarlett would be completely dragged down by him. Although with the passing of older, renowned critics like Roger Ebert, and in this era where seemingly everyone is a film critic, Duke's conflict with professional critics is no longer as sharp as it once was. The idea of reaping anything from critics' awards remains essentially a daydream. That said, he doesn't care much about those 3 awards anyway. Even among Oscar precursor awards, some matter more than others. On the 30th of last month, the always silent Nancy Josephson finally spoke. The Screen Actors Guild and the Golden Globes have both announced their nomination lists. You and Scarlett are both nominated in individual categories. No sooner had she finished than Panny Callis followed up. Forget the Golden Globes. We should focus all our resources on the 3 major Guild Awards. There's still a month until the Oscar nomination list is announced. We have enough time to work things out. Although, according to Academy regulations, all campaigning must stop once the Oscar nominations are announced. Very few truly adhere to that rule. But it's true that certain actions become less convenient. Duke looked at Scarlett, then nodded to Panny Callis. The precursor strategy will focus on the 3 major guilds. Forget the Golden Globes. Having been in Hollywood for so many years, Duke understood clearly with the Screen Actors Guild. And Golden Globes having released their nominations, the North American awards season is now in full swing. From early October to the final utterance of, and the Oscar goes to. The following year, countless awards emerge in various forms. If you want to laugh last at the Oscars, you must first recognize which awards have true value, those capable of influencing the future through their status and credibility, and which are merely sycophantic, chasing after the golden statue to gain clout. If you want to achieve anything during awards season, the saying from across the ocean, right time, right place, right people, is absolutely essential. And among those 3 elements, the foremost is timing. Whether it's an indie at Sundance, a summer blockbuster, or an awards season art house film, everyone wants a piece of the Oscar pie. However, most of the overworked Oscar voters simply don't have time to watch every single film. That makes the release timing crucial for standing out from hundreds of DVD screeners. That's why most awards season films opt for release between November and December, right before Oscar nomination voting begins. To borrow a phrase from across the ocean, the closer to the water, the sooner one gets the moon. Looking over the past 15 years of Best Picture winners, only Saving Private Ryan and Gladiator opened outside the award season window. Next comes Place. Compared to other precursor awards, only the Critics Association Awards are the most geographically grounded. Around awards season every year, critic groups from major cities across North America gather to select their personal best of the year lists. Among the countless association awards, only 3 truly carry reference value. The New York Film Critics Circle Award, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award, and the National Society of Film Critics Award. The first 2 need no elaboration. New York boasts the artsy, highbrow atmosphere of NYC and is the oldest critics award in the U.S. LA sits at the heart of the entire film industry and often reflects part of the insider consensus. Then there's the National Society of Film Critics, famous for its unconventional picks. It uses its unique taste to give lesser-known films a helpful push. As for the well-known, intimidating-sounding Critics' Choice Awards, its actual influence in the industry is minimal. Unlike the professional critics associations above, it's hosted by the Broadcast Film Critics Association, a group made up of reporters from across the country and a few critics whose goal is, plainly speaking, to boost their own credibility by branding themselves as Oscar predictors. The above 2 points are critical, but the most important lies in people. That is the Guild Awards, recognition from within the industry. Anyone with a basic understanding of how the Oscars are awarded knows that earning recognition from peers within your profession is the most crucial factor. In this regard, the Directors, Writers, Producers, and Actors Guild Awards speak volumes. If the Critics Association Awards can influence Oscar voters when sorting through stacks of screeners, then the Guild Awards are the ones that can truly be called the Oscar barometers. The reason is simple. The voters of the Guild Awards are the top professionals across all stages of filmmaking, and their expert opinions in their respective fields carry serious weight. More importantly, the voters of the Guild Awards and the Oscar voters significantly overlap. The Screen Actors Guild Awards, known for having the lowest voting threshold and the grandest ceremony, have correctly predicted Oscar Acting Awards 57 times since its founding in 1995. Over the past 10 years, the overlap rate with the Oscars is a whopping 92%. Meanwhile, the Producers Guild's Best Picture winner has matched the Academy's pick for 11 consecutive years. Numbers don't lie, they're the best proof. The major Guild Awards are the true Oscar barometers. Now let's talk about the Golden Globes. This most publicly known so-called Oscar barometer is barely taken seriously within the industry. The Golden Globes are hosted by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, which has no actual connection with the Academy. Put nicely, it's the consensus of the Association of Foreign Journalists stationed in Hollywood. Put bluntly, it's a party thrown by a bunch of fringe reporters wanting to have dinner with movie stars grandly, calling themselves the Oscar Barometer. To boost their accuracy, they even split awards into drama and comedy/musical categories. But in truth, their chances of guessing the Oscar winners are lower than Duke flipping a coin with his eyes closed. Of course, if you take it as a warm-up comedy gala before the Oscars, it's still quite entertaining. After a few more minutes of discussion about the main awards that serve as indicators of the final outcome, Pani Callis brought up one of the strongest advantages the other side possessed. Among the people I've spoken to, many hold a favorable impression of Natalie Portman. On the one hand, it's due to the good image she's cultivated over the years. On the other, her performance in Black Swan is truly stunning. On top of that, she's pregnant, and that has affected a lot of people's perceptions. Whether Duke admits it or not, that's undeniably one of Natalie Portman's strengths. Moreover, ever since the nominations were announced for the Screen Actors Guild Awards and the Golden Globes, Natalie Portman has significantly increased her media exposure. Her pregnant figure has been appearing frequently in many media outlets and television shows. This is undoubtedly Natalie Portman's trump card. However, from the moment he got the relevant information, Duke had already begun considering some solutions. Perhaps they couldn't completely negate the sympathy points she would gain, but they could at least have some effect. He gave a subtle glance toward Tina Fey, who picked up 2 document folders and handed them respectively to Pani Callis and Nancy Josephson. These are materials on Benjamin Millipede's ex-girlfriend. My people have already made contact with her. Only when Duke saw them open the folders did he continue. She's a Broadway actress who lost to Natalie Portman in the love battle. It's said the key reason Benjamin Millipede chose Natalie Portman over her was because Natalie was pregnant. As she listened to Duke's words while flipping through the materials, Pani Callis's eyes gradually lit up. A Broadway actress? With ambition and career goals, looking to transition into Hollywood? She suddenly laughed. There's a lot we can do. I just hope she has the desire. Closing the folder, Pani Callis exchanged a few opinions with Nancy Josephson and then said to Duke, "Leave this matter to me." Duke nodded, then said to Nancy Josephson, "Any materials that come from Natalie Portman's side should be forwarded directly to Pani from now on." From quite early on, Duke had been making targeted preparations. Although the film wouldn't be officially released until the end of the year, the relevant work had already begun long ago. In past Oscars, perhaps the major studios only focused on campaigning for the awards themselves. But since the start of the new century, while promoting themselves, many also began discrediting their competitors. For example, one of the producers of last year's Best Picture winner, The Hurt Locker, kept calling Academy voters and forwarding emails that belittled and attacked Avatar. The Academy's rules prohibit campaigning tactics that disparage rivals in order to elevate oneself, but perhaps 15 years ago people might still have followed that. Nowadays, using media and other channels to smear opponents has become increasingly common. In reality, no one can offer solid evidence to prove exactly where those disparaging articles in the media come from. There's only 1 month left until the Academy announces the Oscar nomination list. Film studios intending to compete have all stepped up their publicity and campaigning efforts, and many aggressive and defamatory pieces have emerged. As one of the most highly acclaimed and popular films, Gravity has inevitably been swept into the storm. Chapter 780, Slanderous Remarks. Chapter 780. Chapter 780. Slanderous Remarks. As the new week began, Gravity faced the test of weekday performance. Although the film's first week box office was outstanding, achieving a strong final box office result in North America required a sufficiently stable trend. Moreover, a stable box office performance was closely related to word of mouth, which also benefited the film's award campaign. Facts prove that the film's strong early reputation among audiences and media, coupled with the diamond brand Duke had built over more than a dozen films, directly translated into commercial appeal. On Monday, the first weekday after the wide release of Gravity, the film's daily box office dropped only 42% from Sunday, ending the day with $14.95 million. Tuesday, traditionally a discount day for theaters in North America, often sees the highest weekday box office for many films. Gravity was no exception, grossing $15.87 million that day. However, by Wednesday, the film's box office inevitably dropped by 20%, earning $12.97 million. With Thursday's earnings of $13.05 million included, Gravity grossed $145.9 million in North America during the first week after expanding its release. From the second weekend onward, the film would begin a wide release in overseas markets. Gravity was in full swing at the box office, and the Oscar nomination voting that began on December 31st last year was also in full swing. Ballots mailed by the Academy to members wouldn't be fully returned until early February, giving voters ample time to deliberate. This also served as the best window for studios to lobby on behalf of their films. If a voter selected a particular film or actor during the nominations, and they made it into the final list, the likelihood of the voter making the same choice during final voting often exceeded 90%. Moreover, once the nomination list was announced, many lobbying efforts could no longer be carried out as openly, especially actions aimed at discrediting competitors. Every award season sees films attacking each other, especially popular ones that often become primary targets. For example, Ang Lee's Brokeback Mountain lost the Best Picture award it had a strong chance at, largely due to endless smears from television media and industry insiders. This industry has always been entangled in fame and fortune. This year would be no different. The currently screening and well-received Gravity inevitably became the target of certain attacks. Gravity, a shallow, floridled, tech-driven piece of work. The title of an article in the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter stood out. Purchasing advertisements or columns in a highly influential industry publication like The Hollywood Reporter was not something only Duke did. Many in Hollywood who could afford it did the same. Since Gravity's release, many have hailed it as a masterpiece. The reasons cited for calling it that usually include good technology, good story, good acting, strong immersion, depth of thought, and artistic value. To be fair, praising the film for its technical quality is still within a reasonable range. Although the visual effects presented aren't as stunning as Avatar, they at least show some production investment for this year. But to claim its 3D effects rival Avatar, that's beyond comprehension. Avatar's visual effects had even distant blades of grass rendered in extreme detail. When smoke filled the screen, you could almost feel dust on your clothes. What about Gravity? Aside from the satellite debris sequence, the rest was as flat as a board. When I watched it, most people in the theater said the 3D effects were lacking. I have no idea how people who praise the 3D effects see breathtaking or immersive visuals. A good story, you say? Honestly, citing that is as effortless as it is lazy. What defines a story? A sequence of events. What defines a good story? One where the events are dramatic, tense, coherent, vivid, complete, and convey some deeper meaning or moral. What story does Gravity tell? A survival story. The core is survival, overcoming various obstacles to live. Most of the film shows the heroine drifting around, almost grabbing something, failing, drifting again, and this time grabbing it. Then again, not working, try something else, drift again, nearly miss it, then succeed. Is that what you call a good story? And since it's a solo female lead, there's no real suspense regarding her fate. Of course, you might ask, how do you know she won't die? I'll just say normal human logic doesn't work that way. Surprise twists are okay occasionally, but survival films are about the escape process. Some might watch an hour of flat space footage after the heroine dies, but a rigid director like Duke Rosenberg clearly wouldn't take that risk. The narrative is as bland as a toddler learning to walk, falling down, standing up, falling again, and finally learning to walk. If that kid runs a few steps in the end, then that story easily outshines Gravity. Those who think this film has a good story probably tearfully thank God every morning just for being alive. Good acting? Let's not even get into how a story light, dialogue-poor film limits any chance for acting brilliance. From what we saw, Scarlett Johansson was acting just to act, empty expressions, exaggerated performance. When facing danger, there was no genuine fear. When losing a colleague, no sorrow or grief. When hope was crushed, no despair. When barking like a dog at the end, no loneliness. Scarlett Johansson's performance was absolutely disastrous, big-eyed but soulless, entirely lacking personality. All she did was scream, gasp, and burn through oxygen like her life depended on it. Sometimes, it was hard to tell whether she wanted to live or die. Don't excuse it as trauma-induced numbness. I guarantee Alessandra Ambrosio would have acted better. Immersion? Because of the flat visuals and lack of emotional build-up, audiences neither felt the grandeur of space nor the helplessness of weightlessness. The thin plot and boring narrative made it impossible to get into the film. As for so-called depth or artistic value, I won't even bother arguing with you. You're already beyond saving. Since when did Duke Rosenberg's films have anything to do with either of those things? While film appreciation can vary based on personal interpretation, movies still follow certain creative norms and standards. A good film must withstand the test of intellect and time. Commercial fare like Gravity cannot be elevated into masterpiece status simply through hollow praise or brainless fan over-analysis. The media can influence many people's choices, especially voters who rarely watch films. The Hollywood Reporter's industry clout is unquestionable. On the other hand, in the history of the Oscars, aside from the exceptional Lord of the Rings trilogy, no non-realist film has ever achieved sweeping success. Many people have therefore focused on the realism of Gravity. A former astronaut named Scott Parazynski accepted an exclusive interview with the media. He has completed 7 spacewalks, including spending 7 hours dangling on the robotic arm of the International Space Station, repairing a solar panel array that could potentially electrocute him at any moment. In the interview, he pointed out a variety of common-sense errors in the film. The first thing that shocked me was that during the spacewalk with 3 people, only one person was doing any real work. Poor Scarlett Johansson was doing all the tasks, while the other 2 men were doing nothing. One was fiddling with the payload bay of the space shuttle, and George Clooney was wearing a turbocharged jetpack. In the movie, you see him using the jetpack to approach the Hubble Space Telescope. If you do that in real life, you'd crash into the solar panel array, bend it, and render it useless. So all of that is wrong, even laughable. Let me also talk about the plausibility of Scarlett Johansson's character. She's supposed to be inexperienced. She said she had undergone 6 months of training and that this was her first mission. During ground training, she couldn't even land the flight simulator properly. With that level of training and experience, it would be impossible for her to be assigned a mission. She calls herself a mission specialist, but what she really is what we call a payload specialist. Someone with a very specific skill might be sent on a space mission to perform a particular task or experiment. What I'm saying is, to become an expert in spacewalking, you need at least 2 years of basic skills training. We never send a payload specialist to do a spacewalk. There's another seriously inaccurate scene. Scarlett Johansson not wearing a liquid cooling garment or a diaper is a major mistake for a spacewalk sequence. Finally, the former astronaut concluded with deliberate humor. But hey, this is a science fiction movie not based on reality, so we shouldn't look at it through a professional lens. As soon as this exclusive interview aired on TV, Duke saw the related content. The other party's intent was quite clear: to eliminate any potential realism in Gravity, so that most people would naturally categorize it alongside other sci-fi films like Star Wars. As everyone knows, that type of film has never been the Oscars' favorite. Chapter 781, Shocking News. Chapter 781, Shocking News. Such remarks would not have much impact on the film's box office. Performance. What truly matters are professional reviews and the choices of the Oscar judges. Once, Brokeback Mountain lost the Best Picture Oscar despite being a hot favorite, simply because it failed to respond effectively to criticism. Though Duke's goal isn't Best Picture, negative reviews of the film could still affect individual awards. A film is closely tied to its director, actors, and every crew member involved. The other party had brought in a retired former astronaut, while Duke directly contacted an active astronaut who had just returned from space with NASA. This astronaut, named Garrett Reisman, spoke highly of Gravity during a Warner Brothers media interview. In the film, the only thing separating you from Earth is the glass of your helmet. That kind of visual shock was captured perfectly. The movements and postures during spacewalks were also portrayed with great accuracy. Scarlett Johansson's rookie astronaut character accurately closed the two valves when shutting off oxygen to the Soyuz capsule. When she attempted to control the orbital maneuvering engine CKD, the button she pressed was correct, and the labels on the buttons were accurate too. The interiors of both the Soyuz capsule and the International Space Station were also very realistic. Additionally, Garrett Reisman jokingly remarked, "Scarlett Johansson really acted like a professional astronaut. It's just that there aren't many astronauts as beautiful as her." Not only Garrett Reisman, but even NASA, one of the film's behind-the-scenes sponsors, commented on Gravity at a press conference, stating that in terms of realism and actor professionalism, Gravity achieved the best of all space-themed films. This was undoubtedly a powerful rebuttal. That retired astronaut named Scott Parazynski had been out of the field for years. How could he possibly have more authority than a current astronaut or NASA itself? And when necessary, Duke was never afraid to step into the spotlight himself. During the shoot, Scarlett Johansson put in unimaginable effort. She was suspended by 12 wires to simulate spacewalking and drifting, and she often had to perform rolling and upside-down actions that defied gravity, even lying flat in the air, Duke said in an interview with Vanity Fair while discussing the film's production challenges. Creating a zero-gravity effect in a gravity-based environment is a source of pride for any actor. When I tried it myself, I couldn't last even a few seconds, but Scarlett pulled through. Moreover, Duke clearly understood that support and feedback from industry peers mattered far more than media commentary or a few unremarkable jabs from a former astronaut. James Cameron had already praised the film, and Gravity naturally won over a segment of the technically minded crowd. Duke himself frequently met with veteran Jewish insiders in the industry. Ever since the Mel Gibson incident, he had become a member of the Jewish Club, and quite a prominent one. At the same time, Gravity's frame-by-frame screenings continued. Penny Callis and several PR firms hired by Duke took turns launching a full-blown publicity campaign on Oscar judges who attended the screenings. Numerous small but memorable gifts were handed out like water from a tap. Duke even managed to secure support from some of the industry's heavyweights. Francis Ford Coppola mentioned Gravity during an interview, calling it an incredibly exciting masterpiece and praising Scarlett Johansson for delivering one of Hollywood's best performances in recent years. After attending a test screening, George Lucas also didn't hold back his praise. "I called Cameron, and he said what Duke accomplished was 5 years ahead of its time. That kind of advancement is insane, but Duke pulled it off. I think this movie clearly pushed filmmaking technology forward by a huge margin. I believe the techniques and methods they used to film Gravity will forever change how movies are made." The machines Duke and his crew designed and built for the film were truly inventive. "I love this film. Duke completely transformed himself in it." George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola's opinions undoubtedly carried a lot of weight. Though Lucas was no longer a member of the Academy, his Lucasfilm company housed many Oscar voters. Coppola, though long retired, was still a leading figure among Hollywood's Italian-American community. Although the situation isn't exactly in our favor. In the garden of the Duke Manor, Tina Fey was walking with Duke, saying as they strolled, "We'll still be one of the biggest frontrunners." She thought for a moment and added, "Those negative reviews probably came from William Morris." Duke slowed down and raised a hand to cut her off. "Where those remarks came from doesn't matter. What matters is knowing who our main competitor is." Tina Fey clearly understood Duke's meaning and tentatively asked, "Shall we have Nancy and Penny launch the plan now?" "They're ready." "Go ahead," Duke replied without hesitation. "No need to hold back." On the second weekend of January, The National Enquirer published a shocking news piece involving Hollywood star Natalie Portman. The actress, who had been riding high during awards season, was now being linked to terms like homewrecker and shameless manipulator. The magazine had interviewed the ex-girlfriend of Natalie Portman's fiancé, Benjamin Millepied. The woman claimed that Natalie had not only inserted herself as a third party into their relationship, but that the three of them had even shared a bizarre entanglement for nearly 6 months. In the end, Natalie allegedly got pregnant on purpose to force Benjamin to leave her. According to the ex-girlfriend, Natalie Portman's pregnancy was not an expression of maternal instinct, but a calculated move to achieve a number of hidden, selfish goals. It wasn't just the National Enquirer. Gossip entertainment shows on Fox and Viral Online. Videos also featured related interviews and reports. Suddenly, many people's impression of Natalie Portman began to change, especially because the phrase, used pregnancy to achieve a series of undisclosed objectives, was highlighted and repeated across media coverage, raising alarm bells for many viewers. I told you, she's not a simple woman. Inside an apartment building in Beverly Hills, Frank Pearson said to several of his old friends, "Her personal life is none of our business. But think about it, she actually tried to use pregnancy to mislead us and cloud our judgment. That kind of behavior is just too despicable." Another elderly man with white hair, a rotating member of the Academy Committee, nodded heavily. To achieve her goal by any means necessary, she has seriously underestimated people like us. She's treating us like idiots. An old man who recently participated in Duke's screening session said angrily, "We're not senile yet." That's right. That's right. A chorus of agreement rose all around. These people might each only hold a single vote, but every one of them was close to or over 70 years old and had extensive networks within this fame and power-driven industry. What Duke aimed to do wasn't necessarily win their support, just leveraging them to cancel out part of the sympathy votes the judges might have for Natalie Portman would be enough. If both sides stood on equal footing, then even though Natalie Portman's role and film type were more Oscar-friendly, how hard would it be for her to defeat Scarlett Johansson? As for what Natalie Portman might think, or whether she would go crazy, that was not within Duke's consideration. In the face of enough interest, she wasn't the only former idol or celebrity he had blackened. Of course, this was merely to make the competition appear more fair. If everyone used standard means to campaign for Best Actress, then who the ultimate winner would be could only be known once the award was officially announced. That said, Duke still had a bit of admiration for that Jewish actress. Her former reputation as the most intelligent actress in Hollywood wasn't an exaggeration. It's likely that her previous Oscar win had a lot to do with her being pregnant at the time. While the specific details were no longer accessible, based on American society and her own behavior, it was highly probable that it had been a meticulously designed and smoothly executed Oscar campaign. With the intellect she was rumored to have, coming up with such a plan wouldn't have been difficult. It could be said that Natalie Portman was indeed very smart. Hollywood had too many bad girl actresses like Angelina Jolie. Countless, really, but Portman had used things like studying at Harvard, interning in Jerusalem, and maintaining a semi-detached relationship with Hollywood to successfully rebrand herself as a different kind of star, one who stood apart from the rest, with almost no second example to be found. There was nothing wrong with this kind of packaging. Everyone in Hollywood had a public persona. Duke and Scarlett Johansson were no exceptions. It's just that Natalie Portman's persona was too thickly layered and too dazzlingly polished. It always made people want to peel it back and see what was really inside. Maybe it was just as dazzling inside, or maybe it was completely different from the wrapping. Who's to say? Chapter 782, Nomination Selection. Chapter 782, Chapter 782, Nomination Selection. Every North American awards season, the noise created by entertainment media far surpasses that of their peers, giving the illusion that the whole world seems to care about who takes home the Oscar statuette. But an illusion is still an illusion. It doesn't change based on media or Academy will. Let alone the European directors who wear their disdain on their foreheads and won't even give the Oscars a second glance. Even many film fans in North America focus more on the films themselves. Gravity has entered its second weekend of wide release. The attendance rate in North American theaters has slightly declined, but thanks to strong word of mouth, its second weekend box office only dropped by 30% compared to the opening weekend, bringing in $57.37 million. After 10 days of release in North America, Gravity has already grossed $203.27 million. Meanwhile, with $142.66 million earned from its first week run across nearly 70 countries and regions in Latin America, Europe, and Australia, the film's global cumulative box office has reached $345.94 million. As the film enters more international markets, this figure is expected to grow explosively. At the same time, Panny Callis and Warner Brothers have reached a critical stage in the publicity campaign for Gravity. What Duke is slightly concerned about are Hollywood's anti-Semitic forces and conservatives. After all, no actress born in the 1980s has ever won an Oscar for Best Actress. Given the influence of these people, a sudden upset wouldn't be surprising. The Oscars have had plenty of surprise wins over the years. Hollywood does have anti-Semitic elements, but they're not mainstream and don't warrant too much concern. As for the conservatives, apart from Frank influencing a group of people, Duke has other tactics prepared. The Academy has over 6,000 voting members. In theory, being a member of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences signifies status and prestige, and they typically live comfortably. Private gifts may not have much effect, but don't forget this is Hollywood, a place of glitz and vanity, where once glorious young stars often end up bankrupt and destitute in old age. Countless famous names have suffered such fates. A prime example is Marlon Brando, a key Academy member, whose tragic later years are well known. These people may be conservative, but they're not fools and are more susceptible to influence. For instance, two once famous actors from decades ago now struggle to pay their medical bills, and a charity foundation steps in with an interest-free loan. They can repay it slowly with their monthly pensions. Duke's team has compiled a detailed assessment and dossier for most of the key voters, including their preferences, thought patterns, favored film genres, and what tends to sway them. Public relations is a deep science. Only by identifying the key points can one strike with precision. The Oscars are like a grand, dazzling game. Every game has rules, but the binding power of the rules today is much weaker. If one still approaches PR like it was done in the 80s and 90s, they'll just watch the award fall into someone else's hands. In addition to Panny Callis and Warner Brothers' internal PR teams, Duke has also hired outside public relations firms. Currently, the most renowned PR professional in Hollywood's award circuit is Lisa Taback. Her previous position was head of PR at Miramax, and she famously helped Miramax push Shakespeare in Love to win the Oscar for Best Picture through a series of strategic moves, one of her most iconic achievements. She used to be Harvey Weinstein's right-hand woman and executor of all things PR. But later, due to personal career development and intensifying conflict between the Weinstein brothers and Walt Disney, she left Miramax and founded a PR firm focused solely on awards season. Up to now, she's helped various film studios win over 30 Oscars and is extremely experienced. Lisa Taback and her PR company are essentially an extra insurance policy Duke added for this year's Oscars. Under Duke's instructions, Warner Brothers had already shipped out 100,000 deluxe DVDs well in advance to Academy voters and everyone involved with the Oscars. Along with the DVDs came all sorts of Gravity-branded memorabilia carefully crafted by Warner Brothers. Though these trinkets aren't expensive, they're limited edition. Of course, things like champagne, flowers, keepsakes, and other small gifts also kept coming in waves. Even with all this, there's no guarantee that voters, especially ones like Duke who vote with their feet, will actually watch Gravity. That's where Lisa Taback and her PR company come in. Lisa was one of the earliest in Hollywood to adopt phone banking tactics. She and her team make daily calls to Academy members. Did you watch the Gravity DVD we sent you? You really should. This film is excellent. Once they confirm the member has seen the film, they follow up with more calls. Everyone's saying it's incredible. Don't you think Scarlett Johansson deserves an Oscar? In addition, Duke brought in a former White House public affairs director to oversee the PR side of things. They send emails to non-Warner media outlets praising Scarlett Johansson's acting brilliance and overall talent, hoping to brainwash Academy members via media influence. According to statistics gathered by a professional firm hired by Duke, of the nearly 6,000 Academy voters. The average age is 65. Only 12% are under the age of 50. Of all members, 95% are white and 77% are male. This means that to win an Oscar, one must appeal primarily to the tastes of older white male voters, who form the overwhelming majority. Qualifying a film for nomination is quite easy. Besides the formal application, it only needs to be screened for a week in a commercial theater in Los Angeles County, and then have the necessary documents submitted to the Academy. Besides the traditional DVD mailers to voters, giving gifts, phone banking, holding private screenings, and other tactics are excellent for securing votes. Even though gift-giving and phone bombing are officially banned by the Academy, they're impossible to eradicate. Practically every studio with ambitions, including Duke's, is still using them. Duke realized early on the media's power in shaping public and Academy opinion. From the beginning, he focused on building up the film's and Scarlett's reputations. He not only actively refuted attacks, but also relentlessly smeared their top competitors. But all that is still far from enough. One after another, frame-by-frame screenings are held in Los Angeles under the steady flow of Duke's money. These are extremely high-end, lavish parties, most importantly fully open and free to Academy members. While Gravity dominates with massive hard advertising, Duke's team invites voters to countless free upscale cocktail parties, hosts private screenings with celebrity attendance, and buys out multiple entertainment media columns for intense coverage of their film. Lisa Tabak's company sent a "for your consideration" email to the Hollywood Reporter subscribers, quoting a senior member of the Academy. Actors born after 1980 have been ignored for too long. Scarlett Johansson's performance in Gravity definitely deserves a win. All of this was skirting the edge of the rules, but most of Hollywood was doing the same. If the Academy wanted to crack down, they wouldn't go after a high-profile project. Otherwise, last year's The Hurt Locker wouldn't have won Best Picture either. John Erickson was a retired actor living in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and also a senior member of the Academy. He had just gotten out of bed and hadn't had breakfast yet when he received a phone call from Los Angeles. "Is this Mr. John Erickson?" The voice on the other end was clear and pleasant, quickly dispelling any annoyance John Erickson felt. After he gave a short reply, the caller offered a few polite greetings and went straight to the point. "Did you receive the Gravity disc?" Hearing that, John Erickson immediately recalled a package he had received some time ago. There was indeed such a disc in it, but at the time, he had focused more on the exquisite gifts that came with the package and hadn't paid much attention to the disc itself. "Yes, I received it," he replied. The voice on the other end immediately asked, "Have you watched the disc yet?" "Sorry, I haven't gotten around to it. Could you please watch it as soon as possible?" Listening to that soft and gentle urging voice, and thinking of those seemingly insignificant yet finely crafted gifts, John Erickson quickly agreed, "I'll watch it today." John Erickson didn't have anything important to do anyway. After hanging up, he went to the storage room, retrieved the finely produced disc, put it into the DVD player, and patiently started watching. That afternoon, the phone call from Los Angeles came again. Upon hearing that John Erickson had already watched the disc, the caller asked him a few questions about his viewing experience, and then emphasized Scarlett Johansson's outstanding performance in the film. A strong woman who overcame countless obstacles to portray such an excellent role. "Mr. Erickson, don't you think she was wonderful? I hope this performance is worthy of an Oscar nomination." Whether it was coincidence or inevitability, the next day, Mr. John Erickson took out his Oscar ballot and began filling it out as usual. But when he reached the section for Best Actress, he chose Scarlett Johansson's name without hesitation. For Best Director, he selected Duke Rosenberg even though before the phone call, he had barely heard of Gravity and had originally thought it was a Sylvester Stallone movie. Chapter 783, The Argo Project. Chapter 783, Chapter 783, The Argo Project. The Oscars' PR campaign for Gravity was still ongoing. With the final voting not yet concluded, no contender would give up easily. Gravity had also passed its third weekend in the North American market, with the box office trend still holding strong. It dropped only 35% compared to the second weekend, earning $37.29 million. Adding the earnings from the previous 4 weekdays, the North American box office had already broken the $250 million mark. reaching $258.97 million. Overseas, the number of release regions had increased to 108, and the international box office was growing rapidly. The global box office had steadily passed the $500 million milestone, reaching as high as $527.88 million. More importantly, after such a long run, the film's reputation was still holding strong, which was extremely favorable for its Oscar campaign. As time slowly moved into late January, when Sunday came, Duke threw aside all his work and headed to Pasadena, a suburb of Los Angeles, aiming for the famous Rose Bowl Stadium. This stadium, one of the most famous in the United States, could now hold more than 90,000 people. Built in the 1920s, the Rose Bowl became famous for hosting the annual college football bowl game, also known as the Rose Bowl. However, during the NFL season, it temporarily served as the home field for Duke's Los Angeles Raiders. After relocating from Oakland to Los Angeles, the Raiders, without a stadium of their own, had to lease this famous venue as a temporary home. But Duke had already secured land and completed the design. The construction of the new Raiders Stadium had officially started in the summer. At most 2 seasons later, his Los Angeles Raiders would be able to move into their own home stadium. Joining Duke to watch the game were Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney. But when they walked through the stadium's long corridor and were led to the VIP section by the team's designated reception staff, they saw many industry peers as well. For instance, Mark Wahlberg, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, and Jessica Chastain, among others. Although this wasn't the Super Bowl, it was the AFC Championship. The winner between Duke's Los Angeles Raiders and the visiting Pittsburgh Steelers would go directly to next month's Super Bowl. Hey Duke. Hey Duke. Sitting in the box, specially prepared for the team owner, many familiar faces nearby came over to greet him. Duke responded one by one. Not only were those people he had seen earlier, but among those who came over later, there were quite a few other familiar faces too. For example, Orlando Bloom, with whom he had worked before. Also, a newly rising Canadian singer Justin Bieber. For some reason, Duke noticed that something seemed off between Justin Bieber and Orlando Bloom. Though they were seated far apart, they exchanged a glance full of obvious hostility when passing by Duke before returning to their respective spots. Attendance isn't bad at all. Looking around the stadium, Leonardo DiCaprio said to Duke, "Much better than I imagined." "Your imagination?" Duke leaned back in his seat and said, "Did you think the entire stadium should be empty?" "Of course not." Leonardo shook his head. "I thought half the seats filled would already be decent." George Clooney had gone over to chat with Ben Affleck, so only Duke and Leonardo were left here. Their conversation was more relaxed and casual. Leonardo often threw out jokes and teasing remarks. "I got it." He pointed to the 2 large stands on the left and opposite sides that were covered with giant Raiders logos and said with a sudden realization, "You guys covered those 2 big stands, so it looks like attendance is higher." Duke shrugged without saying anything. Although he wasn't directly involved in the club's operations, he knew that the Raiders hadn't completely become Los Angeles' team. Even though Nancy Josephson's ICM and the team itself had done a lot of promotion work, achieving that goal still required time and accumulation. Plus, with the Rose Bowl's nearly 100,000 capacity, the direct consequence was that the team's game attendance wasn't particularly high. Due to the NFL's strict attendance regulations, on game days, the team would simply cover the upper-level stands of the Rose Bowl, so the empty seats wouldn't appear too obvious. This was actually a common practice across all major professional sports leagues in the U.S. Last year, the Los Angeles Raiders' attendance rate was far lower than now. Professional sports always relied on performance. This season, the Raiders not only made the playoffs, but had entered the AFC Championship. Just 2 steps away from the Super Bowl, this significantly boosted the market. Since the playoffs began, game day attendance had improved greatly. Los Angeles is the second largest population center in the U.S. and a massive market. Whether the Raiders could grab a big enough piece of the pie among all the professional sports teams would depend on whether they could deliver strong performances. If the team could win a Super Bowl within the next 2 years, market promotion would undoubtedly become much smoother. "Hey Duke." Another greeting came from the side. George Clooney returned with Ben Affleck. Duke stood up and shook hands with Ben Affleck. "Hello, Ben." Hollywood's upper circle wasn't that big. They weren't very close, but had met many times before. The Vegas odds are favoring your Raiders now. Unlike his usual tough public image, Ben Affleck remained modest in front of Duke, praising without being obvious. The Raiders are hot right now. The combination of Tom Brady and Marshawn Lynch is unstoppable. Making it to the Super Bowl shouldn't be a problem. Thanks. After the brief politeness, Duke gestured to the seats inside the box. Sit wherever you like, Ben. Just like Ben Affleck said, after more than a season of running in, the Los Angeles Raiders were already on the right track. But to make the Super Bowl, a team needed more than strength and the right tactics, it also needed luck. A few of them sat together and chatted about the Raiders for a while. Before the game started, Ben Affleck suddenly shifted the topic to movies. It was clear this was the real reason he had come over. This Hollywood star, whose acting career had been declining but had revitalized it by transitioning into directing, said, "Duke, have you ever heard of Hollywood's Argo project?" The name sounded quite familiar, but Duke couldn't recall it for a moment, so he simply shook his head. "Feels like I've heard it somewhere, but I can't quite remember." After saying that, Duke looked at Ben Affleck, waiting for his explanation. "It's like this. In 1979, when Iran's Islamic Revolution reached its peak, militants attacked the U.S. Embassy in Tehran and took 52 hostages, but 6 Americans managed to escape. The CIA, in order to rescue them, collaborated with Hollywood to come up with a movie project called Argo. They intended to extract the escapees by posing as a film crew going to Iran for location scouting. Upon hearing Iran's Islamic Revolution, Duke instantly understood what Ben Affleck was referring to, but he didn't interrupt and instead patiently listened to him finish. "I want to adapt this event into a movie." After saying this, he glanced at Duke. Seeing no reaction, he continued, "I've already secured the adaptation rights and am currently looking for someone to write the script. It's just that I haven't found a suitable investor yet." Duke thought for a moment and asked, "Ben, who are you planning to get to direct this project?" "Well," Ben Affleck scratched the back of his head. "I want to direct the film myself." Although he had directed one film before, in the directing world, he was still a complete rookie. Ben Affleck was well aware of this. Considering that previous film, the investment likely wasn't very high, and it seemed the box office did okay. In fact, films like this had a certain market in North America, especially since, thanks to the mainstream media's decades-long smear campaigns, certain countries had become synonymous with terrorism in the minds of the American public. This film could really capitalize on that, and had a solid audience base. Because of that, Duke only thought about it briefly before saying, "All right then, Ben, get a detailed plan together as soon as possible. If everything checks out, one of my film foundations can invest in your movie. As for distribution later, we can hand it over to Warner Brothers." Ben Affleck clearly didn't expect things to go this smoothly. His long face lit up with delight, and he quickly said, "I promise I'll get the proposal to you as soon as possible." He was very tactful. After finishing, he stood up on his own. "Duke, I won't disturb you any longer. See you another day." "See you." Duke nodded slightly at him. The decision to invest in Ben Affleck's film wasn't just because the project had low costs and potentially decent returns. To some extent, Duke was also doing a favor for George Clooney after all. It was Clooney who had introduced Ben Affleck to him. No matter what, after the release of Gravity, George Clooney had put in a lot of effort into PR work for the film and had activated his network of connections. After that, the three of them focused on the game that was about to start. Perhaps stimulated by the Raiders making it to the AFC Championship game. This match broke the attendance record for the Raiders since relocating from Oakland to Los Angeles, with over 60,000 spectators buying tickets and entering the stadium. For the Los Angeles Raiders, this was a gratifying result and also meant the team was gradually becoming rooted in Los Angeles soil. However, to truly become a part of Los Angeles, the Raiders still had a long way to go, but Duke had plenty of patience. Chapter 784, Marching Toward the Super Bowl. Chapter 784, Chapter 784, Marching Toward the Super Bowl. Take them down. Take down the Steelers. We can definitely win. Victory. Victory. The Super Bowl is waiting for us. On the field, the game had reached its final moments. The battle between the Los Angeles Raiders and the Pittsburgh Steelers had reached a white-hot intensity. The Raiders had performed excellently this season after years of decline. Although their performance in this game was quite good, they still trailed behind the veteran powerhouse Pittsburgh Steelers. On the stadium scoreboard, it showed Los Angeles Raiders versus Pittsburgh Steelers, the score 14-20. With time running out, the Raiders had the ball on offense. To qualify for the Super Bowl, the team had to score a touchdown in the next play to earn 6 points to tie the game, then kick the extra point to end the match. All of this depended on the Raiders scoring a touchdown. Not just ordinary fans. Even Duke was a little nervous, eyes glued to the field. He had invested heavily in the Raiders. Although these investments would pay off in the future, the team making it to the Super Bowl would undoubtedly accelerate that. Besides, as the Raiders owner, it would be a lie to say he didn't want to see his team win the Super Bowl. Less than a minute remained, and the Raiders had advanced to the Steelers' 20-yard line. This was already within a distance where kickers had a very high success rate. But a field goal only gave 3 points, which was useless to the Raiders. They had to get a touchdown, as those 6 points were the only way to tie. On the field, the Raiders had just kicked off when the referee threw a yellow flag onto the turf, penalizing the Raiders for a second down foul and moving their offense back 10 yards. The Raiders, who had already reached the Steelers' 20-yard line, had to retreat 10 yards and attempt third down from the 30-yard line. Duke's brow furrowed tightly. The 10-yard penalty would count against this series of downs, making third and fourth downs extremely critical. 30 yards was almost an insurmountable gap. In an ordinary game, a 30-yard touchdown wasn't rare, but at this critical moment, it was very difficult. Are we going to start all over next year? Leonardo shook his head. Duke smiled calmly. Who knows? Although both were team owners, moments like this rendered them powerless, and even the coach's role was greatly diminished. At such times, someone had to step up. The Raiders called their last timeout. After it ended, all the players gathered around quarterback Tom Brady to hear the final 2 play calls. The team still had third and fourth down chances. The safest approach was usually to use third down to gain some yards, then try to score on fourth down to tie the game. Although time was short, 2 plays were enough. The safest option, George Clooney suddenly spoke up, is to have running back Marshawn Lynch rush on third down with a ground play and try to gain yards. Duke nodded slowly. He had played football before, though only at a very amateur level in a mediocre team at California Art College. Still, he had some insight. What George Clooney suggested was indeed the safest choice. It seemed the Raiders were preparing to do just that. Tom Brady stood behind the center, while Marshawn Lynch prepared nearby, ready to sprint. The Steelers' defensive linemen focused their attention on Lynch. Start. The Raiders' center snapped the ball, the brownish-red football flying to Tom Brady. The offensive line formed a pocket, firmly blocking the Steelers' defensive linemen. Such protection could only last briefly. Each play gave the quarterback very limited time to handle the ball. In Hollywood movies, quarterbacks were often portrayed as brainless, brawny idiots. In reality, a simple mind couldn't make a quarterback, especially in a pro team. Pro quarterbacks were not only strong but often the sharpest minds on the field, the absolute soul of the offense. A star QB like Tom Brady frequently made critical on-the-fly decisions. When Tom Brady caught the ball, Duke squinted slightly. Marshawn Lynch had already begun his sprint, and it seemed Brady was about to hand him the ball for the third down play. Just as George Clooney said, this was the safest choice, the one most quarterbacks would take. Lynch sprinted, Brady turned his body toward him, and at full speed reached out his hand, seemingly handing the ball off. Lynch made the catching motion, then tightly clutched the ball to his chest. Seeing a gap in the Steelers' defense, he charged like a black lightning bolt. Most of the Steelers' defensive linemen focused on Lynch. Over the past 2 seasons, this young running back had grown rapidly and already showed enough talent and potential to be recognized as one of the league's best future running backs. 3 Steelers defensive linemen broke free from the Raiders' blocks and lunged toward Lynch. A safety also slowed his pursuit of the Raiders' wide receiver, wary of Lynch breaking through and running unopposed into the end zone. Many eyes were fixed on Lynch, only a few still watching Tom Brady, who was retreating rapidly and scanning the field. Tom Brady. Not everyone was fooled by the play. A Steelers player shouted out, but he was 5 yards away from Brady, and others even farther. This 5-yard gap, combined with the time it would take to reach Brady, was enough for a QB of Brady's caliber to make multiple decisions. Brady noticed the safety slowing down to cover Lynch and deliberately left a Raiders wide receiver uncovered. The brownish-red ball traced a beautiful arc, spinning as it flew to Brady's left front. Steelers players saw the ball and the open receiver and sprinted to intercept, but were too late. As a wide receiver, Julian Edelman's physical attributes were average, but he was extremely agile with solid fundamentals and had perfect chemistry with Tom Brady. The instant the ball left Brady's hand, Edelman looked back, jumped, caught the ball smoothly, landed steadily, and with just 2 quick steps crossed the goal line. Touchdown. 6 points. The Los Angeles Raiders tied the score. The whole stadium erupted with cheers. Duke and Leonardo DiCaprio also stood up, raising their hands high. Exclamation point. Shouting loudly, Duke and Leonardo embraced briefly. Well done, Super Bowl. It's coming for us. They shouted a few words like regular fans, then quickly calmed down, joining others in applause after all. The game wasn't over yet. Although the game was not finished, the suspense was largely gone. Soon, the Raiders kicker easily made the extra point, putting Los Angeles Raiders ahead 21-20 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Time was running out near the end, and the Pittsburgh Steelers ultimately couldn't turn things around. They could only watch helplessly as the AFC West champion Los Angeles Raiders came from behind to claim the Super Bowl spot. The entire NFL format differs from other North American sports leagues. Each year's competition is divided into 3 segments: preseason, regular season, and postseason. The preseason lasts 4 weeks and serves as a warm-up for the regular season. The regular season begins in the first week after Labor Day in early September, with each team playing 16 games over 17 weeks from September through December, usually on Thursdays, Sundays, or Mondays. After the regular season ends, 6 teams from each conference enter the playoffs. The 4 division champions plus 2 wildcard teams with the best remaining records. Next, after 3 rounds of elimination games, the 2 conference champions meet in the predetermined stadium for the Super Bowl to compete for the championship trophy, the Vince Lombardi Trophy. 1 week after the Super Bowl, the 2 conferences select the league's best players to participate in the Pro Bowl, a star game held in Hawaii. This is the Raiders' first trip to the Super Bowl since 1983. Our team made it to the Super Bowl. Leonardo DiCaprio seemed to still not believe it. He held a symbolic stake in the team and was nominally one of the owners. Duke slapped Leonardo's arm heavily. I told you, this investment will pay off. The 2 exchanged a glance and laughed together. Reaching the Super Bowl was already a huge victory for them. Of course, winning the Super Bowl would be even better. Duke and Leonardo didn't go inside the team's locker room. In American professional sports leagues, most owners keep a respectful distance from players. It's a straightforward business deal. They put in the money, players put in the effort. They wouldn't celebrate with the players, but left Pasadena and went to Hollywood Boulevard, the real celebration spot for Hollywood. However, George Clooney did not join them and left directly. Duke and Leonardo entered one of the most famous nightclubs, went straight to the bar, each ordered a drink, and chatted happily about the game they just watched. Besides, they saw many people there they had seen on the field before, like Orlando Bloom. Chapter 785. The Elf Prince Battles the Hobbit. Chapter 785. Chapter 785. The Elf Prince Battles the Hobbit. This nightclub was famous throughout the Los Angeles area. As the night grew later, more and more Hollywood celebrities entered the club. Duke and Leonardo were drinking while casually observing their surroundings. It had been a long time since Duke had been to a nightclub like this. To his left, Michelle Rodriguez was drinking freely with a woman, openly showing her orientation. To his right, Duke's 2 bodyguards sat, having just refused Justin Bieber's request to switch tables. Directly opposite Duke, Orlando Bloom was talking with a rather unfamiliar woman. It seemed that after his divorce from Miranda Kerr, he had already found a new love. Orlando Bloom also saw Duke and raised his glass to him. Duke lightly nodded and clinked his glass in return from across the room. Hey, that guy's going to cause trouble, Leonardo DiCaprio warned in Duke's ear. Duke quickly turned to look to his right. After Justin Bieber's request to switch tables was refused by Duke's bodyguards, the newly risen Canadian singer seemed quite displeased and said a few things. Duke's bodyguards ignored him completely. Justin Bieber wanted to say more, but a passing waiter reminded him of something. He then looked over at Duke. Duke, finding this idiotic guy not worth his attention, just casually joked with Leonardo without even glancing at him. Fortunately, though Justin Bieber often acted foolishly, he wasn't stupid enough to randomly provoke people without recognizing them. After a hiccup, he glanced toward Orlando Bloom's table, his eyes instantly lighting up. Like a drunken rooster, he staggered over. The person sitting there was Orlando Bloom. Leonardo put down his glass, slightly shifted his seat, raised his eyebrows, and looked over. He said to Duke, "Looks like there's going to be a show tonight." "A show?" Duke also looked interested. "Don't you know?" Leonardo saw that Duke really didn't understand and explained. "The biggest recent Hollywood gossip is that Orlando Bloom's ex-wife Miranda Kerr is involved with Justin Bieber. And Orlando Bloom's previous girlfriend was Selena Gomez, who is Justin Bieber's ex." "Oh." Duke showed a look of interest. "That relationship is really complicated. In Hollywood, there are many relationships more tangled than this, and most involved don't care. But when it involves Justin Bieber, that's another matter." Justin Bieber had already reached Orlando Bloom's table. The elf prince noticed him too. But Orlando Bloom was fairly rational and didn't seem to want to acknowledge him. Duke and Leonardo simultaneously fell silent and pricked up their ears, wanting to see what would happen. Actually, since Justin Bieber's early career, there was a consensus in Hollywood. Wherever Bieber appeared, trouble followed. But his agency and record company still worked hard to maintain his public image. So many things remained just rumors inside the circle. He staggered toward Orlando Bloom and suddenly stopped, extending his hand to shake. Although Orlando Bloom's on-and-off relationship with Miranda Kerr was enough to fill 2 books, and Orlando had even been punched by one of Duke's merchandisers, this didn't mean he would carelessly shake hands with Justin Bieber. He didn't even look at Justin Bieber, let alone shake hands. Seemingly provoked by Orlando Bloom's attitude, or perhaps intentionally, Justin Bieber raised his voice, saying something loud enough not only for Orlando, but also for Duke and Leonardo to hear clearly. "Miranda Kerr is really amazing." Hearing this, Duke already knew what was about to happen next. No man could endure that, even if it was just his ex-wife. However, Duke couldn't understand why Justin Bieber said such things. Did he really think Orlando Bloom wouldn't fight him, and that they would calmly discuss whether Miranda Kerr or Selena Gomez was better? Here it goes. As Leonardo DiCaprio warned Duke and took out his phone to record, Orlando Bloom quickly stood up. His right fist flashed like lightning and struck heavily. Justin Bieber was ready to dodge and counterattack. But this singer's brain clearly wasn't working on the same level as normal people, and he overlooked one thing. Orlando Bloom had just finished filming the Hobbit trilogy not long ago, and his body was still in peak condition from the set training. The punch was too fast and too hard for him to dodge. Justin Bieber only made half an attempt to dodge before the punch hit his face hard. "Cool," Leonardo shouted, and didn't forget to record it all with his phone. Probably because of the alcohol, Duke also couldn't help but shout and cheer. Justin Bieber's face immediately swelled, his nose bleeding and other fluids flowing out. He looked dazed, trying to strike back, but hadn't acted. Before Orlando Bloom's second punch landed on the other side of his face, Justin Bieber staggered like a boxer hit by a heavy blow, then collapsed. "Good hit. Keep going, Orlando. Hit that bastard hard." The nightclub instantly erupted. People around, wanting more excitement, shouted encouragement. Orlando Bloom showed no intention of stopping and prepared to strike again. However, the club's security quickly reacted and rushed over. Leonardo turned off his phone's recording, stood up, and loudly cheered. "Well done, Orlando, well done." He pulled Duke up. Duke stood and applauded too. Both gave Orlando Bloom thumbs up. At Duke and Leonardo's level, they wouldn't care about some minor star like Justin Bieber. Duke, having already drunk 2 glasses, cheered while applauding. "Orlando, well done. You didn't waste all that training on set." The security had already separated Orlando Bloom and Justin Bieber. Duke's words attracted many glances, but Duke ignored them. Everyone has their preferences. If forced to choose between the 2 fighting men, Duke would definitely side with Orlando Bloom, whom he had worked with. This farce only truly ended when the Los Angeles police arrived. Unsurprisingly, dozens of paparazzi had gathered outside the nightclub, and Justin Bieber's bruised and battered appearance was captured in photos. "This is the Elf Prince versus the Hobbit." As they walked out of the paparazzi's blockade, Duke said this to Leonardo. "Perhaps these Words reached the ears of some reporters and paparazzi, because the next day, many websites used the headline about Justin Bieber and Orlando Bloom, the Elf Prince versus the Hobbit. What a pity. Sitting at her computer, scrolling through Warner-owned TMZ's gossip, Scarlett Johansson said with some regret, "If only I had gone with you to watch the fight yesterday, I wouldn't have missed such a great show." Duke rubbed his forehead and said to Scarlett, "This kind of show happens in Hollywood every now and then. It's not unusual for Hollywood stars to come to blows. Many fights happen over jealousy and competition." Meanwhile, Tina Fey's phone rang. After answering, she walked over to Duke and said, "The Los Angeles police called. According to Justin Bieber's account, you and Leonardo are witnesses. They want to know if you're willing to testify." Hearing this, Duke shook his head without hesitation. "Find some excuse to tell them I don't have time." Even without being asked, Duke knew Leonardo definitely wouldn't testify for Justin Bieber. Presumably, among all the witnesses in the nightclub, few would be willing to testify for him. If it were just messy private life, that would be one thing. Hollywood is full of such people, but his frequent random biting incidents made him someone despised in the industry. Like Tom Cruise once was. When he was popular, no one would say much, but once he fell out of favor, everyone wanted to kick him while he was down. More gossip. Hearing Scarlett's slightly excited voice, Duke and Tina Fey were also a bit curious and simultaneously looked toward her. Gossip in the industry, for busy people like them, was sometimes a form of relaxation and entertainment. Scarlett didn't keep Duke and Tina Fey waiting and said directly, "According to the latest TMZ scoop, Justin Bieber has dated Miranda Kerr, and Orlando Bloom has had dealings with Selena Gomez." Duke had already heard this from Leonardo last night, so it wasn't news. However, Scarlett continued, "Someone recognized the woman who was with Orlando Bloom last night. Her name is Erica Parker, the ex-wife of James Parker, chairman of the Australian Crown Casino Group." Even accustomed to Hollywood's incredible tangled relationships, Scarlett still said with some surprise, "James Parker is currently dating Orlando Bloom's ex-wife, Miranda Kerr." Duke shook his head, took a sip of coffee, and thought, this was indeed chaotic. He vaguely remembered reading a report once about two Australian tycoons who, to compete for Miranda Kerr, not only discarded decades of friendship, but also fought each other on the streets. Chapter 786, Golden Globe Awards. Chapter 786, Golden Globe Awards. The showdown between Justin Bieber and Orlando Bloom attracted quite a bit of attention in Hollywood. Amid this busy awards season, it certainly grabbed a lot of spotlight, especially with Orlando Bloom delivering a hefty beating to Justin Bieber. Afterwards, Bieber posted several intimate photos with Miranda Kerr on his Twitter and Instant Share, seemingly trying to provoke the Elven Prince again. As for whether the Elven Prince and the Hobbit would have a second round, that was not something Duke cared about. Gravity was about to enter its fourth weekend in North America. After weeks of dominating the market solo, the North American box office finally saw a heavyweight release. Tron: Legacy, jointly produced by Walt Disney and Sky Movie Studios, officially premiered in North American theaters. This was one of the 4 films David Ellison had taken charge of. Tron: Legacy's production cost alone reached a staggering $170 million, yet Walt Disney chose a relatively quiet release window, which also reflected their lack of confidence in the film itself. Perhaps the North American market hadn't seen a blockbuster for a long time, or maybe the film did appeal to certain audiences despite the low external expectations. Its actual performance was acceptable. After all, Gravity had been out for 4 weeks, and the market's appetite for commercial films was undeniably present. In its first 3-day weekend, Tron: Legacy was released in 3,566 theaters across North America and took in $44.02 million, ending Gravity's 3-week reign as box office champion and becoming the new #1 at the North American box office. At the same time, Gravity earned another $22.35 million, ranking second for the weekend. Including the previous 4 weekdays, North American box office revenue had solidly crossed the $300 million mark, totaling $311.24 million. Although Tron: Legacy took the crown from Gravity at the North American box office, the situation was far from optimistic. CinemaScore audience approval rating is only 71%, with an average audience grade of B, and Metacritic's 55 media reviews gave it an average score of 66. Tina Fey told Duke while riding toward the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel. Then she concluded, "The audience reception for this film is only average. Its later performance won't be as strong as Gravity's." "That's enough for David Ellison to breathe a sigh of relief," Scarlett Johansson shrugged. "I was still waiting for this film to bomb like Robin Hood, so Larry Ellison would pull his investment from Sky Movie Studios." "You're too impatient," Duke said, pulling his gaze back from the car window to Scarlett. "Darling, we have plenty of time to wait patiently." Today in Hollywood, David Ellison's closest cooperation was with Walt Disney, but Disney was embroiled in internal power struggles. Michael Eisner and Robert Iger had fought for years without a clear winner. If Larry Ellison pulled out his investment, David Ellison's career in Hollywood would collapse immediately. This was exactly the scenario Duke wanted to see. A strong Disney did not align with his or Time Warner's interests. Disney's current troubles were not caused by him alone. Comcast, Viacom, Time Warner, and News Corporation, all these media giants were pushing behind the scenes. Commercial competition never missed an opportunity to strike opponents. These major companies could be described as both collaborators and competitors. The car stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel, and Duke and Scarlett stepped out, waving to the surrounding reporters and fans. They walked the red carpet and soon arrived at the interview area. This was the 68th Annual Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the largest media event in the entertainment industry before the Oscars. While the Golden Globes did not significantly influence Oscar voters, they were an excellent opportunity to increase exposure, which was crucial for those hoping to make an impact during awards season. Duke had also received a series of nominations. Due to the late release date, Gravity missed the Golden Globes, but another of Duke's films released last year, Inception, had received multiple Golden Globe nominations. The film was a box office and critical success, earning nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Drama Actor, and Best Original Score. At the interview area, Duke and Scarlett answered reporters' questions, but never mentioned the 5 Golden Globe nominations for Inception. The conversation focused almost entirely on Gravity. Duke understood clearly the main goal was to promote Scarlett. The interview was more like Scarlett Johansson's spotlight moment, with Duke playing a supporting role. All our scenes were carefully choreographed, which is why I needed such extensive training. I wanted to ensure my body could adapt freely in a zero-gravity environment. Everything was like a dance rehearsal, but I also had to improvise so I could perfectly portray the floating sensation in zero gravity, Scarlett explained when asked how she brought such an amazing female astronaut role to life. "That's not easy," Scarlett said, reciting a rehearsed answer. "You need imagination. Everything you prepare for your role could come into play. In that environment, you see no hope. There were scenes where I was completely helpless, and I would think about what the director wanted to show, what I could see, to help tell the story. I even had the sound editor play specific music to help me quickly get into character." After leaving the interview area and entering the hotel, a pregnant Natalie Portman approached them. Her eyes naturally followed Scarlett Johansson's figure, and the complex emotion in her gaze was something only she understood. Gravity had grossed over $300 million in North America and more than $600 million worldwide, undoubtedly making Scarlett Johansson a top-tier Hollywood star, temporarily the leading actress born after 1980. This position was exactly what she had dreamed of. Could she still snatch this spot, even if she won the Oscar for Best Actress? Natalie Portman had no confidence. She knew well that being a superstar required more than just a little gold Oscar statue. How long had it been since she proved her box office appeal? The Golden Globes were less of an awards ceremony and more of a joyful party. The ceremony was held as a banquet. Duke, arm in arm with Scarlett, walked into the banquet hall and quickly found the table where the Inception crew sat. Leonardo DiCaprio was already there, chatting casually with John Schwartzman. "What are you two talking about?" Scarlett asked curiously after sitting down. "It seems like you have different opinions." Duke glanced at Leonardo, then at John Schwartzman. These two were clearly debating something. John Schwartzman spoke first. "I just made a bet with Leo." Leonardo continued. "I think Inception might win Best Picture in the drama category, but John disagrees. He's rooting more for David Fincher's The Social Network." "To be honest, Leo, Duke sided with John Schwartzman. I also favor David Fincher's film. Compared to the Oscars, the Golden Globes are more influenced by PR. Many voters openly expect gifts or favors from the studios. The Social Network? Leonardo shook his head. Then let's just wait for the results. Maybe because of instant sharing, Mark Zuckerberg's site isn't as popular as before, but it still ranks among America's well-known social networks. The adapted film about him is once again part of David Fincher's resume. It's well known that David Fincher is a rather unconventional director. Many of his works go against mainstream social values. Like Duke, he's not the kind of director the Academy favors. The Social Network is one of his few films aimed at the Oscars. The Social Network and The King's Speech are considered the two hottest contenders at this year's Oscars. David Fincher and Duke are seen as the strongest candidates for Best Director. However, Duke knows well that David Fincher will likely just miss out on the Oscars. On one hand, the Academy holds deep-rooted biases. Its prejudice against Fincher is even stronger than against Duke. On the other, Fincher doesn't enthusiastically engage in PR activities. Individual awards can't be won just through studio PR. Nowadays, the Oscars require active PR unless you're a special case like Heath Ledger. Without it, you have no chance. This land advocates free competition, limiting the scope of PR, yet paradoxically sees PR as an expression of free competitive will. The awards ceremony soon began. Inception, which hadn't done any PR at the Golden Globes, unsurprisingly became a full-time runner-up, missing out on Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Drama Actor, and Best Original Score. No wins at all. Though Leonardo DiCaprio performed well in Inception and Shutter Island and received 2 nominations, he once again missed out on the Golden Globe for Best Drama Actor. Fortunately, Leonardo has been a perennial runner-up for years. He's used to it and takes it in stride. He said to Duke, "I have enough patience, and how could one Golden Globe ever satisfy me?" Indeed, how could one Golden Globe satisfy Leonardo DiCaprio? But Duke knew clearly that just like the Golden Globes results, Leonardo DiCaprio's chances at this year's Oscars were also slim. Chapter 787. The Wind Quietly Changes Direction. Chapter 787. Chapter 787. The Wind Quietly Changes Direction. Judging from the overall progress of the award ceremony, this year's Golden Globe Awards felt more like a direct showdown between The Social Network and The King's Speech, with a strong sense of rivalry between the two. But unlike the results Duke remembered from the Oscars, The Social Network emerged as the biggest winner at the Golden Globes. The Social Network took home 2 heavyweight awards, Best Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Director, while The King's Speech only saw Colin Firth win Best Actor in a Drama. This also reflects that the results of the Golden Globes have little influence on the Oscars. Natalie Portman, Duke's main competitor in this category, took home Best Actress in a Drama. In all the previous precursor awards, she had almost swept the Best Actress category. However, Duke wasn't anxious. After all, due to its release schedule, Gravity had missed out on nominations for nearly all these awards, so naturally, there was no chance to win. After the Golden Globe Awards, competition among Hollywood studios and production companies during awards season intensified, although David Fincher didn't participate in any promotional or PR events. The Social Network's production and distribution company, Sony Columbia Pictures, demonstrated a strong determination to secure several heavyweight awards, ramping up its publicity and lobbying efforts. Perhaps sensing a threat from Sony Columbia Pictures, the Weinstein Company once again deployed its lethal tactic. Harvey and Bob Weinstein hired professional internet trolls to smear The Social Network all over town. The Social Network unfortunately became yet another victim of Harvey Weinstein's bottomless PR strategies. At this critical moment in the Oscar race, waves of negative commentary surged against The Social Network. First, various individuals associated with Facebook stepped forward to accuse the film of fabricating facts and distorting images. Then, the original novel the film was based on was caught in a plagiarism scandal. Moreover, director David Fincher showed no interest in promoting the film and displayed a dismissive attitude toward the Oscars. On the other hand, Harvey Weinstein packaged The King's Speech as a classy, highbrow production, and the director and cast fully cooperated with Weinstein's meticulously arranged promotional activities. In fact, Compared to The Social Network, which tells the story of an internet entrepreneur with rapid pacing and intense dialogue, the King's Speech conveyed values that were more easily embraced by the Academy's predominantly older, white male members. At the same time, Duke's side never relaxed its PR and promotional efforts either. Activities like private screenings, internal recommendation sessions, and celebrity charity events, anything that could directly influence voters, kept rolling out. At the end of January, right before the Oscar nominations were announced, several of Hollywood's major Guild Awards, widely considered indicators of Oscar outcomes, released their results. Unlike the lively, party-like Golden Globes, the Guild Awards had no formal ceremonies and simply announced their results to the media. The results shocked many. In the most prestigious categories, Screen Actors Guild, Directors Guild, and Producers Guild, hot contenders Black Swan and The Social Network walked away empty-handed. Meanwhile, Gravity, which had previously been snubbed in every major award of the season, became one of the biggest winners. Scarlett Johansson won the SAG Award for Best Actress for her role in the film. Duke received the Directors Guild Award. Weinstein's The King's Speech won SAG's Best Actor and the Producers Guild's Best Picture. These two films split the four most important Guild Awards. Especially the Best Actress and Best Director categories, previously dominated throughout the season by Natalie Portman and David Fincher. The Oscar wins had quietly begun to shift. In the blue sky dotted with white clouds, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds and spilled across the green lawn. It shimmered against a small white ball. Duke stood before the ball and gently swung his putter, sending the white golf ball rolling across the uneven ground. With perfect aim, it dropped into the hole. "Birdie," a middle-aged man's voice rang out from behind. Duke handed the club to the caddy, removed the sun visor from his head, and walked over while smiling. "Just lucky." A huge parasol stood rather conspicuously on the grass. Harvey Weinstein sat in a chair under the parasol, sipping coffee. He said to Duke, "Skill is the foundation of luck." Duke didn't respond to the double entendre. He simply shook his head and smiled, then sat down in the chair next to Harvey Weinstein. Putting down his coffee cup, Harvey waved forward. After the caddy walked off, he finally said, "Duke, thank goodness you're not that interested in the Oscars. Otherwise, I'd have a formidable competitor on my hands." "Don't worry, Harvey." Duke picked up a coffee cup and poured himself some. Calmly, he said, "My interests and goals lie in commercial films." After a brief pause, he added, "Also, some of the methods I used this time have already touched the Academy's bottom line. These tricks can be used once, but if used year after year, I don't believe the Academy would sit idly by." Duke had always been someone who knew how to draw the line, and he wasn't naive enough to think that having power meant the Oscars would belong to him. The entire Weinstein Company is built around the Oscars. Harvey Weinstein didn't shy away from the topic and said bluntly, "I don't want to become your competitor either." "We won't be competitors." Duke lifted the coffee cup and took a sip slowly. "Your competitors won't be me." In fact, most people in Hollywood understood, just as Harvey Weinstein had said, that many of the Weinstein Company's operational strategies were built around the Oscars. This was one of the key reasons why the Weinstein brothers always won at the Oscars. Similarly, not to mention first-tier companies like Warner Brothers or 20th Century Fox, even second-tier companies like New Line Cinema or Lionsgate, if their operations were as Oscar-focused as the Weinstein Company's, their performance at the Oscars might not be far behind that of Harvey Weinstein. Moreover, Duke knew clearly that no individual or company could control the Oscars, only influence them. The Weinstein brothers were no exception. In fact, from certain perspectives, the Oscar crisis of the Weinstein brothers has already begun to show. In recent years, the films pushed by the Weinstein Company haven't differed much from their previous Oscar-winning entries. The King's Speech was still a byproduct of Weinstein's usual Oscar-winning formula, practically indistinguishable from earlier films like The Iron Lady. The biopic plus severe personality flaw plus workaholic plus historical events combination, paired with a slightly neurotic acting style from the lead actor, has become a standard Oscar nomination type film. This has long been the typical production and publicity model for the Weinstein brothers' Oscar campaigns. There's no doubt that, for the past few years, and even earlier, this kind of assembly line model was one of the safest ways to aim for the Oscars. However, society is changing, and so is the entire entertainment industry. With the rise of cable television, Netflix, online media, Amazon, and a host of other new platforms and content producers, the focus of the term entertainment industry has increasingly shifted away from entertainment and more toward industry. The film industry is facing unprecedented competition, and the pressure on Hollywood regarding box office performance now far outweighs concerns about film quality. Genre films and big-budget sequels have become the go-to guarantees of box office success. Major film giants like Warner Brothers, Fox, and Universal now dominate the lucrative superhero and YA sci-fi markets, leaving smaller and mid-sized producers with no choice but to focus on content and niche genres to attract specific audiences, betting small for big returns. As a result, the Academy, already different from the general public, has become even more conservative and niche. In order to demonstrate that the Oscars are the Academy Awards rather than the People's Choice Awards, the Academy's preference for low-budget, non-profit-oriented art films will inevitably become more and more pronounced. Because of this low budget, independent films will likely flourish at the Oscars in the future, and Weinstein's Oscar nomination projects, which are essentially assembly line products, will increasingly be rejected by the increasingly conservative Academy and face challenges from competitors with more distinctive qualities. What used to be considered a safe choice will instead begin to look mediocre. Then there's the Weinstein Company's control over directors and actors. The Weinstein brothers always demanded unconditional cooperation in publicity efforts. For instance, Judi Dench once tattooed Harvey Weinstein's name on her buttocks as a gesture of gratitude. Even on the red carpet, if Weinstein made a request, she was willing to unbutton her pants to show him the tattoo just to gain publicity. This kind of absolute control naturally has both advantages and disadvantages. Cooperative actors might gain the coveted statuette, but on the flip side, uncooperative actors and directors would rather stay far away. In an age where individuality is increasingly valued, directors and actors willing to cooperate to such an extent will become fewer and fewer. The Weinstein brothers' Oscar strategy will draw growing resentment. Although the Weinstein brothers and the Weinstein Company will remain strong contenders for the Oscars in the future, repeating the dominance of the past 10-plus years where they collected Oscar gold as easily as reaching into a bag is all but impossible. Trying to control people's hearts too much can sometimes backfire. Especially in recent years, the notion that the Weinstein brothers control the Oscars has gradually become a common narrative in the media. Such rumors will only make Oscar voters who already have plenty of money but care deeply about their reputations even more protective of their integrity and more cautious about voting for films produced by the Weinstein Company. Chapter 788, Star Wars Acquired. Chapter 788, Chapter 788, Star Wars Acquired. Award season made Hollywood abuzz, but the entire entertainment industry still ran in an orderly manner. In early February, Inception ended its run in Syria, officially coming off screens in all global markets. After nearly a year in theaters, the film ultimately grossed $1.12114 billion worldwide. At the same time, the release configuration of the film's upcoming limited edition DVD/Blu-ray set was also leaked through unofficial channels. As early as last year, Inception's DVD was already released in North America. Even in a continually declining industry environment, it has still sold nearly $130 million to date. This time, the limited edition DVD/Blu-ray set differs from the previous releases, carrying certain collectible value. The limited edition set includes several memorabilia items, a limited edition aluminum Dream Machine briefcase, a user manual for the portable automatic Somnus 4 injector, a set of postcards, a top, and 3 discs: a DVD, a Blu-ray, and a digital copy. Once